All right, we'll keep this short, but I do have to address a couple of things. Someone sent me a note.
I was sucking a guy off on the airplane.
King of the giraffes over there.
That's actual audio.
I know. Someone sent me a note. So as everyone knows, we just did a bonus show where it was myself, Shuli, Tukey, and Lucy Typebox and producer Chris. And we broke down the, no, Tukey wasn't there. What am I talking about? Lucy, producer Chris, Shuli, and myself. And we were reading the transcripts from John's adult children's wedding speeches at Susanna and Aaron's wedding and analyzing those. And we had a lot of fun with that. It turns out back in January of 2002, Howard Stern was talking about how he went to one of his daughter's birthday parties and he was there with his girlfriend, Beth Ostrowski, and his ex-wife, Allison, showed up with her new husband. And so John's in the studio and he's very interested in this dynamic. And so they asked John about how he felt about his ex Karen, who he talks about all the time, and whether, does Karen have a new boyfriend or a husband? And how do you feel about that? We learned a lot about John here that I forget about sometimes.
So are you content with what the guys look like?
Am I content with what he looks like?
Dating him, John.
He happens to be a nice looking guy. He's not a bad looking. He actually, listen, let me ask you something. When you were going out with Karen, right?
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah. I'm happy.
Is she with a guy now?
Yeah.
And how long did you go out with Karen?
4 years. Or 3 years, whatever.
Do you care what the guy looks like who is now with Karen?
How could you compare 3 years to 27?
Because you had the same feelings.
Marriage and children.
No, but honestly,
I'm trying to give you a similar situation.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't care. No, I don't care that much.
I'm a guy. I don't care what another guy looks like.
I did like when someone told me that Karen's boyfriend was shorter than her. It was like
you like that?
Yeah, I did like hearing that.
No, so you definitely care on some level.
I forget that John's a short man and he's self-conscious about it. So his whole thing, when Karen got a new boyfriend, he was shorter, so he was okay with that. Have you ever been concerned about a guy's height? I must be in that weird sweet spot where I could give a fuck if someone's taller or shorter.
How tall is John?
I think he's 5'8", maybe 5'7" and a half.
Oh,
5'8", I think.
Yeah. Yeah, even Liz Typebox like, oh yeah, that's not good.
Too short.
That's a little too short. That's where you gotta figure out what size heels to wear when you go out with him. You're like, oh, he's gonna be pretty upset if I wear these ones.
8-inch heels today are not gonna work.
Not gonna do it for him. So John is talking about if he'd be jealous or not, and whether Howard should have been jealous or not that Allison showed up with the new husband. Howard says something in here. There's a lot in this, but Howard says something in here where he predicts exactly what is wrong with John's current marriage because he is married to Susanna at this time.
Honestly, if I got divorced with my wife now, and I showed up with some model, I know she'd be goofing on me.
Well, it depends on what your wife was up to when you showed up. If your wife's in love with another guy, you're imagining today you're married.
She's still going to be in love with you.
Today you walk in with a girl.
Right.
If it was 3 years later, fast forward, and your wife meets a guy who actually helps her and supports her, unlike what you do, instead of sitting around drinking beer all day.
Holy shit.
Isn't that amazing?
Holy
this is 2002.
shit.
If your wife meets someone who actually supports her and is a good husband, isn't just sitting around drinking beer that she has to wait on all day, she might be over you, John. She might be fine with that. Let me just back that up a little bit.
Howard is a magical homo, just like those other guys.
He really is.
Sitting around drinking beer all day, and she's ecstatically happy.
Yep.
If the guy brings
It doesn't.
she'll be thrilled.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. You got to understand that, seriously. I mean, I can't speak for Allison.
No, I know, but
I can tell when somebody's irked. She was not irked.
See, I wouldn't want to go. I would say, I don't.
Well, you don't want to go, but you do it for your kid. I don't want to be in that
I think you
situation.
should go and Allison should go, but I don't think the boyfriend goes.
Oh my gosh, she's not supposed to have her husband involved in her life.
Stay home.
Oh, that's right.
Allison's married.
I know.
She does not have her husband there.
John doesn't accept it.
Yeah, John's not accepting the marriage.
That's right.
John's got some jealousy issues. So the kid whose birthday party it is has the stepdad, and in John's world, he shouldn't be allowed to come because it makes him uncomfortable. Oh, no wonder he's not invited to any holidays.
Yeah.
This is making a lot of sense right now.
That checks out.
He's like, well, yeah, it should have just been you and Allison. It's your guy's kid. Allison's married. Of course she's going to bring her husband, the stepdad.
He can wait in the car.
An important person in
Yes.
this child's life.
Correct. But in John's world,
Not as important as a substitute teacher.
right,
Correct.
it's
That's
changing
true.
lives.
That's true.
This is neither here nor there, but I just noticed that Cardiff is against the other wall today. He's usually against this wall.
Yes.
But he's
I'm using a new browser today. I'm having some Chrome. I do have a faulty Google Chrome, I believe.
Do you have a drop for that, Cardiff?
So maybe it was a faulty Google Chrome.
Of course I do.
All right,
Don't
so
be stupid.
here's the last clip I have here, because this is where John reveals he doesn't even want a new stepdad being in the picture. So he's already concerned about this back when he's starting his family with Suzanne all these years ago.
See, I wouldn't even want to see, Howard, and this is not, I wouldn't want to see, like, my kids dealing with the new husband. Like,
You want to because that makes your kids feel relaxed. That's your problem.
Yeah.
A kid needs to adjust to a new situation.
Yeah.
If you're going to be angry about it, and you're not going to be accepting, they're not going to be accepting.
Every shrink in the world will tell you that when a situation like this happens, the kid looks to the parents for reaction to see how to act.
Oh, yeah.
Rochi says, remember John said my wife's husband. All right. So that tells you a lot about John's mentality and how he thinks and why he gets very upset when we talk about Susanna's wedding and the fact that Aaron seems like a great stable guy in that family and in that relationship. And boy, John is not happy with us. Again, he says that we're trashing his kids. John doesn't watch these videos. He just hears about them. People tell him shit.
Yeah, somebody said you were.
So here's my challenge.
Well, now he has somebody feeding him clips.
Oh, good. Because here's my challenge to Stuttering John Melendez. Find an example of me trashing your adult children in these wedding video speeches that we reviewed this past weekend as a bonus.
Oh,
show.
that's you're going on a technicality now. Starting now.
Well, no, listen.
He's talking 2 months ago when you were trashing his kids.
I wasn't trashing his kids. John brings up two examples all the fucking time. The one example, of course, is where I made the joke that Lily looks like maybe Gary Delabate is her father. And if that was so hurtful, John wouldn't repeat. I would have forgotten it by now, but John repeats it every fucking episode. So it couldn't have been that bad if he keeps repeating it over and over again. And the other example is the one that I baited him into getting upset with me, where I said we also talk about what losers John's kids are. It's a lot more fun than you'd expect, which was a joke. You can listen to the audio where I go, these kids sound like losers. We don't know anything about his kids. It has nothing to do with his kids. John's a loser. What was your point, Potato?
You were talking about how you had his audiobook on your Patreon.
Yes,
The download for free.
that's correct. Well, let me jump into this because on yesterday's show, Stuttering John starts threatening me Opie style, which is always fun.
And Carl, I'm not going to go there. All right?
He's the bigger man.
Just shut up. Like I said yesterday, I won't go there. And believe me,
Again.
I know everybody in your family, where they live and everything else.
All right. So this is very Opie-esque. Like, oh, do you want to go there? Don't go there. Don't go there. It's like, yeah, let's go there. What are you talking about? What are you going to reveal about my family? What do you mean? You know where everyone's address is? Is that a threat?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? What does that mean?
He's going to call your mom.
You got to remember, you got to put this in context. This was 2 hours earlier. He tweeted pictures of people in your family.
True. Yes.
I shit on him a little bit. He
Yeah.
took it down. So I guess he came down from it. Now he's going back up again because now you want me to go where I went earlier today?
Yeah.
I'll go where I went earlier today.
He tweeted out a photo of my wife and he wrote, people in glass houses. So again, what do you mean by that? What does that mean? Yes, I'm married. Yes, I have parents. So what? What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
I own glasses.
He even goes on to say, and I don't have this clip, it's so ridiculous. He's like, would your father like to know what you say about me? Yeah, he comes to our live shows.
Yeah.
I've seen him applauding
Very
with the rest of the
He's
crowd.
up to speed on the whole subject,
Yeah,
actually.
right. We talked about it at Christmas.
I was about to super chat that at one point, but then I realized I'm blocked.
Of course you
Your
are.
mom's about to receive a generous amount of donuts to
Well,
her front door.
And this is the thing that John likes to try to equate. So his mom's being harassed. The police were called to his house when he was at his mom's house, and all these deliveries and phone calls. I have nothing to do with that. I've literally said till I'm blue in the face, don't do that. Don't fuck with people in real life. It's not funny. Did we think it was a lot of fun when he was getting phone calls over and over again? Yes, because of the way he dealt with it. Because he didn't handle it well. Because he's screaming at his mom, doesn't know how to actually pick up the phone and have that stop happening.
Yeah.
That's all.
You know where people are getting that idea from, John? Your good buddy, fucking Vince.
Well, yeah.
Keeps fucking sending shit to your
Most of
house.
it is Vince.
Yeah, mostly is Vince. But anyway, this is
What
John.
was
Go on.
What was the quote that he was attributing to your father?
Oh, I don't know. What was it?
I don't know. It was some passage. It was almost like he found some, like your dad had written a book,
That's
and there
right.
was something.
He did say something. I had no idea
He
what
didn't
it
say
was.
it was your father, but he alluded to the fact that this was something. So again, I thought he was using that as, see, Carl, I found that essay your father wrote in 9th grade. Look out.
It was probably a Facebook post or something. Yeah, I don't even know what he was talking about. Didn't mean anything to me, but
I thought you found your sister's book.
this is Joe. This is John being the bigger person.
And believe me, I know everybody in your family, where they live and everything else. I know your father apparently is a nice man,
I don't know about that.
a very nice man,
Who told you that?
and I would never bother him.
Good. Don't. He doesn't need to be bothered by you. I wouldn't bother your parents either, John. It's fine.
Here are some other people I will not be bothering.
Yeah, I know.
I wouldn't bother your
I bothered
father.
him once. He hit me with a stick.
It's walking sticks. Watch out. Watch out for that. He goes, I know your dad's a very nice man. Well, you don't know him as well as I do. So I'll just say that. No, my dad's a wonderful guy. I'm joking, obviously. But John is holding himself to a higher standard. Thank goodness for me.
Because I got to hold myself to a high standard. And you know what? I should. I should hold myself to a high standard because, let's face it, I do have morals. And I do have feelings. So, Carl, I wish your father well.
Oh, this is acting, John. All right, get ready to add this to the reel. This is John wishing my father well, the guy he doesn't know.
So, Carl, I wish your father well. Okay?
Okay.
I do.
Oh,
But
I do. And I mean that.
why?
I don't care that you're a piece of shit.
Can you pause it?
Yeah.
I did miss this part, but $5 he references the ring
Oh, you think so?
Very-
Maybe.
that his father got him.
Yeah.
That has a J on it.
He's
that's a new
wishing
ring.
He's wishing a guy well he doesn't know. The only thing he knows about him is that the guy's son he hates. But he's wishing him well. Well, you're so amazing, John. Wow. How can I thank you? Can I send you a card for this? Wow.
I also don't understand. He's talking about wishing your father well and how great your father is.
Yeah.
And how he's never going to bother your father. He spent all day on New Year's Day being like, I'm going to call your mother.
Did he really? I didn't even
Yes.
see that
Oh my
episode.
God, that's all he did. He was like, I'm going to call your mother and tell her exactly what you've been doing.
It's on the internet.
Yes.
Everything I've been doing.
And she
on
goes
the
to live shows too.
Yes, she's also
She
the live
knows.
shows.
He's not going to bother your father, but your mom's going to know
So he's a
everything.
narc. He's going to tell on you.
What an idiot.
this ring,
I'm an
though,
adult man, John. You
Yeah.
can call my parents and tell on me all you want.
can we all assume that this ring was something that he found visiting his mom and just took from her house?
Well, he claims, because that's his NYU ring.
Yeah.
Oh,
He claims that his dad bought it for him.
okay.
Because his dad
He's a
also went
deadbeat
to
that couldn't
NYU.
buy his own ring.
That can't be true because people will get fatter as they get older.
Especially
And
John.
when he graduated
That's
at
a good
NYU,
point.
he was a lot slimmer.
That's a
There's no
good
way
point.
that ring
That's
would
a really
fit
good
him
point.
Wow.
now.
I've never even thought of that angle before. Those mitts
Yeah.
are not what they used to be. We've
Yeah.
seen the old footage
We've
of John.
seen.
Yeah, right. We've seen him playing guitar and Conan and stuff. His hands were not like that back then.
But, maybe you bought the wrong ring size because you're an idiot. That's possible.
Yeah.
I think that it's compelling that, especially at the time that he would have gotten that ring, the tradition would be to put your last name initial on
Yeah.
the ring.
You wouldn't put J on it.
No.
You put M for
Would you also
Malone.
buy one that you would wear your wedding ring on? Like that's
his
left
right hand.
ring.
No,
I
that's
think
his right
That's
hand.
his right
Oh, is it?
hand.
Yeah.
Oh, it's my fault. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, if he was gay married, he'd wear it there.
That's true.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so he's gay married.
He
Okay.
doesn't have a class earring.
Wait, I just came up with something.
All right.
Is there a chance and I know we're going to start this rumor now, but is there a chance that when he says because I've seen how they sell class rings, they're selling them at school.
Sure.
Right? So for him to say my father bought it for me, it's like, did he mean he paid for it? Like he filled out the form and his father paid for it? No, I think his father saw an NYU ring at a pawn shop that had a J on it and said,
Yeah. Hey, you tell everyone that you graduated from this college? Here's a ring in case anyone asks any questions.
Yeah.
It's too big, Dad.
I don't know.
You'll grow into it.
It's got a Q on it. Figure it out.
And by the way, John, I think your dad's a great guy. And I'm sorry he passed. I feel very bad about that. I wish he was still with us.
We wish him well.
We do. Wow. Yeah.
Because that's not his fault.
Wait, hold on a second. I got to back that up because that's kind of funny. He goes, I'm an asshole, but that's not my dad's fault.
Yeah.
Just play this.
I do. And I mean that. I don't care that you're a piece of shit. Because that's not his fault.
Well, whose fault would it be?
It's absolutely your parents' fault.
I would think. I mean, to some degree, right?
So when we were reading the wedding speeches,
Yes.
what I was thinking about was when my father got remarried.
Yes.
And I gave a wedding speech
Yeah.
where I read a poem by Philip Larkin called This Be the Verse, which starts out, they fuck you up, your mom and dad. They may not mean to, but they do.
Mhm.
They fill you with the thoughts they had and add some extra just for you. That's literally what happened. That's why you're a fucking asshole.
You hear that? Daddy issues, everyone. We have the Dating Lucy Tightbox game on deck.
Trifecta.
Yes. She's got it all, everyone. Compliment her shoes when you see her. All right, let's get back to it.
That's not his fault. And I'm not going to even say his name.
Oh.
I'm not saying any of your family's names. No. Because I'm not a garbage human being like you are.
Yeah.
I can only prove
He
that
said
I'm a better...
He said my mom's name about 5 minutes before this. He's like, I'm not going to say any of your family's names.
But the garbage human being, that was my tweet to him that day.
Oh,
So now,
right.
now
Yes. in his
garbage
head.
human being is his new.
That's the new
Watch how many
catchphrase.
times he calls you and Shuli garbage human beings now.
How are you not blocked on Twitter?
Why now? He reblocked
okay,
me
good.
after
I
yesterday.
can only prove that I'm a better person than you by not doing.
Ugh, he's constantly wiping snot. So disgusting.
Not constantly, only since he's been back in California.
That's true. Yes, there is.
He
something
he
gross.
wasn't as bad in Mom's house.
That's true. So either his dealer lives in LA,
Yep.
which is some people's theory, not mine, John. I don't think that's the case. I think you live in filth. I think that you never vacuum your house because you've proven that yourself. You have 2 cats, maybe 1. It's hard to say. And I don't think you ever clean up. And there's probably black mold and a lot of things that are really bad for you in that place. The Coors is probably the best thing for you
Oh,
in that
yeah.
place.
It's never been dusted.
No, it's disgusting in there. All right. John has our buddy Ray DeVito on the show and Joey C, but we're going to focus on his conversation with Ray DeVito on this particular episode later on in the show. And John has an inappropriate question about Kate Meany. Now, Kate Meany, of course, there's a lot going on with John and Kate Meany. I think we've broken down most of it. The fact that Kate Meany went on John's show once, and then John's been trying to get her back on the show by constantly texting her and DMing her, call me, and she's not responding, and she hasn't gone back on John's show. And for a long time, John was defending Kate Meany because they were bullying her on MLC. Something that John forgot to bring up when he went back on MLC. But they were bullying Kate Meany, and so John was like, I'm defending Kate Meany. I'm a Kate Meany supporter. I'm there for her. And then when Kate Meany stopped texting him back, he went, what the fuck with this bitch? What's going on with her? I've been nothing but nice to her. So this is Ray handling this very well. Inappropriate question.
So Ray, so are you and Kate? We're gonna be doing.
So John did the finger through the hole in the hand gesture to Ray right there. So in other words, are you fucking?
Yeah.
So Ray, so are you and Kate? We're gonna be doing.
No.
Why not?
No, that's probably one of the reasons why she's probably not talking to you with talk like that.
Whoa, look at John's face right there. Whoa. I didn't do anything. I'm a gentleman. What do you mean? Watch how he handles this.
No. Ray, make no mistake.
That's what sucks about this Devilverse. I just have one woman on my podcast, and everyone's like, "Hey, what's?" It's like, guess what? Comedians can be friends with other people in the comedy industry.
No, Ray, we know you're not getting.
No one thinks you're fucking her.
No one thinks you're. Only John would ask that question.
Yeah.
The rest of us know what's going on.
Not being relations.
Ray,
Joey C's been on my podcast. I'm not getting with Joey C.
Ray,
That's right. We're not butt brothers, Ray.
Ray, can I say something?
What's
Please? After all, it is my show. I would never be with Kate Meany. She's too young. I don't date anything younger than my oldest kid. You understand?
Anything.
And I told her that. She knows that. And, you know, trust me on that. That's like, that's a little weird for me.
No guy who's ever wanted to fuck a girl has told her, by the way, I don't want to fuck you. That's never happened before. So Kate Meany knows that he's not being a creep. He has rules. There's rules about ages of children.
His OCD won't allow him.
Of course, right. So why would Kate Meany think he's hitting on her when he's hitting on her when he's told her he's not hitting on her? Obviously. Duh.
I'm just practicing.
But the second you're older than my oldest.
Yeah, he wouldn't understand how the math works. Good news, my oldest passed away. He's no longer my oldest.
Well, I said my oldest daughter, and now I have none. So,
all right. So John gets a super chat where people are saying, people are saying that you're being pretty aggressive with Kate Meany.
See, this is what they're saying. That Kate Meany said, I can show you my text, Ray. It was
it's all right. I don't. Yeah, I don't care. I don't get in the. Yeah.
No, but I didn't do anything bad. But they try and paint it like it is.
John says, I didn't do anything wrong. I am not that guy. They try to say that I was being aggressive with her, and that's why she doesn't respond anymore. Well, let's hear what Kate Meany has to say about it, because she was recently on Ray DeVito's show, talking about Stuttering John. And who else would know better than Kate?
Don't talk anymore.
No, I just didn't respond to his text messages because I was responding, and then they ended up being excessive. Like, he just started texting me excessively.
And this is John's MO.
Yeah.
I mean, this is his thing with Vinny Paulino. They're big falling out. I text you 8 times in a row, you don't text me back. Yeah. Alex Stein. I text you 20 times in a row, you don't text me back. John, your etiquette is poor. You have
I was
poor
getting the call me
etiquette. Yeah, Cardiff, you've gotten the call me. You got the call me when he was live on his show. And I remember you calling in. You're on the road driving. You're like, "What is it, John? What do you need?" And he's like, "See how he acts when he calls me." He's like, "Yeah, no one wants to talk to you. No one's interested in talking to you. Stop.
You are exhausting."
Yes, you're obnoxious. Again, something that Howard said 30 years ago.
And angrily, he was angry that I was not responding. So
yeah,
you don't want to respond to an angry person.
Yes, he was angry on his show. Kate Meany, I've been defending her, and she's not getting back. I just want to have her on the show. I'm not trying to finger fuck her or anything.
Yeah, right.
Not until she's 25.
Would that be counted as fisting? Finger fuck the girl.
Nope.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
It's not something it's like, oh, okay, I better avoid that and, not go into that.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's like, all right,
I wanted to avoid confrontation.
It's like, what the fuck's this attitude about? I get it.
It's just, and so, I think he's a good guy. I don't know him. And he seems to be a controversial
if you
figure
did, you wouldn't
in this
say that.
stupid world that I've.
She had to stop herself and say, I mean, he's probably a good guy. I mean, I don't know. I'm probably not, actually. Just from my interactions with John, he probably isn't. But...
Seemingly not.
Figure in this stupid world that I've somehow become a part of. And I want to be careful. Want to be careful.
Smart.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Ray seems disappointed.
Yeah.
How careful.
She's got her date rape shields up.
Ray is booked to come on WATP later this month, so we'll get to talk to Ray directly about these fun things. But this is great because John is now trying to say, but I love Kate, give him my best. And watch the way that Ray handles this.
No, I agree. Oh, and Ray, just lastly, if you ever talk to Kate again, give her my best and say, believe me, I don't want to date she's too young for me. She knows that though. But just tell her that no hard feelings. I would always help her. How about that?
All right, sounds good.
Jules David, thanks for us. Ray, are you related to Tommy DeVito?
No, of course not. So I love Ray's response. She's like, yeah, sure, John. I can't wait to tell Kate Meany that you're not trying to date her. Let me get right on that. Let me text her right now for you.
Hey, you know that scumbag? He said hi.
Yeah. You know that mutual acquaintance we have, the one that we both dislike? He said to say hi.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for doing that for me. Now we're going to get into John asking Ray who he hates in the Dabbleverse. Now, Ray and Shuley and the Shuley Network had a falling out. Ray was on the Shuley Network. He left the Shuley Network. There's been some drama around that. Shuley's been playing it up and all those guys on the BS show. And so, of course, John wants to pounce on this when he hears that maybe some of his enemies are shared by his guests. And so he asks about me. What about who are these podcasts? How do you feel about Carl?
What's that?
How about Carl? Are you in with Carl?
Oh, I like Carl. Carl, I do like.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't stand any of those guys.
Carl, I'm friends with. I like Carl. I'll tell you what, man. His podcast. Say what you want about the Dabbleverse. WATP fans show up at shows. I've had people show up at comedy clubs and be like, "Oh, I like you on WATP," and they know me from WATP. No one's ever showed up and be like, "Hey, I love you on the Shuley Network."
Look at John's face right now. This is not what he wanted. He's like, I should not have brought up Carl. This sucks.
Well, this is exactly what he was criticizing KC for when he had Vince the lawyer on just last week, where he was like, "You ask stupid questions. You don't get the answer you want."
Yeah. So John says, WATP. Now, I remember Ray messaging me months ago. Hey, man, I just met a bunch of your fans at my show. They're really cool. So I know the people have just gone to his shows because they've heard him on WATP. And so listen to John now put words in Ray's mouth and change what Ray just said.
But people have showed up and be like,
and how many people, come on, Ray. Thousands? Get out of here.
I didn't say thousands.
John goes, oh, what? Infinity people showed up who are friends of Carl?
What
I
a
doubt
child.
it.
What a child.
What a child. What, thousands? He didn't say thousands. Why would he say? He hasn't met thousands of people on his show.
Immediately gets competitive, but he hasn't learned at this stage that he should not ever flex anything. He's going to lose, no matter what it is.
Bony Arms John has not learned he should never flex.
I didn't say thousands. Hey, if there was...
those are the options.
Hey,
5 or
whatever the number is, it's more than...
Yeah. Like 5 people said that they heard you. Get the fuck out of here, Ray.
Good job, Ray.
He did not like that now. Ray's killing it on this one. I have to give him credit for this. So then...
It looks like Joey's having a good time with it.
I know. By the way, if you're listening, Joey's there. Just take our word for it. So then, John...
But, sorry, if John would only realize that if he was doing stand-up, how many tickets he would sell because of WATP.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, he's missing all those opportunities right now.
So that's what this transitions into. And I have a question for you, Cardiff, is what is John talking about right here?
Look, he did the whole thing and telling people to go to my show. And maybe 5 people come from him. TRB 10, thanks $5. Asking for Vince Lloyd and Carl. Would you sleep with post up? Now, here we go with these trends. Like, everybody asking about this trend. Are you friends with Jim Norton?
There goes the deflection. Every time it's like, hey, would you suck a dick if she had nice tits? And he's like, Jim Norton. Norton. All right. So what was John talking about right there where he said that Carl told people to go to his show, maybe 5 people showed up? What show?
Yeah.
What's he talking about?
I guess the Double Z. I don't know.
The Double Z, maybe? I don't know that we have a ton of people in, what is it, Cedar Rapids? So,
conflating his own experience.
My boy Penis Wrinkle comes in with a $2 super chat and explains this to John.
Penis Wrinkle, I know you love me. Thanks for $2. WT is the only reason anyone is watching, Stuttering John. Hey, I don't really give a shit. I'm the GOAT. All the call can talk about is me.
What? This is the 5th topic on today's show, but okay, John. All we talk about is you, sure. Now, John is coming to the realization when, obviously, Ray says, people who come to my shows know me from WATP. Almost every single person in that chat knows WATP. or the Shuley Network or Cardiff.
It's all he talks about. How would they not know?
Right. That's the only thing he's talking about. And then as soon as Richard Ojeda and Brian Karam show up, people are just like, I'm out of here. This sucks. I don't want to hear about their stupid political views. So the fact that John is pretending that no one would show up to something based on our shows is ridiculous. It's happening at the moment he's saying that. Thank you, Penis Wrinkle, for pointing that out. I do appreciate you doing that.
He actually said on today, I was listening to him a little bit today, and he was actually bragging about his live numbers being up, saying, I'm almost hitting Brennan numbers.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, it's good to keep your expectations low, I suppose.
Yep.
I got to give props to Will Heron, who works for a local news channel, KADN, and he put together a little report here to try to get people into the Dabbleverse, and I got to give him props on this.
Kevin Brennan, a stand-up comedian who finished second to Dave Chappelle on Star Search and also wrote for SNL, tweeted harsh words regarding the death of Friends co-star Matthew Perry. Now, I reached out to former celebrity Stuttering John Melendez from The Howard Stern Show and The Tonight Show, who knows Brennan, to find out what his problem is.
Should junkies outlive you? They get to get high and drunk every day and outlive you? Does that seem fair?
Will told me he blurred out Ray DeVito just to fuck with him. That's pretty funny.
High and drunk every day and outlive you? Does that seem fair? Then if that was the case, everybody would get drunk and high every day, wouldn't they?
That is comedian, writer, and host of podcast Misery Loves Company, Kevin Brennan. His tweet, drowned in a hot tub, ha 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 ha, mocking the death of Matthew Perry, co-star of hit 90s TV sitcom Friends, a day after he was found dead in a hot tub, received national backlash. When confronted over the tweet, Brennan doubled down.
But I do love it when junkies die. I do. I love it when junkies die, because how else are we going to learn a lesson that drugs are bad?
John Melendez, better known as Stuttering John from The Howard Stern and The Tonight Show, explained to me what he thinks Brennan's problem is.
He said that his father, when his father was dying, Kevin said that he loved him, and his father wouldn't say that he loved him back. And apparently there was some kind of not a good relationship with he and his father. So that kind of anger and hate is what happens.
Melendez relates Brennan's childhood trauma to his own, telling me his father's physical abuse is what caused his famous stutter.
Just a bad temper, and he would go from the greatest dad in the world to a monster. And he would slap my sisters around, slap me around.
What's that to do with anything? This is an awesome news report. I love this. He's showing Uncle Rico's show. It's fantastic.
The SNL writer and star of 90s pilot #1 Son disagreed with Melendez.
Star of 90s pilot #1 Son. A pilot no one's seen. Hilarious. He's just a #1 son. That's fucking great.
SNL writer and star of 90s pilot #1 Son disagreed with Melendez when our conversation was brought up on his show.
You told your father that you loved him, and he never said it back to you.
Okay, so he was on his deathbed. He got going on.
Yeah, but he, I'm sure that hurt you immensely.
It didn't, really. I'm still laughing. It hurt me immensely. So that's why I tweeted about Matthew Perry?
Yeah, you were just you're very angry because your father didn't give you the appropriate...
Well, I spoke with Kevin Brennan through emails, but he would not give me a one-on-one interview. I guess we'll never know why he's so mad. Will Heron, News 15.
Good job, Will Heron. I guess we'll never know why Kevin Brennan is so mad, but thank you for that news report. It's good reporting right there. It's commendable.
I don't know if that's an old Stuttering John clip or not, but that seems like he's pulling another Howard Stern trick, turn everything into, and that's because your dad hurt you and didn't love you.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, the fact that he would fall for that, where he's being interviewed about Kevin Brennan, just putting out a tweet he thought was funny, and he's going, my dad, he used to hit me. What is this about? Why are you talking about that? Who cares?
What else?
I know we're going long. This is going to be a very short segment. the end of John's show the other day, his landlord shows up because I guess they're removing his stove. Maybe they're replacing it or something. He's got an issue with the stove.
He's selling it.
And my favorite thing with John now is not when he's doing his acting and acting like he's all upset and all this kind of stuff. It's seeing glimpses into the real life Stuttering John Melendez.
Absolutely.
And this is fantastic for that. Again, my boy John Marlowe sent this to me, and he actually enhanced the audio so we can hear the landlord at the door talking.
Oh, great.
Yeah, a little better.
DER. Host, who are these podcasts?
All right, so let me just point out, he's got up on his screen, I did this presentation, I don't know if it was this past July or the year before, I lose track of time, but for the Podcast Business Journal, they had me on this 2-day event, and they had an interview with me about how to make money podcasting or something like that. So John's reading the description of that. He has that pulled up when someone knocks on his door.
DER. Host, who are these podcasts? Yes, come on in.
Debbie, you got something here on your front door.
Oh, are they delivering more shit to me?
No. Oh, you got your ovens cut, your stoves.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm almost done. I'm just about done.
Oh, well, he can come in.
Yeah, he can come in.
This?
I don't know. People just order me stuff.
No, it's empty.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. That's something else.
Yeah.
You can go in and get it.
All right, thanks, Deb. So look, this is Carl. Who are these podcasts? Proving great content will always win. It all started out as an idea. Carl Heberg and a friend launched a podcast that in a fun way mocked other podcasts. When other podcasters heard what WATP was, they began talking about the show. It was classic word-of-mouth marketing.
You can hear that they're like walking through garbage as they're going through his place. You can hear the stuff rolling around on the floor, which is fantastic.
The show. It was classic word-of-mouth marketing. Most hosts took the criticism well, and some even joined the show as special guests.
Doug from Who's Right being one of them.
Absolutely.
Others, like Stuttering John, formerly of the Howard Stern Show, threatened to sue. That just made the show even more popular. See, always my name, even in his bio.
Yeah, because you were the one who threatened to sue me. Nobody else did. Yeah. That's why it's interesting, John. He's like, oh, once again, they're talking about me.
Obsessed.
Talk about what a buffoon you are.
Today, WATP has become a full-time job for Carl, thanks to his Patreon account and other streams of revenue. You hear all about how he did it in our July 20 interview. And all that interview is going to be this. I just figured out how to goof on someone who was really famous and make money off of it.
That's not what I ever said.
That's all he does. It's all about me, isn't it, Carla? Hey, guys. I hope that was easy to get in and out, right?
So these guys just removed his stove. He's like, that was easy, right? They're like, well, a couple guys. We probably lost a couple guys, but it's okay.
I bet it was fucking Rent-A-Center coming to repo his fucking oven.
Oh, it could have been, yes. Sir, you don't own this thing. You know that, right? You stopped making payments.
I hope that was easy to get in and out, right? No worries. I'm sorry, I figured you were taking it, so why clean the oven,
Jesus Christ.
This is the best part. Listen, I know it's trashed. I know it's disgusting, but you guys were taking it anyway, so what am I going to do? Clean it up for you? You could tell he feels self-conscious about this, because watch.
All right. Yeah, Deb, I figured since they were taking it, like, why clean it at this point?
Well, clean around it. But...
Yeah, well, they have an easy entrance and out.
Did she just say, or you could have cleaned around it?
That's what I heard.
Let me back that up. I just figured there's no reason to clean the oven. She's like, yeah, well, you could have cleaned around it.
Yeah, Deb, I figured since they were taking it, like, why clean it at this point?
Well, clean around it. But...
Yeah, well, they have an easy entrance and out.
Yeah, it's a shitty apartment. It's a tiny little apartment. So yeah, I would hope they'd get it.
Yeah, you can just use the oven as a bulldozer. That stuff will move.
They didn't get lost in there. That's nice.
Wow, he's amazing.
All right, everybody. I want to thank Vince the lawyer for coming on the show.
Okay.
I got the great people from Home Depot here. Say hi, guys. There we go.
Fuck
I got
off.
my wonderful landlord.
I love these things. He's giving a shout out to Home Depot. Thanks for the plug, John.
My good friends. We go way back.
Look at his bony arm. He wants to fight everyone. An idiot.
There we go. I got my wonderful landlord, Deb, here. How you doing, Deb?
One thing you always hear millionaires say, my wonderful landlord, Deb, is here.
And I want to thank Vince the lawyer for coming on.
Yeah, you said that already. All right. So, again, I want to point out another thing that happened this week that shows what's really going on in John's life and in his shitty apartment in Canoga. So, he does this sleep stream again. He did this last time when he bragged all about how he made $40 in 20 minutes while he was pretending to sleep. So this is the way that it starts. John's eyes are wide open, looking to make sure that the thing has started. Like he's just staring at it, and then, oh, I'm sleeping. Pretty good stuff, John. You fooled me. I bet you're really sleeping. But this is the best part. So at a certain point, he's got his guitar on his lap, and he decides he's got to move his guitar. I enhanced the audio a little bit here. I'm not going to lie. Listen to how many bottles and cans he knocks over when he's moving his guitar. I can't imagine what that place looks like. And people write to him all the time in super chats. They go, hey, John, we want to see how millionaires live, successful millionaires live. Can you just turn the camera around? He's like, no, you guys don't want to see that. No.
Did you ever see that walkthrough of Screech's apartment after he died?
No.
I promise you it looks just like this.
I got to look that up. That's interesting. All right. Yes, please write that down. John's mad at me right now. He sent me an email. I believe it was John this time. I've gotten fake John emails before. I think it was the real one. But he emailed me last night. He's been tweeting out photos of my family for some reason. He tweeted out a photo of my nephew's wedding or something. So this is the email he sent me. Seriously, man, I don't go low. But if you continue, I know more about your family than you would like me to know. Stick to goofing on me. And he even put out this tweet where it says, dude, do you have any idea of the intel I have on you? Now, of course, I'm blocked, so I can't see these tweets. And he's writing to me specifically, and I can't see it. So I said, John, unblock me. And also, if you have intel, then just get it out there. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. He thinks that any information he has about my family, I'm going to be like, oh no, God forbid. He's been throwing out names of my siblings and shit on his show as if that's going to scare me off or something. So I wrote back to John. And I sent him the link to our video of us critiquing the wedding speeches. Mm-hmm. And I said, watch this. We do not goof on your kids. We do not goof on your family. Watch it. I think you're getting bad information from people telling you I'm fucking with your family and shit. It's just not the case at all. Obviously, I haven't heard back. But I do want to remind people, we played this on the show before, that John is not a fan of the new stepfather, Aaron. He was on Alonzo Bowden's show. Didn't realize the show had started. This is the cold open to the Alonzo Bowden show right here.
Love it already.
How you doing, Aaron? Aaron, I hate that name. That's my ex-wife's new husband's name.
You should be happy then. That took over your alimony. You should love Aaron. The hell is wrong with you? Should be your favorite name.
Yeah, he's a dick.
That's okay. Not your problem.
No, it's not. It's not.
Wow, when he doesn't know the mic's on, it turns out that John's quite jealous of Aaron and thinks he's a dick. His children love him. His children think he's amazing.
That's why he's a dick.
Yeah, I know. I think you're right about that. All right, one more quick clip on here. And this is just because my boy, Dr. Steve, sent me this note. He goes, Carl, this would be a fun thing to play on the show. It's a good drop for us because I don't know if John knows the Sodomy's name is Sodomy. So Sodomy is this super chatter who has the photo from the hot Japanese girl from Karate Kid 2. And it's a guy. I just want to throw this out there. The real person who keeps messaging people and he's sending these tweets at them and super chats is a guy. But John has fallen for this and thinks because he gets DMs from her, quote unquote. We've seen that when he's shown his screenshots and stuff. So this is Sodomy's decided to leave the Dabbleverse. She is no longer going to be messaging.
Muttering Jay. Sad to see this. Sodomy Happy Makes has left the Dabbleverse. An excellent account and a generous Stuttering John super chatter. Thank you for your service, Mrs. Me. Sodomy, I miss you. Sodomy. The very beautiful Sodomy. A lot of people speculating that Muttering Jay is Vince. I do not think that is true.
It is. Just FYI for you, Jenny. I love that. Sodomy. Does he know what he's saying? I don't know. It's hard to tell sometimes, but all right, we'll get that drop. We'll get that drop right next to this one.
I love a parade.
Hello and welcome to an emergency episode of Who Are These Podcasts? We have two special guests lined up for today's show, starting with former Stuttering John moderator and current guest coordinator for Hell Sparks, Andrea Brower, is going to be joining us. John had a lot to say about Andrea on his show this past weekend, and so she wants a platform to respond. And what better platform is there than Who Are These Podcasts? And then later in the show, we have nefarious Discorder Ian Hawk joining the program as well. Now, I thought that Andrea would be here by now. She is not. But I assume she's going to be joining us momentarily. I hope that is the case. I want to thank A Random Task for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you very much for doing that. So where I'm going to start as we're waiting for Andrea to join us is the beginning of John's show on Saturday. John's been doing this thing lately. He's been having some fun with threatening information about my family to me, which is really bizarre behavior. It's very odd what he's up to. Let's check out this clip. We'll get into it.
And then you got Lady Kmart. Oh, boy. Here's a guy who, Carla, people in glass houses, brah. What I'm going to show, look, I know so much about Lady K's family. It's more than anybody would want to know.
Okay, well then, who cares?
I know about his sister Gretchen, doesn't talk to the family really.
So now he's going to go through with whatever facts he's gotten from whoever. And this idea that he even starts us off by saying, I know more information than people would even want to know. Well, then what are you going to do with that? The only reason why information is valuable is if people want that information. Having dumb information no one cares about doesn't make it valuable to anyone. And it certainly doesn't scare me when he brings up my sister's name.
I know about his sister Gretchen, doesn't talk to the family really. I know about his father. I'm not going to say much, but I know what's going on. And, I wish his father well. I'm not like that. I'm not going to sit here and I wish his father well. It's not his father's fault that Lady Kmart decides to attack my family every chance he gets. And you should see.
I attack John's family every chance I get. What the fuck is he talking about? So now John's going to bring up this email exchange that we had. I brought up on my show, but let's hear his side of this, and then I'll read you every word that was written in these two emails that went back and forth.
My family, every chance he gets, and you should see the audacity of his email he sent to me. This guy must have no self-awareness of his own content.
Okay. I have no self-awareness of my own content. John emailed me with the subject line, seriously, man, I don't go low. And he wrote, but if you continue, I know more about your family than you would like me to know. Stick to goofing on me. So I responded with this. No problem. I actually don't goof on your family. You're accusing me of trashing your kids, but watch for yourself. I do no such thing. And I put a link to the video that's behind the paywall so he could watch that, where we read his adult children's speeches at their mom's wedding. And I said, I think the problem is people give you false information to get you worked up and you believe it. Cheers, Carl. But John is saying, I'm the idiot here because I'm just constantly trashing his family. I do no such thing. I don't know where you're getting that from. Well, I do know where you're getting that from. Shuli's wife's crystals or whoever the fuck is giving you $2 to feed you information. Anything that you want to hear, you believe. And no one would know that better than my guest here. Andrea's joining the show. Let's see if I could get this working correctly. Andrea, how's it going?
Hey, Carl.
Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you too, finally.
Yes. So, Andrea, you're on here, and I appreciate you reaching out to me because John really went off. And you used to be a moderator for John before he left the internet last November. And it was you, Benny Loco, and, of course, Nikki B.
Right.
And I believe the three of you were all kind of working at the same time moderating John's channel. Okay. So John's got a problem with all three of you. And he puts you all on blast. I have some clips that I want to play for you. Let me start off with this because Ryan Sherman gets brought up on this episode as well. Now, Ryan's been on this show before. Ryan was also a moderator for John and then realized what an asshole he is. John's just not easy to deal with. It's very difficult to deal with, and everyone who's a part of his life and a part of his show eventually finds their way out of there. Richard Ojeda someday will figure this out, I'm sure. But let's see what John's saying about Ryan and Andrea here.
Hey, I'm Ryan Sharman, dude. Look, dude, you got to stop the obsession with me. Seriously, like you are a fucking bipolar lunatic. Okay, sometimes you're like normal. And then sometimes you're a lunatic, and Andrea Brower.
So, in John's world, if you're giving him money, you're being normal. And then if you're saying information about John he doesn't want out there, then you're being a lunatic. Although he might be onto something with Ryan Sherman. Ryan sent me a note today. This is kind of funny. Andrew, did you happen to see when John had his landlord show up, Debbie, to take the stove out of his apartment?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he was talking about that, yeah.
It's funny because John didn't clean the stove. He didn't clean around the stove. And you could hear these you could hear these guys come in and they're walking on top of all sorts of shit, probably empty cans and stuff like that, as they're trying to grab this thing. So Ryan messaged me. He says, I Googled a few keywords and got John's property manager's name. Sent her a text to confirm she was the property manager, and she called me. I thanked her for calling out John for being a disgusting slob, and she laughed. She said she didn't realize her conversation had aired, and I told her the clip of it already had over 5,000 views. I apologized for bothering her, and she said I actually made her day. She kept laughing about the situation and asked me to send her the clip. I know it was dumb to bother her, but I thought it was funny how she reacted. Yes, obviously, she remembered that incident of seeing that disgusting house that John was kind of apologizing for. Not really. Well, you wouldn't have cleaned it either, though, right? Why would I clean it? You guys are just taking it away. It could have cleaned it, John. It would have been nice. It would have been nice of you to do that. So Ryan is up to some to no good. All right, let's get into you, Andrea. That's enough about Ryan for now.
Well, you know, Ryan knows what me and Nikki and Benny went through.
Yes.
So does Sean.
Yep.
So it's not anything new that we've experienced. I'm sorry for the light. But this is traditional John.
Yes.
I went back and forth with John all weekend on email with him, trying to get him not to talk about Nikki, and it's, you know, I never said anything bad about him. None of us did.
Well,
Benny was angry.
He's gonna disagree with that. We'll get into it. Let me play a couple clips and I'll let you react to what he's saying.
Okay.
And then sometimes you're a lunatic, and Andrea Brower. You are a fucking work. Not a work. You're a piece of work. Holy shit, are you stupid? Nikki B, Nikki B, Nikki B, Nikki B. Fucking hell.
That's his new catchphrase. He never used to say that back when you were modding the...
No, the reason why he did that was I had said in the email, the reason I'm writing you, other than the fact that I have fake Andrea's in the chat, and they're not me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm blocked from all forms of everything from him.
Right.
Except for the email, which I wasn't even sure I was going to be able to get through. And I had gone through Muttering Jay. I had go through various sources to try and get a hold of him to say, hey, I need you to stop talking about Nikki. She's not in a good place. please stop. And I couldn't reach out to him, so I, on a lark, did the email. And the first thing I said was about the fake Andreas, and then I said, please don't talk about Nikki. She's not in a good place. She's dealing with her husband. Please do not mention her anymore. That's where that came from.
Yeah. So as soon as you tell him that there's something that bothers someone or they don't want him to do, he uses that. He weaponizes that. Yeah. So then, because you said don't talk about her, now he's yelling her name out. It's the same thing. I had a private conversation with John, and I was talking about how back when I worked for a company, I was doxxed, and I had all these people tweeting at my company and on LinkedIn and all these different social media platforms trying to get me fired. And I said, John, there's a reason why I don't use my real name, my real last name. And it's because this incident happened. People tried to get me fired. It was kind of a big deal. And with that one piece of knowledge, now John, every time he says my name, he has to spell out my last name to make sure he's weaponizing. Oh, I have information on you. I know your sister's name, and I can spell your last name. It's like, you're a dick. You're just being an asshole. You're just making yourself look bad when you do shit like that.
And that's typical John.
Yes, it is. He's always the victim, and yet he's lashing out at everyone. It's like, you can't have it both ways.
Right. Well, and that was the other thing that was said in the email. She's dealing with this. She can't deal with you. There's a lot of different things going on, but he didn't care.
Right.
Because it's all about him.
It's all about him. Let's run through these clips. I have a lot to talk to you about because this got very interesting.
I expected. Excuse me. I expected a lash out.
Yeah.
I didn't expect this kind of a lash out.
Yeah, this was something else. He's pissed.
Yeah.
Now, I never asked Andrea Brower to be a moderator, nor did I ask any of these fucking lunatics to be a moderator.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay, I was going to ask you. So he did ask you to be a moderator.
What had happened was Benny was already a moderator. Nick was already a moderator. He needed an extra moderator. I guess somewhere in the loop, either Sean or Ryan had left.
Yep.
And he needed another moderator. Benny suggested me. I know her. She already does work for Hal. She's really good at what she does. So Benny gave Nikki my number, and that's how that happened. And before the end of the day, John was calling me, asking me, and my response was, I can do it, but Hal is my first priority.
Yep.
That is my deal. I've always said that. Hal is always my first priority, no matter what.
Right.
And I let him know from the get-go, if you can accept those terms, fine, I'll do it for you.
So he's lying about this. And listen to this revisionist history after he says that.
They want to be a moderator. Be a moderator. Gives them a sense of a fucking being, I guess. I don't know. I don't personally need a moderator. In fact, I fucking hated having one because they always fucking got rid of people for making an off-color joke when I'm like, come on, man. Don't block them. I had my buddy. We're like, why are they blocking people for just making like if I was going to block everybody in his fucking chat, I'd have 10 people in here.
That is rich right there. First off, John needed moderators. He still does, but he needed them, and he blocks everyone. He's constantly blocking people.
The main thing when I started, Carl, was 3 people. Shuli, you, or 4 people. Shuli, you, Cardiff, and Anthony Cumia.
Okay.
At no cost was I allowed to let you guys in.
Okay.
Okay. The second thing was the trolls. Do not let any of the trolls in. Well, most of the chat was anyway.
Right.
So it was like, unless they got rude, I kind of let things slide. But if they started getting rude or they started spamming or stuff like that, then they got brooms. So what he's saying here is not true.
No.
At all.
It's not true. The fact that he's going, I don't even want moderators. Well, you didn't have to have them. He was actively asking people to moderate his chat for him, obviously. So now he's just lying, making this up. Okay, so this is him talking about the email that you sent him, or the emails.
Andrea Brower writes me, John, well, she morphed into Carl. John, the people in the chat, it's not me and Benny Loco. You blocked us, remember? That's not us. And stop texting Nikki B. She's going through a lot. She doesn't need to get your texts. So I'm reading this and I'm going, okay. I go, dummy.
What a nice guy.
I'm not texting Nikki B. I'm blocked, remember?
What a nice guy. I love the way he communicates with people.
And that's not true either. It may be true from his maiden number, he is blocked, but John, as we know, has Google accounts, Google number accounts, and he's used them. He's used them on Shuli. He's used them on, I'm sure he's used them on you, and I meant that as any form. Leave her alone on any form. And he has me blocked on Twitter. He blocked me on Patreon, and I never got reimbursed for that.
Oh, yeah, we'll get into that. Yep.
He's blocked me on, I ended up blocking him on YouTube. I ended up blocking him on a bunch of different things, but he blocked me on Facebook. So, how else am I supposed to get a hold of you? Number one. Number two, when somebody asks you nicely, and I was not rude, I was not mean in the emails, I asked him nicely, please do not contact Nikki.
And if
he's
Nikki,
right about what he's saying, but it's his version of what he's saying.
Well, right. And the dumb thing is, and so John goes on to explain that people can spoof numbers and maybe it's not him who's messaging Nikki. But either way, if Nikki thinks that John's contacting him, then that's what she communicated to you. So why is he calling you a dumb fuck or a dummy? It's like, no. You can respond and say, listen, you're misinformed here. I actually am not reaching out to her. That wasn't me. You can be polite about it back. There's no way for you to know.
Oh, no. The whole email, how he's talking now is what he said in the emails.
Rick, you $32.25. Carl, you got to stop doing these emergency broadcasts while I'm on patrol duty. Crime is legal again. Oh, well, what area are you working on? I'll let people know. They can have at it. Ayo, 1012, $5. Need someone to ask John what his plan for this info is. He doesn't realize family is only a threat when they hate your guts like his family does. Thank you. I know. He keeps saying glass houses. He's like, Carl, you read these speeches, but you have family members too. I'm like, yeah, I do. Who cares? We all do. Dabble Storian, £2. I'm here for Ian Hawk, FJC. Hi, Carl. Watch Melky. Who can forget this? $5. I don't care what anyone says, Carl. I think the frosted tips look great. They're not. Andrew, does it look like I frost my hair? Do you think I have frosted tips out here? All right, don't answer that, I guess. Never mind. I don't dye my hair, sir. The Blattcast, Christian Blatt. Andrea looks like Kindy if she had finished school. Not sure about that. A penis wrinkle with $5 regarding his dirt. Do you think someone is trolling him by feeding him more BS info? Or is he just lying? He says it with such confidence, it's enraging. Everything he said so far has been accurate. So, who knows?
Everything he said has been accurate. But it's his version of what he says. The way he's acting now or the way he says this is what he said in the emails.
Well,
he's just giving you a summary of what was said in the email.
This is my favorite right here, Andrew, because right after he calls you a dummy and explains, and John's whole thing now is like, if you don't spell a word correctly, he thinks you're an idiot, even though he misspells words all the time. Almost every tweet has a misspelling in it, grammar errors. It's unbelievable. But John loves to act like everyone else is a dummy. And then right after he says that, watch, this happens.
So she goes, so then, all right. I'm fucking. So she gets, this guy gets diagnosed, her husband, but he's not her husband yet, gets diagnosed with cancer.
He's such an idiot. He had no idea where he was going with that. It's like, and this dummy writes this email and spells his word incorrectly, and then, his brain just freezes up. Kind of loses your momentum when you do that, Jen. All right, so now we're talking about Nikki and what a great friend Nikki B and John were back when she was the moderator.
And they get married. Because I said, I said to Nikki, you should get married.
Oh, it was John's idea for her to get married. Wow, it's amazing.
They were already planning to.
I know. He acts like he's a matchmaker or something. He's such an idiot. I love that he tells people what to do with their lives and then he's like patting himself on the back.
I mean, you were planning on getting married anyway. I think they were going to go to, to Europe or something. I go, just get married. Now, I talk to Nikki almost every day. My mother would talk to Nikki all the time. We all did. She was a friend. She wasn't only a moderator. She became a friend. And I loved her. I did. Sweet woman. Very sweet.
Why are you yelling?
So I did this cancer thing. So I go, you know what, Nikki?
I did this cancer thing. All right, we'll get much more into that, of course. This all stems back to when John was trying to raise funds for a beloved, Cheddar's beloved one's chemo treatment. So we'll get into that.
You know what? I'll say if you want to donate, if you're going to super chat, if you're right for Nikki B, then I'll take that money and I'll send it to you.
Oh, Betty Loco wants in. Send me the link, Carl. All right. I will do that. Betty. I will send you the link.
The thing about this whole thing, okay, is Nikki did not want it because she had so much trouble with trolling, so much trouble with that whole thing going on in the midst of her husband dealing with his cancer. She was just over it. Yeah. She didn't want any more problems.
Right.
And he could not get that.
No, John thinks it's always a treat to hear from him. This is the thing. John constantly is calling people, harassing them, bugging them, calling them too much. I went through this a little bit when he had my number. And it's like not everybody wants to talk to you all the time. You're kind of annoying. Do you have Benny Loco's email? It looks like I don't. If you can send, if you can email it to me.
Let me double check and make sure it is exactly her. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah. Okay, good point.
Let me double check.
That's a good point. While you're doing that, I'll get through these real quick. Reverend Shitstain Powerful Pooper, $2. Carl, in 2024, I'm bringing on Listas. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Base Bill, $2 Canadian. Joey doxed Ian. Hashtag Justice for Hawk. FDG. Yes, I think that's what Ian wants to talk about is Joey C. He was not happy with me having Joey C on Point Dabble Point. I didn't have him on. Shuey did, but Mr. and Mrs. F everything, $2. Hawk time. He's not here yet, but when he gets here, we'll have a convo with Ian Hawk. All right. While you're looking through that, Andrea.
I just messaged her, so I'm waiting for an answer.
Okay. Beautiful. So this is really interesting because John claims he did all this stuff for Nikki B. And this has been going on for a while. He was raising money for her through Super Chats, but his mom was also sending her money or sending her $100. But he also sent an iPad mini. And this is the thing. Something slipped on this episode that all of us are scratching our heads over.
Not only that, there's more. Wait, there's more.
Okay.
Then Nikki B says to me, John, do you think you can get an iPad or something? Because my husband, he's undergoing chemo and he would like to play with something. Well, get it. I'd do anything for anybody. So I go, all right. I start looking around. I get a mini iPad. I buy my buddy a few beers, a few pints. I send her my own time, go to the post office, mail it a mini iPad.
So I know he sent an iPad mini, but apparently he bought it off a guy at the bar in exchange for beers?
That was news to me.
It's the weirdest thing ever because John is trying to say how selfless he is, how amazing he is, and then it turns out he did almost nothing. He was actually taking credit for the time it took him to go to the post office. That was on my time that I went to a post. What else do you have to do, John? You have nothing else going on. So later on in the show, he brings this up again.
I find her an iPad, a mini iPad, and mail it to her. And out of my own money, I forget how many pints I bought the guy. And
what a weird way to get
my mother sends her $100.
What a weird way to get an iPad. So not knowing how many pints you had to buy for a guy in order to get it. It doesn't seem as generous when all of a sudden it turns out you just had to buy a guy a few pints in order to get the iPad for someone. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay.
That is not Benny.
That's not? Okay. Thank you for checking on that, Andrea. See, look at me being gullible. Ready to send the link out to Benny Loco. All right, this is John talking about why everybody got upset with him back in November of last year.
What happens? I say, you know what? I've had enough of this Dabbleverse. I'm going to leave. I'm going to go teach long term because I've just had enough. All the hate, all the Lady K hate, all the shit way, all this nonsense in the cesspool of ridiculousness. So I, a grown man, make a choice. I'm going to vanish. And I did. But Andrea Brower and Benny Loco, they can't handle it. They don't want me to just leave. So they start going in Hal's chat and everybody else's chats that they can and trash me.
Okay, a couple things I want to ask you about this clip specifically.
Okay.
Now, first off, John decided to just get off the internet. He pretty much took his channel down, took all the videos down, paused Patreon, didn't make any announcements or anything like that. In fact, on October 31st, he did a show where he said, all right, we'll be back tomorrow at noon, whatever it was, and we'll see you then.
Yeah.
And then never showed up again. Now, I would imagine he would reach out to his moderators who are there for him every single day, doing this. You're not getting paid. You're volunteering your time to help him out. Wouldn't he reach out to you and just say, hey, here's the deal. I'm on hold. I don't know how long it's going to be. But just for now, I need to get off the internet. Also, that's a lie, too. The whole thing is like, I decided to get off because of all the hate. John has come back and made this the only thing anyone talks about now, because that's all he does is talk about me and Shuli and Barbara and Pocky and Casey Armstrong, all the people he hates. He talks about them nonstop. Make sure they keep talking about him. Make sure this thing keeps going and going and going. So he loves this. This is what he's doing on purpose. But why did he not just reach out to you and communicate this to you?
What had happened was after that show where he said, I'll be back tomorrow, all of that. After that show, he texted me and said, I'm taking yours and Benny's wrenches. Because at this point, Nikki was already gone. She was already out.
Okay.
So it's just me and Benny. Can you pass it to Benny? And I said, yes, I will pass it along. And I even said in the text, could you please tell me what's going on?
Wait, can you explain? What do you mean he's taking your wrenches? What was that?
He, like Shuli will know this. When you've got moderators in it's the owner of the YouTube that has control over the wrenches, over who's going to moderate.
Sure.
So he, not Nikki, not anybody, like I can't, in Hal's chat, I can't even do it. It would have to be Hal or the producer or whatever to do that, to get rid of that wrench or take it away from the mod. So only John could do that. So he was going to take the little wrench icon off of our name.
Okay.
Meaning we couldn't do anything in the chats. We were vulnerable. We couldn't do anything in the chat. So if any trolls came in, he was screwed and we were screwed. There was nothing we could do.
Sure. Yeah. So he communicated that to you, and what else did you ask him? What was going on?
I said, can you please tell me what's going on?
Yeah.
And all he said was, you'll see tomorrow, and that was it.
Oh.
There was no more communications.
So how hard would it have been for him to just say, look, I'm taking a break? I mean, he could have lied to you like he lies to everyone else and say he's writing for a trivia app or whatever the hell he wanted to do. He could have communicated something to you. I would think that his mods would be the people he would communicate to and just say, hey, I know that you work with me every single day. I mean, at this point, you're on with him, 6 days a week?
Yeah.
6 days a week. You're hours a day. You're working with this guy, and he can't even communicate with you what his plans are and what he's doing?
Yep.
Okay.
He didn't.
So then
in a normal world, that's what would happen. In John's world, that never happens.
So then he accuses you and Benny Loco of going into other people's chats and trashing John. You want to react to that?
Repeat that. I'm sorry.
He accused you and Benny Loco trashing John in other people's chat rooms or chats.
What had happened was, at this point, this is after he did that Three Stooges video thing that he played. And then that was it. We didn't hear from John. Mind you, he left the Patreon up. Mind you, he still was getting super chats. Okay, so or the monthly subscriptions on YouTube.
Okay.
Okay. So people were asking me, well, what do we do? What do we do about, the money? What do we do about all this? When's he coming back? They're asking me and Benny
Right.
for the answers, and we couldn't tell him anything. So in one of Hal's chats, one of Hal's sparklers that is also was in John's chat asked me in the chat, what do I do? I'm paying this money. What do I do? And I said to her, I'm sorry that happened to you. It's wrong of him to do that. Please DM me and we'll continue this conversation. Yep. And that's what he got mad at, that because he saw that. He has that as a screenshot. He saw that. It's also on Reddit.
I don't understand how that's trashing him.
Right.
He thinks that any mention of him is trashing him for some reason, just like that email I read to you earlier. I'm like, I wasn't trashing your family, John. You can watch the video right here. And he comes on his show and he goes, this guy has no self-awareness. No, I literally did not trash you. Shuli, myself, producer Chris, Lucy Typebox, we did not trash your family. We thought the speeches were lovely. we think your family's lovely. We've said it many, many, many times. All right. So now John is talking about, he's very mad at Nikki B because apparently once he saw that you guys were talking about him going away in the Hales chat or wherever it was, he decided he needed Nikki B to message you and Benny Loco to stop talking about him. This is so convoluted and dumb. You would think I'm talking about a 7th grader, the way I'm explaining how this is all going down. But this is what he's saying, because at this time, Nikki B's husband is going through chemo treatments. And in John's dumb mind, he thinks that the excuse of why Nikki didn't do the thing he asked her to do is because she was caring for her husband. But that's not what this is at all, which he proves himself. So it's one of those things. John likes to be ignorant of the situation purposely. So he likes to fight this argument that no one's fighting him on. He repeats the shit over and over, guys. This is the beginning of that.
What happens? I still have to carry on with my life. I was working at Stephanie Miller then.
Oh, he's talking about when his dad was going through chemo. So now he's explaining how amazing he was as a person.
I still have to work. I still have to text people. I still have to eat. I still have to shit. I mean, I still have to drink. I still have to breathe. I still have to drive. So
why would he say drink and drive so close together? That's weird. All right, whatever.
Because it's always on his mind.
Yeah, I know. I still have to drink. I still have to do blow from time to time. I mean, come on. What are you going to do? My dad's dying. Whatever.
So I text Nikki B. This is all I do. Hey, Nikki, do me a favor. Could you text Andrea and Benny and just tell them to shut the fuck up in the chats? Now, how long would that physically take? Her to go, Andrea, then please stop trashing John in other chat rooms. Okay? Send. That was about 4 seconds.
So John is turning this into, there was a time restraint on Nikki's end. She couldn't do this because it would take too much time. Nikki never said it would take too much time. He's making this up. He's changing the whole argument here and pretending like she could have just done this. It would have taken 3 seconds. She didn't want to. In fact, John admits that in this next clip.
That takes all of 10 seconds, maybe? That's all she had to do. And considering after everything I did for her, is that asking too much? She refused.
Yeah.
She did not refuse. Well, she refused. She refused. And in the email that we went back and forth all weekend about, I said to him, I said, John, she's with her husband and she's working.
But she doesn't want to do it.
She's balancing two different things.
But the whole point, though, is that John is barking orders at someone to do something for him. Right. And he's saying, I did these favors for you. Now you have to do this thing for me. She didn't want to send that text. She could have sent that text. Definitely. All right. She didn't want to. He needs to communicate with you. Why is he communicating with you through her, who wasn't even a moderator when he went away?
And that's what I said to him in the email. You could have just messaged me.
Yeah, no shit.
I would have passed it along to Benny. You did it before.
Right.
And this is because he wanted with John, and I know you know this is true. I know Shuli knows it's true, and I know Vince knows it's true, because Vince has said this on air. Why do you keep calling me when I don't answer the phone?
Right, yes. When John lets it slip all the time, he's like, I said this person 8 texts in a row, and I said Alex Stein 10 texts in a row. He never gets back to me. Then stop texting him.
And that's John. That's John saying, if you don't do what I want you to do now, I will bug you till you do.
Right.
And that's what he was doing with Nikki. And at the time, she was done. She was done.
Yeah.
At this point, they had gotten results back from his testing. She didn't want to deal with him. She was still dealing with the trolling. She was just done.
Yeah. And so she finally explains to John that John is a narcissist. This is something that we all know is a fact.
Yeah, that argument was,
John is still struggling with this.
Then she sends me this whole fucking spew of how I'm a narcissist and
so it wasn't about time, was it, John? If she was able to send you a whole email about how you're a narcissist, it has nothing to do with time. So I don't know why you're making that argument.
Narcissist and all this, because I'm only thinking of myself. I'm only thinking projection, huh? I'm only thinking of myself. Let's bring it up one more time. I donated money.
Okay. So then he goes through the list of things he did for her. And it's funny, too, because earlier he said, and I did all of this not expecting anything in return. Well, no, that's not true. Now you need a favor. Now you're calling in your favor, and you think that she owes you something. You just said it. I did all this stuff for you, and now you can't do this thing for me. That's not why you do charitable things for people, expecting favors in return. You do them because you want to, and you want to help people. Idiot.
Right. And in the back of Nikki's mind, I don't think that hit her in the back of the mind until later on. You know, oh crap.
Well, and the way
but I know that there's going to be some. You don't think like that when you're dealing with a crisis.
Andrew, the way he explained how this whole thing went down, he insisted on doing this stupid super chat raise money because Nikki was just like, no, I don't want to do that. Well, let's do this thing. I don't want to do that. Like, she didn't want anything to do with this. She wasn't looking for publicity around it. She wasn't looking for a handout. And John's the one who decided he had to do this wonderful, virtuous thing that he thinks he did, which, by the way...
She didn't want her name out there because she had gotten doxxed so bad.
Yes.
So, and she just did not want the name or anything out there. And she was very adamant about that with him, even before he started talking about doing this charity.
And look at what happened. Now her name is out there nonstop. And we're going over a year later, and it's still happening. And this is what happens whenever John tries to do something nice for someone. It always ends up being the worst thing.
Exactly.
You do not want to get anything going with John because he will turn on you and he'll be a prick.
And remember, this whole thing that he's mad about isn't about anything that Nikki did as far as being a mod or being a friend.
Right.
It is because she didn't text that text to me and Benny.
Yep.
And that's what it comes down to.
Check this out. He talks about that right here.
I got beaten up by the internet for it. Pocky, Lady Kmart, Shitweya, and every other show beat me up saying it was a fake cancer charity. Did Nikki B come to my defense? No. She let me hang out there to dry.
See, the thing that John's not understanding is that I don't know that anybody thought John was collecting money and not giving it to someone who needed the money. That's not the point. You can't say donate money to me on this charity's behalf and I'll give them the money. That's illegal to do. We were explaining that what he was doing was illegal and very dumb because if I give the money to John to then give to the beloved chatter's beloved one, then 30% is getting taken out if I'm using Windows and even more if I'm using an Apple device. So it's a really bad way to donate money to someone who needs money. So it never made any sense to anyone. That's why we made fun of you so much, John, because you're an idiot for doing it that way and explaining that I had to go to another person.
And he didn't get that. He did not.
No.
Like that went like over his head.
I know.
He didn't get
He
that.
never understood what we were talking about, but he thought that all of this would have gone away if Nikki B would have just come out, who did not want the publicity. She didn't want her name out there. And now he's like, she should have came out and said something. He's like, no, she told you she wasn't going to do that. She didn't want her name out there.
So I asked her to send a 1-sentence text. That's it. We're talking about a year and a half ago. 2 years ago. Husband's still alive.
Ugh.
Just one text.
That tells you everything you need to know about John. He goes, her husband's still alive. It's like, he didn't even die, and she couldn't do this thing for me? Wow.
Right.
Wow, John.
He has no conception of like, real life. Like,
no.
He's
a narcissist.
When you're dealing with somebody that, like, my husband passed away. It was sudden.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking in that moment about anything else except for the fact that my husband just died. I need to get down to where he's at. I need to meet with these other people. I need to do this, and this. You don't think in that realm. And if you got somebody that's dying of cancer, that's going through chemo every single day, and you're meeting with doctors and you're taking them to doctor's appointment, your mind isn't, what am I going to do for John?
Right. And he hasn't even worked for John for months at this point, and she didn't ask for any of this. But this is what John is, a narcissist, because in his mind, everyone should be doing him favors, and we should all be getting square with John. It's like, John, you're not in her life anymore. She's moved on from this. Okay. She's not going to do you a favor. Right. That's not her job. Actually, I have this perfect isolated track here.
I'm the narcissist, and I'm selfish.
All right, I like that. I'm going to keep that on the board. I think that's pretty good. Okay, so Andrea, this is the big moment right here, because you have joined a very exclusive club. I'm in it. Shuli's in it. Blind Mike just joined this club recently. You are now in.
Yeah, I heard about Blind Mike.
I
heard about that. Cardiff's in it. Benny was in it. Yep.
You're in the dumb fuck club.
Mm-hmm.
Andrea Brown goes, well, John, why don't you just tell me? No, because you would probably listen to Nikki. You wouldn't listen to me because you're a fucking dumb fuck.
And the thing about that right there, that's not even true. Had he told me,
I know.
I would have passed it on.
No shit. I know. That's what's so crazy about all of this is he needed Nikki to do this thing that she wasn't going to do, that he could have easily done himself. And then he says, yeah, but if I had done it, it's like fucking Wizard of Oz or something. It's like, why didn't you tell me all along that I could have just slapped my slippers together and gone, oh, you wouldn't have believed me. I don't know, try it. Maybe I would have. Jesus Christ, John. You can't claim to know how people would respond to you reaching out to them and communicating with them.
And the thing of it is, you got to remember, Carl, on that day before that Three Stooges thing, he had texted me to tell Benny that he was taking the wrenches away.
So he'd already communicated with you on something and you responded. Yes, okay. So this is just insane. But anyway, welcome to the Dumb Fuck Club. Andrea.
So Nikki then refuses to send it, calls me a narcissist, says I'm selfish, and blocks me.
Yeah, well, that's what you got. All right. This is John being purposely ignorant and trying to make the conversation about something that it is not about.
And she can't just send a quick text? Really? I'm sorry. I don't care. If I was going through chemo, I would still be able to send a text. You still have to live. And I understand loss. I bawled when my father died. I get it. I fucking cried when my dog died.
This has nothing to do with you crying when your dog died, John. This has nothing to do with that at all. Nikki doesn't want to do you this favor. Maybe she feels like she shouldn't. Maybe she feels like she is... Here's my hot take on this one, Andrea, and you can tell me if you think I'm wrong about this, but maybe Nikki, seeing what happened, how John just went away, people are still getting charged for November on his Patreon and YouTube members, maybe she thought, yeah, you know what? I don't blame Andrea or Benny for saying whatever they said on the internet, because, John, you probably deserved it. You should have communicated with them.
At that point, she wasn't even, like, dealing with John.
She was out of that world, yeah.
Anything, because at that point...
But do you know what I mean, though? Andrea, if someone sent me a note and they said, Carl, you got to email Vinny Paulino and tell him to stop doing this thing, and I don't know anything about it, I'm not going to do that. I don't know what. Exactly. Why would I do that? I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what you think they're doing. I'm out of this. I have nothing to do with it. Leave me alone.
She was done with him after that argument that they had.
Yeah.
She was like done, and she told him basically, fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
She was done.
he mentioned that too. Okay. So this is the last clip I have on here that I want you to react to.
And I was there for Nikki, but she couldn't do one thing for me. So fuck off, Andrea Brower. Nikki B, Nikki B, Nikki B, Nikki B.
Oh, there he is, weaponizing it again. Good job, John. You're really winning over the audience with that.
Nikki B.
Oh, there'll be an email. There'll be an email today.
I'm sure.
From him.
I'm sure.
That's how much I think of you, Nikki. You couldn't have done that one fucking thing for me.
Said the narcissist. Jesus, John, she doesn't owe you anything, asshole.
And you know, and the whole thing, besides the fact that he wanted her to text, and I know there's people out there in the chat, because I'm getting texts saying it, the chat's being brutal in both shows. We didn't tell the Dabbleverse, or we didn't tell anybody but certain people when we felt it was right to say something because of the way that John acts.
Right.
What you guys see now on a daily basis is what all of us mods, Sean, Ryan and Sean, I think, and Nikki got the worst of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Benny and I. Okay. So what you see now, what you in the Dabbleverse see now on a daily basis is how John is.
Yes.
And we didn't say anything because John was doing the political show.
Mm-hmm.
It was a different forum. It was a different way for him to get something different out. It was, so we didn't disclose that. Part of being a mod or part of being in something is when to say stuff and when not to say stuff. I've had these communications with you before. I've had these communications with Shuli.
Yeah.
There are times I've said some stuff to Shuli that, I'm just so frustrated. I'm over this stuff. I'm dealing with my friend who is going through this stuff. How do we battle this thing with John?
John's very difficult to deal with, and he thinks that people owe him. John doesn't understand what friendship is and how it works. He thinks that there is these different people are on different levels. So as soon as John feels he's on a higher level than you, he could treat you like shit, and it's okay in his mind. I think he learned that early on in his Howard Stern days when people would do him favors all the time because they wanted to get in with the Howard Stern show. And so John will never understand that you can't treat people like this, especially people who are just trying to help you out. I bet Hale Sparks never talks to you like this.
No.
I'd be willing to bet Hal's probably a really polite guy and a nice guy behind the scenes.
Yes.
So you can be a celebrity, you could be a personality. You don't have to treat people like shit.
And I deal with different personalities.
I'm sure
it's
you
not
do.
Just, I just don't mod for Hal. I do other personalities as well. And none of them treat me the way that John does.
You hear that, John?
And I get it. I was married to an alcoholic. I totally get it.
Interesting. Yeah.
I can play chess better than John can.
All right, let me finish up this clip because he's got some things he says that you're doing.
And all I did was go away. And then Andrea Brower and Benny Loco going in all the chat rooms. Oh, John owes us all an apology. He owes everybody Patreon money. I put my Patreon on pause, by the way. But they're making these false allegations. Somehow I owe her an apology?
So John calls this false allegations. What John did is he paused his Patreon, but everyone got charged for November. And John likes to pretend that the November charge was for October's content. It is not. The way Patreon works is everyone gets charged. It's changed now, but back then, everyone gets charged the first day of the month, and that's the money you pay to have your membership through the end of that month. If you cancel at any time during that month, you still have access until the next charge comes through. So John pretending that he didn't owe people money is ludicrous. You did owe people money.
And you got to remember it's the subscriptions. He kept the subscriptions on YouTube going too until November.
Yes.
Okay. So this happened at the beginning of October. And by the end of November, or, depending on where your thing is in the subscriptions, if you start your subscription on the 15th of the month, the 15th of every month, your subscription goes on YouTube. Most people know this.
Right.
Okay. So if your subscription is for the 30th of the month, you know, you've got a whole month or month and a half that you're still getting charged for it.
Right. And I'm not saying it's a ton of money. I know that these are like $5 subscriptions. I'm not going to sit here and say John needs to pay out.
No, but there were a lot of people that paid by the year.
That's a good point. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, on Patreon, you get a discount.
For Patreon.
Yeah, if you pay for the entire year up front, you get a discount. I know a lot of people do that with WATP's Patreon. So, yeah, that's a dick move right there. And the fact that John goes, why do I owe anybody anything? Communicate with the people who have been helping you out for all of these months. Just communicate with them. Let them know what you're doing. And, you know, just to say, hey, I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I got this job. I'm going to be doing that probably full time. I don't know when I'm going to come back. Anything. Just to communicate that with you so that you aren't dealing with all these people going, what's up with John? Where did he go? And you have to go, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It makes you look dumb.
I said this when my friend Ken Otto and I had our show. I had gotten, like, every day I was getting DMs. Every day I was getting text messages from people. And I finally, on Ken's and my show, I had said, look, whatever's going on with John, I don't know, but when he comes back, he'll say something.
Yep, I remember that.
I can't help you on that. And I even said it on my podcast.
You were very nice about it, yes. You were very gracious.
I can't help you on that. I was never rude to John. I was never mean to John. It was Benny Loco was mad at him.
Yep.
Benny Loco still is mad at him.
Yes, rightfully so.
But I never said, you know, it was always, I don't know when he's coming back. When he comes back, he'll speak his truth and he'll tell what's going on.
Right.
I can't help you with, you know, take it up with John or take it up with Patreon or take it up with YouTube. I can't help you on that. I'm sorry it happened to you, but I can't help you on that.
But you shouldn't be running customer support and customer service for John anyway. That was not anything that you should have been having to do. And of course, people reached out to you because John was nowhere to be found on the internet. By the way, sorry to hear about Ken Otto. I know things are not going well for him.
We got the word about Ken last week. It's definitely terminal.
Yeah, it's too bad.
He has stage 4. So
yeah, very sorry to hear that. Andrea, thank you so much for coming on and giving us your side of the story. What do you want to promote? Are you still doing your own podcast?
I'm starting it back up. I had to take some time off because of my own health issues.
Yep.
And because I wanted some time off to deal with Ken. That was the main reason. I'll be starting it back up. It's a Living in It podcast. And I'll be starting that up by the beginning of February. And just see me in house chat or Shuli's or yours or Chad's. You know, the one thing about the Dabbleverse, and I do want to say this, however you all think about what's going on, and stuff's going to come out because I'm pretty sure that I've really pissed John off now.
Yep.
But
for sure,
once stuff comes out, you're going to realize the reason why us mods did not say anything and why we weren't forthcoming in things.
Very cryptic right here from Andrew. A little tease about what's to come. Interesting. All right.
Yeah. Well, he's already said, you know, we kind of had an agreement. I wasn't sure if it actually was an agreement because he never said he wouldn't quit talking about Nikki.
Yep.
So in the emails. So the only thing he did say was if you said something about what was going on, I was going to release and go ahead and release it. I've got the same, probably better documents than you do, you know.
All right. Well, when you're ready to release anything, you're always welcome here on WATP.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much, Paul.
Thank you, Andrea.
By the way, thank you for featuring me on your Who Are They podcast.
Yes.
Because you helped me a lot.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. It's funny you say that. I got similar notes back from Ari Jane when I saw her in Detroit. Because we had reviewed her show too, and she goes, "Carl, I watched it. It actually helped me out a ton. I really appreciate all the information. So I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you took that the right way. Thank you, Andrea. Thanks for being a good sport. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me on.
All right, Andrea Brower, everybody. Thank you for being here. I got Ian Hawk coming up Let's get through some super chats quickly first. Gino, $5. Love your work and coverage of this shameless clown, LOL. Thank you very much. Simon, 343, $5. Carl is going gray, but still looks good. I look fucking great. You kidding me? I'm pulling it off. I'm doing this. A lot of people can't pull off the crooked teeth, no chin look, but I'm nailing it. Zach Hoffman, $5. Carl, for your birthday this year, can you please divulge the Scott the Engineer info you have? Please, dude, for my birthday this year. When's your birthday, Zach? Yeah, you know, I should do a whole special on Scott the Engineer. That guy really is a piece of shit. He had all of the insurance coverage. He claims that he didn't. He claims that Howard screwed him over. Howard did no such thing. I'm not a guy who is Howard with COVID, by the way. That's pretty crazy. That's a nutty story how Howard was able to get COVID. Even he's perplexed by this. Doesn't know how it possibly happened. Mark P, $10. Hey, Carl, that iPad mini was worthless. It was an old generation, an old gen version. OS could no longer be updated. Nick tossed it. Oh, my God. Mark P, that is hilarious. I wish I would have gotten to this sooner. Thank you for that information. It makes perfect sense. John goes, they needed an iPad, so I started to look around. Look around to where? At Target? At an Apple store? On Amazon? No, at the pub. Of course. That's where you looked around. And the guy at the pub's like, yeah, I got an old one. It's fine. Hey, Carl, I'm blaming you and WATP for me becoming obsessed with Stuttering John. The Michael Gavin Ali Show does Stuttering John Watch Along in 2024. I'd love to have you on again. Sounds good, Michael Gavin Ali. I love when you call in to Tukey's show. Always good to see you on there as well. Michael Gavin Ali Show. Don, $2. Few beers equals free iPad mini. Apparently. Go figure. Noga with $2. You're beating a dead horse. You are turning into Shuli. Noga, come on. It's not a nice thing to say about your son. Ricky, 32, $25. Andrea, did any of the mods tell John that his charity looked like a scam in every possible way? That is an interesting question. I think Andrea kind of answered that when she said, you got to know when to say stuff and when not to. Seems to me like they kept those types of things to themselves. Tampa Wood Converters, €5. Is this real, Andrea? Also remember to sign Ray up for The Bachelorette. Is this real, Andrea? Huh. Hey, Andrea. It's from Don. Sorry. I'm sure she's still watching. No, get $2. This episode is a new low. Who are these moderators? Yeah, well, it's a little bonus thing we're doing on a Monday. Tony, bag of donuts, $3. Curious what Hal Sparks is making of all of this. Oh, my gosh. That's a guy I'd like to talk to. Hal Sparks would be... Oh, you know what? I wanted to ask Andrea about who leaked it to John that Hal Sparks was saying that he doesn't want to do John's show because he had to carry the show. I wonder if she knows the answer to that. Muttering V, $193, $10. Team Andrea, Nikki, and Benny. Fuck Stuttering John. Agreed. This lady was great as Charlie Brown's teacher. So thorough, Joe Burrow. What do you think about the Bills, the 2 seed? Bet you didn't see that coming because I sure as shit didn't. Black Madge 666. Teaching boomers how to use YouTube was such a goddamn mistake. Yeah, I know. It hasn't worked out well. My boy, Kelly Riddle coming in. Anyone dumb enough to trust John got exactly what they deserved. Looking for direction, Cardiff and Vinny. Yeah, wow. Yeah. Good point. Black and Madge 666. Ask Andrea what her box smells like. Probably not a question that she would want to answer. Be my guess on that. Vinny's a fat wop. Andrea, thanks for coming on. Is Biden the right guy for 2024? Brains-wise? I worry about him and Jilly Bean. Hashtag BLM, hashtag Blue Wave, hashtag Hillary 2024, hashtag Trump bad. Yeah, I wasn't going to get into politics with Andrea. That would not have gone well. AO1012, $2. That blanket has to smell like cat piss, right? Yeah, probably. Stuttering John's quote of the day, $10. I wonder how much money John kept himself John kept himself from the money that was donated specifically for the cancer donation. No way he went through all the super chats to calculate it. Yes, and this is the thing. I've dealt with John a little bit. We did those 2 shows together where we had to do the accounting on the back end and pay each other half of the super chats. John's very bad at this. There's no fucking way he knows how to set up a spreadsheet or actually calculate how much money would go to one person and how much he would keep. It was such a ridiculous premise from the get-go. That's why we all made fun of it. Dang Lizard, 5 euros. None of this would have happened if he didn't announce it as a charity, something the beloved chatter didn't want. He could have given some money. Yeah. He could have just given some money. He wasn't... People got to remember, John actually makes some super chat money these days. Back then, he was just doing the political show. He wasn't really talking about the Dabbleverse and shit. He wasn't making any money. He had 250 people watching. Most of them were poor, and they weren't giving him a lot of money, so... It was a ridiculous thing. It just seemed like he was trying to find an angle to get people to donate money to him. I don't know. That's just one man's opinion. I could be wrong. Black Madge 666. Another $5. Thank you. It's a wonder John is single. You could get yourself a winner tonight. John Son's a tranny. $5. See, every chance he gets, trashing my family. It's the guy's name, John. I don't know what to tell you. SJ won't stop the abuse, harassment, and stress until one of you takes his veiled threat seriously and get the police involved. You deserve respect. Johnson's a tranny, another $5. It's convenient for John to believe memberships are billed in arrears, like the child support he owes. Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's a good call. Gonzo, member for 5 months. Thank you, Gonzo. Andrew, what do you think about SJ yelling at people who say frustrated instead of frustrated? Seemed like a personal attack. SJ thinks he's smarter than you. Yeah, I picked up on that when she said frustrated today. I was like, oh, I know why John was yelling about that. John Sons of Training, another $5. Scott Salem has always been a piece of shit. All the hoopla and angered toward Howard Stern is because Howard Stern didn't take $1 or $2 million and give it to Scott. Yeah, as I'm learning more and more about the guys on Stern, the ungrateful guys from the Howard Stern show, and there's a lot of them, all of them are resentful of how much money Howard makes compared to how much money they make. I mean, it is what it is. You get paid what you're worth. That's just how that all works. Dr. Steve, wow. $2. Thanks, buddy. Exactly, for fuck's sake. Did I say exactly today? I really try not to with that, but he's all over me. All right, let's bring in our second guest today. Guest-heavy show today on an emergency broadcast of Who Are These Podcasts. Ian Hawk is with us. What's up, Ian?
Hey, everyone.
So, I got to be honest with you. I don't know what you're up to. I'm very interested to find out what you're up to because I heard your name get brought up when John was at his mom's house over the Christmas break talking about getting the police involved with you. You're doing... say that again?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, he brought that up many times.
Yeah, so apparently he's going to have you arrested. And the other reason why you're on the show today is because you are not a fan of Joey C. And you've got some...
Yeah, Joey C... He's going to voice analysis myself, so I can't give my real voice out today.
Ah, okay, I see. So you're hiding your identity right now?
Oh, well, I was on camera. I messed it all up, didn't I?
Whoopsie. It's not going to work. All right, thank God you don't actually talk like that. I was going to get really annoying really quick.
Definitely.
Let's start with the fun stuff. What did you do that made John want to get you in trouble with the law?
Well, I did by chance. I was hanging out with a group of people that happened to order John several pizzas that day.
Okay, and these people were hanging out in a Discord server somewhere, maybe NLO.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
No, we're not NLO. It wasn't NLO adjacent.
Okay.
Yeah. I just happened to be a big fan. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So you guys were ordering food to John's house. Now, was this prepaid food, or did he have to pay when it was delivered?
What I ordered was prepaid food. I can attest to what everyone else may have ordered that day.
So I'm going to say something crazy right now, and tell me if I'm wrong about this, but sending prepaid food to someone's house probably is not illegal, and actually should maybe be appreciated.
No, definitely not.
maybe you should say thank you.
I thought so as well. It just happened to be in between maybe 3 or 4 or 5, 7 pizzas, and It may have happened throughout the night as well. I don't know. Though.
Okay, so it was late night. People were going to the house and.
Okay. Sometimes, yes, yeah.
Well, we don't condone fucking with people in real life on this show, as you know. I've said it many times. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. When his phone kept ringing on his big triumphant return show from his mom's house, and the phone kept ringing over and over again, it was one of the funniest pranks I've ever been a witness of. So it's hard for me to sit here and say I don't condone it when I'm on with Anthony Cumia and we're laughing our asses off. But the point is that we don't want to harass, especially John's family members. It's one thing to fuck with John and send him food to his stupid, gross apartment in the valley and shit like that. When he's with his mom and stuff, and the police are coming over, and it seemed like a bit much.
Yeah, it did seem a little bit. I wasn't involved, and neither was the group of people that I was with the police.
Okay,
and sending them over. We would have never done that. I think on one day we ordered a bunch of pizzas.
Okay, so how did he know it was you? Because he said your name. How did he know that?
Okay, well, so that was the Joey C angle of all of this.
Okay.
I sent Joey C $10 through my Cash App and forgot to change my name on there. And so Joey C found out who I was.
Oh, okay.
And so Joey C looked me up and saw I had a weed charge 12, 13 years ago. And then he gave that information to John, and John starts John knows the county I live in, so he says the name of the city and the county I live in, and he calls me Ian. He says my full name and everything. And
well, hold on a second. Joey C is snitching? I thought.
Yeah.
I thought Joey C was not a snitcher. This surprises me a little bit.
Oh no. So I also believe Joey got some information from some other people as well, but he definitely was going around doxing me to several people. A fan of yours, Johnny whatever.
Yeah, Marijuana Happy Hour. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he's been trying to stay relevant on Twitter and going after me and stuff.
Okay. Wow, you're really getting into it with people. You seem like you're having fun too. I see you smiling about it. You don't seem to be taking.
This is a blast.
Okay, good. You're not taking the threats of being arrested seriously. Then is that what you're saying?
I would love I honestly would love if you called the cops, John. I don't care. Just do it.
I know.
Get it over with.
I know. I've been saying the same thing to John too when he threatens to release intel about my family and all this stuff. It's like, just do it. Don't talk about it. Talking about it's boring. If you're gonna do something, fucking do it. Be a man. Man up.
Exactly. You never show your hand.
Right.
You're just gonna play it. You know?
Could you imagine that John would be the worst member of the mafia of all time if he just went around threatening people with hits all the time? It's like, no. You just fucking do it. You never announce it ahead of time. You want the element of surprise is a big part of this.
Oh, definitely. Well, that's the great thing about Joey as well, is he believes he's related to someone infamous in Chicago.
Yeah.
And so he always goes, I know some people. I've gotten text messages where he's like, do I need to make a phone call? Huh?
As if they really knew real gangster mobster guys. These guys are just like willy-nilly doing favors. Oh, you want me to whack a guy? Yeah, no problem. I'll work on that this weekend. Okay for you? They have better shit to do. It needs to be personal to them, or else. Anyway, I don't have to explain this to you.
Yeah, someone can come down to Tyler, Texas. I don't. Come on, I mean, it's okay. I really don't care.
Colin is shot right now. All right, I want to get into the Joey C stuff with you, but let's read through some super chats real quick. AO1012, $5. A guy who called a PowerPoint a spreadsheet doesn't know how Excel works. Yeah, no shit. That is definitely true. DPM, $2. Carl strongly resembled a Bills plushie last night. What a game, huh, guys? What a game. So glad Vinny came over for that. Base Pill, $5 Canadian. Carl, what would you choose? Christmas gifts or yearly Blog Talk Radio subscription?
Carl, a yearly Blog Talk Radio subscription at the plan that Joey C's doing, it costs him $1,000 a year.
What?
Exactly. He gets 2 hours of radio and 50 callers a day. That's what you're paying for, Joey.
Oh, he invited me onto that show. He didn't really invite me. I just got an email from him saying, come on tonight.
I happened to be hanging out with El Horrible when he was calling into your show, Joey. It was really funny.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
You and B Dabbler are boys?
Yeah, well, we just know each other through Discords and the internets.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I saw that cool sticker on your cup, so figured as much.
Yeah. No, I did dox myself, and I gave him my address, and I got the nice signed.
Nice.
Yeah.
Dr. Steve coming with $10. Thank you, Dr. Steve. You know, Dr. Steve, I see you giving money to these other guys, Tukey. Anyway, for real, these emergency bonus shows on Monday make my week. Thank you, pal. Thank you, pal. You're the best. Andrew, $2. Thank you, Carl and chat. Thank you, Andrea. Thanks for coming on. Reverend Shitstain Powerful Pooper, $2. Sorry you keep taking my heat from John. Big ups.
Oh yeah, that's the man himself.
Oh, explain this. What's going on?
Okay, so John happened to invite my best friend, Dabblestorian on.
Okay, yep.
And so Dabblestorian had been doing a couple episodes with him, and all of a sudden, Dabblestorian showed up one day, but then proceeded to turn on his camera and show graphic videos of fecal matter.
That wasn't Dabblestorian.
No, that was the man himself, the Reverend Shitstain.
Oh, that's who that was. Okay, he pretended to be Dabblestorian.
Yeah. He came in under a Dabblestorian alt with the photo and everything, and John just invited him on. And
for shame, Reverend Shitstain Powerful Pooper. We don't put porn on YouTube and get people's channels taken down. It's not good. Not a good thing. You guys are up to some serious pranks and shenanigans over there, and you look very happy about it.
Well, anything to John, honestly.
I feel like I'm sending the wrong message to the listeners right now with this episode.
Possibly, yeah.
Smiling too much.
Troll on.
Yeah, I know, right? Carl's Frosted Tips, $5. Please pull the plug on Gary from San Diego. Also, we get it. You do banter. Stuttering John kids are monsters. Love you. Listen, there's nothing better than the banter between myself and Blind Mike. And Gary's got I don't know about his new bit that he's doing. Kiki Loco, $2. Ian DoorDashed Rick's wings to my house.
Cease and desist. That's all I have to say about that.
Nothing wrong with that. As long as they're not mild. I'd be pissed if someone said, I shouldn't even say this. Someone sent me mild wings. It's a waste of fucking time.
Boneless and plain and dry.
What a waste of time that is. AO1012, $2. 4 touches for a chain after the TD run. Pathetic. They didn't seem to have a good offensive game plan. What did they punt 4 times in a row in the second half? But props to the Bills. They made an adjustment. They made some type of adjustments. And that dork of a head coach that the Dolphins have couldn't figure it out. So talk to me about Joey C. Is there more to the story? Or is it just that he was doxing you? And
No. So, basically the whole troll with Joey C was that we were just watching him go crazy on his live stream. And he did wild things. Like he took his son to jail one day, and then he came back home and ran out of gas. And we got to watch him drive into a Exxon and scream and shout, trying to get the pennies out of his car to pay for the gas.
How long ago was this?
This was probably like 4 months ago, maybe.
Oh, wow.
When Dominic is in prison right now for a while.
Okay.
Well, that same day, Joey happened to visit Christina at her job, and so he showed everyone where she worked, and then he walks up into his house and shows everyone his house, and he showed his grandkids, and he happened to introduce us to Chico Black. He was a gentleman sleeping on his floor in a bed of Swisher Sweet wrappers, and from there we just kind of just kept watching Joey C. And every now and then I would call downstairs to make sure Christina still had her job, maybe.
Sure.
There may have been a hair salon right down the road, and I may have gotten some kids to go over to Christina's and say Joey had a heart attack once or twice.
So it sounds to me, because the note that I got from you made it seem like you thought Joey C was a POS, but it seems to me like maybe you're the POS in this situation. Maybe he has a right to be angry with you.
Well, I totally get that he might be angry with me.
Yeah.
And I totally am a POS, but
okay.
But then Joey C is running around. I have never given any of my information about Joey C out ever. I know where he lives. He tells people where he lives, but then he's going around and privately direct messaging like the Johnny Cush and other people, Stuttering John, my address and who I am, and all we're doing is just little pranks that are completely just non-hurtful.
Okay,
and
so
he's going around and
let me ask you
wishing
this.
harm.
So I don't know all of the Joey C lore, obviously, but I do know he was complaining the other day that someone was going to rape his granddaughter or niece or some weird thing.
Someone had called his house and said like they were gonna F his grandkids.
Okay. Well, that wasn't you, Ian Hawk?
No.
Okay.
No, that was not me. I never made that call.
Okay.
I disavow any child effing, and
we all do. But
Joey C's running around calling me a pedophile now, and all of that as well. Yeah,
this is what's
with my full name and address. He runs around and says it.
If Joey C is watching right now, or if he sees this clip, Joey, you got to stop overreacting to these things. Someone who calls you and says they're going to do something horrific is not actually going to do that. This is the thing we were just talking about. You want the element of surprise. You never announce you're going to do a thing before you do a thing. That's why I don't take death threats seriously. If you're going to kill me, just kill me. So, Joey C, when you react...
I came on with the... Oh, sorry.
When you react the way that you react, Joey C, and you're all flustered, you're like, can you believe this person said this thing and they're going to do this stuff? It's like you're inviting more of that into your life. You got to downplay it and act like it doesn't bother you. And by the way, it shouldn't. Because they're just fucking with you. They're trying to get that exact reaction out of you. And if that's what you want, then fine. Then that's all good. If you want to keep this cycle going, kind of like John right now. He's trying to keep this cycle going where, Carl's trashing my kids. No one's talking about your kids, but whatever. You can keep this thing going. So if that's what you want to do, then go for it. But it makes you a phony and it makes it annoying.
Yeah, it is. I got, he did that video that day. And that's why I jumped on with the voice changer, because he was playing something and then said that, I sent it to the cops and the FBI are going to vocal analyze Ian Hawk when they arrest him at his home. And he goes on and he says, like, he's doxing me right in this whole thing, and then they're going to vocal analyze you tomorrow. We got you. You're done. You're in prison already.
Stop threatening the trolls. That's the other thing. John and Joey C. You got to stop doing that. Look at how happy Ian is that he's getting all this attention. You could call the police department. They're not going to do shit. None of this is illegal. Oh, so let me ask you about this. So you guys were sending all this food and stuff to John's house. And so he said that he had talked to the police about this. I think he mentioned his local police on Long Island, but also wherever you are. Have you been contacted by the authorities?
No,
because John said he called the police on me too.
Yeah, he's been freaking out on me on emails. That's what he's been doing to me behind the scenes.
Stuttering John is?
He sent me my mugshot several times and the county I live in. It says, and he just gives the standard thread. I've called the police already. You know, he sent me that like. Throughout the weeks, I get one every 1 or 2 days. I haven't even messed with John since he left his mom's house. I don't even know. I know where he lives in California. I don't have an address or anything, and so I can't mess with him there. But go to Florida, John. I really wish you would go to your house in Florida right now. Actually, that's the part I want to with. It's all paid for.
Okay, well that's
John.
nice. That's nice then.
Yeah,
Vince the Warrior sent Dunkin' Donuts to my house when I was doing a show one Sunday morning, and I appreciated it. We had people over to watch the game later. I had the donuts out for everyone. Some donut holes were in there as well. So, prepaid food, not a bad thing. I mean, this guy's psychotic, right? I think so. That's the vibe I'm getting from Ian Hawk. I think he might be psychotic.
Possibly.
I think I'm going to have to be apologizing for platforming you at some point. I see in my near future me coming on a very special episode and going, I didn't realize who Ian Hawk was. I didn't know what he was up to. I apologize. The video has been taken down. I'll do community service.
No. I'm an upstanding gentleman.
Peter Ringo says, "Are you recruiting people, Mr. Hawk? Do you need a team around you to help with this?"
// NLO for Discord, and anyone's free to welcome. Join.
It is NLO. Didn't you tell me it wasn't NLO?
Well, no, that's just the best way to get in contact with me.
I see.
Yeah.
So you're a big Patrick Melton guy?
Well, no, I'm a big WATP fan, but
sweet.
I just by around February, the end of February, Patrick Melton came into here, and I've been listening to him as well, and I kind of bought a whole bunch of his merch as well.
Cool. Yeah, I like Patrick. I think we're gonna do something together this year. We're gonna do a live show or something. So looking forward to that.
I think they've been talking about it. He's been talking about it.
Good. That'll be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. All right, Ian. Anything else you wanna say before I kick you out of here?
No, not at all. Just really Ian Hawk on Twitter, and you can talk to me anytime on Discord. I'm there.
Very good. All right, Ian. Let's stop fucking with people's families and fucking with people in real life.
Yeah, I've never messed with families. I only mess with the guys on the screen.
Well, except for when they're at their mom's house, then maybe you're messing with the family a little bit.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, that
you weren't the one making phone calls, were you?
No. I wasn't the one. Yeah, they happened the day before where he had the 30 phone calls in a row and they couldn't figure out which phone was ringing.
Yeah, if that was you, I would have asked for an autograph, but that was not you. All right.
What was that?
If that had been you, I'd be asking for an autograph right now, but.
Oh, no, yeah. I just one pizza. I mean, it was too expensive as it is,
I understand. All right. Thanks, Ian. Good to talk to you, buddy. Speaking of Stuttering John. My favorite revelation from this week, I talked about it on Tukey Soup this morning. John admitted the iPad mini that he got for the beloved Chatter's loved one.
Yeah.
Turned out to be Nikki B's husband going through chemo. He was able to get that iPad from another guy at the bar.
From pints.
For 4 pints. And it wasn't this other guy's iPad, it was his daughter's. So his loser buddy at this bar, who could
alcoholic allegedly,
another day drinker, who's going, I could probably scrounge up an iPad. Let me just yoink, here you go, poor daughter. And so it turns out John, who's been taking credit for this forever, got her this iPad, so amazing of him, and talks about his mom giving $100. Guy's going through chemo, but okay. This iPad, so important that he did that, and he brags about it. It's so old, they couldn't even update the operating system and use it. It was unusable.
So he did the daughter a favor, but without knowing it.
It sounds like John's out 4 pints.
Plus time and postage.
Yeah.
But also, he was collecting money for this, right?
Right. So
what
he was
happened to the
collecting money all along.
If you just got it for a couple of rounds at the pub.
Well, he claims that he also donated money, and I believe he did. I believe it was a very minimal amount of money. He was begging for super chats for a month or so.
The iPad mini was in addition to the funds.
Yes. He brags about all the things he did.
Well, to him, maybe it was a lot of money.
Him, it is.
To him and super chats that he was getting at that time. Yeah, I suppose that's probably true.
I'd like to send your husband some pints if I could.
Band practice was canceled last night, so I got to sit at home and check out what John was up to. But before we get into that, I just want to play. This is a video that Joe Namath NYJ put it up on the subreddit here, and I find this hilarious. It just goes to show how slow John is, how long it takes him to think before he can react to something.
Penis Wrinkle, thanks for the $5. Go back and watch your first appearances when you got back. And McCall School and play if they had a child in your class. You got yourself fired. Oh, okay. Nah.
Brilliant. Just a brilliant video. All right. So, on the episode from yesterday, Stuttering John is talking about, he's reacting to the fact Andrea Brower came on WATP, and John is not happy about this at all. He's very upset with Andrea. And Andrea sent him an email that said, John, stop talking about Nikki B. Stop bringing her up. She doesn't want to be brought up. She didn't want anyone to know that her husband was the people that he was raising money for. That's why she didn't want to have a GoFundMe or anything like that. She didn't want anything to do with this. So Andrea Brower, being her friend, former moderator, Stuttering John, along with Benny Loco, says, John, you got to stop doing this. If you don't, then I'm going to release all of these DMs and texts and email conversations that we've had that you probably don't want out there. And John went, that's extortion! You can't do that to me! So this is just hilarious.
Oh, Nikki, what a pity you don't understand. I take you by the hell, I take you by... Listen to me.
Take you by the heart, you idiot.
I am not...
He never knows the fucking lyrics of these songs. So, again, John's weaponizing this now. Oh, you don't want me to talk about Nikki B? I'll sing songs about Nikki B.
I'll show you.
I was like just starting to fall asleep, and then I put this on last night, and then I heard that, and I was like, motherfucker. God damn.
Hour and a half.
Yeah.
Oh, Nikki, what a pity you don't understand. I take you by the hell, I take you by
the hell.
Listen to me.
Hail, Baba.
I am not going to be extorted. I talked to my attorney.
Lie.
Andrea. I was done with the whole Nikki B thing. I was done with it.
All right, now check out how stupid John is. So this is the very beginning of his show. He's all fired up. And again, this is performative John. I'm not going to give him any credit for the emotion he's showing. It's all fake. But watch how unprepared he is for his own show. This is the main thing he wants to talk about.
I said my piece. I said how I was hurt over the fact that she, A, didn't come to my defense, and that there was two things. She didn't come to my defense. I can't remember.
And the other thing I'm really pissed about. Whoops.
Two things. You can only ask me questions if you watch the documentary.
Right, yes.
And what was the other
People
one?
have troubles with two. I mean, two's too many things, apparently.
One thing. That's the
Go
only
figure.
thing.
All right. So John's going to explain that, he talked to his attorney, his powerful attorney. Not the fake attorney. He even says, this isn't the Legal Shield attorney. This is the real attorney that I talked to. And he's going to threaten Andrea now.
But Andrea Brower decided through email, which is not very bright. If you say it on the phone, it's he said, she said. Not once. I have about 5 emails from her extorting and blackmailing me. If you mention Nikki, I'm going to read all your DMs and all your emails. That is called extortion.
Okay. So John is claiming that this is extortion, and I don't know if this is going to be a lawsuit or just criminal charges being brought up. He's talking to his attorney about it. It's in the works.
Normally I'd be suspect, but he talked to his attorney.
Yeah,
so.
if the attorney agreed with him, then it probably is true. Because the one thing I know about John is that in the past, when he says, I've talked to my attorney about this, and the next steps are this, this, and this, he always follows through with, no, you know what? Never. Never once. This is the same shit that he threatens every fucking time.
Nope.
And never once does he follow through with anything.
Nope.
And we just don't believe you anymore. We didn't before, but we certainly don't now. In fact, I messaged Andrea and I go, just so you know, have a field day because John's not doing anything. He can't do anything.
Now you're criminally responsible.
Now I'm criminally responsible. Carl made a mistake. He said it on the show.
Did you not see the part of the show where he went through his lawsuit batting average?
Yes, of course he did. He goes, this is, and I don't have the clip, but John is such a fucking idiot. He won against Sharon Stone.
$30,000.
Lost against Sirius XM. That's 50%. That's a Hall of Fame batting average.
Yep.
John, no one has 2 at-bats and makes the Hall of Fame. That's the part you're forgetting here. How about the 2,500 hits along with the good batting average? That's what you need. Fucking moron.
Yeah, math expert.
And again, you settled out outside of court with Sharon Stone. And don't call it a fucking win, you idiot. Yeah. The bodyguard physically assaulted you. And they paid you off.
Right. That was where it dropped off with you having any involvement with it.
Right.
That was it. You got hit.
Well, what's great about this is that John's on here going, this woman's threatening me, and I'm going to bring legal action. And then at the same time, John's threatening everyone because he can't help himself.
Ryan, if that's really you on Reddit, and you called my landlord, and Mark, I know you really do like Nikki. Yeah. I know, Mark. I know. I know the whole. You want me to go there? I know the whole thing with you and your wife. Yeah, I know all of that.
So wait,
can I just make a point?
Yeah, please.
When he's doing this performative stuff
Yeah.
and says things like, I know all of it, I know he knows nothing.
Yeah, of course.
He doesn't know any of it.
Of course. But he wants to threaten, he wants to weaponize, he wants to threaten people with information, which, based on his definition of extortion, is the exact same thing. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Which is like, you better not do that, or else I'm going to do this thing that you're not going to like. That's what Andrea did to you that you're now complaining about, dummy. It's different when I do it. It's always different when I do it.
It's different when he does it because he thinks that he releases the information regardless of what happens.
Is that why?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's because he's an idiot.
I mean, that is true.
Yeah.
Accidentally.
Yeah.
So, this is proof that John is scared. He's scared of this information getting out. And you can tell here when he tries to be the big man and then he immediately goes, oh, wait.
If you mention her name, I'm going to fucking release your DMs. Go ahead. I don't give you permission. I'm not fucking. I
love that he goes, you want to release that? Go ahead. I mean, don't. but don't, please.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, let's not do that. But
I'm not worried.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, do I call you a lunatic 100 times? Yeah, because if the shoe fits, wear it.
People in glass houses.
Now, God forbid. Now, this is not a threat. But God forbid.
It's a threat.
Yeah.
Incoming.
Nikki's texts and DMs get out there. Mm-hmm. God forbid, and emails that Andrea's texts, DMs, and emails get out there. Mm-hmm. Whoa.
I ain't got all day, drama queen.
Yeah, no one's scared of this performance. You're not intimidating anyone with this. John still thinks that for some reason we haven't been watching him for the last 5 years and know that there's nothing behind
There's
this.
a bit of a pattern.
Yeah, we know what's going on here, John. You've got nothing. You're
and
scared.
those other people aren't laughing stocks on the internet that people care about their DMs. Nobody cares about their DMs getting out.
Oh, this is something he
just
does not want leaking.
To yours so he can make fun of you more.
And I had a theory on this because Nikki B wants nothing to do with John. And John was talking all about how they were really good friends. They spoke on the phone all the time. John did all this stuff for her. I have a feeling that John treated her like he treats everyone else, like shit. And he doesn't want that coming out because that's what John does. He treats everyone that he sees as less than him like shit. And if there's someone who's going to be a listener or a moderator or even another podcaster out of Rochester, he thinks he's better than them and that they're beneath him for some reason because he's an asshole.
Well, he's always trying to ward people off from talking to anyone that's had contact with him, really.
That's true, yes. He's very insecure. He knows he's a pain in the ass and a prick. And whenever he says that it isn't a threat, I think that it is.
God forbid the emails and texts and DMs get out from Nikki and Andrea. Because if she pulls the trigger, like she did yesterday on Carl's show, if she pulls that trigger, God forbid, I'm not saying for me. Believe me, I'm not saying for me.
No.
This is not a threat. This is not extortion. I'm just saying God forbid. Because you can't just show one side. I guess you can.
What is he trying to say?
Don't engage yourself in extortion. Because you know what I received?
I love the fact because it literally is the God forbid someone would break these windows.
Yeah.
You know, you got a really fancy store here on the corner here. God forbid someone bet you might want to have some security looking after it. God forbid. Like, this is literally a threat. Everything you're saying is a threat. Even when you say, not from me, though, it's still a threat, John. It's still a threat. Even when the mafia guy goes, look, I don't have a problem with this storefront, but other people might. I don't know. Watch out.
Be in your best interest to,
right. Fucking asshole.
But don't engage yourself in extortion. Because you know what I received? 5 emails saying if I mention Nikki one more time, you're going to start releasing private text and emails from me. That is the definition of extortion.
No, I don't think so.
He's also just so obsessed with controlling the narrative.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
He doesn't want anything leaking out.
Which we all already know, but
Correct.
I hate listening to him explain that.
This one is all over the place. He gets very confused about what he's even arguing about in this one.
Believe me, I will take legal action. I don't care. They could all laugh at me for being litigious. But that's all I got. Lady K himself said, I said, well, he goes, well, why'd you call the cops on Chad, John? I said, because he's threatening to vandalize my home. Well, I go, yeah, so what am I supposed to do? Well, wait. I said, what would you do if you vandalized your house? I would just call the cops. So in other words, Lady K,
all right, you're confusing two different things right now.
Buy insurance.
Let me explain what John is talking about, and I'll also explain the hypocrisy in this. First off, Chad sent out a tweet to fuck with John, and John claims that he called the FBI, the Tampa Police Department, and the Cape Coral Police
CIA.
Department. And he claims that he has the Cape Coral Police driving by his house every half hour or something, watching for Chad to come and vandalize. And I go, Chad's fucking with you, John. Why would you call the police over this? It's ridiculous. What he's confusing that with is when I was on the phone with John, and John goes, listen, man, even though we know where each other lives, I'm not going to vandalize your house because you could just vandalize my house if I did that. And I went, John, I'm not going to vandalize your house back. I'll call the police. And now I know who did it. So that's a very different thing. After the vandalism happens, you call the police, you get the police involved.
Sure.
When someone threatens an empty threat, you don't call the police.
Right.
Now, let me explain why it's hypocritical that John says this. He uses this as an example. Maybe he realized it as he was saying it, probably not. He's a moron. John actually did threaten to vandalize my house multiple times, shitting on all the walls, jerking off in the pool, all the things that he talks about. His hemorrhoids are going to explode in my bed. He's like, all this shit. This is actually threatening vandalism on my house. Did I call the police?
In your house.
No.
You don't have to call the police. The police can just listen to the audio.
No, we have the evidence. But this is where John...
we have the evidence.
this is where John gets everything all confused and doesn't understand.
I have the Photoshops.
Such a fucking idiot. And then he acts like, oh, but you guys complain when I do something, but you guys do it too. Yeah. No, you're conflating what this all is.
I would just call the cops. So in other words, Lady K, you are the hypocrite. You are the fucking perennial hypocrite. In other words, I shouldn't call the cops. I shouldn't call my attorneys when I'm being extorted.
All right, so this is where it gets even funnier because later on in the show, our buddy Penis Wrinkle mentions this to John.
Do you think Carl will sue you for threats in email? No, he can't. No, I never threatened him. So no, that'll never happen.
Oh, he seemed like he got a little bit nervous about that. He's like, no.
Maybe?
Let me read the email I got from John just recently. It says, if you continue, I know more about your family than you would like me to know. Stick to goofing on me. And he goes, did I say I would do anything? It's implied, John. How do you not know that? The whole thing where you go, it's a nice looking window you got there. It's implied that you're going to smash it out if you don't do the thing the person wants you to do. That is extortion.
Yes.
That is the definition of if the extortion, Andrea did that, then you definitely did it.
And in legal terms that John would understand, if the judge was reviewing this, he'd be like, Carl, that's not cool.
Right. As you know, that's what judges are always talking about. Not cool, man. Making fun of trans people? Not cool. Court of public opinion coming down on you.
Down the pike.
Oh, this is a fun clip, and then I want to talk about, I actually interacted with John yesterday. So I want to play that for you guys.
It's always sweet.
But first, did you catch that, Lucy? On the show yesterday? It was pretty late in the show.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm excited.
Okay, cool. All right. So this is hilarious because somebody asks John, when's the last time he went a day without drinking? And this response is, quite telling, I would say.
When was the last day you went without a drink, albeit December
1998.
I love that he thinks the answer is on the ceiling. It's never on the ceiling. You're never going to find it on the ceiling. But okay, keep looking for it.
I don't know. He might be marking throws beer cans up there to mark each day.
23rd, 24th, 25th. It was around the time that I was in New York, and I went 2 days without drinking. I like them apples.
So,
all right, everybody.
What I found hilarious about this, everyone pointed out the fact that this is a couple of weeks ago and he can't remember. But what I thought was hilarious is he goes, 23rd, 24th, 25th. You just mentioned Christmas Eve, where you were at your brother's house and you were filming it and you were drinking beer at the couch watching football, and Christmas Day, that you were also on the internet that day. Now, the days after that, he got sick Remember, all of a sudden he was sick, and then he was better all of a sudden.
6:30.
People were speculating that maybe he didn't drink alcohol the days he was sick, and that's why he didn't feel good. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I just know about the vaccines.
Again, the reason that we don't remember it from this year is because he's talking about 1998.
Yeah, that's very possible too. Yeah, it was in December in some year. I don't know. It all bleeds together. Okay. So John is on his show yesterday, and he's going on and on, as he always does. It's very repetitive. On and on about how I always trash his kids, and I'm the worst person, and I'm always calling them losers, and people in the chat, I appreciate it. They have my back. They're like, John, he's fucking around. He's joking. John keeps bringing up the thing. Is he joking? He writes on Patreon, we call his kids losers. It's more fun than you think it is. Yes. That was specifically a joke. It was, I wasn't even trying to mask it. It was very obviously a joke. And John just goes on and on. Was it a joke when he said that my daughter looked like Baba Booey and that's an insult to Baba Booey? Yes, of course that's a joke.
Yes, because if it wasn't, Baba Booey would be mad.
Right.
Trying to sue us.
And the joke is on you, John. The fact that your wife had an affair with your coworker and that's his daughter. That's the joke, dummy. So I'm watching this go back and forth, and John just keeps, being willfully ignorant and saying, he's not joking. No, he's trashing my kids, trashing my family. So finally I go, I'm just going to super chat this asshole and explain to him so that we can put this to bed. Just to end this once and for all.
Is this the real dickhead?
Yes.
Is this really Carla?
It is.
John, your adult children all seem great. I'm happy for them. I don't think they're losers. Those were jokes. If they're so terrible, stop repeating them. Effing hell.
Okay, let me read that because he did not read that very well.
Yeah.
It says, John, your adult children all seem great. I'm happy for them. I don't think they're losers. Those were jokes. If they're so terrible, stop repeating them. Fucking hell.
Yes.
Because that's the thing. He keeps repeating this joke about Baba Booey being the father. And it's like, well, stop saying that then. I don't say that anymore. I said that one time. That's how I do jokes. One time. Then we move on. So John just read that. And now this takes the wind out of his sails. Because he loves to say he can do anything he wants to me and the shitware because we both trash his kids. Now, Shuli's never trashed his kids. I've made jokes about it just to fuck with them, and they've obviously worked like a charm. But now I'm ready to be like, all right, I have no problem with your family and your kids. We've complimented them many, many times. We're actually impressed they turned out so well, to be honest with you.
I have a feeling this is $10 well spent.
Okay, thank you. Watch what John does because he doesn't want this to be the case. He doesn't want this to go away. He needs this.
Of course.
He needs to be mad at me for this fake thing that he's made up. You won't believe the deflection here. You haven't seen this yet, Producer Chris?
No, sir.
This is incredible.
So now you're a South Park character? So you went from Howard Stern to being a South Park character now?
So my avatar on YouTube is, the South Park character that Alex Gangrenessly made.
So what if you were a swastika?
Next time. That's my old one.
That's my old one.
So John, instead of addressing what I just said.
Yeah.
Oh, now you're a South Park?
Yeah. What a loser. What a loser.
It reminds me of Marge. Look at me, I'm a Star Wars. Yeah. Oh, now you're a South Park. All right, let's see where he goes with this. He probably puts together a pretty good
he's got momentum
argument.
going.
Yeah.
Hell. So now you're a South Park character? So you went from Howard Stern to being a South Park character now? Man, you are.
Yeah. Keep thinking. Yeah. What do you got?
Carl, you're never going to be famous, man.
Okay.
Not going down the path you're going. I will never say never to anything. Why not try something? Acting, comedy.
So
why not address the content of the super chat?
Why not address what I just said to you instead of making up a thing that's not my goal? It was your goal in life. I know you've talked about it many times. I've never wanted to be famous. It's why I don't use my real name on anything I do.
You don't want to be an actor. You don't want to.
I don't act. What? I don't do stand-up comedy. So, all right, again, John's going to explain to me.
You could be bad at it like John.
Yeah, right. I know. He's like, anyone could do it. Look at me. I was on television.
You could direct a movie.
I was in a terrible movie and do terrible stand-up.
Writing. Maybe there's hope for you somewhere.
That was toilet
in
paper.
this
It doesn't
entertainment
even have
world.
actual Kleenex.
Toilet paper's a lot cheaper than tissues, obviously. So now he's just got the whole roll of toilet paper, shove it up his nose.
But why just focus on a guy that you looked up to all your life?
All right, a couple of things about that. First off, today's show, we covered 3 podcasts, then Jerry Banfield, then I had Joey C on, then we talked about Patty C. Cups, we talked about Patrick Melton and Chad Zumach, Jimmy Kimmel and Aaron Rodgers. We looked at Scorch, his big announcement with PFG, Maddox, Howard Stern, and now we're talking about Stuttering John Melendez. So, good news, asshole. I don't just talk about you.
I hated defending you a couple weeks ago, but I literally calculated you're on the air like 12 hours a week, and maybe an hour is John.
Right. And also this thing where he thinks that I looked up to him all my life, and I think the potato is the one who told him this. Are you the one who told him I had a shrine to him in my basement?
Yes, on the other, exactly opposite that wall.
Right. And John always believes what he wants to believe.
Of course.
So he thinks that I worshipped this guy.
Yeah, literally a shrine. That's great.
Up,
You're
like,
lighting candles.
If only I could be like Stuttering John Melendez answering phones.
I sent them pictures of the autographed picture that you have on the wall that I took of him.
It's hilarious.
Entertainment world.
He's so funny.
But why just focus on a guy that you looked up to all your life? You know you love me on Stern. I know you love me on Stern. So why don't you be a fan? Why don't you be like, hey, John, you want to come on my show?
Now, that's rich. Because I remember when John first responded to us making fun of his podcast, he's like, these fucking losers, I would never even give him the time of day. He was way too good for us and too big for us back then. And now he's going, you should just invited me out. I would have come out. We could have busted balls.
Well,
had a great show together. Like, no, this is revision.
To break down further, he's saying, would you please be nice?
Well,
would you just be nice?
You're right. That's a good point. He's the one who's keeping this going, though.
I know.
Every episode he comes on and says the same shit about me over and over again. It's not true. So it's like,
he needs you more than you need him.
No shit.
Mm-hmm.
Again, he's projecting. He's the one doing a show about one guy every single day. Well, maybe 2 guys.
And you know what? It's speaking of us needing each other, I think I'm fucking Batman. Because I can go to the Riddler, I can go to the Penguin, I can go to any myriad character. Okay. He's just the Joker.
Tom Myers, who's Lex Luthor.
Yeah, Lex Luthor, Tom Myers. This fucking idiot is just the one guy who's got to fight Batman and Robin all the fucking time. Sorry, you're Robin in this scenario.
Yeah, leave her out of it.
I think you just came up with the next live show poster.
Yes,
nice.
I love it. Yeah. That's actually really funny. All right, Mint Salad. I've already reached out to Mint to do our Largo show.
It's all coming together, man.
Yeah.
Or, hey, John, like, be a fan like you are.
I'm not.
Don't be a hater.
I don't like you.
I'll forgive you.
I don't care.
I will.
I don't care.
I forgive anybody. I give everybody a second chance. You know why? Jay Leno once said to me, because he looked at Howard Stern, being Howard Stern as a, and when he hired me, he goes, when people think Burt Reynolds said something bad about me. And he said,
you're snotty.
I'm not even.
He said, everybody needs a second chance.
Audio.
Carl, I'll give you a second chance. Just stop. Stop with the trash and the kids.
See,
stop with the.
This is the thing. He won't address what I just said, but then he pretends that it didn't happen.
Yep.
So this is the gaslighting part. He's just like, yeah, but Carl, you keep trashing my kids. No, we're not trashing your kids. We think they're fine people.
Trashing the kids. Stop with the nonstop shows. Like, just look at Johnny wiped his nose.
John's on 6 days a week live talking about me. And he's telling me to stop with the nonstop shows.
Sometimes he's fake sleeping.
That's true. He's not always talking about me. Sometimes he's doing some of his funny gags.
We get it. I wipe my nose. Move on. Be creative. Be creative. Do something, Lady K. I mean, don't you want to get out of Rochester? I want.
I don't want to have to say it, but John, you know specifically where I have another house.
I miss.
Yeah,
We've talked about this.
I think he's lazy. Lazy J.
I'm almost missing him saying the word dotard.
I know,
can't
right?
hear him say dotard anymore.
Those are the good old days.
That clip, though, Rick Sanchez is a genius on the cartoon, but he's talking like that drunk, like, like he can't, he's so wasted, he could barely talk without
Andy,
alcohol coming out of his mouth. In
his defense, though, it was like 5:30 p.m. on the West Coast while this was happening. Yeah. So there's that.
Okay. I mean, don't you want to get out of Rochester?
In the wintertime.
I want to get out of Long Island. Don't you want to move on to bigger and better things?
Long Island.
You should think about that.
Oh, I hate this, John. This version of John.
Yeah. Anybody could be anything.
Do what? End up where you are?
Want to be. As simple as that.
It's not simple. You're a terrible stand-up comic and you want to be a stand-up comic. It's not as easy as anyone can be anything that they want to be. I hate when he gives me life advice. The last person I need life advice from is Stuttering John Melendez.
Right.
But again, he's answering questions you've never asked.
Right, yeah. Think about it, Carl.
Ask me anything.
You could be doing so much
You could end up in a
more.
filthy apartment divorced in California if you put your mind to it.
I might. It's very possible. He's got a few years on me.
I might.
I got to play that again. The end where he starts like going, listen, I'm going to be a nice guy and give you some advice how to fix things for you. I don't need fixing.
You should think about that.
So wise.
Yeah, this is closing time, John.
Anybody could be anything they want to be. As simple as that.
Is it?
What?
Yeah, I turned my hobby into my job, so I agree. It's pretty cool. Okay, so 20 minutes later, his computer freezes, as it always does. And as he's going back into his computer, whatever he has to do to get back onto the stream, he finally thinks of what he should have said when he went on this rant. And it started with South Park, and he didn't know what to say. And then why don't you just worship me and we'll be friends? And then he's like, oh shit, I should have said that. So now 20 minutes later, he comes back. Immediately, he's talking to me now.
Sorry. And by the way, Carl, how about this?
I mean, I'm not joking. 20 minutes goes by. This isn't like it froze up at the end of that last thing. He's talking about all this other shit, and then he's like, right into this. Okay, let's see. What do you got for
And
me?
not even the super chat triggering him. Like, nothing is...
Nothing. He was just thinking about this while he was rebooting, and he was all fired up about it.
Let's think about this for a second. Let's say those were jokes, okay?
They were.
Would Janine like those? Would Janine think that was funny?
Well, I'll say this. Janine was at DabbleCon 2023, and I started laughing. So, very possible, yes. Very possible she would. I know her better than you do, actually. So, yeah, if you think my mom would find this funny, she might.
I'm asking you.
I answered.
Would she think that it was funny to goof on my children? Would she? I'm asking you. And one of them was a minor when you said that.
So what difference does any of that fucking make, you idiot? I love that he thinks he has the upper hand now. He knows my mom's name.
Yeah.
And what if I told your mom on you what you're doing? It's on the internet. She knows. You think I hide this? I know you're the black sheep of your family. No, I'm not. You're wrong about that.
Would she be okay with that? Would Janine be okay if somebody did a show and said all of Carl's kids are losers?
Question.
Ahead, Chris.
Well, you have his number. Can you have Janine give him a call and just say,
just
I'm okay with this?
Yeah. I saw your recent
Proud.
thing. I just want to let you know that
Yeah.
we're actually really happy with what Carl's doing. He seems really happy in life.
Yeah. And those were jokes. And good jokes.
I wish you brought your mom in on the reading of the wedding speeches.
I should have. I should have had Janine on there.
Yes.
Oh, that would have
Right.
been so sweet.
It would have been.
Well, I didn't have her on there, but she did come to Nashville. She did come to Detroit. She came to Philadelphia. She came to Rochester. She's been to a bunch
Does
of
he
our live
really-
shows. So
Does he really think that you're sitting there going, oh, man, I'm just ashamed of myself now?
I know.
God, really? Put me in my place.
Well, he's winning another hypothetical argument that doesn't exist. He's going, what if I told your family what you're up to? Bet you'd be pretty ashamed then. And in his mind, he's winning. He's really good at arguing with people when they're not there. That's when he always wins the argument.
His narrative is, I am controlling this for my family.
Right.
And so, therefore, I can control it for Carl's family.
Yeah, why are you bringing up moms? I don't talk about his mom, even though Tukey does an amazing impression that I love. But I don't even talk about it. And John's going there. John's decided he's going to start talking about my mom, and he doesn't know her. He doesn't know anything about her. Obviously, it's all stupid. It's all moot. But he thinks he's getting to me with this.
But your mom's never been in the chat. His has been, so he wins.
That's true. Yeah, my mom isn't here watching the show live.
On Facebook.
She is on Patreon, though, so thanks for the support, Mom. Appreciate it. It's so insane to me that this is what he came up with after I said, I think your kids are great. We don't have a problem with your family. And this is where his mind went.
Yeah.
I don't think so, Carl.
I do. And I
don't think she'd be okay with that.
She's fine.
Would Janine be okay if on my Patreon I said, oh, and we goof on Carl's kids and it's more fun than you think? Do you think Janine would be okay with that?
Can I answer that, John, since you're talking to me directly? She wouldn't give a fuck. You don't matter. You don't matter in my life, to my family, anything. We don't think about you. Don't care.
Carl's kids are as real as his cats in Florida.
Yeah, right. Can you watch my kids, John?
I don't think so.
You're an idiot. That's why.
Would Janine be okay with me saying, oh.
Would she be okay with you shitting on the walls of my house in Florida? No. She'd have a problem with that. She'd be like, oh, that sucks.
And Carl's daughter looks like Baba Booey, and that's an insult to Baba Booey. Would Janine be okay with that? I don't think so, Carl.
She'd get over it a lot quicker than you have. That's for sure.
But Carl's daughter would have fucked up teeth.
Would Janine be okay with Howard Stern saying that you should abort your firstborn kid? Would she be okay with that? Was she okay with the long commercial breaks when he was on terrestrial radio that would sometime last your entire commute? Would your mom be okay with that?
I think you had great parents. I do.
No comment.
But I think somewhere along the way, you wanted to make money so badly
that you quit your real job in order to pursue a hobby.
This is another thing. He's created this false narrative that I was just sitting around twiddling my thumbs.
What should I do?
I don't want to go to McDonald's again today and work an 8-hour shift. What am I going to do? Wait a second. There's a famous guy on the internet, just one. What if I
happens to suck at everything?
What if I exploited that? Oh my God.
You're so calculating.
It's so stupid because it's the way John thinks. John wants to, how do I make money podcasting? You can't figure it out.
But also, how can I spin it back to him being obsessed about me?
Right.
And me being great.
Yeah. I was doing fine before I podcasted for a living.
Along the way, you wanted to make money so badly that you decided it would be cool to trash children. Am I wrong?
Yes.
Or am I right?
You're 100% wrong.
You're very wrong, sir.
You're very wrong. I was a partner in a company, and John goes, but then you decided you'll make money trashing children. I rest my case, you're right.
And the judge said, that's not cool.
What a fucking boob. Yeah. What a buffoon this guy is. He's so stupid. Why is this an emergency, you ask? Because Drew Lane gave me the day off from my normal Drew and Mike show duty, but also because John took his show down from Saturday, where he spent most of his time slut-shaming Kate Meany based on internet rumors. Jen from the Jingles department is here.
Hello.
So let's get into it. Before we get into the Kate Meany talk, I want to start off with John's very upset that people are stealing all of his jokes.
Nobody's stealing his jokes.
Oh, no, everyone's stealing his jokes. He comes up with all these amazing jokes.
What, the squeegee joke?
And then everyone steals them. Not the squeegee joke, although that has been stolen. I know Cardiff has done that joke.
So gross.
I don't think it worked I don't think it's worked well for anyone. I don't think anyone who's told that joke has had that work.
It's disgusting.
It's not great. It's not a great joke. But anyway, this starts off with John talking about how upset he is that everyone's stealing his stuff.
First of all, Kevin Brennan. Kev, how many more nicknames of mine? How many more terms are you going to use of mine before you start paying me some commission? Fuck you, pay me. How many more?
Oh, God. This always
Isn't
makes
that
me
a
nervous.
Zeppelin song? Isn't that a Zeppelin song? How many more times? How many more times, Kev, do I have to fucking come up with names for you? What name did I come up with yesterday, everybody? Dabblestock. Dabblestock in reference to Atlantic City. Dabblestock. Dabblestock from the mind of John Melendez.
So he's serious.
No, I know he is.
He thinks that Dabblestock is so clever. So there's this meetup going on the Super Bowl Sunday in Atlantic City.
Okay.
And a bunch of people are going there to watch KB play poker or something. I'm not really sure.
Okay.
It's hard to tell what's going on.
Okay.
My brother will probably be there. He'll tell me what happened. I don't know.
Not on Super Bowl Sunday.
Well, not if the Bills make it all the way. Let's go, Buffalo. Woo! Big win over the Steelers. That was fun. Okay.
That was exciting.
So John is claiming that because he's calling this meetup Dabblestock, and you're going to find out in a minute that KB tweeted something and put hashtag Dabblestock. So that was enough for John to be like, well, now you owe me commission because I was the one who came up with this. And first off, when we did DabbleCon last year,
yes,
we had a lot of different ideas for what we could call it. Of course, Dabblestock was one of the ideas.
Of course it was.
It was not the winner for it. In fact, there were better ones like Stutter Slam was a very good one.
Right.
Rochella.
I liked Rochella.
Rochella's a great one. Stuck John Con. There are a lot of good ideas, but somebody pointed out that Dabblestock is a terrible name because the syllables, there's 2 syllables in Dabble instead of Woodstock. So Dabblepalooza would actually make more sense.
It would.
It would be better. Not that any of this is
I was
good.
going to say, if you want to get that deep into it, sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
So it's funny that John here is calling out Kevin. Oh, you guys owe me money. He says the shitware owes him money. I owe him money. We're all stealing from him. We all say Silent Mike now. And we all use his nicknames for people. So he thinks he...
I've never heard you say Silent Mike.
I know. I don't. But everyone does that. So he is claiming that he should be paid for this. Now, what's interesting about this, the same episode, he calls out Ray DeVito for doing MLC because he needs money.
People like Ray DeVito, I get it. Ray DeVito needs the money. I understand. He needs the money. I don't. I don't need the little Hyundai from Brennan.
68 seconds
But
later.
pay me. Fuck you, pay me. Pay me. Brennan, pay me, shitware.
I think he does need the money. It sounds like he does. He talks about it a lot in this episode.
He talks about that a lot on a lot of different shows.
Yeah, that he wants money from everybody because everyone's making money off of him and he's making barely any money.
But he doesn't need the money.
Oh my gosh. So you watched his episode from yesterday?
I did.
With Stevie Lou and Vince the Evil Lawyer?
Yes.
And I was just catching some of Uncle Rico just a moment ago.
Mm-hmm.
They were playing clips from that. John lives in a very small apartment. It seems like his bed, it seems like there's just one room. Maybe there's a kitchen.
I'm sure there's a kitchen, but I think the bed's in the living room.
I think, yes, which is called a bedroom, by the way. When the bed is in the living room, you don't have a living room.
A studio.
Yes. Seems like he has a very shitty studio apartment. Producer Joe said it's 400 square feet.
That is the size of one room.
Yes. I lived in a very small apartment on Park Ave, and I think that was 800, and it was very small. It was a one bedroom, and I had a bedroom.
Right.
But I remember it being a very small place.
Well, my brother's lived in New York for years.
Yes. What's the size of his place?
Well, the one he has now is nice. His first apartment he had, though, he had to build one of those beds that you will sit up and hit your head on the ceiling because there was no room for a bed. And that's what I'm picturing.
He needed room for activities.
He needed room for
So
activities.
he had to put the bed up.
Yes. That's what I'm picturing, though. That size, like when you're in the bathroom, your butt's in the kitchen.
My point is that John obviously needs money. He's not doing all that great if he's living in this shithole of an apartment. I know he's got the house in Florida.
He's got the house in Florida.
I get it. I understand. I don't know why he's not living there. I don't know why he's living.
I mean, honestly, I don't either.
He claims it's because his son, who's a high school senior, he wants to be near his son. But John talks a lot about what he's up to, and I don't hear anything about him going to PTA meetings or anything.
Stop.
So I don't know.
Stop talking about his kids.
Oh, shit!
For
I was talking
crying
about his kids.
out loud. Would you please?
His son, who, by the way, seems like he's doing great in school and probably a very smart kid who will do very well in life. All right. So I just thought that was funny because John's so stupid. He talks about Ray DeVito needing money and then a minute later says he wants money from people. Okay.
Yeah.
So now he's going to talk about how Kevin Brennan is plagiarizing him. Okay?
What?
Yeah, this is fun.
Brennan, you're supposed to be a comic. You're not supposed to be a plagiarizer.
John, plagiarizer is not a word. It's plagiarist.
Aha.
It's not plagiarizer. This is a guy who corrects everyone's grammar. I wouldn't even nitpick. Yes, I would, actually. I would nitpick. But I wouldn't normally nitpick like this. Except for the fact that John can't wait to pounce when he sees anything misspelled, which we're going to get into, or any type of grammar. Let's hear that again. John, you're an idiot. I understand why people call you a buffoon because of shit like this.
Brennan, you're supposed to be a comic. You're not supposed to be a plagiarizer. At least if you're going to plagiarize me, give me credit. At least say...
Wait a minute.
That's not how plagiarism works.
Say, then that wouldn't be plagiarizing.
Yeah.
Put it in the footnote.
I annotated it. My plagiarism. If you're going to lie about me, at least tell the truth.
Oh, God.
You're not understanding how English works. You fucking idiot. Good thing he's a science teacher. He probably knows a lot more about science.
Yeah, doesn't know English.
At least if you're going to plagiarize me, give me credit. At least say... Hey, John had some funny nicknames. John had a funny name for the fucking Dabblestock. Give me credit. At least a little. You know? A little bit, Brennan.
He put up a thing. Give me some money. He wants some money for the word Dabblestock. It's not a clever name.
No.
It's not impressive in any single way. And the fact that Kevin put that as a hashtag, I think was making fun of you. If I had to guess. I don't know Kevin that well. He doesn't talk to me anymore. But I think that's what that means. I'm pretty sure. All right, so this is an odd one right here.
Lady K and Shitway are working overtime for the first times in their lives, trying to fuck me.
Ew.
They are trying their best at domestic terrorism along with Rocco Burrow and all these other assholes. They have to figure out domestic terrorism.
Domestic what? First off, domestic terrorism. We do a roast style show, John. You know that. We goof on you for being dumb.
He's escalating that quite a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I had to look up the definition of terrorism, and nowhere does it say jokes. I looked at a couple different dictionaries, too. I'm like, maybe there's a third or fourth definition here that I'm missing.
Wow.
Nowhere is terrorism jokes at your expense. But listen to how he pronounces terrorism here at the end. The guy can't even talk.
Terrorism.
Terrorism. It's like when he says narcissist.
I know.
He just skips syllables altogether.
Sometimes he has too many. Sometimes he takes them away.
Yeah, let's hear this one
it's
more
part
time.
of his charm.
Let's see if we can figure out what he's saying here.
Domestic terrorism.
Okay. It was close. He didn't look at a lot of confidence leading up into that. What's crazy, and the reason why I played that clip, is because of what he says right after that.
I'm sorry for using big words, KB. Sorry, Pinky. I'm using 3, 4, sometimes 5-syllable words. I'm sorry.
I think I figured out what he means by that. So plagiarist is 3 syllables, but plagiarizer is 4.
Oh, right.
So
yes.
It makes him smarter. Do you see how that works?
I do.
I mean, he's making up words that we don't even know. That's how smart he is. It's pretty impressive.
Well, they better be careful and copyright that word he just made up.
Either way, we should give him credit.
All right, he gets it.
All right, I came up with a big word since John likes big words. I think John is a ignoramus. How many syllables is that, John?
That's quite a few.
Yeah. I think I win this round. He's really stupid. I know we pointed out a lot, but just the fact that he thinks he's smart and he brags about, getting the substitute teaching job. We're going to play that clip in a little bit. It's unbelievable. And there's never been in the existence of the internet a person who proves how dumb they are at the same time as bragging how smart they are in the same episode back and forth over and over again. Unless I'm wrong.
You are definitely not
Maybe
wrong.
Ethan Ralph? I don't know. Who else out there is doing this? Someone please tell me. I want to get to... go
he
ahead.
puts it out there more than anybody.
I want to get into the Kate Meany stuff. Let's figure out what set him off. Before that, real quick, I do want to thank all the people who are supporting the show.
Super Chat World Order, SWO.
That's right, the Super Chat World Order over here. Hellraiser, $10 says, John slut-shaming a chick who doesn't want him? There's a shocker. Yeah, I mean, listen, the guy's predictable. I'm not saying it's way out of line or anything like that. Nick Tucker, $2. Do you think SJ's new oven is already disgusting? If he uses it, I don't know. Is he the guy baking a lot? I don't know what he's doing with it.
I feel like that's where he's chucking all his beer cans.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe that's where his recycling bin. Mason in Portland, $2. John's cat looks like it's on the Phil Elmore diet. That poor cat.
That cat was actually quite cute.
I know, but that cat wanted nothing to do with John.
I know.
We could talk about that. John was so winded trying to track that cat down in this 400 square foot apartment. Red, 473, $5. Would be a good time to ask John what he thinks it means to be a feminist. Apparently, John thinks only men can have multiple sexual partners. Correct. I am definitely going to get into that because liberal John has definitely declared himself a feminist from time to time. And slut-shaming a young woman is the opposite.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. Christina Marie. What's going on, Christina? He won't go to Atlantic City, and I'm not allowed to go alone because apparently I caused trouble. Oh, okay. Talking about my brother. I thought you meant John. There's a lot of bets that John's not going to make it to Atlantic City either. But he's got one of his super chatters, Brock Lee, paying his way. And then he wanted Brock Lee to pay for Hitman Dan to come, too. It's a
piece of shit.
It's really funny. We'll get into more of that as well. Voltaire, 325. Jen, stop frosting this man's tips. Not a good look.
It's not frosted
Thank
tips.
you.
It's gray hair.
Read the script. Read specifically what I told you to say. Christina again says, duck you, pay me. YouTube won't allow swear words. Yeah. John's whole thing, he thinks that's like this clever thing. Fuck you, pay me. Yeah, but all you did was come up with a shitty name for something.
I mean, arguably also named after something else that's whatever.
It's not that clever.
It isn't.
It's not that impressive. Hellraiser 69. Speaking of owing commission, does this mean that John owes Tom Brady for using the GOAT as his nickname? Very possible. Very possible. I think that's correct. John's neglected cat. Nowhere to hide in this tub. Poor cat. Okay. Thank you guys for the support. We appreciate it. Let's get into the Kate Meany debacle. As you guys know, John's been nothing but nice to Kate Meany. Not true. He's trashed her multiple times. Been nothing but nice to her. Mm-hmm. And he can't figure out why she would say anything mean about him because he's been so nice. Mm-hmm. And remember, John sent a ring light to Kate Meany because he said she looked terrible.
That's nice.
She needed a light to look good. Now, I just want to confirm, because there's been a lot of speculation, this was a re-gift. That John didn't go out and buy a ring light for her and then ship it to her. He already had it because Alex Stein sent it to him.
Oh.
So I messaged my buddy Alex and say, did you send John that ring light that he sent to Kate Meany? He said, yeah. I also sent him a microphone, a USB microphone he doesn't use.
Why?
So Kate, if you need a USB microphone, you might want to ask John for one. He's got one sitting in a box that was gifted to him that he'd love to re-gift and take credit for.
I really don't understand, though, why he wouldn't attempt to use them. Why?
I know. He doesn't use a microphone or lighting. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, he has admittedly said he doesn't care if it looks like shit. That's just kind of what he likes.
That's correct. He goes, I like that I'm not technically savvy.
He's not technically savvy.
He likes that his computer freezes up every fucking episode.
And he likes that his show is a disaster. Yeah. That's what he said.
I know. I mean, it's a convenient thing to want in life.
Well, it's lucky for him.
Yeah. He probably also loves being poor and eating like shit. And all right. So let's see what irritates John.
Because this is the kind of shit that irritates the crap out of me.
Oof.
That you could be as nice as a guy can be to a girl or a guy and expect nothing in return.
Expect nothing in return.
Uh-huh.
John gifted that ring light that was gifted to him from Alex, expecting nothing in return. I don't think that's true. And I'm not saying he thought she was going to sleep with him. I know that's what everyone says. Oh, you thought she was going to fuck you. No. But I do think that he wants her loyalty. I think that when he does a gesture like that, he's like, listen, I helped you out. So do me a favor. Don't talk shit about me on the internet. I think that's the agreement she's entering into, the EULA that she's entering into when that happens.
Yeah.
She's just doing the accept all button. She's not reading it. She's accept all. All right, you got it.
0. And then what happens? They just start trashing you. Out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere.
Mm-mm.
Maybe she's trying to be funny. But you know what? If you're trying to be funny, do better, Kate. Do better. God knows your father would have.
What's he looking for?
At least be funny.
He's never ready for his
You're
own
gonna trash
show.
me. Be funny.
He's never framed.
Spell the joke correctly.
He's never framed correctly. He's never prepared. He doesn't have his pillow behind him. His shirt. He's fucking in with the button on his shirt the whole goddamn time. John, you're not showing up at a studio and they're going, all right, get up there, Mr. Melendez, in 5, 4. You know what I mean? It's like, you're the one hitting record, hitting go live. Get yourself prepared, asshole.
Ugh.
All right. So now we see that he's irritated about something. Someone's been trashing him, a girl or a guy. He doesn't know. And so let the slut shaming begin.
But Kate Meany, first of all, after what I hear, Alex Stein now too? Dove, Alex, who's next? Chadley? God. Fucking hell. Get a hold of yourself, girl.
What a weird thing to say. She's 24. He's 58. And he has no business being in her business at all.
He's only 58?
Yeah, I know. He has no business judging how she lives her life. And also, he could do worse than Alex Stein.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not a gay man, but if I were,
well,
Alex, he's a good in shape guy, tall, handsome.
Fit. He was an athlete.
Yep. Works for Glenn Beck. He's got it all going on.
Yeah.
Regular paycheck. That's what girls like, right?
Well, not that it's any of his business, whoever, it doesn't matter.
It's really bizarre that this is what he's doing. So let's find out what set him off.
Not my dad.
Let's set him off. Let's figure out what set him off. And it all came down to this tweet from Kevin Brennan.
Brennan tweets this out. Dumb. First of all, if he was really bright, he would have written it correctly. It should have been dumb, dumber, and dumbest. You don't use two N's.
So the tweet says dumb and dumber and dumbest.
Uh-huh.
And there's a photo of John, Joey C., and Ray DeVito.
Yep.
And John, because he doesn't understand comedy, goes, well, you wouldn't write it that way. You would write dumb, comma, dumber, and dumbest. It's a play on the movie title, John.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I get it.
Yeah, we all do. But John's acting like he's smarter than Kevin Brennan when he's like, this fucking idiot didn't even fucking write this correctly. And then the hashtag is Dabblestock, and that's what set him off. But listen to what he says here, because John likes to make fun of the way I pronounce words.
Uh-huh.
He was making fun of the way I was saying on the other day, over and over again. And John mispronounces words all the time. He's got this weird Long Island accent that's enraging to a lot of people. But listen to how he says the word and. Okay?
Brennan tweets this out. Dumb. First of all, if he was really bright, he would have written it correctly. It should have been dumb, dumber, and dumbest. You don't use two N's.
Two N's?
What?
You don't use two N's. he talking about?
Ands.
Two ands. All right.
Ends.
He said two ends. Unless he's thinking about something else. I don't want to put words in his mouth, obviously. Especially not that word, but all right.
And dumbest. You don't use two ends. But Kev, you wouldn't know that because you didn't even go to college. So I can't even I can't blame you for being that stupid.
Now, the hashtag dabble stock on there is, it's not like the punchline. He's saying that he needs money because he put this hashtag up there. Like, that's just goofing on you, idiot.
Yeah.
He's just saying, like, this would be the lineup at dabble stock. That's what he's saying. You, Joey C, and Ray DeVito. This is what Kevin is trying to say to you.
What a lineup.
And John is so stupid. So this is what really sets him off, though, right here, is that Kate Meany responds to this.
So Kev tweets that out, dumb and dumber and dumbest. And what does Kate Meany write? Buffoons. She misspells buffoons.
All right, now this is a very important part. You heard that in the earlier clip.
Mm-hmm.
You know, trashing me, misspelling it, but trashing me out of nowhere. So the fact that Kate Meany has one F in buffoons, John's really going to focus on this. This seems to be the most important part for him. I don't know why. I don't know what angle he thinks he's taking here. Or he's trying to make her look dumb, or who cares? Who cares if she spelled it right or not? You know what she means. I do.
Yeah.
Obviously you do, because you're very upset about it and you're slut-shaming her now. So John responds to that with, learn how to spell buffoon before calling me one. Good one. Good comeback, John, you buffoon.
Which is a joke in its own.
Is it?
To which I comment, learn how to spell buffoon before calling me one.
Learn how to say terrorism before saying that I am employing domestic terrorism. This guy's mispronouncing words all over the place, misspelling shit. He spelled his name wrong on his show the other day. The title of his podcast was Stuttering John. And when someone called him on it, he goes, well, you know, I type with one finger, and my finger's all fucked up, and I'm an idiot. Like, he always has an excuse for himself.
Right.
But anyone else, he's just like, look at what an idiot this person is. Let me point this out.
He also, any word that begins with TH, he pronounces it with a D.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I pointed this out before. I don't want to be a broken record. But this guy, when trying to introduce Nicolas Cage, used the N-word.
Yeah. We've all heard
You want to talk about not needing that other N in the sentence. Nicolas Cage should not have a racial slur in his name, John. And the fact that you would make fun of anyone for spelling or mispronunciations, I think I've made my point. All right. So then this gets fucking crazy with the slut shaming here. He's very upset about Alex Stein, which is weird because Alex Stein's been nothing but nice to John. Befriended him, did a great job on his show, sent him gear, wants to make him do better. He's a huge Howard Stern fan.
I thought they were buds.
They were, but just like everyone else in John's life, you are and then you aren't. And then you are and then you aren't, then you are and then you aren't. Which is normal, right? Not at all, actually. Not even close.
There are two F's in buffoon. Like the amount of times Alex Stein fingered you. Two F's.
What? Why would you say that?
It doesn't mean anything, and it also is incredibly rude in some way.
Yeah. It's such a bizarre thing. And I don't know if Alex Stein and Kate Meany ever hooked up. There's a lot of evidence they didn't. I have no idea. I could care less. Doesn't mean anything to me. But the fact that this is his comeback, you only used one F, and then he's talking about how many times Alex Stein finger fucked her? He's got to bring up finger blasting in order to win the argument? It seems weird. Hey, my boy Jerry coming in with $5. Jen, your hair looks great, and Carl, I'm digging the highlights. Jerry! Jesus. So rude. Customer
Thanks,
service.
Jerry.
$5. SJ equals Eric the actor. Both have trolls, crooked fingers, and wear class rings. Never were funny. Impossible to work with, and never their fault. TWO.
Tukey World Order. TWO.
That is true. Eric the actor used to have this internet radio show back before podcasting was a big thing or video streaming, and they would play it on the Howard Stern show from time to time. And it was very confrontational. He's always pissed off at everyone. Nothing was going right. It's very similar. We should find those old, I don't wonder if those exist somewhere.
They've got to.
I'd love to go.
Someone's got
I'd
them.
like to find the parallels between Eric the actor and Stuttering John. Radish with €5. SJ needed hell to plug in an Ethernet cable for him. Yeah. If I fly you over to Cali, are you going to show him how to use the USB mic, Carl? No shit. And that's probably why he hasn't used it. He probably doesn't know how to use it. And I'll say this. His MacBook's old though. If he had a modern MacBook, it wouldn't have the typical USB. It would be a USB-C. So you would need a dongle or some type of adapter, which probably would be beyond.
Yeah, but the ring light, though. He should be able to figure that out.
One would think. Michael Gavin Ali coming in with $5. Hey, Carl, please have MGA on the show to cover SJ. He's talking to the third person. Please have me on the show to cover Stuttering John. I'd put a lot of blame on you for getting me obsessed with Stuttering John. Where is the Opie segments, Carl? I know, I got to get back on Opie. He's been boring me, but I got to get back to it. You're right. Thank you, Michael. We'll team up again in the future, buddy. Kinky Loco, $5. Hey, Carl, please never have MJ on the show to cover SJ. Uh-oh. Sorry, Michael Gavin Ali. Not everyone's a fan of yours. Hellraiser69 with $20 coming in. That's very impressive, sir.
Yay, super chats.
Has anyone tried to contact John's ex-wife and kids to be special guests to hear what a true piece of shit he was to them? Please let this happen. I'll take the fall if he gets pissed. I live in Bradford, Pennsylvania. Come at me, John. Yeah, so look up Hellraiser69 in Bradford, Pennsylvania. I'm sure you'll figure out who that is right away. No, we're not fucking with people's families.
Mm-mm.
That's not where we're going with this. This is a roast show. We're having fun. If someone else wants to interview Susanna, I'd love to hear it, but I'm not the one doing that sort of thing.
No.
Over here, as everyone knows. All right, let me stall for some time real quick.
I love a parade.
All right, back to the show. This is now John is again the victim. What did he ever do?
I don't know. It's just I'm incredibly kind to Stevie Lou, and now he's out there trashing me. I'm incredibly kind to Kate Meany, and she's out there trashing me.
I just want to point this out. I think it's pretty well documented, especially by Uncle Rico's show. But John was trashing Stevie Lou and Kate Meany. I don't know if he forgets. He trashes everyone.
Yeah.
So he's talking all sorts of shit about them peripherally, too. He'd just be like, oh, Kevin Brennan, your show's so great, and who do you have on there? Stevie Lou? That guy sucks. You just say something like that, and then he's just like, what did I ever say anything about Stevie Lou? Same thing with Kate Meany.
Well, he doesn't remember what he says.
Maybe. It's possible. There's a lot of things I say that I don't remember saying. We talk a lot.
Also true.
Us podcasters. But not the point. The point is, John should know that it's very possible, because he talks shit about a lot of people, that he did talk shit about them. I talk shit about Kate Meany. If she didn't like me, I would
understand. He
understand.
talks shit about people. That's all he does.
I know. That's what I mean. That's why it's so nuts.
So I don't know why he would think he ever...
That he thinks that. The what did I do thing, though, is so insane to me.
Well, Stevie Lou just was the most patient man in the world.
He's trolling him.
Well, I know.
John, guess who's trolling you right now? Stevie Lou and Vince the Evil Lawyer. You idiots. You just had them on your show, you moron. All right. So, again, this is all coming back to... I didn't do anything to them. I don't know why they're talking shit about me. Here's the thing that I don't know if John doesn't understand this or is pretending to not understand this. You don't have to talk shit about someone for someone to think that you're a buffoon. Someone could just watch your show and think you're a buffoon.
Yeah.
Someone could just observe you in your natural state or during your show and think you're a moron. That's kind of how I started with all of this. I listened to your podcast and went, this guy's an idiot. This guy's a braggadocious dolt. And so I did a show about that.
People do tend to form their own opinions.
And John loves to say he didn't start this and he didn't do any of this. Like, well, no, you did when you put yourself on the internet. As soon as you start broadcasting yourself and starting a show, you open yourself up for ridicule and for review and for roasts.
And then you have like Lady K and Shitway will go, well, that's because you put it on yourself. What did I do? What did I do to Stevie Lou? What did I do to Kate Meany? Tell me.
All right, let's play this same game. What did Donald Trump do to Stuttering John? He talks a lot of shit about Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
He flew him privately in his helicopter to Atlantic City. I think he gave him a really nice free dinner. He's done a lot of things for John directly. Did he ever do anything negative to John? No.
No.
Never. And yet he trashes Donald Trump. Same thing.
Oh,
So,
it's different when he does it, though.
Of course, it's always different when he does it. But, John, do you see my point? You can not like someone for the actions they take, the things they do, the things they say. That's enough for someone to go, I don't think I like that person. Mm-hmm. And here's why I don't like that person. You can even explain it to people. It's that easy. But in John's stupid head, I didn't even trash them, and they're talking shit about me. Therefore, I am the victim. Wrong. Wrong again. Oh, this is sad. This is a quick aside here. He brought this up a couple times during this episode. Whenever John has a friend, you can tell how desperate he is for friendship because he always brags about talking to people on the phone and having long conversations with people. It's weird. So he brought this up a couple times during the show, who he'd been talking to earlier that day or the day before.
I was talking to either Broccoli or Leo Gunn today. But I don't understand, John. How does Mike get away with saying that he's a Tonight Show writer? How?
So he's talking to super chatters. And I have no problem with Leo Gunn and Broccoli, probably fine people in the Dabbleverse who enjoy all of this content.
But he didn't know who he was talking to either.
John is befriending these people.
I know.
Or they're befriending John. And he thinks he has real friendship. This happened with him with his mods and stuff like that. Like he called Nikki B and talked to her for hours. And it's so bizarre. Heather W. It's so bizarre that John doesn't have real friends in his life. And this is the same thing with the Howard Stern show. This isn't anything new. All of John's friends were people who would call into the Stern show. And then Howard would have to reprimand him for it. Like, John, you went to the Yankees game last night? Oh, yeah. I went down there with my buddy. Who's your buddy? Yeah, he got us these seats. Yeah, how do you know him? Oh, we're friends. How do you know him, John? He called into the show. Oh, he's a fan of mine. This is what Howard would say to him. Oh, he's a fan of mine, John. He's trying to get closer to me, and he's using you. John's always done this. He doesn't have real friendships. I have friends from high school. It doesn't fucking count. Everyone has friends from high school, idiot. They don't have to deal with you on a daily, weekly basis. That's why they're still your friends. If they did, it might be a different story. So John is literally bragging about talking to Broccoli and Leo Gunn, and you can tell they're fucking with him because Leo Gunn or Broccoli or whoever is just like, so wait, what did Silent Mike say? What a jerk, huh? And then he did what? How does he get away with that? Like, they're literally pushing him to say all the stuff he says on his show. Like, this wouldn't be a conversation you would have with someone in real life.
Now, don't start making me feel bad for this guy.
I know. I do go back and forth.
I do too.
All right. Well, then let's play this slut-shaming clip and get you right back.
Do you think that I deserve to be called a buffoon by Kate Meany? What's up, Jimmy? At insult to injury, Kate will do Ray and Chad and AC. Apparently, she'll do the whole fucking club. She'll do the whole fucking wait staff.
So now she's just this crazy slut who fucks everyone. Based on these couple internet rumors that have come out, I don't know if any of this stuff is true. And if she's had a couple of different boyfriends, so be it.
So what?
She's a young woman. Of course, she's had multiple boyfriends. What the fuck's he talking about? All right, let's take another quick aside, and then we'll get back to the slut shaming. I like it when John just puts words in people's mouths. He caught himself this time.
I had Ray on the show yesterday. I'm like, Ray, why do you do Brennan's show? He goes, I need the money. I mean, I don't know if he said that, but apparently so.
Actually, that's what I wanted him to say. I don't know if he actually said that. He probably didn't. Now that I think about it.
In my dreams.
Probably shouldn't have said that. What a douche. All right, let's get back to more slut shaming. This is a longer clip, but there's a lot going on here because it starts with slut shaming, and then it turns into this weird brag that John loves to like work in these little brags about how amazing his life is.
Okay, I'm curious.
And this one doesn't even make sense.
Dick 89, my man, don't feel bad about Kate being with Chad, Dove, Alex Stein, and Sherrod. Who's Sherrod? Another one to the list? She's only 24. Shit, my ex-wife was with two guys.
Oh.
She was with, I think, first way, Karen was only had intercourse. I was the second to have intercourse with Karen.
Why is he sharing this information? He talks about finishing in Karen's mouth. He talks about doing anal with her. How many guys she slept with before.
He was talking about that yesterday to Stevie Lou.
Why?
And Vince.
Does he not know it's wildly inappropriate? This is a real person.
I know, and if I were her, I would be fucking pissed.
Oh my God, talk about a cease and desist. John, stop talking about me.
Yeah.
Why are you talking about me at all? And this is the things you're saying? It's fucking insane. Anyway, so according to Ditka89, it's possible that Kate Meany has had 4 boyfriends. Can you imagine? And John's going, whoa, that's outrageous. It really is not at all. And the fact that now you're comparing that to your ex-wife and your first girlfriend, and it's insane.
And Suzanne.
He's the pits though, because then he goes and brags about all his conquests.
Well, right, that's where we're getting
so
to.
Good for the goose, not the gander. Or whatever.
Yeah. It's insane.
You know what I mean?
Was only had intercourse. I was the second to have intercourse with Karen, and Susanna wasn't much more either. But this Kate is going. I don't know what. I don't mind. Sex is great. I love sex, but slow down, honey.
Jesus, slow down.
Slow down. You
I once
slow
had a
down.
date with a girl. I took her to Soli Luna here in L.A. And I'm just like, I go, yeah, I had sex with, 250 girls, whatever I said. And she.
He went on a date with this girl. And he goes, yeah, I had sex with like 250 girls, whatever I said. Whatever fucking bullshit number I came up with that day.
I wouldn't even believe he had sex 250 times with one person.
What a weird conversation though to have on a date. Anyway, so then this is the part that's definitely made up right here.
I go, how about you? And she starts going like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. She goes, 450. I'm like, fucking 450. Her name was Lydia. I'm like, is her first name Chlamydia?
Clem?
Clem is a guy's name.
Well, it's chlamydia.
It's true.
Not
Wow.
chlamydia.
Don't repeat that joke because he will.
Oh,
sue
shit.
you.
All right. Hey, where's my commission, Carl? Hey, oh.
Fuck you, pay me.
Fuck you, pay me. Hey, oh. It's unbelievable.
He really is a buffoon.
Okay.
With 2 Fs.
I got some more slut-shaming clips, and then we'll talk about Kevin Brennan's a moron. The other thing that John likes to talk about on this episode. It's funny, too, because John says he doesn't want to fuck Kate Meany, and his rationale for this, because he said before, she's too young for me, which, yeah, every guy has that number. They're just like, in her 20s, fuck that. Yeah, sure. But then he says he doesn't want to fuck her because he's had over 300 girls, and now he wants love. And then he talks about the best sex he ever had was with this woman. He throws out a name and it's not his ex-wife. Like, don't do that.
Well,
that's the one time you might want to lie. So he says, I don't even want to fuck her because I've had sex with over 300 girls. That's not how that works. Men don't get to a number and then go, all right, no more new pussy for me. That's enough.
And definitely not young pussy.
Yeah, definitely not. I've had my share now. It's time for me to give back. Let some of the other guys get in on this.
Can't. I don't have a comment. I don't.
You do. You did.
This is the super chat up there is on MLC. Kate claimed you only bought her the light because you want to hit it. Then she bragged about Alex Stein finger blasting her at Chrissy's wedding. So they're making this up. This is not true, but this is John's response to that.
Was Kate
I don't have it.
I guess so. We were at that wedding. I don't remember. I didn't know who Kate Meany was back then.
I didn't either. Missed
I
opportunity.
don't have a comment. I don't. Kate, you're really just. I don't know. You got to just calm down.
Was Kate at our table? We sat with Alex Stein.
Yeah, but
Who was at our table? Was Kate? Holy shit! If she was at our table, I'm gonna feel bad.
I don't think she was.
We had
Maybe.
we had Gino and Keanu, and we had Alex, and
he was flying solo at that
was
wedding.
Marshall at our table?
Marshall and Lindsay,
Yeah.
no, because they were in the wedding.
Oh, right. Holy shit! I should have brought this up because I don't know the answer. Maybe I did meet Kate. Anyway, not the point. Moving on.
You got to just calm down.
Oh, maybe.
You know, I would say you're too good for this, but I don't think that anymore. I don't think you're as good of a person that I once did. I really think I don't think you're a good person. I don't.
Jesus.
Because he was called a buffoon?
Yes.
That's
right.
it.
Right. So now he's turning into she's a slut and she's an asshole.
And a bad person.
And she's a bad person. Now she's a bad person in John's mind. And he liked her. Kate, you fucked it up. Could have been friends with Stuttering John Melendez.
Dodged a
really
bullet.
missed an opportunity there.
Oof.
Mr. Crumb, thanks for the 5 memberships. Hey, I say the same shit every day. Really? This is all new shit. But why don't you leave? Here, I'll help you.
God, he is so angry.
I know. John, you're the most repetitive asshole on the internet. Every show you say the same shit over and over again. So that's why I got to him. That's why he's pissed off. They're just like, whoa, but I'm saying Kate Meany's a slut. I didn't say that yesterday. I'll give you that.
You'll say it tomorrow.
Yeah, you'll say it the rest of the week, but yeah.
Goodbye.
Oh, he's so thin-skinned.
Goodbye. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Goodbye.
He didn't make that up.
That's a dated reference. Wasn't that... How many years ago was that? 20 years ago? The weakest link? I remember Stewie doing that or something in an early Family Guy episode.
I'm pretty bad with timelines.
And someone goofed on him for the reference. That's so lame.
That's a long time ago.
All right. No, you're good, John. You're killing it.
Yep.
And we're all plagiarizers. But you're killing it over there, buddy. All right. So then this guy explains to John that it's none of his business what Kate is up to. And he should probably stop slut shaming her. Brings up a pretty good point, actually.
I don't have a comment. I don't. You know, Kate, you're really just, I don't know. You got to just calm down. You know, I would say you're too good for this, but I don't think that anymore. I don't think you're as good of a person that I once did. I really think I don't think you're a good person.
Uh-oh, did I have the same clip again?
I don't.
Damn it.
Mr. Crumb, thanks for the 5 memberships.
Hold on. This is the same clip, isn't it?
Yes.
Damn it, I fucked up. So basically, this guy goes, your kids are the same age as Kate. Why are you talking about who she's sleeping with? Do you want people speculating on who your kids are sleeping with? This is weird that you're even talking about this. And John's response was, I'm so mad I didn't get that clip correctly. John's response was, she called me a buffoon. So he's able to say whatever he wants about her sex life and personal life because she called him a name in his mind.
That is him in a nutshell, though, always.
Yes, correct. Yes. He's always the victim.
He's always
justified
He's always
in all of his
calling people
shitty
out.
behavior at all times. Shame, M, 1980, $10. The frosted tips are looking nice. The frosted tips are looking nice.
Frosted Tips World Order, FTWO.
Matthew Riley, $5. Carl, busy at work, so just stopping in for a second and saw the tips stunning. Also, more talk about finger blasting, please. Yes, all finger blasting all the time on this show. The anti-broadcast, €2. Did Jen dramatically change her hairstyle? She sure did.
I straightened my hair today.
I even commented on it. I was like, whoa, who's this broad? Penis wrinkle, $5. John explaining how he's a comedic genius because he coined the term dabble stock aggravates me oh so much. He sets the comedic bar so low. I think I saw Penis Wrinkle comment on that. Like, John, just the fact that you're bragging about this shows how bad you are at comedy. Oh, really? Then why is everyone stealing it? So stupid. He really is dumb. Barnes and Noobs, who makes great videos on the Dabblers Anonymous subreddit, $5. SJ began the show saying in reference to Kate, saying, I'm not going to trash her. I barely went 15 minutes before he did. Drunk dummy can't help it. Yes, I should have grabbed that clip. John starts on the show. He's like, now, Kate Meany, listen, I'm not going to trash her. And then immediately he's like, you got to slow down, honey. Really? You're sleeping with everyone? You're probably going to fuck everyone in Atlantic City. It's like, what you're saying right now, John, is actually pretty insulting. I don't know if you realize that. Go Rebs, $10. Love the emergency shows, Carl. Hi, Jenny Jingles.
Hi.
Q Crew, $5. Carl, if the Bills win the Super Bowl. Good one. Oh, if the Bills win the Super Bowl, will you do a podcast with John praising his on the street interviews, going on and on about how funny he is? Yes. If the Bills win the Super Bowl, I will turn a 180. I'll do the Muttering J 180 and praise Stuttering John.
All right.
I have a feeling I'm not going to have to do that.
Never say never.
Bedabbler Network, $10. Remember, SJ's worded up mutant maker he calls a wiener will always have the HPV virus. Tukey loves to point this out. John talks about how he used to have warts, and he's like, no, you have warts. You have warts forever. That's how that works.
Tukey World Order. TWO.
He's very open about all of that.
He brags about it. He goes, I've had sex at least 5 times because I've had warts,
5 sexually
crabs,
transmitted diseases,
and 3 children. 5 sexually transmitted. That would be funnier. Then it would be a joke. If that's what he said. Got AIDS twice. Then it would be good. Hellraiser 69, $2. 300, John. Who's the slut now? That's the thing. It's the idea that women aren't allowed to do that, but he is, and he's bragging about it. Makes me feel like he's not a very good feminist.
I was just going to say, it's not very open-minded of him.
Not very open-minded. Okay, let's talk about how John's way smarter than Kevin Brennan. You heard him say before, and I just kind of glossed by it, but he goes, when he thought that Kevin fucked up on the tweet, which he didn't, John's just a moron. He made some comment about how Kevin didn't go to college.
Okay.
But he did.
Gotcha.
So he just made that. John just assumes people didn't go to college. Most people in this country go to college. Gotcha. It's not that unique. You're not the only person with a 4-year degree. John, you might want to figure that out.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, Brennan, you can make fun of being a sub, but you got to pass a 4-hour comprehensive algebra, reading, and writing. And I'm not talking, this is not reading that you guys think the reading is. This is having to think outside the box kind of shit. And I aced it. All right, Brennan?
Again, 4 hours is the maximum time allotted. It shouldn't take 4 hours. We've looked into this. John thinks that that's like part of the thing that makes it difficult. No, you should finish it up in 90 minutes. But they'll give you 4 hours if you're really slow. It takes you a long time to read. But John thinks that, like, can you believe how grueling this is? And he goes, you have to think outside the box to become a substitute teacher? It's not a hard test. It's not a difficult test. You're just a retard. And you don't realize it.
Well, why isn't he just a regular teacher if he's so smart?
Well, he explains that, actually. That's my next clip. It's a perfect segue.
Brennan, I am way smarter than you. There is not anybody in this Dabbleverse that would say otherwise.
Disagree.
Wrong. There's 2 people right now. If anyone in the chat thinks that Kevin Brennan is smarter than Stuttering John, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat. We'll see how many people in the Dabbleverse think that maybe Kevin is smarter than Stuttering John Melendez, because without a shadow of a doubt, Kevin's a smarter guy than John. Okay, let's get back to it.
And when I was a sub, I could have been a credentialed teacher, but I didn't plan on doing it for that many years. And you have to do a year for free. And I wasn't going to do that.
All right, first off, John says he could have become a credentialed teacher, which there was a time when he was talking about how that was what he was going to do. He was taking this course and he was going to start teaching full time and no longer be one frosted tips. That wasn't the assignment. A lot of ones. Okay. I guess my point has been made on this one. So John said he wanted to take that course, and now he's saying he didn't want to teach for that long. But he also said that you have to work a year for free. There's no way in hell that's true.
There wouldn't be any teachers.
I'm friends with a number of school teachers. Now, I live in New York State. He lives in California. But I can't imagine they make you work for a year without pay to become a teacher. A low-paying job as it is. And they go, like, I can almost understand if you're becoming a doctor and you got to do your time and put in your time and do what you got to do.
I can't even in that scenario either, though, because you have to live. How do you live?
It doesn't make any fucking sense.
So hold on
I think he's making that up. Does anyone know what he's talking about with that?
I don't think that's
true.
true.
Go a year without getting pay?
I remember in school having student teachers.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure they get paid.
I don't know.
Whatever.
We were talking about John's cat. So on yesterday's show, he finally was able to. Well, first he said they were hiding. Both his cats were hiding underneath the bed.
I saw it.
And he was like looking over at them, which is why we are pretty sure he lives in a studio apartment. So then he went and got his cat. It took him a while. He came back, showed the cat on the screen, and was winded.
He was winded.
And I think it was Stevie Lou or Vince goes, "How are you winded from just getting your cat right now? You seem very out of shape." So then John said he had to go into the closet and jump over a thing, and there's an obstacle course or something, and then pick up the cat by the scruff of the neck, which is weird. I don't think the cats like him. My point is this. I have a feeling that his cats are not fond of him. Like, he goes away for weeks at a time, which as a cat owner is bizarre.
I know people think you can do that. You cannot.
You shouldn't.
They don't like that.
They don't like that. But so, everyone's always going, "John, get your cat on the screen. We want to see what your cat looks like." This is his attempt to get his cat on his lap.
Wolvie, come here, please. Stuttering John Clips wants to see you. Wolvie. Motherfucker.
So the cat finally emerges from underneath the bed, hiding. Not a good place for a cat. That's not like a fun place to be. They want to be in a sunbeam or some shit,
Sure.
So this cat finally gets out to, I don't know, eat some food or something, and John's yelling at it, "Get over here!" Geez, I wonder why it didn't jump up into your lap immediately, John.
That was actually true anger in his eyes.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're making me look bad in front of my internet friends. All right, but you got to meow when Leo Gunn calls me tomorrow so I can prove I have a cat. Jen, are you ready for another Stuttering John parody song?
I am.
This one is brutal.
Oh, boy.
So John is now switching gears. He's talking about the Shuley Network. The 4 comics on the Shuley Network did a live comedy show in Poughkeepsie.
Okay.
And there's a lot of speculation for the weeks leading up to this show that ticket sales were not good. Kevin Brennan's been very obsessed with this story. Stuttering John's been very obsessed with this story. How many people are going to be at this show? There was talk that they'd only sold 16 tickets. And so what a comedy club would do if they have a Saturday night and there's comics there and it's not selling well is what John calls paper the room. And what that means is that they give out a bunch of free tickets and try to fill the room up.
Right.
Okay. Now, I remember the old Comics Cafe here in Rochester. I was on their list. I would get emails for free tickets all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But you had to buy drinks or whatever the caveat was. It was great. I went and saw comedy all the time. I don't get that from Comedy at the Carlson. They never have to do this.
No.
But John is convinced that that's the only way that anybody was at this show. And so he's come up with a song about that.
This is the club. This is the Poughkeepsie Fiasco song. It's only a papered room for hacks like Shuley and Silent Mike. Without paper, it'd be a morgue, but in case we got us Eric coming down the pike. Yeah.
How do you do with the syllables there?
A little bit of shoehorning?
Little shoehorn, I think. All right, so now he's going to start keeping a beat. Let's see how that works for him.
Yes, it's only a fake comic show. Barbara and Larry don't have the cred. So we got the club to paper it so we can make some bread. What do you think, guys? Pretty good, huh?
That's retarded.
Pretty good, huh?
I'm not even sure how he did that.
Yeah, I know. He completely changed the melody, the rhythm. I have the original. I'll play it in case people aren't familiar with the song because it's so bad.
I am familiar with the song.
Yeah.
And the other thing, too, is he's been singing that for days now because he was doing it yesterday, too.
Oh, yeah. No, he's very proud of that one. In fact, he sings it again on this show. But what's crazy about that is he says that the whole punchline of it is they had to give out free tickets so they could make some bread. How does that make any sense? The song doesn't even make sense. The thing about John's song parodies is they're never witty or funny or well put together, and they oftentimes are nonsensical.
Yeah.
These are things that you need in a parody song in order for it to be entertaining. It needs to be funny and make fucking sense.
I'm also disappointed because when you said Stuttering John parody, I thought you meant somebody sent a song in about Stuttering John.
I know. Those are always the best. Our listeners are great at this.
Yeah.
John, not so much.
Pretty good, huh?
Nope.
Come on, man. Come on, you want to sing it with me?
No.
Yeah, let me I'll put it in the chat. We can all sing it together out loud.
So he's going to put the lyrics in the chat.
He wrote them down?
Yes, he wrote that down.
You know, that makes more sense because I was surprised he could remember the lyrics.
Oh, yeah, he's reading it. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, he's reading it.
Oh, God, that's even worse.
In case you're not familiar, this is what the song is supposed to sound like here.
Say it's only a paper moon sailing over a cardboard sea, but it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me.
All right, I think that gives you kind of a general understanding of how it's to go. So he does sing it again, and he's telling the chat to sing along with him. He would have no idea if they were or not.
Follow the bouncing ball.
It's impossible to sing along because he did it wrong. It doesn't fit within the song structure.
Stinks.
1, 2, 3. It's only a papered room.
This is a guy who brags about being in trumpet in second grade, all county and all this stuff. He doesn't know how to count into a song. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the time signature on this one, Johnny? You moron. He's already proven he doesn't know notes in a chord. I asked him that question and he didn't know the answer. He also doesn't understand time signatures at all. He's a fucking moron. Stop bragging about being an artist.
1, 2, 3. It's only a papered room for hacks like Shuley and Silent Mike. Without paper, it would be a morgue, but in case we got us Eric coming down the pipe.
I love him trying to snap.
Yes, it's only a fake comic show.
I love that he was trying to snap line. He's just like, trying to do a David Lee Roth sign there for a second.
Bob and Larry don't have the cred, so we got the club to paper it so we can make some bread.
Back off.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
The notes are wrong. The melody is wrong. Syllables are wrong. Doesn't make sense. Isn't funny. And he's singing it over and over again.
That's his style.
But this is how you know. My buddy Earl David Reed brought up a great point when he was on the show. That's how you know someone doesn't have friends. A real friend would take him aside and go, John, that's not good. You don't do that. You're embarrassing yourself. This is proof he doesn't have friends.
That's true. Even if he did, though, he wouldn't listen to them. I don't think he would.
If he respected them, he won't listen to his kids who told him to get off the internet.
Yeah, but he doesn't respect anybody.
You know what, though? He respects people with credits. He respects Jay Leno. He respects Larry the Cable Guy. There are people he respects.
Okay, but those are not his friends.
No.
So he doesn't respect his friends.
Most certainly are not. Brian Minucci coming with $5. He also gave Karen's husband's the first and last name a little while ago. Oh. Why? Why does he do that? Why do you out real people from your life? Radish, €2. Nobody should even know who Kate Meany is. Yeah, no shit. It's weird. I don't know what her deal is. I thought Kevin Meany's a funny guy. They named the room in the comedy club after him. We all like Kevin Meany.
Yeah.
Kate Meany, I don't know what she does. She's devoid of a personality.
What does she do? She's not.
I don't know.
She doesn't do stand-up, does she?
I don't know. She seems like a drip. What do I know, though? Kelly Riddle, $2. Got to catch Christian up on FTWO. Love you, Carl. Yes, I saw you on Who Are These Broadcasters today. Christian pays very close attention to everything that's going on, though. I will tell you that. Rick U, $32.25. SJ has gone full incel. Kate is apparently a slut who bangs everyone except for him. Yeah, that's the thing. If she was into John, all of this would be forgiven. This would be great.
Oh, he wouldn't mention a thing.
Of course. Kyle X, $2. He has angry friend zone logic. You aren't owed shit. Yes. Friend zone logic. Good point. He's very much an incel on this one. Hellraiser 69, $2. Wendy the R-Tard is smarter than John. Maybe. it would come down to it. Hacko Burrow, $2. Why are all his cats named after X-Men? Wait, never mind. He's a child. John Branson, $5. John's face is swelling by the day. Maybe heart circulatory issue. Probably. I mean, I'm no doctor.
Add it to the list.
I'm no doctor, but I see what he eats. I see what Vince the Lawyer delivers to his house, and he can't wait to scarf down.
I am a little worried about his diet.
His diet's bad, and he seems to get winded by just getting up off the couch and sitting back down again. So something is off there. Amy Elizabeth, $5. Mensa members often discuss the rigorous demands of sub-teaching tests. Oh, yeah, of course. And talking about acing it. It's a pass or fail. You don't get a score back and be like, well, 85 or higher, we hire you. You got a 97. No, it's just, did you pass it or not? That's all it is. Fucking idiot. Detroit Dabbler, $2. John's probably the one that ran over Timmy.
Who's Timmy?
I should know what that is. Sorry. I don't know. Drunk Engineer, $5. To be fair, he's as much an expert on music as he is on comedy, broadcasting, and parenting. Good point. He's bad at everything he does. Violence against women and Vince, $2. Forget me. His voice is violence against all. Yeah, we don't have to worry about you anymore. And Mariana Nicolini. John's 2022 teacher earnings are out. $16,000. Oh, that is public knowledge. $16,000. He was bragging about $106,000 a year.
As a teacher.
As a substitute teacher.
No.
I think you could make up to 106 if you stay in the school district for a long time and do different things.
Sure, but not as a substitute.
Not as a substitute. Definitely not. Nalax 44. There's nothing involuntary about John's celibacy. Yeah, okay. I would agree with that. All right. I got a few more things on here. It's a longer emergency than I thought it was going to be. So Vince the Lawyer is a guy that I communicate with. I'm on some text threads with him, with various people, and he likes to share what he's doing behind the scenes with us.
Okay.
So I know what's really happening. So Vince the Lawyer was telling John a couple of things that John wanted to believe. That's the thing about John. Tell him what he wants to believe. He'll believe it. So Vince was telling him how no one was buying tickets for the show. And so Shuley said he'd give him and High Pitch Eric $150 each to come to the show so they could promote that High Pitch was going to be there to get people to come to the show.
Okay.
John believed all of this. And then he's talking about how Shuley was freaking out that Vince was recording the show and freaking out at Vince. And John's believing, he's sending these messages to John, and John's believing all of this. None of it's real.
So everybody, Shuley is freaking out that Vince is going to tape the show because Vince is bringing High Pitch Eric because Shuley's got to sell tickets using High Pitch Eric.
So I just want to point out, Vince did tape the show. I think he live streamed it. And Shuley helped him set the camera up.
Yeah. Well,
this was a packed room in Poughkeepsie of fans of Shuley and Bob and the network and Howard Stern back in the day.
He gave it to John to play on his show yesterday.
Right.
So I did see it.
Yeah. But John thinks he's like...
Brandon's going to love this. Brandon will love this because I'm going to show you something and you guys are going to go, holy shit.
You fall for it every time. John, I've told you this so many times. You've heard me say it. You've repeated it. Vince the Lawyer is always trolling you. He doesn't turn it on and off. That's not what his personality is. He's always trolling you.
Yeah.
So when he tells you that Shuley's freaking out, that he's doing this thing and he's failing miserably, he knows you're going to believe that because you want to believe that.
Right.
You're an idiot.
I can't believe he even still believes anything he says, though. I can't.
I know. That's the narcissism. That's why if this was anyone else, if this was like Chris Chan or something, I'd start to feel bad at this point because you're like, oh my gosh, everyone's just piling on this poor person who doesn't know any better. But John thinks he's winning. He literally does not grasp the concept that he's the idiot. And it's so bizarre because he gets on there and people say, hey, John, what's the common denominator here? Like, what do you think is going on?
Yeah.
And John, in his mind, has decided that he's so good. That's why we're all goofing on him, because he's so good at this that we're trying to make money from his amazing name and performance. Or I don't know how he's able to justify this, because every now and again you can see in his mind, he's like, oh shit, this is not going well. And then somehow he convinces himself otherwise.
I mean, that's a talent. That's his only talent.
It's a personality disorder. It's what it is. It's crazy. And this is the thing, is that John doesn't realize how bad he is at this, how much of a hack he is. Hey Jude, my least favorite song of all time. John loves to use this melody for his parody songs. And so he tries to do one off the cuff here. Does not go well.
4 hacks go into a room and there's no one there to come and see them.
Little pitchy, dog. Little pitchy. All right, where are we going with this?
So they get this fat fuck known as high pitch.
When you first started the song off, it was a little weird and there was a lot of pitchy spots all over.
Provide the itch.
What?
To get people coming.
He should never try to go into a parody song like that and think he's just going to come up with something witty. He never does. Even when he writes it down, it's bad.
Well, I was just going to say. The
It
paper
was
room.
pitchy in spots. And I don't know. I didn't feel it. There was some pitch problems in it. You had a couple things going on.
Itch to provide the itch to get people coming.
Pitch was all over the place.
Hacky hack. Shit way a hack. Levy.
Pretty good stuff.
Hacky hack. Lumberjack Jack. Silent Mike.
This goes
Oh,
on.
my
I'm going
God.
to stop it.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. He just keeps doing that.
What must his neighbors think is going on in that place?
That's a good point.
Because that's loud.
Well, yeah. If I was hearing that through the wall, I would think that this person's special needs, especially because they live in a 400 square foot apartment.
Oh, man.
So John is upset that Shuli called him lazy. And this John thinks that he's actually working hard. He's not.
I can't fucking believe he just called me lazy while he watches me. Brennan has got to be laughing at that. I'm lazy, but he's watching me. Every day. 4 shows a day. But I'm lazy. It's so easy. Oh, my God. If I was on the Stern Show, when Shitway was on the Stern Show.
This is hilarious right here. This is similar. We've heard Patrick Michael do this with me, where they remember a time and a place where they felt like they were more in control and things were going well for them. In Patrick Michael's mind, it was when he was in 8th grade and they would goof on the substitute teacher, because he came out and he goes, if Carl was my substitute teacher, me and my buddies in the back of the class would be ripping on this guy. He would leave crying. So that was like his moment to be the king shit. In John's mind, when he was on the Howard Stern show, that's when he was king shit, goofing on Gary, how he eats shrimp, all the hilarious jokes, the teeth jokes.
Oh, yeah.
So now John's thinking, what if I had worked on the Howard Stern show when Shuli was there? Man, oh man, would I have gotten over on Shuli then with my daddy Howard Stern.
Oh, guys, Gary would be happy because I would be goofing on him more than Baba Booey. And Gary would be like, thank God Shuli's here because John now has a new target. Oh my God, he'd be crying after I I would have Howard in stitches goofing on him.
I love that in John's mind, he's cracking Howard up.
He never did that on purpose.
Very rarely. And it was usually because Howard was pumping it up because he's like, yeah, we're all goofing on Gary. So whoever said anything, he's laughing. He's not going to stop the momentum of the show and go, what, John? Yeah, you think that's clever? But whatever. I'm not here to judge John's past performance right now.
Oh, I
will later. I will later. I just think that's so pathetic that this is John thinking like, I would have gotten over on Shuley if only my buddy Howard was there and Robin and Jackie and we were all laughing at Shuley. It'd be so funny. I'd be saying things and they'd be saying things. We'd get him so good. He'd be crying.
Crying.
He's such a dork. If you are so good at goofing on people, just do it. Just prove it.
Well, yeah, you don't need a gang to do it.
All right. So one more thing I want to talk about here. John is trying to get Chad Zumock in trouble with YouTube. This is a tweet that he put out. And he put out, threatening violence is against at YouTube's terms of service. I fear my life is in danger from these scary threats of violence. I hope that at Team YouTube realizes that this is an ex-con threatening more violence. So he's tweeting that because Chad was saying he was going to kick his ass in Atlantic City or something.
Wait a minute. Why?
Why was Chad saying he was going to kick John's ass?
Yeah.
Chad doesn't have content. Chad's not a funny guy. He doesn't come up with interesting things to say.
Okay.
He's not good at analyzing things that he's watching. He's not good at reviewing things. He just says outrageous shit because he's got nothing else. John is a pussy and an F-slur because he has to go running to YouTube and go, this guy said he's going to hit me. I want you to kick him off of YouTube. So he's out there striking Chad's channel. He's watching MLC. He's watching Chad on there. He's watching Chad's channel. He's trying to find timestamps and send them to YouTube in order to strike him.
Yeah, but lest we forget, he threatened to break your legs or have them broken.
No shit. John threatens people all the fucking time. This is what's so insane. So, all right, this is him talking about that. It's starting with, this is a longer clip. We're going to get into all of this. It's starting with John is watching, he went to Hackverse Anonymous. This is one of the things he does. You know, he's not lazy, but he likes to go to a subreddit and just start playing a video he's never watched before to see if it's interesting or not. That's not lazy at all. No, it's great, John. You're killing it. So he goes on there and he's watching this clip. It's when I had Ray on WATP and we were watching Kevin Brennan. I was analyzing Kevin trying to control grown men's lives by giving them $150 for coming on his show. And so this is John. He wants to watch this and analyze it, and he can't.
Carl's doing Point Dabble Point every Friday, literally trying to affect my money. It's not working, but he's doing it.
All right. So what I said, I have to say this again because it's gotten so
I'm bored with this guy. He's such I honestly, he's boring.
So when John doesn't know what to say, he did this to Shuley too. When Shuley was on his show, and he kicked him off. When John doesn't know what to say or how to deal with it, he goes, this guy's boring. I'm done with this. I didn't even make my point yet. I was just starting my sentence. And he goes, this is boring. I don't get it. I'm not going to watch this anymore. It's such a cop-out. And then he says this.
He thinks he's fucking somehow talented, which is, I don't know who told him that. Was it Janine? Was it Bob? Who told you that?
I don't say this very often. I know Kevin Brennan is going to say something about me saying this, I'm sure, because I don't like to toot my own horn. But it's very difficult to start as nothing. Opie started as Opie from Opie and Anthony. Stuttering John started as Stuttering John from the Howard Stern show. Mm-hmm. Kevin Brennan is pretty well known. Chad Zumock was on a radio show for a certain time. I started as nothing.
Right.
And I built an audience organically and became what I've become because I've had enough people who enjoy what we do that support the show and listen and watch. I didn't get hired by a company because I stutter. I wasn't just asked to be an intern on a show and got notoriety from that. It's literally the hardest way to make it in show business.
Yeah.
Not saying I'm in show business, but the hardest way to make it is to build an audience organically and to be able to, the thing that I've accomplished and I'm very proud of is I made my hobby my job, my full-time job.
Right.
So that's something I'm very proud of. And I don't like to talk about it because I sound like a douche. But the fact that John is sitting there and saying that my parents told me I was talented and that's why I am where I am. I didn't tell my parents I had a podcast. Are you kidding me?
He thinks he's fucking somehow talented, which is, I don't know who told him that. Was it Janine? Was it Bob? Who told you that? Who told you that? Who told you that? You're not talented. Who told you that? Vince just sent me pictures with high-pitched fucking Eric. On our way to save dues payers show, I will speak to owner about actual, not fake sales. Okay, just got text from owner of the Irish Dive Bar. He said literally 10 minutes after dues payers said high pitch was going, ticket sales tripled to 15.
He's so stupid. He believes all of this. Also, Vince the lawyer took a photo of the room after the show was over. There was like one person left. He goes, "This is 5 minutes before the show starts. There's nobody here." And John believed that. He's so stupid. It's incredible. So, right after that, John falls for multiple lies from Vince because he's just fucking with him. And he's constantly falling for that. And he's falling for everything. This is, someone was trying to show him who Cardiff was on yesterday's show when he had Stevie Lou on. And Stevie Lou and Cardiff, I didn't know this, went to a Mets game together.
I didn't know that either.
I don't know if that's true or not. Apparently it is. I wouldn't be surprised. Stevie Lou's reached out to me to go to a Ween show. I would have gone, but we were in Detroit at the time. So Stevie's in New York, and he's a baseball fan, so is Cardiff. Yeah. So it makes sense. Those guys would meet up, go to Citi Field. And so Stevie Lou's telling John, he's like, "Yeah, no, I met the guy. I know what he looks like." And John goes, "Oh, good. Because someone sent me a video. I want to see if this is Cardiff." Now, watch how giddy John is to think he knows what Cardiff looks like. I don't know what he thinks is going to do for him. He loves to weaponize any information he has. So you know that's what he's thinking in his head. How am I going to weaponize?
I was actually a little nervous about this when I saw it.
You weren't sure if it was actually going to be Cardiff or not? It never is. Every time,
I know, but I was
every time Chad and John think they know who Cardiff's name is or what he looks like, they're always wrong every time. And once again, and this is, hey, John, Stevie Lou is fucking with you. He's trolling you. And you're an idiot. Because Stevie Lou's pretending that this is what Cardiff looks like, and it's not. It's not even close.
Tell me if this is him. Everybody, here, I'll just show it to you. All right, so he claims it's the guy with the playing the guitar there.
Let me see. Does he have a beard? Yeah. Holy shit.
That one.
This guy. Yeah. That's, oh, man.
That guy has 2 Cardiff Electrics. Are you kidding me? Come on. And of course, Stevie Lou's going for it. He's like, "Oh, yeah, that's what he looks like. All right."
Is that Cardiff?
That looks a lot like the guy I met
watch
at
John.
Citi Field.
Get excited.
Well, there you go. Finally.
Wow.
Finally, I get the goods.
Ugh.
There you go. That's what he looks like, people.
Big guy.
Sorry, potato. Sorry.
So John thinks he won something. I don't know what he thinks he won. He's not a gracious winner, is he?
He's actually a bad person.
He is. He's an asshole. And the fact that he thinks that he just doxed Cardiff.
He
and
said
he's
Kate
all
Meany was a
proud
bad
of himself.
person. He is a bad person.
No shit. He's mad at Kate Meany for saying that he looks like that lineup. Buffoons isn't the worst thing you could say.
I could think of a lot worse.
About those 3 people. But now she's a bad person because she got finger blasted by Alex Stein.
Allegedly.
After John... I know people are just joining us now, I should say. I don't think that's true. I don't know if that's true. But after John sent her a ring light, how could she get finger blasted by Alex Stein after John sent her a ring light that Alex Stein sent to John? It's so stupid. I never thought this is what my world would become I started podcasting.
It's getting confusing, but
it's getting stupid. All right. Hacko Burrow says, "I meant X-Men as in X-Men as in..." Okay. Now I get it. I'm sorry, Hacko Burrow. I was taking it too literally. I was being literal Carl over here like an idiot. Red 4735 $5. John has no shame, so he can't be embarrassed. It's why he was perfect for asking celebrities questions. It also keeps him from confronting his life. Yes.
Well put.
Very well put. Montgomery Scott, $2. Jen looks really nice with that new hairstyle.
Aw, thank you.
It's a hit. It's a hit, Jenny. Hellraiser, 69, $2. If John's a winner, I'm proud to be a loser. He's not. Trust me. Don't be proud to be a loser. Goat Melp, $10 Canadian. Just listen to Howard firing John as a call screener because he kept making stock deals with callers to the radio show. John refused to even try to learn what Stern was mad about. It was infuriating. There's multiple examples of John taking advantage of his position on the Stern show, Howard having to explain to him that he didn't earn any of this. When John talks about discovering whack packers, you were answering the phone.
Yeah.
You didn't discover Whack Packers. They were actively trying to get on the Howard Stern show. You were the gatekeeper. That doesn't make you someone who discovered something.
No,
idiots.
He answered something.
He's such a moron. Brian coming in with $5. He wouldn't be so winded if he didn't let all the air out of his body to laugh at his own jokes every time.
That's
true. Another great point. John loves to talk about how the shitwire, he's using my name, pay me commission.
Fuck you, pay me.
He loves to talk about how the shitwire is laughing at his own jokes. John is constantly laughing at his own jokes. He loves it. He got Joey C to repeat a joke multiple times, and he was cracking up about how funny he was doing that. Goat Melp, $5. It's not just stupidity. It's his egotistical refusal to take feedback. I loathe his kind. Don't we all? Betty Loco, Chad, why not have on Karen Harris? She loves SJ. That's kind of funny. Montgomery Scott, $2. F slur is an awesome line that will catch on. DJ Q with $20. Thank you very much, DJ Q. John sucks. Keep doing the Lord's work. FSJ. Will do. No problem. Chad, $2. SJ throws cans, shouts, makes cats scared, nervous. Yes, that's another good point. They live in filth. Cats don't like that. And he's constantly throwing things around the room because he thinks he's hilarious. He's putting on a show.
That's why the cats are under the bed. They're probably getting hit by beer cans.
Could you imagine what it's like under that bed? Oh, there's no way he's ever vacuumed that. Oh, I can only imagine. The dust bunnies are taking over. Matthew Riley, $5. Briefly took a break and tuned back in. And here is Carl bragging about all his organic success. We get it, Diva. God damn it.
Diva.
God damn it. I knew that would happen. It's just so annoying to me. Like, I literally have never been handed anything by anyone for what we do here. It's insane to me that John would be like, who told you were good at this? Like, that's a very easy answer. Anyway, I'm over it.
You sound like it.
Count Connor, $2. At least John can still finger bang Kevin Meaney. The greater good, $5. Starting from nothing, I knew about big time producer Sir Carl with a K from Rochester way before I ever heard of WATP. All right, good point. I did donate money to No Agenda. I'm glad that you've been along for the ride for that long. Thank you. The greater good. I appreciate that. Hellraiser 69, $5. He also owes Ray Liotta's estate. Fuck you, pay me. I don't think I know about that. Do I know about that? There's so much that goes on. It's hard to even remember everything. All right, that's all I had for this emergency broadcast. Good thing we got through this. This was quite the emergency, and I have band practice that I got to get off to. Dorby coming in with $5. It's narcissism. John's latest claim is coining the name Dabblestock. He's legit awful. Yes, if you just joined us, we did cover that at the beginning of the program. And unlike John, I'll leave this up so you can watch it later. Because the episode that we just watched of John, he took down immediately. And so he's probably a little embarrassed.
Well, he should be.
Because if any of the fans of his political show throughout the years, super lib, feminist John, saw that, they'd be like, he's slut-shaming this girl because she had sex with 4 guys and she's 24 years old? What? The fuck's he talking about? Not on brand for you, Johnny.
He's the worst.
Try better. Do better. All right. This is something that I played on my podcast yesterday when Jenny Jingles and I sat down and we watched John's show from this past Saturday. And there was a point on here that I wanted to make that I don't think I did. So I'm going to play this clip again. This is where John's striking Chad's channel for threatening violence. So anytime Chad says he's going to beat someone up, something that John has said so many times, it's ridiculous. All he talks about is beating everyone up in a boxing match. You know? Yeah. So the whole thing now is that he's trying to strike Chad's channel for anytime Chad says anything.
I want to address this idiot, Brian Clowder. All right, Brian. Not removing the strike is a piece of crap thing to do. Stop being a little girl and be a man. Yeah? What happened when I removed the strike on Tukey and Cardiff? Did they do what they promised me?
So I don't know if I brought this up yesterday. I was kind of hurrying by the end of it. We've had Tukey on here, Rocco, talk about this. there was never a negotiation with him. He was never communicating with John directly. In fact, he was ready for a lawsuit. He was getting his attorney involved and ready to go. So John's now acting like he had this agreement. Okay, if I take the strike away, then you're going to do this thing and that thing. Tukey never agreed to anything.
Yeah. Didn't it just like time out? You have to act on it, and it just and he never acted on it.
He countered it, and then you get 10 business days to actually file a lawsuit, or else YouTube puts it back up. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure he didn't put it back up. He could have, but I don't think he did. I think it's still just on Rumble, which, you know, it's got 10,000 views on Rumble, so that's fine.
There's also a different stance from It's Christmas.
Yeah, right. I remember that. Yeah. Now it's like you didn't agree to my terms. Before he was acting like he was just being a nice, generous guy for the holidays.
Right. When in reality, he just didn't want to get up early and catch the plane. Wasn't that really what happened? He's like, oh, I thought it was at 8 at night, but turns out it was 8 in the morning. I realized that at 2 in the morning, I had 6 hours to make it work, and I just didn't.
All of that was bullshit.
Yeah.
All of that. The whole thing, he's going down Thursday morning to file this lawsuit. He was saying that on Monday. Like, go tomorrow. What's your schedule? Yeah. Go all the way to the gym.
It's all entirely bullshit. He is just saying here, he invented a contract that the two of them made in his head.
Correct.
Which is insane.
He might have said something on his show, but Rocco never agreed to anything.
Exactly.
He stated that multiple times. On his show, on my show, he said, I don't have an agreement with John. I'm ready. If he wants to go through with this lawsuit, I'm ready to go because he doesn't own the copyright and it's fair use even if he did. That's what Rocco said. So John just makes shit up. He's always the fucking victim and it's so frustrating. And he actually has a reason to be a victim this week because Joey C comes on his show. And, you know, Joey C's been on Point Dabble Point. We've talked to him. He's like, I'm friends with John. And I go, okay, well, just wait. We'll see what happens. And so John made a statement about Joey C's wife that he would fuck her. And Joey C was not happy with this. He's like, that's very disrespectful. Very rude. And so he had some words. And Stevie Lou's there, too.
No. You just made a statement, John. I'm a punk. What, let me ask you honestly, quietly, John. What the fuck are you going to do? What are you capable of doing? I want to know. You just called me a punk, bitch. What are you capable of doing? I didn't call you a punk, bitch. You didn't say I was a fucking punk? Stevie, did I use the term punk? Hey, Rocky Dennison, the guy that looks like Rocky Dennison that's in the fucking middle.
John,
he looks
I'll
like
say
the fucking...
I'll say he's
yeah, what do you say, bitch? What do you say, bitch?
You're a punk, Joe.
No, you're the punk, bitch. Yeah. You're a fucking punk, Stevie Lou. I'll tell it to your fucking face, and I'm going to be an AC, so I will fucking tell you your face, bitch.
Try some Coca-Cola Zero.
Stevie, what are you going to do when you're fucking confronted right to your fucking face?
Why you run away again, Joey? Joey, you ran away.
What are you capable of doing about anything? You couldn't fucking fight your way out of a paper fucking bag.
Who?
Okay? Promise you that. Promise you that.
Joe couldn't come back.
Stevie, shut the fuck up.
Cross the line. Cross the line. Try me. Just cross the line.
You cross the line. You don't give a fuck, Stevie. I've had my ass. If you would give up my ass, that's fine. But you won't. I promise you that.
Joe.
I am not scared of you fucking ass. The bigger you are, the harder they fall.
Joey, I have a serious question.
I don't know if you can have a serious question, John, but go ahead.
All right. Did you ever give it to your wife up the ass?
Whatever, John.
Answer.
You're a low-life scumbag motherfucker, John. And you know what? Payday's coming, bitch. I promise you that.
Sir, if you'll just stop yelling at me.
So basically what's happened here, Joey C was pretending to be friends with John in order to pull this stunt where he was going to turn on John and tell him to go fuck himself. And John claims he knew it all along, of course. John's always in on everything.
The puppet master.
Well, remember, he's got a mole over at the Shuli Network.
He's got a team.
So he knows everything that's going on behind the scenes. And this was all being done by the Shuli Network behind the scenes. And so Joey goes on and motherfucks him. And I just have news for John. I mean, I think we all could have seen that him and Joey C were going to be best friends forever. So that's not a huge surprise. But John still thinks that Stevie Lou likes him.
Oh, that's cute. That's really cute.
But tune in to BYB podcast tonight because John is supposed to be the guest at 8 p.m. tonight, Wednesday. John is the guest with Quad Father.
Gonna go all Johnny Cush on him.
Yeah.
Oh, God, probably. So, yeah. John, no one is your friend. The guy just wants friends. That's all he wants. He wanted Joey C to be his friend. He wants Stevie Lou to be his friend.
It's cute.
He's already... Kevin Brennan's, you know, him and John are on the outs again, and John's trying to be friends with Kevin Brennan again, and Kevin's not going along with it. Of course, Kate Meany is out of the Stuttering John business. As we know, John sent her not just any ring light, the one that Alex Stein sent to John to improve the quality of his podcast. John regifted that, sent that to Kate Meany, expecting nothing in return, of course. So Kate Meany is on Chad's show, I think today. I think this is where this is from.
Face to face with Gino, but Melton, you hate him even more. That's incredible.
I despise him.
Kate, where do you stand with Stuttering John? Stuttering John's been on record that he bought you a ring light. He wants.
I have to say, Chad has Kate on the show. John just went off on that whole tirade about how terrible Kate is and how she's a whore and all this kind of stuff. And so now Chad has Kate. Let's get it from her. This couldn't be more boring. These people are devoid of talent. They can't make things that are actually interesting, even remotely interesting or listenable.
Even Chad just reading a question is fucking wooden.
Brutal.
Kate, where do you stand with Stuttering John? Stuttering John's been on record that he bought you a ring light. He wants nothing in return. He bought you the ring light because he wants to see your beautiful face. He was coming to AC, and now he's saying he's out of the Kevin Meany business. So where do you stand?
It's out of the Kate Meany business.
Yeah.
Kate Meany.
Dude, I love watching his show. Chad and I listen to his show together on the phone, and we just laugh. We laugh, and we laugh, and we laugh, and we laugh.
And then we laugh some more.
It's ridiculous.
Because he's a buffoon. He's a total buffoon.
How do you spell it?
I'm going to spell it my way.
All right, get ready for jokes, guys. The comedy stylings of Kate Meany, and of course, Chad sets her up perfectly for this because John's big thing is that she spelled buffoon wrong. So, okay, let's get ready.
How do you spell it?
I'm going to spell it my way. Buffoonz. He's a buffoons.
A buffoons.
It's actually spelled, let me do a spelling test. Buffoons.
Dude, congratulations. You just won a 1981 Buick Regal. This is good stuff. Bill from Jersey is going to be at AC. Chad, as your mod, I fully approve of Kate Meany. Just tell her to black out your number next time. And F Stevie Lou, see you in AC.
What a bore fest. Who's watching this show?
The only response that I could have imagined her having that would have been worse than that would have been her going, I'm going to spell it my way. John. Fuck you, dude.
That would have been more clever than the Z at the end. She was really grasping for something. I had no idea where she was going with that. It was similar to Patrick Michael, like starting a sentence without knowing where you're going with it. Like, I hope I come up with something clever.
She must go to improv classes.
Yes. I sure hope something clever comes out of my mouth.
By accident.
WATP. Welcome back, slappers and cousin-roos, to a very special emergency episode of Who Are These Podcasts. I was not planning on doing this today. I was planning on just watching the football games and having a good time with friends. But unfortunately, John decided to go nuclear, and I did think that we should probably address that. And I believe it's backfiring on him miserably, which is fun. But first off, let me show you the tweet that has since been deleted. And we have some other things to get to here. But starting off with this is the tweet where he has a photo of my mother, my father, my brother. It says, Bob, Janine, Grant, I hope poor Bob recovers from what he's going through. No, not having a loser son like Carl. I'm talking cancer. So John decided to go ahead and dox personal health information about my father. I'm not even sure if that's a legal thing that you can do on the internet. I don't know how that works, but it's pretty shitty. It's a pretty shitty thing to do. And let's back up and talk about how we got here. Okay. El Horrible did a video where they broke down the wedding speeches. So Stuttering John's adult children gave speeches at his ex-wife's marriage to her new husband, Aaron. And El Horrible, with some other people, played those videos and editorialized and had some fun with that. I was never going to do that because I like to goof on John. Anything he puts on the internet, that's what we goof on. We don't find personal things and family things and stuff like that. However, John then threatened to sue El Horrible, and he struck his channel over this. And that was some bullshit because John was claiming that he owned the copyright, which didn't make any sense, and just getting... going to the legal route like he always does and threatening people. And John, when I talk about how you threaten people all the time and you say that you don't, threatening lawsuits is threatening people. That's one of the ways that you like to threaten people. You do it all the fucking time. It's an empty threat. You're not going to sue anyone. You would get thrown out of court. You know that. Well, who knows if you know that or not? I don't know what you know. But because you did that to my friend Rocco and you were threatening this lawsuit and everything, I said, all right, let's see if John wants to go after me. So we'll read the speeches. We didn't show the video. We didn't show his children. We read the speeches and we commented. And all of us, this was a bonus show that we did, and all of us on the show praised John's adult children for their emotional maturity and their intelligence. We had nothing but nice things to say about, we were actually very happy for his family. They seem to be doing very well without him. They seem to be getting along very well. So that's what we talked about. John sent me an email saying to leave families out of it, and he included a vague threat. It read this: if you continue, I know more about your family than you would like me to know. Stick to goofing on me. That was on January 5th. Since then, I have said literally nothing about John's family. Literally nothing. And I'll prove that because John justifies that tweet that I just showed you with very old references that he keeps going back to over and over and over again. It's amazing with John. If you say something 4 years ago that he doesn't like, that allows him to act however he wants to for the rest of his life. I mean, it goes back to Howard making the joke that he should abort his firstborn kid when Susanna was pregnant. And it's on the radio. It's on the Howard Stern show. This is what Howard did. He bust balls. He was pretty extreme. He was a shock jock. And John will not shut up about it. He'll never forget that slight. And that's how John is. He doesn't really... He uses it for his own personal gain. He uses it so he can justify his own shitty behavior. And I think most people who've been following the Dabbleverse know that at this point. Before I get into... because John was tweeting a lot of things with my family and a lot of shitty things. Again, it's all backfiring on him. I even got a note from one Mr. Chad Zumach today saying that he thinks that it's really shitty what John is saying. I got notes from a lot of people saying that it's really shitty what John is doing and he's an asshole for doing that. I'm going to get all into that. I also have some clips from John's show that he put out yesterday that are just ridiculous that I definitely want to break down. But thank you all. We got 1,200 people here already. That's fantastic. Thanks, guys, for tuning in at a weird time, at a special emergency episode, especially those who want to help contribute to the cause, like Rick U32, $25. Give John the whooping his mom never gave him. Hashtag no mercy for Melendez. Yeah, we'll get into that. We'll get into that. That's the sentiment right now. And John brought this all upon himself. He's just constantly stepping on the rake. Reverend Shitstain Powerful Pooper, $2. How much money for my own emergency episode, you late mofo? Sorry I was not here exactly at 2 o'clock. I apologize. John doesn't do whippets, $5. Here's a 5 large super chat. Use it to make the carpet match the frosted drapes. Oh, are you trying to say, I have a bet with Bob Levy, by the way, if you didn't see Point Dabble Point. If the Chiefs win tonight, I do have to get actual frosted tips in my hair. But if the Bills win, then Bob Levy will be dyeing his hair black. So we'll all be rooting for the Bills. Of course, 5 large referring to what John says he bets on football games, meaning $5, but 5 large is supposed to mean $5,000. And John's a liar. We know that. Back when he used to do his fake betting commercials on his show. And he would talk about doing a parlay that was $5 that could have won him 10. Like, what? Who bets like that? What adult puts a $5 bet on football games? What are you doing? Tom, $10 says, fuck Stuttering John. I have never agreed more with you. Nighttime RMX with 2 New Zealand dollaroos. Giddy up cowgirl. I think that's referring to me in my cowgirl outfit, right? Gun Ranger, $5. Between his tweet and the text to Joey C about his wife and daughter, John is finally at the point where he can't pretend to be a good person. Correct. And he'll say, Oh, but I had no other choice. He loves to say he has no other choice. You always have a choice, John. No one's holding a gun to your head and saying, make sure you're the most despicable person on the internet. Do it now. Ian Hawk, $2. Here's some money for the cancer. Well, I don't think that's going to help, but thank you for the $2. Don with 2 beers. He ran away from me yet again today. Well, that's what he does. Don wants to fight Stuttering John. It's not going to happen, I don't think. Rick from New York, $5. I'm sorry, Carl. But just under 4.5 hours, Josh Allen dies. If he doesn't die, it doesn't count. Take $3.49 for flowers. Hashtag Steelers 2024 FSJ. F Vince the lawyer. You're Nick from New York and you like the Steelers? I don't know about that. Joe Dicker, $5. John is simply a reprehensible human being. FSJ. FTWO. Whatnot Chaser, $2. John needs a sock with a lock. Detroit Dabbler, Carl World Order. No more super chats for that piece of shit. I agree. We got to stop giving John money. I gave him $10 this month. And the $10 that I gave him was to tell him, John, I have no problem with your children. I think your family's awesome. Stop saying that I talk shit about them. I don't. He read it, and then he ignored it, and then he moved on and went right back to Carl's trashing my kids. All Carl does is trash my kids. That's all he does. Knuckle deep in Knight. £5. Sorry, Carl. As much as you want us to observe and report, this is out of our hands now. He needs to feel pain. He's going to get pested. Yeah, I have some thoughts on that I'll definitely get into. Tony Baloney, $2. Great show with Jim. Glad I got Patreon. FSJ. Yes, we did a show with Jim Florentine in studio yesterday. That was fantastic. And if you are on our Patreon, Supercast, or YouTube member, you can watch the entire show. We have it up there for you to check out. Red 473, $5. Carl, John is spiraling. If it's true that he has a new teaching job, this will likely end that. I have a clip about that. Chris Primer, $5. What's the over-under? John gets into a fight with a student in class. Drinking on the job? He really is out of control right now. James Boyd, member 4 months. Thank you very much. It's time for Scorched Earth on Melendez. FSJ, long live King Snaggletooth. Not really a name I usually go by, but I'll take it. Reverend Shit St. Powerful Pooper, $2. John live still right now talking SBTW, go Chiefs, talking shit, by the way. Go Chiefs, Kansas City. Yeah, I thought he was taking today off. All right, well, good for him. Oliver Hernandez, member for 5 months. Thank you. Carl, I'm a Patriots fan, but I hope your father gets to see the Bills win the Super Bowl this year. I do too. And if not this year, then next. My father will be around for a long time. D1 something 313, $10. He admitted he lives in a studio, admitted to not paying his mortgage. No wonder his credit is shot. He needs to focus on having any semblance of a relationship with his own family outside of mommy. Yeah, man, listen, I don't like to pry into his personal life. And when we had Ian Hawk on and he was sending shit to John's mom's house when John was staying there, I was like, well, that's not cool. Fucking with John is one thing. He does a lot of stuff to deserve it, but his mom definitely does not. But no, I mean, the gloves are off, right? He's getting people involved who have never said a thing about him just to try to get to me. And it's not working. It's actually making John look way worse. Vermicide, $5. Longtime listener, first time executive producing, FSJ. PCWO, producer Chris World Order. Well, thank you very much for executive producing on the show today. I do appreciate that. It is your support that makes this happen. Flat Cat Jessica, $2. Prayers to your dad. Thank you very much. He's watching right now. John's neglected cat, $2. Chad was doxing someone literally this morning. Yeah, well, Chad's got his own thing going on too. JDT, $5. Carl, I lost my dad, my best friend, 2 months ago to cancer. I wish your dad the best. John is truly an awful man, husband and father. Go Bills. Yeah, John, you picked a bad one to go after here. There's a lot of people who are very sympathetic towards family members who are going through, especially cancer. It's brutal. And I don't know what your thought process was. I don't know how you thought this was going to go. It shows what an idiot you are. John Son's a tranny, $5. SJ won't stop until someone stops taking the high road and hits where it hurts. He's hiding a lot. By the way, nice frosted tips. They're not. They might be after today. They might be. I hope not. Go Bills. Tar Marnold, $2. I don't drink. Can you explain why John hates O'Doul's? Yeah. Not enough alcohol in those O'Doul's, I think, is the problem. The King of Pennsylvania, $5. Making fun of your dad's condition was the last straw for a lot of us. No mercy now, no rules. The pests need to come out of hibernation, FSJ. Again, I will address that. I've always said not to fuck with people in real life, not to include family, but I have some thoughts on that. John's Neglected Cat's a new member. Thank you. Door Goes Open's a new member. Thank you very much. Nighttime RMX. This is Hamburger Country. Throws hair dye. Nancram, $20. Thank you very much. The fact that he had no clean underwear this morning and was proud of that on his podcast says so much. He's just a despicable piece of shit. He really is. Don, another $5. I want to apologize to Genta and Tiger Lily for Super Chat SJ today. All right. It's out there now. Cardiff is mad at me, I think. He didn't want me to do an emergency episode today. $7 from Cardiff. Do you think the Bills will be done winning by 10:05 so that Josh Allen can watch Potato Soup tonight? That's right. After the Bills game, oh God, I hope it doesn't go into overtime. We've not had good luck against the Chiefs in overtime. After the Bills game tonight, tune over to Potato Soup on the Cardiff Electric YouTube channel. And Bedabbler is here too. Next Tukey Okie song coming, Cunt Stinks, John's son, parody of Love Stinks. Oh, wow. Well, I'm looking forward to that, Tukey. The Tukey song we played on the show yesterday. Run DAZ, $2. I've tried giving SJ the benefit of the doubt. No more. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't deserve it. He does not deserve it. He's a piece of shit. Weapons Free, my friends. From Lawyers, Guns, and Money. Mason in Portland with a $5 super sticker. Thank you very much for the support. Guys, this is out of control. I really do appreciate this. Tommy with $5. If it wasn't for a Shuli, this fool would be homeless and broke. I'm glad you call out all his BS. Thank you for covering this piece of shit. You and Shuli are great. Thank you. Thank you, Tommy. I do it with pleasure. It's a lot of fun goofing on this retard. Mongo, $20. Mongo stands with Carl KWO. Thank you very much for that. I do appreciate it.
Hamburger World Order. HWO.
Adam Pratt. I wonder if it's Adam Pratt that I know. John is a massive Epsler. You might be. Critical Ranker with 20 pounds. We should start a GFM, a GoFundMe for your father. That would be a massive FU to that bell end. Well, my father's insured. He's going to be okay. He's going to be better. He's got a lot of support, a lot of loved ones supporting him, and a great team of physicians and all the healthcare professionals. We have great healthcare here in Rochester. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. We're going to be okay. Rick from New York, $5. I'm 20 minutes from Manhattan. What am I going to do? Root for the Jets or Giants? Kidding about Josh Allen. Good luck to Buffalo. John is vermin. I mean, you can root for the only team in New York State if you want to. No more Shulies equals world peace, $5. Despite him being a converted Shuli, nothing but love and well wishes for your father and your family. Hope fentanyl-laced blow finds his way to SJ soon. All right. It's getting a little crazy. Let's get into some clips real quick. We'll come back to the Super Chats. I do appreciate that. I want to start off with John was checking out the Bedabbler show from yesterday. And so he's talking about how he was watching that. And let me bring that up on the screen here.
Because like everybody else, all they talk about is me. They buy views, by the way. Oh, they're another group guilty of buying views. Because I can tell, because they have 900 people in the room.
All right, so now we're going to find out why John knows that the Bedabbler network is everyone's buying views now. It's great. It's amazing how everyone wants to have 800 people watching their show. I'm sure John will say, I'm buying views right now. We have 1749 last count. Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone who's here watching the show. But everyone's buying views. Let's find out what John's rationale is for this.
And the chat is going fucking...
Come back to us, John. Come on.
Yeah.
Get distracted.
That was Katie. Okay, I got it, Leo. And the chat was going...
That's the other thing, too. John's new best friends are these people who chat him. Leo Gunn and Broccoli. He talks to them on the phone. He talks about these long conversations he has with these people on the phone. What a lonely old man you are, John. You really fucked up in life, didn't you? You used to have lots of friends and coworkers and family, and now you have none of that. You're really fucked up, you idiot.
Slow as a snail. Now, if you're going to have 800, 900 people in a room, the chat is going to fly. I mean, if you look at my chat, it flies. Flies. And maybe not now because I only have 191. But when it goes up, they fly.
Okay, can I explain to this idiot what he's not understanding about how all of this works? See, John, the audience of your show is very different than the audience of Bedabblers. And the reason for that is that the people watching you hate you. And they want to rip on you. They're hate watching. They're goofing on you. I read your chat. I watch your shows live from time to time. And everyone's trying to get in a shot at you. Even the super chatters are goofing on you all the time. That's why the chat goes so fast, because everyone's enraged by what you're saying and telling you to fuck off. When you watch El Horrible and Friends or Potato Soup or these other shows, people just watch. They don't need to participate. They're enjoying it. They're actually entertained by the product itself. I turn it on while I'm on the treadmill. I'm not on there chatting away. I'm just watching the show. So that's the difference. And that's why the chat moves quicker in yours than it does in other people's. They're not buying views. They've organically built an audience. And that's the other thing too, John, something that you should think about. You are Stuttering John from the Howard Stern Show and the Tonight Show. And yet these people who have no credits, who didn't do anything in show business, didn't have the name recognition that Stuttering John Melendez has, are doing way better than you at this. That's not good. That's pretty bad. So people like to tell John, you got to stop talking about your past accomplishments so much. It's so annoying. And this is John's comeback for that.
Okay. All right. I'm the one who I had the career. And then John looks 30 years back. Well, that's like saying Sylvester Stallone shouldn't be happy about Rocky. He should never talk about Rocky again. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Spielberg should never talk about E.T. anymore. And I'm not comparing myself because this is what I can see Lady Kmart now. John is comparing himself to Sylvester Stallone and Rocky. Oh no! Emergency show.
Why do they podcast WDTP?
John is so stupid. He always tries to predict what I'm going to say about his clips, and he's always wrong. Because he's not a smart guy. He doesn't understand how we analyze his show and analyze his psyche.
John is talking about comparing himself to Sylvester Stallone and Spielberg.
So, yes, that is embarrassing for sure. You're right about that. You caught yourself on that one. But actually, it's even a worse comparison than you realize because both Stallone and Spielberg went on to do many other great things. After E.T., after Rocky, they made tons more movies that people love, and they continue to this day. They're still doing it. In fact, the Sly Stallone comparison is a really dumb one for you to bring up because you like to say that, well, you age out of Hollywood. I can't get a job as a writer because I'm an older guy. They just want to hire younger guys. Somehow Sly Stallone, who was an action star, is still figuring out a way to be an action star in movies. He figured out how to make movies. People still want to see him being an action star. So does he talk about Rocky every interview? No. Do you talk about Howard Stern? Yes. Do you see the difference? Yeah. Is Spielberg proud of E.T.? I'm sure he is. I can't tell you the last time Spielberg was interviewed about it. That's not what he's talking about. You're a moron for thinking. And he started that by saying, shouldn't they be happy about their accomplishments? Yeah, everyone can be happy about their accomplishments, but you should shut the fuck up about it at some point. And those guys don't brag. The difference here is that you're bragging all the time. You think you're better than everyone else because you got hired sight unseen because you had a stutter. Howard said hire him without ever talking to you or seeing you because you had a stutter. Very big difference. Also, you keep doing this. People say, John, you got to stop talking about your accomplishments. We know. Everyone here knows. You're not telling anyone anything that we don't already know. In fact, that's what makes this so interesting is that you did have a career and now you're at the lowest anyone could possibly be with the credits that you have. That's what makes you interesting. But you think that one of these days you're going to talk about how you're on the Tonight Show or Howard Stern and everyone's going to go, oh, we better shut up. This guy's got credits that we don't have. I believe that the definition of insanity or possibly retardation is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. What do you think's going to happen? One of these days, someone's going to go, oh shit, you were on the Howard Stern Show? My bad. Isn't my face red now? Don't I look like a KB now? I'm such an idiot. this, I was listening this morning to this episode, and this, I was like, wow, this is incredible.
I looked ahead, and I'm writing a sitcom as we speak. Based on my 2 or 3 years as a substitute teacher.
Which is it? 2 or 3 years as a substitute teacher? I feel like you would know the answer to that. Okay.
I got friends.
Yeah.
And we'll see if it does well. Hey.
It does well.
If I get a showrunner, you never know.
If you get a showrunner, you got to get a green light. You got to get a meeting before you get a showrunner if it does well. What are you talking about? This is insane. This guy thinks he's going to write a sitcom about I'm sure it's like a guy who used to be on the top. It's going to be this guy who was the king of the world in show business. And then he decides, you know what? It's time to give back to the community. Everyone's been so good to me out here in Hollywood. I'm going to substitute teach. And I'm sure he's got all his buddies at the pub that he goes to and talks to after the long, hard, grueling day of solving equations on the board. Boom! I'm sure that's going to work its way into the show. John, no one's going to watch this sitcom, but please make it. Please. I really, really hope that you do make it. On Point Dabble Point, the most recent episode on Shuli's channel this past Friday, we were talking about the fact that it seems like perhaps John is back to teaching again. He's changed his schedule. He's no longer doing the 11 a.m. shows. He's going on at a time when he could do a full day at school and then come home and do a show. And then somebody found that he had renewed, and I'm not going to get this right. Someone saw that on January 1st, he had renewed a certification or a credential or something so that he could continue to teach in California. So we went, oh, all right, well, yeah, he's probably got another gig somewhere, teaching somewhere. So John's going to explain that that's not the case.
I mean, if I was, no, I'm sorry. I got canned in August of last year. I'll still be on the site until the new school year next year. Then I'll be off the site.
Okay.
Scoot!
Okay, so the 1/1/24 date.
Yesterday I applied to Burbank, yeah, but...
Oh, so you're actually applying to be a substitute teacher. Well, that's interesting that you say that. It's just like, well, okay, but yeah, am I applying? Yeah, I do want to be doing that. I'm just not doing it. Well, that's odd. It's odd that you would make fun of it. It's like, Carl's going around saying that I'm a substitute teacher. Well, you're trying to be, so it wasn't that far off, I guess. But are you going to get that gig, John?
It's already in Sacramento, and the odds are very against me.
The odds of him getting a substitute teaching job are against him. This is after he says, I'm working on a sitcom. Do you see why this is funny, John? Do you see why you're unintentionally funny?
They're going, but John does his show later now. John does his show later. Well, dummies, I have a choice. I'll do my show.
Oh, was he just fixing his dentures again?
At 11.
What was that? Hold on, I gotta go back and look at this. There are a lot of people who think that John's got some fake teeth in his mouth.
Choice.
Because of shit like this. Get him in straight. Yep,
do my show.
Now you got it.
At 11, when I'm still in bed, or do it after Brennan. That's my choice. I don't want to go against Brennan because, in my opinion, no offense, Brennan and I are the only entertaining ones.
Oh.
So why would I go against Kevin Brennan? I like him.
Well, there you have it. It makes perfect sense. John's going on when he goes on because he wants to go on after Misery Loves Company, which is 4 to 6, Monday through Monday, every fucking day. So that's what John's schedule is because he likes Kevin Brennan. So later on in the show, Kevin Brennan goes live and John starts sniping him.
Obviously, that's why people watch him. Something's really wrong with him.
This is the guy you just said he liked. What just happened?
There's something very, very, very wrong with you. Fucking angry old man.
Well, I thought you said he was funny and he was good. What's going on? What happened?
Will you stop it? Will you stop?
You got at Kumi's mercy. So if he went over there, he probably asked Cumia, "Can I come over? Can I do John's show?" And he's like, "Yeah, try to fuck up his channel." And then John'd be like, "Oh, I didn't see that. John sees nothing coming."
That's because John's too trusting.
Also, John was the original snake. Also, right, Stevie Lou?
Oh, I'm the original snake.
John was the original snake.
His buddy's talking shit.
How do you figure, Kev? Explain.
He worked for Howard Stern. Howard Stern put Stuttering John on the map.
Yeah.
And Howard Stern hated one person in showbiz. That was Jay Leno. And John's
Untrue.
like, I'm going to go work for him.
All right.
I'm gonna go
I can't take this
making some
horseshit.
points. I got to turn that off. Making some points over there. It's amazing to me that in a single episode, John can go from saying Kevin Brennan's funny, he's the best, we're the only talented ones, to then watching Kevin's show and going, this fucking guy, I can't watch this. He's such an idiot. And it gets worse than that.
Right?
Yeah, and I went to NYU for film and television. So fuck off, Brennan. You're a fucking hack. You're an old man with pink shoes and a yellow fucking bike helmet.
So this is a weird thing. So John went from saying that he's talented and funny and the only other one who puts out a good show to saying he's a hack. None of these people are real. This is the thing I want to point out about Kevin Brennan and Stuttering John. I just did a show yesterday with Jim and Vinny and Chris, and we were watching the Bonfire guys breaking down the Sue Costello versus Kevin Brennan ordeal. And there's some weirdness around Kevin paying people and how that all works, and I pointed that out. But for the most part, we all took Kevin's side in this. Like, Sue Costello came off very poorly in this exchange, and we took Kevin's side. Kevin says awful things about me on every single episode of his podcast. Every single one. He talks shit about me. But I call it like I see it. And that's the thing. I think that's why there's, almost 2,100 people watching this right now, because this isn't a phony show. These other shows are phony. John goes on, praises Kevin Brennan. Kevin goes, yeah, John's a snake. He went to Leno from Howard Stern. This guy's a fucking hack. He sucks. And then the thing where he says he wears a yellow bike helmet and pink shoes. What are you saying? The colors of the guy's gear and clothing, does it make him gay? Is that what you're trying to say? Tell me Kevin Brennan's gay without saying he's gay.
Brennan, you're a fucking hack. You're an old man with pink shoes and a yellow fucking bike helmet. And you are a miserable old pink man. So, and you know what? I'm going to tell you that to your face in Atlantic City. Go right up to you. And I'm going to go, Kev, you're a miserable pink fucking loser. What are you going to do about that?
No, you're not. Hey, John. No, you're not. You definitely are not going to do that. There's no fucking way you would do that. You're not even going to make it to Atlantic City. Let's be honest. You couldn't come to Rochester when there were 86 tickets sold and you were going to make some money. You were going to have a payday coming to Rochester to put on a show. You couldn't even do that. You're not going to Atlantic City. You know how many people who will be there who don't like you? Oh, I know you made up with Kate Meany. I know. We'll talk about that for sure. But you don't have the balls. You wouldn't go up to Kevin Brennan. You would kiss his ass if you saw Kevin Brennan in Atlantic City. You wouldn't challenge him to anything. He's incredible. All right. So now John starts talking about how the only thing I do, who are these podcasts? Carl Hammer, the only thing I do is talk about Stuttering John Melendez.
But it was so funny, and I'm watching a little bit of this fucking point, double point. Hey, why don't you just call it the Stuttering John Show, Carl? I mean, at this point, every one of your shows is about Stuttering John.
Well, first off, your show's called the Stuttering John Show, sir. That's why it'd be confusing. You don't have to have a marketing background to know that would be bad, but okay. Explain to me that all of my shows are about Stuttering John.
So just call it the Stuttering John Show. Seriously. Because that's all you're doing.
Okay.
The BS Show is now talking about Stuttering John.
Not my show.
The Uncle Rico Show is talking about Stuttering John.
Not my show.
The Blondie Year Show is talking about Stuttering John.
Not my show.
Point, double point is talking about Stuttering John.
That is my show. That's my weekly roundup on you, yes.
Tukey Soup is talking about Stuttering John.
Not my show.
I mean, that's all it is.
Okay. So let's go over to the Who Are These Podcasts YouTube channel. And let's see, is John the only thing I'm talking about on my show? I just put out today, Leslie Jones is a bitter asshole, teaching children that abortions are great. An Opie video right here, Chad Zumach video right here, a show about people who are LARPing, Adult Baby Diaper Lover, the podcast, Tom Myers, Bill Maher, Joey C interview. Kevin Brennan has control issues. Maddox is back to prove he's a bitch. Howard Stern gets COVID. And then, here's a John video. After all of those videos on all different topics to John, there's a John then. Scary sex toys, Patty Broken Skull, tries out new material, the sniper can't handle getting sniped, Chad Zumock. John's landlord deals with his filth, another Stuttering John video. Obese women dating goes awry, lesbian musical podcast, Tom Myers is a liar. I guess you get the point here. We're doing a lot of things, and it's not all Stuttering John by any means. And that's just Who Are These Podcasts. I also am involved in the Creep Off. Obviously, I co-host that. And Who Are These Socials? We don't talk about John at all. So when John tries to paint these pictures and gaslight his viewers, well, he doesn't have viewers. They know. So it doesn't work. Kevin Brennan could probably gaslight some of his viewers because they're just watching Kevin Brennan. So he can say shit about me, and people wouldn't know the difference. But John, it's not working. You're a fucking idiot. This clip right here, I couldn't believe my ears. He's talking to Derek from BYB podcast, the Quad Father. And Derek says, I used to play baseball before the accident. And I was pretty good. I could hit 100-mile-per-hour fastball coming in. And listen to what John says. This is insane.
I would make bone like the last, I ruined one World Series game. This one idiot will not let me live it down because it was bases loaded or something. I was the best player on the team. I was like the all-star tournament guy, but they hit it to me, and I fucking was so OCD in my head. And I should have just stepped on third, but instead I threw to first and made an errant throw, and they all blame me. Even though I batted I went 4 for 5 and probably scored every run we scored, but and we wouldn't have been there without me. But it's.
From the very first episode that I ever reviewed Stuttering John's podcast, I connected it to a specific song, and now John is acting it out word for word.
I had a friend was a big baseball player back in high school.
If only reality was how you perceived yourself, John, you'd be the most incredible person to ever exist. The best baseball player, the greatest announcer of all time, the funniest guy on the Howard Stern show. Everything about you is amazing. And yet it's not. Why? And yet the actual reality is that just the opposite of all those things. Just based on what I know about you, you probably sucked at baseball too, would be my guess. All right, couple more clips, and then I want to get into the real personal shit that John's doing about my family that's backfiring on him, because that's really the main reason why we're here today, is to talk about John being a giant piece of shit who deserves everything bad that has happened to him and that will happen to him. But before we do that, let's talk about John's brand new pub math. This is going to clear some things up. We've been very confused about how much John is tipping. He says he tips $10 for a beer, and then we're trying to figure out, is that every beer he tips $10, or because he gets 5 beers and he does $2 a beer, that's $10? Because he said it some different ways. We finally get to the answer because John is saving himself money by doing a show later in the evening, or afternoon, I should say. And the reason for that is that instead of going to the pub and buying beer, he's now staying at home and drinking beer that Vince the Warrior sends him. So it's saving him a lot of money, and he'll break down exactly how much it's saving him here.
Derek, here's the deal. If I want to go on before Brendan, I got to go on 10 o'clock in the morning. I don't know about you, but I don't get out of bed at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oof. John, that's because you're a loser. That's not good.
So I was like, all right. Yeah, so I'm like, well, what do I want to do? Do I want to do my show at 10, 11? Or I'll do my show after Brennan? I said I'll do it after Brennan because then I don't have to go to the pub. So I'm not blowing a $50, $60 bill, every day at the pub, which I was doing. I was blowing 50 because keep raising the prices there. It's like $6 a pint.
I'm choking on my own rage here. All right. Let's get this straight. They're raising the prices. It's $6 a pint. Oh no, what is that going to do to John? Let's find out.
I was blowing 50 because keep raising the prices there. It's like $6 a pint. So if I have 8, that's fucking, that's $48 or whatever it is. And then I got tipped. I was tipped $10. So I'm almost at $60 a day.
He buys 8 pints. He's never thrown out that word before. He always says a couple, 3 or 4. Now we're at 8 pints that he's drinking at the pub, starting at 3 p.m. He's drinking 8 pints. But that's not surprising to me, obviously. What I thought was interesting about this is he says it's $48 in beer, and he always tips $10. So that's not a great tip, right? That's about 20% is what you're tipping the bartender who's pouring you these beers. He brags about it like he's the most generous guy ever. I think 20% is kind of the minimum at this point as far as tipping goes.
Fucking 7 days a week.
And how long is he there, too? He's there 7 days a week drinking 8 pints. He loves to do the other beer math where he says, I drink a beer an hour or whatever it is. So how much time is he wasting these bartenders' resources for the $10 tip they're going to get?
Fucking $420 a fucking week.
Oof. I'm glad you're saving that money, John. I don't think that's affordable for you. Okay. So last clip I have on here, I guess John and Kate Meany have made up. Now, the last emergency episode we did, we showed you all the clips where John talked all sorts of shit about Kate Meany. For some reason, John, a 58-year-old man, was all concerned about how a woman in her mid-20s was living her life, specifically around who she was dating, who was putting their fingers in her. These are all things that John is concerned about. Really weird shit to be concerned about, but John's going to explain that they've made up now.
Had a nice conversation with Kate Meany today. She's a sweet girl.
She's a sweet girl. This is what I mean. How does anybody watch any of these shows or take anyone seriously? It's just week to week, everything fucking changes. It's insane.
And I'm just so sick of watching everybody beat her up. I know I've said shit, but that was because she called me a buffoon.
You are a buffoon. That doesn't give you the right to talk shit about her, especially the way that you did, which is the creepiest way possible, talking about her boyfriends and who she's done what with, which is insane thing. But it was okay. She called me a buffoon. John, you're a buffoon. The fact that you don't recognize that or realize that doesn't change the fact that you, sir, are a buffoon.
But she apologized. I'm cool. Gino apologized. I'm cool.
Okay. Well, there you go, guys. As long as you apologize, John should be apologizing to Kate. Why is it Kate apologizing to John? I hate Kate Meany. I think she's a drip. But in this circumstance, John should be apologizing to her. That was so fucking rude what he was saying about her. He went on and on an entire episode trying to slut shame her. It was insane. He's such an asshole. All right. The main thing we want to talk about today, of course, John's revealing health information about members of my family, which is very low. It's a douche move. It's backfiring on him. I don't know what he was hoping to accomplish with it. John doesn't have a plan. He put out the tweet that I showed earlier, and he has since deleted it because I think he realized he was getting a lot of backlash from it. But this is the tweet. Bob Janine Grant, I hope poor Bob recovers from what he is going through. No, not having a loser son like Carl. I'm talking cancer. Good one. Is that a joke? If someone could explain to me what's funny about that, I'd love to know. And listen, I am no stranger to dark humor, and I have no problem. I think you can make anything funny. I think that's the whole point. Jim Norton has done a great job of illustrating that's the whole point of comedy and humor, is to make light of things that are uncomfortable and sad and brutal. I mean, you can make jokes about genocide and the Holocaust. Like, you can do those types of things. Cancer is a horrific thing that I think most people have had to deal with in one way or another, directly or indirectly, loved ones, family members. So in order to get across a good cancer joke, it's really got to hit. You really got to craft that one. And this is what John likes to call swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Let me get caught up on some chats real quick. James Boy, $2. Lost my son to cancer less than a year ago. Fuck Stuttering John. See, that's what I'm talking about. This is, and I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Picture exactly. I did that pretty well. I want to start a GoFundMe for super chats that would have been sent to Stuttering John. Yes. Now you're talking. Maybe what we'll do is I'll just put up my stream, a blank stream while John's going, and anything you want to say to John, you just put on there. And we'll read them to him. Meredith Halfpenny, 279. We stand with Carl now and forever, FSJ. Thank you, Meredith. I do appreciate that. Christian Black, $2. F's John Melendez and his walk-up studio apartment. Christian, thank you for that. I appreciate it. And you just reminded me, I meant to say this on the Who Are These podcasts yesterday. This Tuesday, 2 o'clock Eastern, Who Are These broadcasters has Jackie the Joke Man Martling as the guest. So Eric Zane and Christian Blatt will have Jackie the Joke Man on. That's awesome. It'll be Jackie's first time on the Who Are These channel on YouTube. So that's awesome. Thank you, Christian. DPM, $5. What your dad needs during this difficult time is a used iPad mini bartered for from the pub. Yes, I have tried to get him an outdated iPad that he can't update or get on the internet with. Suzanne's Nefarious Clamp. Best to your dad. I just lost mine to cancer. Stuttering John has always been seepage. This was cretinous of him. Guys, come on. You know how I feel about big words. But thank you very much for the sentiment. I appreciate it. Like I said, my dad's watching. I'm sure he really appreciates the outpouring of love and support. B-Lyle Bradley, $5. But will you vote for him as Senator of Florida? For Stuttering John, yes. I would vote for, if John's on a ballot, I'm voting for him. That buffoon. Do you know how much material I would get from John running for office? Velvet G, $5. He is a very sad little man. Even when John doxes you, so few care. He's a non-factor. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Velvet G. I feel the same way. Michael C, $2. Emergency broadcast is paid for by Arizona Bay Candy. Oh, I should have had that down here with me. Yeah. Doug from Who's Right has fantastic candy that I recommend people check out. Benson Levy, $2. I'm making tea with honey. Want some? I get it. David D. Demoniki. WTP rules. John needs inpatient rehab ASAP. Seriously, this has all been a cry for help from him. Oh, maybe. You know, I don't go that deep with the psychology. You could be onto something. John's ear mites. A member for 5 months. You'll always have ear mites. FTWO. Jad Allen, $50. Jad, that is very generous of you, and for that, I think that you deserve a very special. If I can find it. Nope, that's not it.
Super Chat World Order, SWO.
Happened to stumble upon you and Shuli just a few weeks ago. Life-changing entertainment. Keep up the great work and go Bills. Thank you, Jad. I'm so glad you found us. I know a lot of people who are so glued to the Dabbleverse. It really is endlessly entertaining and fascinating. I find myself watching all the shows as well. Trevor Zero, $10. Sending prayers for your dad, FSJ. Thank you very much, Trevor Zero. I appreciate it. EQ Mugen, $5. He need a court-ordered ban from the internet. Sadly, it's the only way to end his ability to harm. You know, in some countries, they do that. I don't know if you can do that in the United States. But yeah, the internet's not helping him at all. Nighttime RMX, $2 New Zealand dollars. Here's $2 towards that iPad your old man wants. All right, that we appreciate. That we can do. Bellick Lover, Belucky Lover, $20. Thank you. Love to you and your dad. He's going to be okay. Hugs and kisses. He is going to be okay. He's doing great. He's battling and he's winning. Void Wraith, $5. John did the same massive overreaction with Artie, taking ball busting to a deranged attack, lost my mom to cancer, FSJ. Yes, this has been pointed out. John is not a comic. He's not a comedian. He doesn't know how to bust balls. He doesn't know how to get back at me. He produces that really lame intro theme song, Why Do They Podcast, whatever it is. And he plays it ad nauseum. He thinks that that's getting to people. He's not funny. He's not talented. And so this is what he has to do. He has to hit as hard as possible with just the angle that he's taking here is the wrong angle. And he'll never understand that. He'll watch this and not understand what he did wrong and think that he's justified. And John, there's over 2,000 people here who all think you're a piece of shit. So look in the mirror. Think about it. Do your little OCD ritual and then stare in the mirror and go, wait a second, am I in the wrong here? Yes, you are. Chris Allen, $5. Can't wait till 2025 when we leave this piece of shit behind for good. Frosted Tips World Order. I agree with you on that.
Frosted Tips World Order. FTWO.
Jimmy I, $2. Are you declaring a fatwa on John? Not yet. Dr. Bob's ankle monitor. Get well, Mr. Hamburger. Can I send a mini iPad? A lot of people want to send my father an iPad. I'll see if he needs one. John Sons of Training, $5. F Cancer and FSJ. He's a cancer. I'm really loving the Frosted Tips. Fuck off. The narrator, $5. When SJ thinks he's correct, he rides atop his Mensa soapbox. When he's being manipulative and devious, he claims bumbling ignorance. Yeah, I know. We've all figured John out. It's not difficult to understand what he does and how he does it. Eddie Coyle, $5. Call him a garbage person. He was very hurt by this particular insult when Cardiff Electric called him this. John, you're a garbage person. You're a garbage person. Nobody else writes about someone's father having cancer on Twitter to get back at that person, to back at the son. Nobody does that. Only you. You're garbage. You're filth. Warren, $5. John is just like Maddox. Someone makes bank making fun of him, so he doxes them and accuses them of buying views. Yes, there's a lot of parallels between Stuttering John and our buddy Maddox. That is for sure. Wow, $100 from Cripple13, FSJ and F Cancer. I can't stand people like John.
Yay, super chats.
Cripple13, thank you so much. That is extremely generous. You guys have all been very generous on this emergency episode. I really appreciate it. So let's talk about what John tweeted out and then deleted. So if we look at, this is on the Dabblers Anonymous subreddit. And after he posted that photo of my parents and brother with the thing about my dad, Muttering Jay, who's Vince the Lawyer, writes, "Why are you posting trailer trash, SJ?" So Vince the Lawyer, what he does is he stirs the pot. That's his only job in life. Stir the pot, send deliveries to people's houses, fuck with them, do everything you can to get people riled up and whatever you can do. So he's trying to get John going here, calling my family white trash. And John writes, "Poor Bob is dying of cancer. I feel bad for him and hope he recovers." John, did you stutter when you wrote that? Because you're lying. You don't feel bad for my father. You would not have written that. You would not have posted that photo. You would not act the way you do if you gave a fuck about my father. You don't. You're not fooling anyone. I'm not falling for it. You're not the good person here. Like I said earlier, Chad Zumach sent me a note saying you're a piece of shit. You're not winning on this one. And saying that you feel bad for my father and hope he recovers is bullshit. You piece of shit. So Curtis says, "This is your mentality, like the infamous wishing Artie death BS. Someone shoots you with a water gun, you drop a nuke. No humor, no comprehension of jokes. I've heard nothing but compliments from Carl about your family." And he responds to that with, "LOL, then you haven't heard Carl." No, he has heard me. I've been complimenting your family nonstop. That's all we've been doing is complimenting your family because I don't want to play this game with you. I think you suck, John. I think your family's great. You suck. You're an asshole. You're a piece of shit. You suck at broadcasting. You get distracted. I love that you think your show's entertaining. It's garbage. Everyone watching you is watching because they're laughing at you, not with you. You suck. And how you don't realize that was an entire community based on people watching your show and saying you suck. How do you not realize that? And so he doesn't address what Curtis says here, saying no humor, no comprehension of jokes. John, what was funny about the thing that you posted on there? It's not funny at all. You have no idea how to even structure a joke. And John doesn't obviously respond to that part. And then Troll Hunter says, "You should delete this post. Not appropriate by any measure." Okay. Pretty reasonable, pretty rational, pretty good advice, in my opinion. And John says, "Really? But calling my kids losers is? Making fun of my daughter, comparing her to Baba Booey is? Then saying that's an insult to Baba Booey? That's okay, right?" Yes, John. When you read your book and you dedicated it to your children, the joke was, wow, those kids sound like losers because you're the one who's put it out there. Remember, the reason why people talk about your kids is because you talk about your kids all the time. You want us to talk about your kids. You use them as a shield. You got to stop bringing up this comment I made about how she looks like she could be Baba Booey's daughter. I said it once. You've said it 5,000 times. So if it's that damaging, you're the one who's perpetuating it at this point, not me. And you keep posting it everywhere. If your daughter is so put off by this comment and so brutal, then why do you keep saying it? It kind of makes you seem like a shitty parent, a shitty family member. It's fucked up that you keep doing this and hiding behind the shield. You want us to talk about your kids. You know whose kids I don't know anything about and I've never talked about? Opie's. You know how many hours I've spent making fun of Opie? I can't count that high. I'm not a math teacher like you. So I don't know. But we never talk about Opie's kids because Opie doesn't talk about his kids. You bring up your kids all the fucking time because you want us to talk about them. You do it on purpose. And don't pretend like you don't. Let me show you a couple more tweets and I want to get back to this thread. So John's been going after my wife as well. So this is a photo of my wife and my mother-in-law, both looking beautiful. This is at our wedding. And John writes, how I married my mother. So John is stealing that from Kevin Brennan, the hack, that he said is a hack. But it's something Kevin Brennan's been saying. But I don't know. I think that's going to backfire on you too, John. My wife looks beautiful right there. It was a lovely wedding. And by the way, at my wedding, we had 2 bands. And I didn't feel compelled to jump up on stage and play guitar with the bands and show off and be the center of attention like you did at your wedding. You are a trash person. You're garbage white trash. You know that. And then this is just me and some friends at another wedding. And whatever, they give you the stupid bag of whatever you want to put on. And you put on stupid hats and stuff and then take your photos. And another great joke. Well, watch this one. John writes, Oofa, who's the one with the red hat? Yikes. Good joke, John. You're killing it. That's not going to backfire. Wow. Everyone's going to be on your side now. You're saying that my wife's not attractive. Funny how just a month ago, you said you had nudes of her that you were jerking off to. Again, you go every other way, and it doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense to anyone that you have every opinion possible. It makes you look like you're an idiot. And maybe you are. Well, not only is my wife involved, my mother-in-law, my parents, my brother, my sister's involved in this too for some reason. More hilarious tweets. So this is just a photo of my sister, and it says, I wonder why she stopped speaking to her brother. She didn't. I still have a relationship with my sister. We still talk, John. So whoever gave you that information was incorrect. And I've been straight up about everything that you've said about my family and all of our personal bullshit. When you've been right about it, I've told you you're correct. I have nothing to hide. I'm not worried about you digging into I should say, Vince the lawyer, muttering Jay, finding all these photos and sending them to you. And then you putting out these hilarious jokes. Yikes. Look at the one in the red hat. Yikes. What's with colors and hats with you? Oh, he's got a yellow helmet. Oh, she's got a red hat. Funny stuff. I guess that's the observational comedy stylings of one Stuttering John Melendez. Here's another tweet he just put out today. I mean, he's still doing this today. This is from this morning. He's still doing this. Even though this backfired on him, he had to take down the tweet. Everyone's just going, Joe, what the fuck are you doing? This makes you look like an asshole. You're a raging asshole for writing about Carl's dad having cancer. This is incredible. And so this is just a photo of my sister with a couple people at some type of event. And he goes, what's going on here? I don't know. Good question, John. What is going on here? Why do you care? What does that have to do with anything? What does my sister have to do with fucking anything, you idiot? I know. John will say, well, are you talking about my kids? I don't. I don't talk about your kids. So that brings us back to this thread that has 157 comments as of this morning on Dabblers Anonymous. Getty Lee's thumb. Gloves off. Nuke this cunt into the greasy smear he deserves to be. No limits. Observe and attack. And I've been saying this for a long time. Guys, it's observe and report. We don't go after people. We don't go after families. We don't do anything in real life. I'm not saying that anymore. I'm not going to do shit to John, but he's going to get some shit from this and he deserves it. I'm not personally going after his family. I'm not trying to contact Susanna. I'm not going to contact anyone in his family. I'm not going to do anything to John in real life, but people might. After this, they might. And brought it on yourself. You really did. Dr. Ted Penis Astronaut says, I concur, this is war. Agree, fuck John. Right in his brown hole. Observe an attack. Get him and his cunt mother too. Observe an attack. Release the hounds. I've never brought up John's mom. That's the thing too. John likes to pretend that because someone called his mom on Christmas Eve, then I did it. I didn't. I don't call people's moms. I don't give a shit about that. I do a comedy podcast. So why would I do that? It wouldn't do anything for me in any single way. But John likes to just say, well, someone did it, so I'll blame Carl and Shuley for it. Well, that's stupid. You're an idiot. Because not only was I not the one who called, I also have never rooted for people fucking with your family until now. Until now. Call in, everyone. Get Anthony Cumia, too, to contribute. Yeah, there's certain people like Anthony and Patrick Melton who will take the gloves off and have a lot of fun with this. John deserves everything that's coming to him. Everything. Can't wait. Done deal, pal. Go ahead and tweet. Come on. I'll pay you to tweet. I'll pay you to tweet. I honestly don't care how far the dabblers go now. Call his mom and sisters all you want. Call his mentally disturbed kids whatever you want. I will no longer judge you or tell you to stop. Burn it all. You would think I wrote that. I didn't. That's Rocket King, 1878. But wow, 74 people agree with that sentiment. So, interesting. Jeff, what were you trying to accomplish? I don't know if you're still podcasting live. Maybe you're sniping me. That'd be fun. What were you trying to accomplish with that tweet? What did you think was going to happen? Is this what you thought was going to happen? Because that would make you even stupider, but you're stupid either way. Scorched earth policy from now on, John is scum. Agree. Totally agree. Let the scorching of John's earth commence. His daughter heard her dad say this, so she cut off her tits to lose weight. This is a tweet. Yes, they are. Only date women under 150 pounds. Yes, people are going after his trans son now. Jeez, I wonder why that happened. Mama Kelly, I've never been more happy to be overweight. Guys like this always crack me up. This drunk, vile, ignorant, filthy, greedy, callous, vicious, ugly, vile, shameless, pesky, rotten, bad-tempered animal has the audacity to put others down and judge. Well said, Mama Kelly. I like every adjective in there. That's awesome. Let the night fall. You never should have, though. John has never, ever deserved the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, I know. Responded to that one. If you give this lowlife scum money in Super Chats or Patreon, you're just as bad. No more money for Melendez. Yeah, and I've said this. Well, I've actually told people to give John money. That was years ago. But I've never really told people not to give John money. I mean, this is a matter where it's like, what are you funding here? What kind of operation are you funding if you're giving Stuttering John money to continue to be on the internet and act like such a scumbag that he is? It's not good. It's not good what he's doing. And again, I said it earlier. I super chatted John just last week. And I told him, John, I have no problem with your family. I have no problem. I think your children are well-adjusted and they seem great, like great adults. I'm happy for your family. I have no problem with them. Stop saying that I do. And what does he do? Oh, he decides to dox my family and health conditions. Good one, John. Good response to that. Well-measured response to that. You fucking idiot. Let's see here. Easiest way to mess with SJ is to literally stop messing with him. No more super chats for this piece of shit. Yeah, and that's a real easy way for him to learn a lesson that we can all get behind. Peter Chicken Man Brennan, glad Leslie Jones will bring you and my bro together. Yes. I think that's something that we could agree on. John sends a $25, $500 to whoever feeds SJ a fish sandwich in Atlantic City. All right, well, we don't want to start putting bounties on people's heads. That's definitely illegal and against the terms of service. Isaac Barak's wholesome gabagool art. Nice new haircut, Carl. Glad you got rid of the frosted tips and went full tard cut. It's quite fitting on a hamburger. Oh, yeah. Some people here like me. I thought I was doing okay. Ben asked $2. Can I get a sad skull drop to preempt the end of SJ? I don't have the sad skull drop. I got to get, I think Cardiff is the king of the drops these days. Mr. Majestic $2. Certain lines that don't cross. He did. All bets off. That seems to be the sentiment. Laugh It Up Comedy Club, $2. Can you please bring WATP to Poughkeepsie? Yeah, we would do that. KJ, $10. This is just, and speaking of that, if you want to see us live, and I hope that everybody will come out to Largo, Florida, that's in the Tampa, Clearwater area, fly into Tampa or Clearwater and get there pretty easily. March 22nd, tickets are on sale, WATPlive.com, or you go to our website, whoarethese.com. There's a link right on there, and go on there. I think almost all of the high-end seats in the orchestra area are sold, but still lots of seats available. It's a big theater, and you can pick out your seats. There's also general admission when those sell out. So get on that so you can pick out your seats and sit where you want to. Looking forward to seeing everybody down in Largo. KJ, $10. This is just typical of John. He gave out personal medical information about Jackie. He is vile. Best wishes to you and your family. Yeah, good point. Someone was just talking to him about Jackie on his show. He goes, yeah, Jackie's mad at me. He never explains why. But John loves to weaponize information. If you give him any information, he thinks he can weaponize it, which is odd. I don't know how. I mean, obviously, talking about my father and what he's going through. And listen, I'll tell you this. My dad is not dying from cancer. He keeps beating it. It's unbelievable what he's doing. He keeps surviving it. Even as it spreads, he just keeps surviving it. It's inspirational. He's surrounded by friends and loved ones, and he's doing a great job. And we're all really happy for what he's done. It's inspired all of us. And for anyone who's going through it out there, I'm sure you've been inspired by loved ones and how strong they can be when they are faced with this type of thing. And for John to bring it up as if this is something that he's going to lord over me or I'm going to be upset that he brought it up, just the opposite. You know, I'm really appreciate all the support that you guys are all giving me. And even before we did this emergency broadcast, I saw all the comments and what people were posting on Twitter and on the different Reddits and different message boards. And it's all been overwhelmingly positive. And John's a piece of shit. He really is just a moron. Tommy, you can also turn down the chat room speed as well. Davy Cakes, $5. HIPAA violation fines can be issued up to a maximum level of $25,000 per violation category per calendar year. I know. I was thinking about HIPAA. I don't know how that works. If that's a HIPAA regulation, I think that has more to do with honestly, I don't know. I would assume that has more to do with medical institutions, hospitals, and things like that, but maybe not. Ricky 3220, $5. I was born in 94. I literally only know about SJ because of WATP. John should be thanking you and Shuli and others for making him relevant again. Correct. This is very true. I shouldn't say most. A lot of people who now study John and follow him and watch him and super chat him only know about him because of Uncle Rico and Who Are These Podcasts and now Tukey Soup and Potato Soup and all these other shows that are talking about John. And he acts like that's not the case. But go back to before the Dabbleverse was the Dabbleverse and see how many viewers John had on his show and how much money he was making. He wasn't doing as well as he is now. And he really should be thanking us. Davy Cakes, $2. The High Tech Act, Section 13410E1. I'll look into it. Jess Spengler, $2. John's not the GOAT. He's a GOAT. Piece of shit. F. Stuttering John. John Bolton with £2. Can people stop giving him money? Scum. Yes, I agree. Is the Lions game started? I'm so sorry. Apologies to my friends in Detroit. I was hoping to get this done in an hour so that everyone could start watching the game. We'll get finished up here with Super Chats and then go Lions, go Bills today. Big day today. Metal Addict, $10. I lost my dad last Monday suddenly. The pain is unbearable. All the best to your family. I'm so sorry to hear that, Metal Addict. And it is. It's brutal when you lose a family member, especially a parent. And the fact that John would treat this so callously is insane. He's such a moron. Nighttime RMX. Wonder what Stallone and Spielberg's Super Chat numbers are. He's such a moron. He really can't get out of his own way. Drew P. Balls, $20. Here's your dad being around for a long time in FSJ. Yes, for sure. My dad will live to see more Cubs World Series. All right, maybe not. I probably won't either, but Painkiller, $2. Fate will be John's biggest enemy before long. It already is. Hacko Burrow, $2. Papa Hamburger World Order FSJ in his son CUNT. I can't wait to hear Tukey's new song that he's coming out with. Eddie Valentino, $10. John must really want something bad to happen to him. He must really be a sad sack, but he's too narcissistic to fix the bad he's done. Karma's going to get him in a bad way. I agree with that. I think you put out this type of negative energy into the world and you get it back. And I mean, he's already living that comeuppance. If you see, he was showing off to Stevie Lou photos of his old mansion that he bought when he first moved out to LA. He lived in a beautiful area of LA and he had a giant house. And now look at him. 400 square foot studio apartment that's filthy, that he can't even breathe in. Mucus is pouring out of his face all day long because it's disgusting where he is. And this is what he deserves. By the way, everybody is living the life they deserve. Not everybody. Some people have some bad things happen to them, but people like John, who's had every opportunity and turned it into this, definitely deserves it. Picture exactly. Oh, shit, I did that wrong. Picture exactly. This is what SJ's chat should look like. Never addressing him, just chatting to each other about him. Would he catch on? Interesting. I like that. That's fun. That's a fun idea. In fact, when John used to do, we just did the political shows. And he had Hal Sparks on, and Richard Ojeda, and Tony Michaels. You'd watch that chat, and it was just people who would go there to talk to each other. They weren't even paying attention to the show, because the show is unlistenable. People know nothing about politics. So that it's kind of funny if we brought that back again. Jeff Spangler, $2. You just wrote a better show than John ever could. Oh, yeah, about his sitcom? Maud Levy, $2. The name of his sitcom, Welcome Back, Snotter. That's good. That's good. Joe Dicker, $2. Is he calling it Hanging with Mr. Stupor? That's a good one, too. We have some funny fucking listeners here at WATP. My boy, Penis Wrinkle, $5. I will send him one more super chat to tell him he crossed the line and I won't be supporting him anymore. Should I try to get him to apologize? F cancer. No. I'm an adult. Apologies don't mean anything to me. I don't care. The fact that John's like, oh, you know, Gino Bisconti apologized to Kate Meany, so now we're good. That's what you need? An apology? Fucking idiot. Bill Fenner, $2. Prediction, Stut Joe will never actually write it. The sitcom? Yeah, no shit. Joe Oliveri, I must be way behind. We're talking about the sitcom. Joe Oliveri, $2. SJ never had friends. He had suppliers for his ego. Yes, I could get all into that. There's so much evidence from the Stern Show days and everything else. John's just always been this piece of shit that uses people. And as soon as you don't have use for him anymore, he cuts you out. Dang Lizard, €5. He can't write about anything he didn't experience. He fills it with stolen stories, and he's the worst storyteller. That's going to be an amazing sitcom. That's a good point, Dang Lizard. You're right about that. If you ever watch One Too Many, it's so annoying. He sticks up for a kid who gets picked on because he has a stutter. And then he's part of this Tony and Tina's wedding whatever the fuck that thing is called. Like, that's what he works at, which is what he actually did when he met Suzanne. It's the whole fucking thing is ridiculous. He's not a creative guy. He likes to talk about how creative he is. He's not a creative guy. I can't wait to go through his big studio album on Atlantic Records, the Stuttering John album, and break down his music because he's so creative. I'm sure he didn't steal from all the other grunge bands of that era and just slap his name on it. The Black Guy's $5. John literally just said he applied to teach in my kid's school district. I would be unable to only observe and report in that case. Oh no, Christian. I didn't know that was your district. That sucks. Well, it's a long shot, so good news there. CMOS, 4044, member for 6 months, thank you. Screw John, complete scumbag. It's not even funny anymore. Packers are out, so I'm shouting for the Bills, for the Bull now. Hamburger World Order. Dude, the Packers, man. Thought they were going to pull off an upset. That was a well-played game on their part. Wendy's Cat, $2. How is San Francisco? They're so stacked. They have so much talent, and they can't seem to put together the games they need to in the playoffs. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I still think... Well, no. I was going to say I still think they'll be in the Super Bowl. No, the Lions. Lions are going to the Super Bowl. I would have loved to see the Packers win that game yesterday. Wendy's Cat, $2. You might be able to get $200 and iPad mini from him. $190 probably and an iPad mini. Use iPad mini. Picture exactly $5. Can you imagine how many commas are in that script? And ampersands, yeah. Bully 202, I heard Carl is saying Vince the Lawyer has a spectrum disorder. I didn't say that. I said that the guy is a piece of shit who's just always trying to stir shit up. Find photos of me and give them to John so John can write his witty jokes. And John, just so you know, Vince the Lawyer, Muttering Jay, is doing this to goof on you. He's giving you this information because he knows you'll make a fool of yourself. And you fall for it every fucking time. He's putting a can of Coors Light under a box with a stick holding it up. And you're crawling in to get the Coors Light every fucking time. You're such an idiot. And I tell you this too. I go, John, Vince the Lawyer is trolling you. Well, I don't know. Not all the time. Yes, that's how that works. All the time. He doesn't want to be your friend. He doesn't care. Barnes and Noobs, $20. The internet is undefeated. The only reason John has been skating by this long without consequence is because this Devilverse is just a small corner of it. Imagine if he really went viral for his scumbaggery. That's an interesting point, Barnes and Noobs, because think about Opie and the cake stomping. Now, Opie's a bigger name than Stuttering John in a lot of ways. He was the host of a show, not the stunt boy and phone screener. So very different. But Opie stomped on this homeless man's cake, and then 7-8 years later, that video resurfaced, and tons of people who didn't know who Opie was or didn't know about that incident were pissed off, and Opie got a lot of shit. I wonder if something like this, these tweets that he put out, could go viral in a similar way. Remember Stuttering John? I wish Howard would address what a piece of shit, because Howard predicted it. He was right all along. Flashy Vic, £5. Write a sitcom. The stumpy, useless cat killing stain can't even manage to write a child support check. Good point. We got some funny people in here. Don Two Beers, $2. I love KB even though he's a piece of shit who flits around. I got to tell you, KB will never have me on his show. I thought maybe he would, but he does not want someone like me on his show because he's been gaslighting his audience for so long and talking about all these lies, making up all this bullshit. And the fact of the matter is that KB will not have someone on who would confront him on his show. He's just like Stuttering John. He needs yes men. As soon as you go on there and you confront him, take you right off. No way he's putting up with that. He's a pussy. Area 51 Rider, $5. I still think you should cover Cyrax. Also, SJ sucks. Balls. I know, I do need to get on that. It's just such a deep, deep well. It's intimidating. It's Eric Nagel. Thank you, E-Rock. $5. John needs to be corrected. Agreed. Dang Lizard, €5. Today, SJ told us he did a structured show without constant bitching for years, and you're the reason he doesn't anymore. Does SJ know reality exists? Yeah, no shit. That structured show that he did was the one with Royce. Royce ran that show. John can't do a show on his own. He has no idea how to do a show on his own. Clench Me Cheeks, £5. Gotta love an emergency episode on a Sunday evening. PM UK Moon Time Loser. Thank you. I love how many people from Europe and Australia and even New Zealand are into the Dabbleverse and following Stuttering John's every move. It tells you how compelling this character is. It's not just people who, oh yeah, I remember Stuttering John from the Howard Stern show. What's he up to now? It's people just like, what did this guy just do? What did he just say? What a fucking idiot. So it really does fill me with glee and pride when I see all the Europeans, Australians, Canadians, New Zealanders. We get people from all over checking this out. Chilino, $10. I don't get you, Carl. I don't know how you thought this would go. You know John. You know how John is. You know he was capable of this. So cry me a river, LOL, FSJ, FOJ, FKC. Well, I don't know. Do you think I'm crying about this? Is that the sense that you're getting from this show? I'm just exposing that John's a piece of shit and deserves everything he has coming to him. I'm not crying about it. Listen, when John said he's got all this information about my family, I said, well, then put it out. Put out your information that you have. You want to weaponize information? You want to try to intimidate people and scare people? What does he call that? Extortion? I think he calls it extortion when people do that to him. Oh, if you don't do this thing, then I'm going to do this thing. Do it, you pussy. Beta Patch, $2. Shuli, buy views. John, buy views. I get it. Marco V, 193, a long time Stuttering John supporter, $10. Sorry for what this asswipe did to you and your family. I'm blocked everywhere. He can block, but lit him up with my sock account into his chat. Awesome. Thank you, Marco V, 193. I appreciate that. Matthew Riley, $5. Sure, the guy with the German last name thinks it's okay to joke about the Holocaust. Makes sense. Sorry about your dad, but I am sure he will be okay. He will be okay. Thank you for that. My point is just that you have to be able to joke about all horrific things, but when you do joke about horrific things, you got to be more clever. You got to be a little more clever when you do that, or else could backfire on you. Might not work out for you. Night Deer, $10. And I never want anyone canceled for anything they ever say, or if a joke doesn't work or something like that. But I'm not asking for John to be canceled. I just want everyone to know. I just want to expose him for what a piece of shit he is. Night Deer, $10. I recently started super chatting him a few times a week just for his reaction, but no more. You're funny and he's not, so he resorts to cruelty. Best to your family. Yes, that sums it up. John is not a comic. I have challenged John to a roast battle. We have challenged John to things that comics would do if they were having an issue with each other. We've talked about this, and he's afraid. He shies away from that. He just wants to play dirty from the safety of his shitty apartment. $2. Honestly, John would kill a remake of The Fly. Would kill in a remake of The Fly. Interesting. Not a bad idea. Hey, Purple coming in. Member for 3 months. Bad joke. Cancer jokes are like food and water. Now everyone gets it. The partially revived corpse of March 10th. $5. That tweet is like bringing a wiffle ball bat to an MLB game. FSJ FKB, best wishes to the family. Thank you very much. The outpouring of support has been really something else. I really appreciate it. Check a con, $2. SJ is about peace and love. St. Francis of Assisi. Sorry, I don't understand that. Dennis Michaels, $5. Jim Norton sucks. Anyone who won't say a bad word about John sucks just as much as John does. Everything is fair game for Jim, but John, extra lame. Well, Jim Norton doesn't say things on air. Let's put it that way. Crash Awesome, €2. Observe and report. You let him do this. Fair enough. Oh my gosh, Cripple 13 with another $50. Thank you very much.
Yay, super chats.
The best way to defeat John is more success for you. He can't see the difference between your dad is a loser and posting a picture of your family and mentioning cancer. This is why he is such a loser. Correct. He can't see the difference. And he won't understand this. This will come out and he'll watch this and will not understand it. He'll not understand why people are, he'll say I was buying viewers. These are fake super chats. He's a fucking idiot. And it's sad because the internet's not a place for people like John. John's a dinosaur in this world. And yet he's put himself in the middle of it in the worst possible way. And he's not handling it well at all. Eddie Coyle, $5. Could you do a weekly segment on the super chats that SJ decided he is not going to read that? That would be funny. If people want to, well, no more super chats. Because even if he doesn't read it, he gets the money. So let's not do that. Mr. Spinkles, $10. The super chat talking about Korsakoff syndrome is what Lady Di had was spot on. John's ultimately a sad case. Go Bills. From a Vikings fan, we are losers too. Well, yes, thank you very much for that. And yeah, I know. Dr. Steve has talked about this. He sees what John's turning into, and he said he gets some Lady Di vibes, which he's serious about. He's not happy about that. Will Heron, my favorite local news personality, in our interview, John said he makes over 6 figures a year. I'll send the clip. Does Susanna know? Love to your pops. Oh, yes, please do send that clip, because this is what's crazy. John in December had his best month ever. He made over $5,000 on YouTube. He's been bragging about it nonstop. And he says, I'll prove it. If KB thinks I'm lying, I'll show him the screen grabs. I'll prove I made $5,000. Now, I am not saying anything negative about $5,000 on YouTube. That's fucking awesome. But it's $60,000 a year. John, you made more money at the Howard Stern show. And remember you bitched about how I didn't pay you any money at the Howard Stern show and you had to leave? And now you're making less than that? And bragging? Why? That's weird. It's dumb. Dorby, $20. FSJ. He spent the last week viciously attacking his beloved chatter and cancer victim spouse. Yeah, no shit. This guy is just like, all I try to do is nice things for people. Do ya? Now this. He has zero empathy for anyone but himself. Just when I think he's a narcissist, he convinces me that he's a sociopath. Well said. Although I think it's a little bit of both. But well said. Don Two Beers coming in with $5. Happy story. My son, lymphoma at 5, now 17, 6'5", 210 pounds, healthier than ever. That's amazing. Don, that's awesome. I love to hear that. Love to hear success stories on this. MLC podcast. Wow, my dad has cancer. Wow, good one. Good one. I don't remember crying about it. My buddy John Marlowe, who helps me out a ton on WATP. All the best to your dad. FSJ, 6 ways to Sunday. Go Bills. This is amazing. I'm having a hard time reading all of this. Nighttime RMX. Why do they frost tips? Why do they frost tips? WDFT. Philip J. Russo. Tell us your funny Jew joke. Another time. Now it's not appropriate. Adam Brown, $5. Great show concept, bud. Love it. Carlos Danger. What's happening, Carlos Danger? Insufferable Bastards. $5 super sticker. Appreciate that. Beta Patch, $5. John is like if Chunk from Goonies spent the next 30 years doing the truffle shuffle to no audience. That's interesting. That's an interesting point. There's probably a lot of parallels you could make to people like Screech. A lot of these people who peaked early in life. You can't say Corey Feldman. He's had too much of a career, but there's a lot of guys who peaked and were known for something and then get into stand-up comedy because they can't do anything else and then become an embarrassment. Hack Ride, $5. Thank you, Hack Ride. Prostate cancer got my dad, proving there is no God, as John still walks the earth. Tell me about it. It's not fair. And prostate cancer is brutal. Crash Awesome with €2. You're in a good group chat with Vince the Lawyer, right? You're in a group chat with Vince the Lawyer. I am in a group chat with Vince the Lawyer. Bob Levy for life, $100. Oh, Bob Levy for life. I appreciate it, buddy. Keep up the great work at taking this subhuman down, and all the best to your pops. Also, can someone please reach out to Stevie Lou and tell him that his SJ trolling is super cringe? I like Stevie and hate to see him embarrass himself. Yeah, I'm not getting this angle. I talked about it a little bit, I think on Dabble Point, where I think Stevie Lou came into this with some type of plan or strategy, and then that's out the window now. I don't know what he's doing. I don't think he knows what he's doing. Being friends with Stuttering John and being a co-host, first off, never ends well. And secondly, is brutal. It's not fun. There's no fun to be had dealing with John. You just have to agree with him all the time, laugh at his jokes. That's another thing I could have clipped from the show yesterday morning. John likes to talk about how, the Chad impression of me, I'm always laughing at my jokes. Shuli's always laughing at his jokes. John is notorious for laughing at his own jokes. Jokes that he's told multiple times he laughs at. Clyde, $5. I hope eventual gains national fame from the Dabbleverse. He is approaching Ethan Ralph levels of garbage human. Yeah, it's very possible. It's very possible that this gets out beyond the Dabbleverse and John is seen as the piece of shit scumbag that he is to an even larger audience. Surviving the News. Miss you, Carl. I may be back soon. Pick of Casey's pin. Now, what happens is when I get these notes from Surviving the News, I then get a text message from Phil Elmore saying, that was not me. So, Phil, I believe that's probably not you. Unless you text me and say it was you, then I'll know otherwise. Exactly $6 million. $5. I'm sorry about your father. I really hate people rooting for cancer, and Shuli buys views. A lot of messaging in there. Ricky Bev, $2. This is low even for him. Long live the hamburgers. Thank you, Ricky Bev. It is. I know, even for John, it's scum. And I don't expect him to be a classy guy. He's not a class act. I wasn't expecting John to handle this in a classy way, but this is something else. Okay, yeah. Did your sister eat at the dump this year? Okay. That would be Vince the Lawyer. Hilarious, buddy. Good job. You did it again. Mr. Majestic, $2, speaks volumes that he doesn't get the dad/son bond. Interesting point. Michael C, $2. Carl might be Baba Booey's son. He looks like him. What? Oh, how could you say that, Michael C? Could you imagine if I just bitched about Michael C saying that for the next 2.5 years? Driven by demons. Remember, for 6 months, you should out your dad as trans and turn the turntables. Stuttering mind blown. Interesting. I like that. Well, my dad did convert to Judaism. Which one? What if he was Jewish and trans? How many points is that worth? Maybe negative. Your mom's box, $2. I love Angry Carl. Love to your family. Thank you very much. It's appreciated. Don, again, $2. Your tips flare when you get worked up. Yep. Percy Sweetwater, $2. I'm surprised by this new low. Not sure why. Yeah, I know. No one should be surprised that John has stooped to this low of trying to make a joke about my father having cancer. Good stuff, John. You're so funny. He keeps talking about his kids because he wants to perpetuate the jokes against him because deep down inside, he's mad at them for those wedding speeches. Oh, it's not that deep. It's not deep down. He is so insecure about how his kids feel about him. He talks about it all the time. It's a weird thing to talk about. It makes me think that maybe the relationship that he has is not what he pretends he has. Because as we know, John's a pathological liar. And so when he says over and over again that all of his children love him and respect him, you start to think, I think he's gaslighting me. I think he's lying. I'm sorry I keep using the word gaslight. I'm not a fan of that word, but it is appropriate. Will Heron, $2. When did Lance Bass start a podcast? You motherfucker. Will, thought we were on the same team here, buddy. Brother Ted, $5. What's going on in the Lions game right now? I gotta get out of here and check that out. If what you're saying is true, how come John has never burned a bridge personally or professionally, except for everyone with whom he's ever dealt? Yeah, no shit. He's got a specific track record. It's very noticeable. There's a trend line that's pretty obvious. Mark Brill, $5. I'm honestly surprised SJ stoops so low. More fool I. I know. So, some people are going like, well, yeah, of course it's what John was going to do. But other people are going, wow, this is actually shocking. And I'll tell you why it is shocking. Because it gets him nothing. This isn't a W for him. That's why he took it down. These guys who tweet out crazy shit like Chad Zubak, like Stuttering John, and then delete their tweets, what does that say about them? They know they fucked up, and they keep doing it over and over again. I mean, how else do you define a loser in life? That's probably a pretty good metaphor. Laziest man on Mars, $10. You are a coward who uses your weakness as a shield. Count of Monte Cristo to the guy whose life he is about to totally destroy out of revenge. All right. I like it. I like the parallels. Holy fuck. $2. Nobody asks him to be the White Knight. I know. John's thing with Kate Meany. Diz5, $5. As a fellow Shuley, God bless your dad. My mom had stage 3. It was brutal. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, we're seeing this. A lot of people go through this. Obviously, cancer affects a lot of people's families. And I don't think it was a good angle for John. General GK with $5. FSJ for what he said about Jenny Jingles. She's awesome and beautiful, and he's a grotesque piece of garbage. JJWL. Yeah, that's the other thing, too, is that John doesn't realize, like, my folks, my brother, my sister-in-law, my wife, they come out to the shows. They've met a lot of these people. John doesn't realize that there's a connection with the WATP listeners and the people who are on the show and my family. He would never understand that. So when he talks shit, people are like, well, I've met Carl's dad. He's a really nice guy. Why would you say that? John is a bad case of chump syndrome. Yes, he does, CMOS. Ozone, $10. Can you start doing shows on Richard Ojeda and Brian Karam? Thank you for reminding me. This is another thing, too. I can't imagine that if Richard Ojeda, and I've seen people tag him on this tweet that John put out, if people like Richard Ojeda and Brian Karam, these two idiots that do a show with John once a week still, if they see this behavior, are they going to still do a show with them? I wouldn't. If I had a co-host who did this shit, I'd quit the creep off immediately. Or whatever show I had a bad co-host on. Kidding, Vinny. Stop it. Can you start doing shows with Richard Ojeda and Brian Karam? After John's latest attacks involving your dad, anyone that works with John needs to get so embarrassed that they abandon him. It could happen. I can see it happening. Hack Ride, another $5. The entire Gongooglers, Christian, ZDT, and the rest of your LA team are ready, Carla. Just give the orders. Orders will be given. Hackamania coming soon. Philly Frank 5, $50. Oh, thank you so much.
Yay, super chats.
Carl, I want to let you know that I met your brother and his wife in AC in August. They're great people. SJ is human garbage, and I told him so in a super chat. My mom beat cancer first time and was 84 the second. Wish you the best. Yes, my brother and his wife went out to the AC meetup with MLC, and they go to all the WATP live shows and hang out with everyone. So these aren't strangers to a lot of people who see these tweets and things. So it makes it even more of a scumbag. John's broken hand trumpet, $10. My father passed away last year. He was a U.S. veteran. Carl, you are a mensch, and thoughts to your family. Hi to my brother, Florida's funniest flamingo. Yeah, sorry to hear about that, and appreciate your father serving this country. $4.95 Marauder, $5. $4.95 is the Long Island Expressway. North Massapequa is white trash. I can confirm that. South of Sunrise Highway is the nicer part of the town. You could tell that John came from white trash. You see his friends from high school. You see what they're up to. Yenta John, $5. No more super chats or engagement on his YouTube. And Scorch Earth is worthless ass everywhere else. Agreed. Let's do it. Let's all rally behind this one. Big Daddy Doo-Doo, $5 for Carl because he's a good dude. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Kato style, $10. Carl, I'd love to hang with this show today, but the Lions are on. FHJ, and big props to you and the Drew and Mike show. Thank you very much, and I get it. I didn't mean for this to go on this long, but holy shit, the support is unbelievable, and I really appreciate it. I want to read every single chat that's coming in, especially Bob Levy for life with another $50. Thank you. A couple of beers for me, for you and your dad for the game today. Good luck from Southern Ontario. Thank you very much, Bob Levy for life. Go Bills. It's a big game today, man. The Chiefs. The Bills are playing the Chiefs, the NFL, because they want Tay-Tay to be at the Super Bowl. So they're playing against the officials. They're playing against Pfizer because I don't see Josh Allen doing any of those commercials for the jab. Oh, man, I'm going to get flagged for saying the word Pfizer. The Bills are really up against it today. It's going to be tough sledding, as they say. Dang Lizard, €5. Just had to remember SJ's chemo charity to realize he deserves everything he got so far. This is so much worse. SJ is human garbage. He loves to pretend he's charitable and he's trying to help people. And what else are we here for than to help people? He's full of shit. Actions speak louder than words, John. You're a piece of shit. You turned on Benny Loco. You turned on Nikki B, the person you were trying to help. These people did nothing but help you and support you. Dennis Michaels, $5. I'm divided on no money for John topic. He needs money to speed up the cirrhosis, and I don't want to slow that down. Well, then send beer to his house. You can always send beer to his house. Dang Lizard, €5. Best wishes for your father. Like a lot of people I know, what you're going through all too well. Fuck cancer. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dang Lizard. Dang Lizard's been a huge supporter of WATP, but also all the shows in the Dabbleverse. And it's people like him that keep us all going. So thank you, Dang Lizard. Mason in Portland, $2. Does John pass Chad on your shit list now? Well, yeah, definitely. Tony Soprano, $2. SJ went too far. Even the mob doesn't joke about cancer. He really is a piece of shit. Beta patched, $5. John doesn't have dentures. You can see his fillings when he gets too close. Or maybe he's so gross that his dentures have cavities too. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't think he had dentures until that one video where he was really moving things around in his mouth. And then what we just saw earlier today, it was odd. see other people do that. Unless he's got like a ton of saliva he's trying to keep in his mouth. That's possible because he is wet. Ugh. If there's one word I can use to describe Stuttering John Melendez, it's wet. Wet-brained, wet-faced, wet-nosed, wet-mouthed. Kelly Riddle, how about that motocross yesterday? Yay, blessing her. Kelly sent me an email and said, you talk about the NFL, you got to talk about motocross and skateboarding more. I just don't know enough. Jack me off, $2. HIPAA only applies to healthcare providers. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's still a dick move, though. Wendy's Cat, $5. I'm 40 years old and had never heard of SJ until something on WATP episode about 1 year ago. Now he's the smuggest person I've ever heard speak. Fuck Stuttering John. Thank you, Wendy's Cat. I hear that story all the time. A lot of people discover John through this show.
Yay, super chats.
Cripple 13, you're killing it today, Cripple 13. I really appreciate it. $50. SJ lost his family. He kept getting demoted till he lost his Hollywood career. He lost his dream house. He lost all his money. He lost his teaching career. He lost his comedy career. All on his own, yet blames everyone else. Why I hate him the most. Correct. No self-reflection, no self-awareness, never learns from his mistakes. It's the kind of person that you point out to him. I mean, I've talked to him straight to his face and told him these things, and he won't admit it, and he won't see it, and he won't ever get better. And it's crazy. You have to be a dumb person to not... I'm a narcissist. He's got personality disorders, but he's also a dumb guy. Hudson Margera, much love to your dad. Head on a swivel, John. Yeah. Violence against women and Vince, $5. If SJ sees me, he better turn around. Not a threat. Just saying, I don't know what I'm going to do. I can't believe what he said he was going to say to KB and AC. Chris Allen, $5. It takes a village. No more super chats for that bloated corpse. FSJ. Hope your dad is loving watching this. I hope he is too. I'll talk to him, I'm sure. Jack me off, $10. I spent all of 2023 in chemo and radiation. Just had major surgery. I'm 220 pounds. Been doing BJJ for 20 years. I am ready to fight John. Even now, let's set it up. Well, Jack me off. That sounds like a miserable 2023. I am sorry to hear that. Glad you're doing well. Tony Baloney, $2. Our love is greater than his hate. Agreed. FSJ. Gartner fan, $5. Carl, I lost my dad to cancer after what can only be described as a miraculous fight. Give him 4 months, lived 4 years. Love and support to you and yours, FSJ. Thank you. And I do appreciate it. I love hearing those types of stories. I'll tell you, my dad's not slowing down. There's not a lot that's slowing him down. He's getting out to Sabres games and Amerks games, and he's still doing all the stuff that he loves to do. And it's really incredible because, as I've told him many times, I would just be sitting on my couch staring at the wall if I were in his situation. But nothing's stopping him from doing what he wants to do and still enjoying life. It's inspirational for sure. Nimrod 71, $5. Losing your dad changes you forever. In John's case, it allowed him to be the narcissistic asshole his mother always encouraged him to be. Yeah, he could be right about that. Could be right. Derek Perkins, $5. Let me know if your dad needs an iPad. Yes. Lots of iPads coming our way. It's me, $5. If you ever wondered where people listen to you from, Philadelphia Fire Department here. Love the content. That's awesome. I love to hear that sort of thing. Barrister 1401, $5. Calling all pests. Unleash hell on this piece of shit Stuttering John. I hope that went through. Let me read that again. Calling all pests. Unleash hell on this piece of shit Stuttering John. Big Daddy Dodo, $10. Lost my sister to cancer last year. The fact that John making fun of your family members shows you how much of a piece of shit he is. SJ right in the Ase. Yeah. I don't even know how to pronounce John's mom's name. Ohio Castaway, $5. Cheers to all the hamburgers. SJ mocks families, yet he never sees his kid, ignores them over the holidays. The pests have a new target. No mercy. His relationship with his family is certainly not good. That's obvious. Bubble Popper 24, $2. F John and F Cancer. Miss you, Dad. FKB too. Sorry about your father. Paula Dazzo, $65. So sorry that jerk doesn't care or know how to be a decent human being. Sending your dad healing vibes. FSJ, appreciate that. Very much so. Matthew Riley, $5. Regarding my Holocaust comment, I was joking. Also, Lions are winning 3-0. Okay. No, I know. I know you are. Violence Against Women and Vince, $2. Shout out to Richard Penis Wrinkle. Could you imagine? That'd be one of the greatest reveals ever. That would be fantastic. M Slicks, $10. SJ sits alone, screaming at the internet about people who trash him, yet runs away, blocks them when they try to confront him. He's a coward and pure garbage. He is a coward. The fact that he still pretends that Shuli runs from him is insane. We all see it, John. You're afraid of Shuli. You cannot confront him. The last time he had Shuli on his show, the very last time, Shuli started talking about the time that John tried to interview him with those hilarious questions in the lobby of the hotel in LA. And Shuli goes, well, actually, John, let's talk about what happened right just before that interview. And all of a sudden, boop, Shuli's gone. Like, oh, he's being boring. Really? You set up a story that I actually was interested in. Why don't you want him to say that? What are you hiding, Mr. Melendez? What are you hiding? Brian Cottrell and his droogs, $5. Cancer doesn't play by the rules the same way. John literally is the cancer he accused poor Artie of being. FHG and FSJ and F Cancer. Godspeed, Carl. Thank you very much. Unism. $5. To be honest, though, screaming Noga and clutching his chest was way worse than that lame dig at your father. No gloves off then. Only when it hits home. Gay. No, I mean, his Noga thing's a piece of shit, too. I've talked about that. I talked about it on Point Dabble Point because he loves to, again, lie and say, I didn't know who Noga was. I didn't know. How was I supposed to know? You knew. You knew, and you're a piece of shit. And, fortunately, people like Shuli and the people that John goes after aren't as thin-skinned as he is, so they can roll with it and don't turn this into a nuclear war like John wants to turn everything into a nuclear war. Let's stop having jokes. Let's all fight in the street. Let's all start doing boxing matches. It's like, no. We're still entertainers. We're still trying to put on fun, entertaining shows. Paul West, $5. Thank you very much. BLR, $2. Way to not answer my emails, Carl. I am so far behind on emails. I'm very sorry. It's something that stresses me out every day. But email me again. I'll be looking for it. Bird Kreischer, $10. F Broccoli, F Ditka, and anyone else who gives John any money. FSJ, FKB, HWO. Thank you very much, Bird Kreischer. Stoned Crab, $2. K-Pop's World Order. Isaac Brooks, Wholesome Gabagool, $2. Oh, Gabagool Art, $2. Go Papa Burger, FHJ Hamburger World Order HWO. Thank you very much for the kind words. Everybody's being very generous today.
Hamburger World Order HWO.
BLR, $2. And JS has NPD and can still be a sociopath. Yes. Narcissistic personality disorder. And he's a sociopath. I agree. Naturally negative, $10. John has a lot of gall for a man that should really use allegedly when talking about his relationship with his kids. We all know he was blackout drunk for a lot of it. I was hanging out with someone this weekend who's used to spend a lot of time with Stuttering John, even when he was still married and had a young family. Will ask, $5. Sometimes when I'm bored, I like to go to my local delicatessen and pretend I have a cousin named Bob Balboa. Oh boy. Balboa Kaminsky. Balboa Kaminsky. God damn it. I hate you people. Make me say words that aren't words. Your family is our family, FHJ. Thank you, Richard Lewis. Thank you very much for the support. I appreciate it. Dang Lizard, €10. Still convinced SJ sold out his father for a story. He might have slapped him a few times, which wasn't unusual, but it isn't the abuse he claimed. Does his mother even know what SJ said about his father? That's a good question. I know. John loves to talk about how brutal it was and how bad he had it growing up, but you can't believe anything the guy says. He also says that he was the smartest guy in his school and the second best guitar player, and none of these things are possibly true. Rick from New York, $2. KB thinks cancer is funny. Utter scumbag. KB, I don't know what he's going for either. I don't know what his strategy is in life. All I know is that if KB were to go to a comedy club like The Cellar or something like that, he'd probably get beat up. Every working comic hates that guy's guts. BLR, not every, a lot of them. Anyone who knows who he is or has had to deal with him. $5 from BLR. Lost grandma and grandpa to cancer. God bless. Thank you very much. 2 Utes. Thoughts and prayers. Vince the Lawyer, $2. Muttering Jay's hilarious tweets are not me. Rick C137 became a new member. Thank you very much for that. LG Guda, $2. John is the new Corky from Life Goes On. Less funny. Paul West, $5. If you go to his pub, call the cops when he drives his car back home. Well, he doesn't go to the pub anymore. He stopped going to the pub. Nighttime RMX, $2 New Zealand dollars. So is SJ still hooking you up with that ring light? Yeah, I don't think so. I have to buy my own ring lights around here. Single mother, 5. Do you think KB is just a little jelly of your numbers? Yes, I do. The fact that KB thinks it's an act of violence if I go live at the same time that he goes live, that's an act of violence, Carl. No, it's called competition. That's called competition. That's very different, idiot. Single mother, 5. Or will KB just say you're buying views at an feet? Yeah, that's what he does. That's always what he does. Thank you for the $2 very much. Like a Rolling Stone. Vince the Lawyer. FSJ, I died of cancer last year. Oh my gosh, you're just as funny as Muttering Jay. You guys are both hilarious. Like Rolling Stone, $2. Both my parents have cancer. You're handling it amazingly. Thank you very much. I can only do what I can do. Trevin Devin McKevin the 7th. Carl's dad, World Order, KDWO. If the Jiggles department is listening. Oak with 20-somethings. Bring back Crotch. Bring back Croge, I believe. Croge was with us at the Jim Florentine show on Friday night. Hanging out with the lovely Bukkake Queen. Was also there. $20 coming in from E, who says, in 99, my mom was given a year to live. She has repeatedly fought back and is still here for 25 more years. FHJ FVL. Wow. That's amazing. I'm so glad to hear that. Best wishes to you and your family. Well, thank you very much. And thank you to everyone who showed up here today and hung out, watched this presentation that I had. Again, I don't condone people fucking with people in real life, but I also am no longer going to be on here telling people what to do. John has really shown what a piece of shit that he is and deserves everything that he has coming to him. BLR, one more $2 super chat. Also nervous for y'all Bills fans. Been a while. I'm nervous too. Go Bills, go Lions. Holy shit. Chandler coming in. David Chandler with $50. FSJ in the A and M. Thank you very much, David. That's very generous of you. We always love when David Chandler comes around. Lyndon, 49, $2. Thank you, Carl, for all that you do. No, thank you. Thank you guys for watching the show, for supporting WATP, for turning my hobby into my career. I couldn't do this if it weren't for all of you watching, listening, participating, sending in suggestions for shows, getting on our Patreon, coming to the live shows, of course. All of this is why I get to do what I do, which is living my dream. It's really incredible, everything that's happened in the last few years. And like I said, thanks so much for the support from my father. And the only thing I can report is the guy's just, as many times as he's been knocked down on the mat, he keeps getting back up. And I don't see that changing anytime soon. So I think we're going to have a great 2024. And fuck Stuttering John right in his asshole. Speaking of fucking dumb people who really would need to win a lottery to make any fucking money.
It's cold.
Gakia. what I'm going to do today will shock many of you. I am going to prove that Stuttering John Melendez is a moron.
What?
Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
I don't know.
After today's presentation, everyone will realize that John is a dumb idiot. I want to start off. As you guys know, I did a special extra episode this week because John had put out a tweet showing a photo of my mother, father, and brother with their names on it, with some joke about my dad having cancer, and people were not thrilled with John for doing that. It seemed like kind of a dick move. Didn't really make a lot of sense. Wasn't a funny joke. Didn't really move the needle in the direction he was hoping it would. So all of these people on the Dabblers Anonymous were talking about what a piece of shit John is, and John took the tweet down. So then I do the show. John doesn't know about that. He goes on his show Sunday night. And for 2 hours, it's pretty much this.
Christina Marie called us and threatened lawsuits. Christina, I don't know who you are, but I...
Yes, you do. You've talked to her many times. What are you talking about? You correspond with her all the time. You've talked about her all the time. Okay.
You are, but I do know that, again...
Look at how nervous he is. He's like, did I do something wrong? I don't know what I did. What's going on?
I thought there was public knowledge. So, it's just, I had no idea. Sometimes I make mistakes. That's why pencils have erasers. I thought everybody knew. I thought that was like a known thing. How the fuck am I going to know? I don't watch this show, so I just thought it was public knowledge. Vince Lawyer became a YouTube member. And I immediately took it down when somebody said it wasn't. So what do you want from me? I mean, I had no idea. I don't even know if it's true. I don't even know if it's true. So how do we even know it's true? I don't know. Fucking hell. I also think the Carl doesn't have sex with his wife. Is that a break in HIPAA law? I don't fucking know.
So why did you post it? If you don't know that it's true that my father is recovering from cancer, then why did you post a joke about it? I don't even know. What are you guys talking about? I didn't break any laws. I don't even know. So he got real nervous. People started saying, like, I don't think you're allowed to post that, John, and all this stuff. So you can see that's John going, oh, shit. Did I just step in it? And this is how, go ahead, Lucy.
As soon as he did this and you did the emergency broadcast, I was like, he's absolutely going to double down on the fact that he didn't think that it was true, that he was just making a joke.
Yeah.
That who even knows if this is going to be the thing?
I didn't even know.
Yeah.
So for some reason, John, I guess he thinks that everyone forgot that Leopard Just 7750 is his sock account on Reddit because he posted on Shuli's Anonymous, John never made fun of his father, nor did he wish him dead. Man, you guys love to lie about things out here. Why are you speaking in the third person? We know that's you, John. As the next person says, you dumb fuck. He's so stupid.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
You seriously forgot that you've already outed yourself on this account, John? Wow, Mensa. You can't beat this. You can't beat this. Oh, man. He is impressively dumb.
His own worst enemy.
All right. So then he gets on his show last night. And Vince the Warrior did a show that vindicated everything that John did. And John watched that show. And he quickly turned from the, oh shit, what's going to happen to me? Am I going to get arrested? Am I going to lose my YouTube channel? Did I break the TOS? What's going on? Very nervous, backtracking. I don't even know. What do you mean? What did I do? I took it down. Yeah. What do you want me to do? And then in just 48 hours, celebrating how amazing he is, taking victory laps. But before he does that, I have to play you this clip because this is... John's doing this thing where he always corrects people's spelling and grammar. And so people are just fucking with him now. And he's not picking up on it because he's just a stupid idiot.
Skin Shine Beauty Store LLC. $10 Since now, here we go again. I'm not going to do it again, but misspelled your. So far, you're behind your stars, but Now he misspells your again. Now I have to.
See, this is the thing. You should know that in the first sentence, when they reverse the two yours, he's fucking with you. and John goes, this guy's a fucking idiot. Now I got to explain this.
It gets better at the end.
I know. Everyone's spelling buffoon wrong on purpose because that really triggered him with Kate Meany. And he's not picking up on it. He's going, and you spelled buffoon wrong too.
In the
I
last
can't
year.
believe everyone's an idiot. He's so stupid.
Since you're, meaning you are, Y-O-U apostrophe R-E, that's what it should have been, so far behind on your child support. Now, that should have been the Y-O-U-R.
Reminder, on our Patreon this weekend, we'll be finishing up John's book and also reading the emails that recently leaked from Jimmy Dabbles and looking at all the typos and misspellings and everything that he does grammatically incorrect, just to remind John that you're the idiot. Stop correcting people. They're fucking with you.
You're with the
Yes, you are the idiot.
Because it's mine.
Yeah.
He's just trying to prep for his next substitute teaching job.
Maybe he wants to do English because it was math and then science. Maybe he's like proving.
He's brushing
Child
up.
support. Capiche? The chat should support your family. Support Susanna's company, Skin Shine Beauty Store LC. A lot of good info there. You're a deadbeat buffoon.
Deadbeat spelled correctly. You stumbled over that one because he's an idiot.
And can't spell that correctly.
Okay. He's so smug, too.
I know.
I love smug John when he thinks he's smarter than other people. No, they're actively fucking with you, idiot. That's how dumb you are.
They're
literally
super
smarter
cut
than you.
dye job, too. So, looks bad.
So, when Andy came over to the studio today, he goes, Carl, I don't know if people feed you stuff that's going on with John, but he wiped his nose on his shirt yesterday. I go, no, I have that. I was watching.
There's no way you don't have it, right?
I definitely have that. This is, and what John likes to do is he likes to go, oh, you're going to clip this now, play it on your show, as if that makes it so we can't make fun of him anymore. The guy is literally in his disgusting 500 square foot apartment in the Valley, wiping snot on his t-shirt while he's podcasting on his show and declaring victory over me.
But now I'm attacking him.
Oh
my God. Stuttering John's wiping his nose with his shirt. Holy shit, emergency episode.
Look at that. See how
Look
gross
at that.
that
He
is?
gets snot on his shirt.
Yeah, that's not normal, dude. It's fucking disgusting. When he pulled up the shirt for the third time, there was a huge stain on there, a huge snot mark.
At first, when he started doing that, I was like, oh, it's going to be performative. It's going to be his stupid bullshit. And then I saw the disgusting wet mark on his shirt, and I was like, oh, nope, does not matter.
No, we're the idiots.
Yeah.
Because we comment on it, obviously.
Well, remember, he used to have a box of Kleenex. He went through that. Then, I think the last time
Paper
we were watching him,
towel or
he had
something.
like just a big, long thing of toilet paper.
Yeah, toilet
Now he's
paper.
run out of that.
Yeah, so
he's
got
just
his
going
shirt.
to his shirt now.
You
Go
know-
to the fucking store and buy some Kleenex.
You know he doesn't have laundry in his building either. That would take up half the fucking place. So now he's got to go to the
And all my
laundromat.
change.
Yeah, right. And figure that out. Okay. So John, as I said, watched Vince the Lawyer show. And because John is lazy and incapable of making any type of argument himself, he decides that he's just going to play what, and I'm sure Vince sent him the timestamps and the links and everything and said, hey, I exposed Carl. I got this for you, buddy. You can play this because John can't do it himself. So this is John talking about Vince.
And by the way, Lady K, trust me, I'm more friends with Vince than you are. I'm more friends with Vince than Shuli will ever be. That's a fact, Jack.
You think that's a good thing?
You can have them. All yours, buddy. Have fun with that. Have a good time with that troll. You'll have a lot of fun together. This is the thing about John. He's so stupid that it doesn't matter that Vince the Lawyer, who's also muttering Jay on Twitter, has done everything to talk shit about John's kids. He did a whole video watching the speeches, the thing that John gets more upset about than anything else. Muttering Jay was tweeting at the school district that he eventually got fired from. Vince the Lawyer's done more shit to fuck with John in real life than anyone. And John goes, but he also doesn't like Lady K. So he's a good guy. Imagine being this stupid and this desperate for friendship. He's so desperate to have someone in his corner. He's like, oh, Vince is making fun of Carl today. I'm Team Vince now. It's pathetic. You guys deserve each other. All right, so this is if anyone's watching Vince's show, so Vince, what he does, he doctors video. He does it all the time. He makes shit up. He lies all the time. He pretends things are funny that aren't funny. And this really, I think the reason why he did this was to just fuck with John directly, knowing that John would fall for this. So John put out this tweet that we talked about. And now Vince is going to act like that was a funny joke.
No, not having a loser son like Carl. I'm talking cancer.
So you hear him laughing in the background as he's playing my video, reading the tweet. He's like, well, that's not enough. You know, usually when you hear a joke, the second time it's not as funny. Third time be even less funny. Fourth, fifth. But Vince is just hysterical about this.
I hope poor Bob recovers from what he is going through. No, not having a loser son like Carl. I'm talking cancer.
I don't know. I think that's funny.
It is funny.
And John's
good one. Is that a joke?
Yeah.
If someone could explain to me what's funny about that, I'd love to know.
It's funny because you can't think it.
John is such a dope that he sits there and he sees Vince laughing at it, and he's like, yeah, it is funny. It's a fake laugh, retard. He doesn't think it's funny. No one thinks that's funny. No one in the history of joke telling would think that's a good joke. It's not well written. It's not well crafted. I'm not saying it's offensive. People took offense to it because you have a photo of my father. You have his name on there. It's kind of a shitty thing to do. But no one was saying like, oh my gosh, this is too cruel. It's just not funny. Where you failed was writing a good joke about my dad having cancer. That's where you fucked up. So the thing is that John is such a narcissist, is that if he sees someone laughing at something that he wrote or said, then he immediately is glued to that. It's just like, this person is validating me and I am awesome. And therefore I now like that person. And Vince the Warrior and Muttering Jade does this to John cyclically over and over and over again. They manipulate him. They get him into their goodwill, and then they break it, and then they get him back in again, and then they break it. I mean, he's had a falling out with Vince 3 times in the last week. It's fucking insane.
Only 3?
Then I'm counting. I don't know. I got other things to do in my life. I'm not just doing that.
The laughing thing also, anytime that Vince laughs, like anytime that they're friends and Vince is on the show, Vince laughs, then John laughs.
Yeah.
And then Vince goes, oh, my kids love the sound of your laugh. They just think it's the greatest
And John
thing
falls for it every time. He's just like, I know, I'm entertaining. I can't help it.
It's just one of those great
just
things.
Just so entertaining.
Yeah.
Kids sound like losers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vince's kids sound like fucking losers. If their favorite entertainer is Stuttering John Melendez, those are a couple of fucking losers right there, if that's true. And Vince keeps saying that it's true. So that's the only conclusion you can come to from that. So it's so funny. John has one person supporting him here, and it's completely changed his tune. Remember, this is the tweet that he took down. He's like, I took it down. I didn't know. I took it down. That's why pencils have erasers.
Yeah.
You know, he'd go through the whole thing.
I put on an ill-fitting hat.
Yeah. So this clip right here, this is the chef's kiss from this little package that we have today. Because Vince takes a caller, and the caller goofs on John's trans son in a way that should infuriate him. You know, I jokingly said, those kids sound like losers. I don't know who they are. I don't care. He just dedicated his book to him. And so I made a joke knowing that pisses John off.
Right.
But this should very much piss John off.
I was like, if it was in a roast battle and John ended with that joke, he would have won. Yeah. Like, that was awesome.
So the caller is obviously being sarcastic.
Yeah.
It's not a good joke. So he's like, if that's a roast battle, I mean, he wins. That's it. You know, the whole place goes fucking nuts and end the show. And John's going, yep. And then let me back it up again so you can hear what he says after that.
I was like, if it was in a roast battle and John ended with that joke, he would have won. Yeah. Like, that was awesome. You know, John's daughter has a severe mental illness, and they've been making fun of that for years now.
So he just said John's daughter has a severe mental illness, meaning that the trans son is mentally ill, and that's why that person changed their gender. So, John, you don't say anything about that. You let it play on your show. Either you don't give a fuck about your kid, or you're a moron. Yeah. It's one or the other. That's the only two things it could possibly be.
It can't be both.
Yeah.
No, you lead with a compliment with this asshole, and that's all he still hears. It's just ringing in his fucking head.
Compliment sandwich.
He doesn't even see Vince give a little nod about the mental illness.
Right. Which Vince has said many times about the trans community. These people he says they're mentally ill. So, and John just goes, oh, we disagree about that.
We don't agree.
Yeah, we don't agree. That's right.
The show that John the producer reached out to John where he was goofing about his own kids.
Yeah.
Going back.
Yeah.
Is this similar to that? Like someone's in his corner laughing with him. He'll say anything to keep it going.
You're talking about Dan Filato has
yes, thank you. I couldn't think of it.
The podcast on Artie's show that never got released.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. If John's getting a laugh, it doesn't matter. And that's the thing is that John proves over and over again he does not care about his family. We're seeing that in all these emails that are leaking and Susanna and all that stuff.
It
which
is evident.
Yeah, it's very evident he doesn't care about his family at all. He wasn't paying child support, wasn't supporting his wife who was working 3 jobs just to keep a roof over their heads. And also, let's not forget, John was very quick to throw Knight under the bus as soon as he got an opportunity to make Anthony Cumia look bad on television. So for that Vice doc, he, for $300, gave them the screen grab of the tweet that Anthony put out. So this harmful, hurtful tweet that his poor son has been struggling with ever since, John's like, yeah, put this on TV.
Yeah, let's refresh that memory.
Yeah, let's definitely make that the conclusion of this 2-part documentary series about shock jocks. Good job, John. Way to think about your kids. Way to put your kids first.
Wow.
You're killing it. Doing a great job over there. All right, so this is John's big gotcha. This is the one. And this is where John's so easily manipulated. He really is stupid because Vince is going to do something. This is what Vince does. Vince likes to pause things at certain times, take things out of context, change what was said or what was done. I mean, he did this famously with Shuli on the show. We were ripping on, who knows, it's probably Stuttering John or whoever we were ripping on.
Good guess.
And Vince doctored the video so it made it look like we were talking about Shuli. And Shuli caught on because he knows how Vince is. And he's just like, that's not about me. Carl didn't say that about me. But this is what Vince does to get people riled up and excited. But this is the big gotcha. This is why John's doing his victory lap.
Humor is to make light of things that...
Oh, and what I'm explaining here, so they're playing clips of my show from Sunday, the emergency broadcasting. So what I'm explaining here is I'm not offended by cancer jokes. And the point I'm trying to make is I like dark humor. I appreciate dark humor. So I'm not just like this pussy who's going, you can't joke about cancer. That's fucked up. So in order to illustrate that, I said, I don't think anything should be off limits.
Humor is to make light of things that are uncomfortable and sad and brutal. I mean, you can make jokes about genocide and the Holocaust. Like,
Okay.
I love Germans. They're like, you can make jokes about genocide and the Holocaust, but don't make any jokes about my dad having cancer.
Not what I said. So Vince just ended the sentence for me.
Yeah.
I didn't say that at all. I didn't say you can't make jokes about my dad having cancer, but Vince said that. And now John is so fucking stupid that he thinks that I said it, even though I did not.
Spoken like a true German. Spoken like a 1943, a year 1943 German. You can make jokes about the Holocaust, but you can't make a cancer joke. You are a fucking idiot, Carl.
No, you are.
You are.
I didn't say that. You just heard Vince say that. You didn't hear me say that, but you were manipulated that easily. Vince obviously sent him that timestamp. Hey, we got him, John, play this on your show. Because John could have easily, that video's still up. He could have played it himself and analyzed it.
Yeah.
But he's playing Vince playing it.
Oh, yeah.
And lying about it.
It's letting Vince fight his battle for him.
Right. Also, I don't think there's a lot of Germans joking about the Holocaust in 1943. I don't think that was a big topic of humor at that time. If you're going to nightclubs and things, I don't think that was what they were talking about. They're trying to keep
What
it
do
on
you
wraps.
know?
They're kind of trying to play like, no, they're going to go away for the summer. It's fun. They like it.
You are truly a fucking idiot. You think I'm an idiot?
Yes.
Did you guys just hear what he said?
Did you hear what I said? John thinks he just heard something I said that I didn't.
You can make jokes about the Holocaust and genocide, but you can't make jokes about his dad's cancer.
John really thinks that I just said that.
You did.
I did not. John's a fucking idiot. And what's great is that John always steps in it when he's being smug. He's just like, this fucking Carl guy's so stupid. Did you hear what he just said? The thing that Vince said that he didn't actually play the clip off because it wasn't actually said that way at all. Because that's not the point I was making.
I'm really glad that you explained this because I was listening to this and I could not for the life of me figure out what the fuck his point was.
Yeah.
But you're totally right. It's that he thought that you said the words that Vince said.
Correct. He thinks that I said it's hilarious to joke about the Holocaust, but if anyone brings up my dad having cancer, then I'm going to get real upset. Never said by me.
Yeah, I was like, what is he talking about?
Not the way I operate in any single way. And John just is so happy with this.
They're like, you can make jokes about genocide and the Holocaust, but don't make any jokes about my dad having cancer. Wow. I don't even know if Carl even heard himself say that, but
I didn't. I didn't hear myself say it. You said it. That's such a fucking moron. And it was simpletons fall for this kind of thing.
Well, yeah.
So I understand why Vince does this, because idiots will hear that Vince said that that's what you just heard. Did you hear that thing that you just heard? Well, it's not what anyone heard, but okay, sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's literally gaslighting someone. But
that episode is more to spotlight how low John will sink.
No shit.
I mean, it was a series of tweets that were not funny in any single way.
He kept doubling down on it.
Yeah.
Vince the lawyer, a.k.a. Muttering Jay, was on there rooting for him on there.
Also, he didn't find that material. Somebody probably Vince, gave him all those pictures.
Correct.
And then said, do what you will, John. And he had nothing.
Yeah.
And it was pathetic.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a good joke. It wasn't fun.
Yeah.
No one was enjoying it. Even the people who hate me, and there's plenty of those people, don't think that's a funny joke.
Yeah.
No one thinks that's a good joke.
That's a huge, huge comparison. Genocide and the Holocaust, but don't you dare reference the fact that my dad publicly disclosed that he has cancer, assuming that he did.
Good one, Vince.
The other thing John likes to do is just fabricate takes, because he was making light of your wife's weight.
I have that. We're gonna.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna
I don't want to. All right. I
know. My wife's a big fat pig. I know.
Yeah. It's just like completely unfounded.
I know. It's insane.
That's really gonna upset you when it's provably false. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump ahead.
No. Let's finish up with this first. This is where John really doesn't understand what he just saw or what's going on here.
And Vince, if you're watching, give me that clip without you stopping it, because I want to post that right onto my Twitter. Carl saying it's okay to make jokes about genocide and the Holocaust, but not cancer. He will be the laughingstock of the comedy community. So please, I need that clean.
Which is kind of what you would shoot for.
Yeah, I know.
You're a success.
Everyone's laughing at this guy. So how funny is that? So John wants a video that doesn't exist. I need the clean version of that. The thing that doesn't exist? Yeah, okay. I mean, Vince could doctor something. I've seen him do it before, so maybe they'll put something together.
You have said genocide and the Holocaust a lot of times right now, so...
Yeah, good point. I mean, there's a lot of ways to manipulate this.
No one who speaks German could be an evil man.
Good point. All right, so this victory lap that John's doing is fucking nuts.
Look how angry. Well,
that would be sad, not angry.
Yeah. Triggered? I think so. Hey, if you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen, Carl. Here's your problem. You awoke a sleeping giant. You didn't realize that by fucking with me and my family, it's going to bite you in the ass. Well, it is. And I told you I would be relentless. And I am. And I will continue to be.
All right. I know we don't usually like performative John, but this one's particularly good.
Well, because he is feeling it right now.
Oh, yeah.
He is. This is smug John to the point where just like, I got you this time, Carl. Everyone's going to be a fan of Stuttering John now, and everyone's going to hate Carl Hamburger. I finally cracked the code on this one. He's such a moron.
Wait, also, I don't know if I just haven't noticed this yet. Have you guys talked about the fact that his right cheek is extremely swollen? What's going on?
We've brought it up before. There's something weird going on.
It's getting worse and worse.
There's a thing with his neck, too. There's something swollen underneath his neck. I mean...
Just point out what's not swollen.
Yeah, it's going to be
all
a shorter
Name
list.
all of his good features. Go.
Okay.
You didn't realize that by fucking with me and my family, it's going to bite you in the ass. Well, it is.
I like your family, John. I think they're wonderful people.
And I told you I would be relentless. And I am. And I will continue to be.
And I were.
I haven't even fucking started yet.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Same for you, Shitware. Same for you, Silent Mike and Trailer Trash Joe. I haven't even started yet.
What are you waiting for?
If there's one person...
He's a sleeping giant.
...who knows how to bust balls, it's me.
You know, if there's one person who knows how to bust balls, it's thin-skinned McGee over here. Come on.
Bullshit.
You can't honestly believe that, John. So can I tell you what this really comes down to? Why John's so upset about this? And what triggered all of this? Because Vince talks about this a lot, too, in his show. They're upset that we have a lot of support from our community, from the listeners and the viewers. And I really appreciate it. I was planning on going on for an hour on Sunday. And lest anyone think that episode was just me crying about tweets or anything like that. I had a whole package together.
You were crying about tons of shit.
I watched his show. I had clips. We presented all this stuff. And the outpouring of support was unbelievable. Yes. We got so many super chats. And I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for sending that in. I didn't ask for it.
Right. People wanted to wish you well and wish your dad well.
They did. And that pissed off John more than anything else.
Oh, yeah. He had to turn
That's what he was upset about.
He had to turn off the public chat on his feed because it was inundated with people calling him a world-class piece of shit.
Yeah. How many times during this show did he go, I'm not reading if it's not a super chat?
Yeah.
He is reading it.
And then he turned off the public chat.
Yep.
So it was just member chat.
Yep.
And it was still 90% hate.
Of course. Of course it is. So that's what it really comes down to, is John gets very jealous when he sees our show and Shuli's show making money. So he has to make up things that it's fake viewers and it's fake super chats and none of this is real. It's very similar to the haters of Anthony Cumia talking about Compound Media is failing. It's been around for 10 years. Yeah. Compound Media has been a company for 10 years. And all anyone's been talking about is how it's failing. And it's the same thing with the Shuli Network and who are these podcasts. And everyone's just going, oh, yeah, this is all going away right now. It's like, no, everything's going actually very well. I promise you that. And stop obsessing over other people's fucking money. It's creepy and weird. You're an old man. Stop worrying about what other people make. It doesn't
prohibit you from making money.
It doesn't prohibit you at all.
Yeah.
Honestly.
You can still make money, dude.
The vast majority of the money that John makes right now was because myself and Shuli and Tukey and the Potato and now Kevin Brennan are talking about John. And so they're going over to watch John's show and they want to fuck with them. They give him $5 to read something that embarrasses them on a show. Speaking of embarrassing yourself, this is my favorite clip right here. We got to put this on the board.
There's a new sheriff in town, and his name is Stuttering John.
Oh, no. There.
I was going to say, should it be there is a new sheriff in town? How many sheriff are there?
There's a new sheriff in town, and his name is Stuttering John.
You see, John, because it's singular, it would be there is, so it would be there apostrophe S.
Yeah.
Not apostrophe
divide by 3. Solve for X.
He's like Behan in Tombstone, where like nobody respects him. Everybody's just like, I don't think I'm gonna let you arrest me today, Stuttering John. Fuck yourself.
Get fucking used to it, Lady K, because you better buckle your fucking seatbelt.
I think he really thinks this.
Are you used to it?
I think he really thinks he's like winning right now because Vince made one video. And he saw it. He's just like, yep, that's it. Yeah. I win. Vince told me so. Yeah. Okay. The biggest troll on the internet told me I win.
Quick question.
Yeah.
If he would have crushed with that tweet as a closing joke or with the post, whatever.
Yeah.
Why did he take it down so fast? I mean, he's doing a victory lap over something that he immediately took down.
Because somebody hadn't fought his battle for him yet.
Right.
Yeah. I guess I knew the answer. I just wanted someone to say it.
So what's he going to bring in us next? Because he says he's getting all this information. He's got all this stuff that he's going to get us with. And it's working out so well for him so far that I can't imagine what else he's going to come out with. So this is the Isotopes.
You've done nothing, and your band stole that stupid idea. Oh, believe me, I have video of the band you copied it off of. Yeah, I do. Thank you, Jerry.
Okay, hold on. I'm changing gears. We got to call a truce. John's going to expose that there's another band that maybe wears ties or have matching outfits. Maybe they play instrumental rock. Oh my God! I didn't realize. I guess I didn't realize what I was doing. It's getting too hot in this kitchen. I guess I didn't realize
that there's a new sheriff.
What I was in for.
They're a new sheriff.
Oh no! This is terrible. How could John figure out that there's other bands with gimmicks? No, tell me it ain't so, sir. You'll ruin me. Fucking idiots. He really is the dumbest guy. Have I proven that yet? Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
I need more proof.
And let's see if we can prove that he's stupid. This is Vince lying.
I'm not personally going after his family. I'm not trying to contact Susanna. I'm not going to.
Here is the picture that Carl posted.
Wrong. I did not post that picture. I blurred out the faces of my family that John doxed. So this is Vince again lying, which is all he does on his show. And if you like Vince's show for entertainment purposes, that's great. But if you're getting your news from him, you're doing it wrong.
Yes. I couldn't get it zoomed in earlier, but Carl's brother looks just like him. And I know it sucks. Like, you go onto something you don't necessarily want and your parents attack, but it is part of this bullshit world.
No, it's part of your world, Vince.
Who watches Vince's show? What do you?
I love
Vince comedy.
Vince DeLuer goes, look, and I know you don't want your father doxxed, people goofing on him for having cancer, but that's what happens. Well, no, that's what you did. Yeah. That's what you're doing. You're the one feeding John all of this stuff and making this happen. Don't act like this is an inevitability.
Right.
This is Vince doing all of
like
this.
Zumach assuming everyone's in the mud.
Oh, and by the way, Vince is so upset that we know he's muttering Jay now. He keeps denying it over and over again. He's just like, oh, how could I be muttering Jay? I don't use Twitter. I don't have Twitter.
I was in the same place at the same time.
Yeah, right. He loves to point out that muttering Jay was talking shit about Vince. He's like, so how could it possibly be me? He says bad things about him. I see what you're doing, retard. You're not as clever as you think you are. All right. So this is, again, so let's watch how this has escalated. So it started with the lie that I said, you can make jokes about the Holocaust, but not about cancer. That's how it started. And in the same episode, now we've escalated to this.
I sort of disagree with Carl with regard to whether genocide and the Holocaust are funny.
Okay.
Sort of disagree.
Yeah. Did I say they were funny? No. But that changes things a lot right there, right? Okay.
I don't know. I never said a genocide joke. Maybe I've said a Holocaust joke. I just can't recall. But I don't agree with Carl's assessment that those two are funny.
It's the only thing I think is funny.
So
what is he talking about?
Vince is just lying. He's just making this shit up. But it's for people like John, and John specifically, not just people like John, but John specifically, to fall for this kind of stuff. It's the same people who watch Rachel Maddow and think she's telling you the truth. It's like, no, you're totally manipulating this and changing everything that happened in order to get John all riled up. And of course, John thinks that Vince did an amazing job.
Vince did an amazing job with this.
He sure did, John. He sure did an amazing job lying about me and what I said. So this is the craziest thing, because now John is determined that I think the Holocaust is hilarious. Can I go on record and just say I don't think the Holocaust was funny? That I don't like the extermination of an entire race of people? I'm not for that. I'm actually quite against it.
You're looking at me an awful lot right now.
I'm just saying.
I have to say this.
I'm just saying. No, it's this is my actual viewpoint on these things. I'm not a fan of genocide. So
I just pretend it didn't happen. It's not real.
Obviously.
Who would know?
Yeah. So that way I don't have to deny that I love it. Because it didn't happen.
So now John is going to get me in trouble. This is my favorite version of John, Tattletale John.
Edgar, Carl is a sad sack crybaby. I know. I mean, it's embarrassing. He doesn't realize how embarrassing this is for him. It is so not only embarrassing, it's incriminating. Look, when I cut that and put that up, and I will tag the Jewish Defamation League and everybody else and say, this guy thinks it's funny that millions of Jews were killed.
Wait, what happened? Now I think it's funny. Like Lucy's looking at me like, what the fuck? You think that's funny?
Hilarious. No, the Jewish Defamation League is still busy dealing with the stupid Maestro bullshit with Bradley Cooper's fake nose. They don't give a fuck about you, dude.
Good point. They got bigger fish to fry.
Yay fish to fry.
I love this thing. He goes, I'm going to tag the Jewish Defamation League and everyone else. What else you got there, John? Who else am I going to get in trouble with? He's such an idiot. I love that he thinks he can tattle on people. They're going to get in trouble. All right. So actually, that is a funny joke. The fact that, and John wasn't trying to make a joke there, but he actually did find a funny joke.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to tell Jewish people that you think it's hilarious that millions of them were killed in the Holocaust. It's pretty funny.
The funniest part is like the idea that I'm supposed to think that he knows how to edit something together.
Oh,
You're not doing that.
And he keeps saying during the show that it was a benign joke and no one should be upset about it. Remember, I didn't even see the tweet before he deleted it, but there were so many people upset about it that I thought it deserved a response and that I should comment on what I thought about John trying to do this thing where he's attacking my sick father in order to get at me.
Yeah.
So that was the whole point of that broadcast. And it was great because we did get a ton of support from people, and I've had people reach out to me who's given some great resources for my father since then and given us some great opportunities and advice and all sorts of things that I wasn't expecting, and I really, truly appreciate. So the fact that John is turning this into is like, but it was just this benign joke. You're the one who took it down. You're the one who took the tweet down because you realized the backlash.
Like a little coward.
And now he's acting like he's won this round, and I look like an idiot. And it's foolish what I did. Okay, sure, John. This is the last clip. This is where John's talking about my wife.
Barry McCulkner. That's $5. When Carl got married, he broke the hippo law. I don't.
Fake laugh.
Oh, I get it.
Fake laugh.
I know. His wife's a pig. I'm sorry. And I don't feel good saying it, but she is.
I mean,
let me just go whack off.
Normally, when you say pig and hippo, did you mean like an obese person, an overweight person? Isn't that what you would think, right?
Yeah. I mean,
my wife's not overweight, so I don't know.
Let's take
a joke, but
your two 2024 wives side by side and compare which one looks better.
Yeah, no shit. Oh, by the way, I did want to point this out. James put this together. He made a shirt. Let me get this back up on screen. He said, if you want to donate to the American Cancer Society rather than give money to Stuttering John, here is a great way to do so. You can order this shirt, Defund Hypocrisy Police t-shirt, defund the dabbler and fight cancer. So defund Hypocrisy Police and cancer. So I will put a link to that in the show notes if anybody wants to purchase that.
That's cool.
Yeah, very nice. So I just we'll get to it on Sunday for sure, but I just want to talk a little bit about all of this information that came out. Again, Jimmy dabbles on Twitter. Even if you're not a Twitter user, go on there because it's unbelievable what he's posting. There's over 500 pages, and he's pulling out different interesting elements from it because there are all these emails and all of this testimony. So John wasn't paying child support. And Susanna's working 3 jobs, and she's doing everything she can to keep the family going and everything else. And John was paid $110,000 severance from Jay Leno out of his own pocket. Jay Leno, a mensch, just says, hey, here you go. You want some money? I know you're not going to get employed anytime soon. I mean, how about $110,000? Hey, went to bake a little bit. I did well. What does John do? He decides to not only spend a year unemployed burning through that money, but he also didn't realize he needed to pay taxes on it. He never paid taxes on $110,000.
Dum, 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 dum.
Am I proving that John's an idiot yet? Am I proving this?
Yeah.
It seems like I have. I don't know. I could be wrong.
And he put it all in his mom's name so his wife couldn't get any of it, right?
Well, I don't know about that because there is a tax lien against him. There's a federal tax lien. So I don't think he was smart enough to do that. But he has put other purchases in his mom's name, obviously, as we know about. I do that because I'm smart and I hate my family. I don't give a fuck about my ex-wife and kids. Fucking idiot.
Dummy.
So in this, and like I said, we'll get into it. There's so much to get into. But it's great because John's not paying her any money. And when they're talking behind the scenes, he's going, I don't have any job. I'm trying to get employment. It's not working out for me. Meanwhile, he's tweeting about all these comedy gigs he has. So Susanna is screen grabbing these tweets and going, look at, he's in Arizona doing a comedy show, and he's doing this show here, and this
he's
thing
in a hospital in Iowa.
Yeah. There was one that she posted where it was him with some young girl, and he's like, things are pretty sweet here, and he's like taking photos with this girl because he's out there for a comedy show and giving none of the money to his kids, or his ex-wife. So,
or claiming it on his taxes, probably.
Right. So, also she says that when they were living together, he was getting $5,000 to $10,000 a year in residuals, just checks that coming in from different projects and stuff. And when she comes to him, it's just like, do you have any money? He's just like, no, there's no money coming in at all. So that all dried up. So he just lied. I mean, according to Susanna. I don't know. I know things get messy when it comes to divorce and child support. There's two sides of every story. I'm not going to sit here and say that everything that Susanna says is 100% on the nose, but where there's smoke, there's fire. Right? I think we could agree. There's a lot of talk about on here.
500 pages.
There's so much.
I spent a couple hours reading it today.
It's pretty fascinating.
I'm not going to lie to you. So one of the things that happened was John has 20% custody of the kids. So every other weekend and, once a week or something like that. And because of that, you pay more for child support. So then John loses his job and he's like, I can't keep paying you this much money. I got to lower what I'm going to pay you. And now all of a sudden he wants 50% custody.
So that he has to pay less.
And it's funny because she writes in there, she goes, John never asked for more time with the children until now. He was never just like, gosh, I really want to hang out with those kids some more. Yeah. There's a lot of damning things in here, but people have already been talking about it. We'll get to it for sure. In summation. John, you are not winning. You are losing in every facet of life. You are a loser. You're the laughingstock of the internet. And I couldn't be happier about it.
You're garbage. Human garbage.
Because you are a fucking loser. And everyone knows it. Let's get to the part. That we often get to on this show. Gagia. Boom. All right. So, Stuttering John's having quite the week. If you caught Point Dabble Point yesterday, I've been on a whole media tour. I did Ray DeVito's show on Thursday, the BS show on Friday. We did almost a 3-hour Point Dabble Point last night.
You got jet lag.
A lot going on in the Dabbleverse right now.
Quite in demand, my friend.
Yes. I'm the toast of the town, as they say. Why are you laughing at that? It's exactly how I'd sum up this past week. John, on the other hand, is trying to deflect from all of these papers that came out about it not paying child support. A lot of embarrassing things about John's personal life has been leaked by Jimmy Dabbles on Twitter. People are going through, reading every page. Tukey and Chris will be doing that tomorrow on the show. And so John has to deflect from this. And so what he's talking about is how he is winning the Dabbleverse right now. He's the leader of the Dabbleverse. And why not? It's not as if you need a computer that works or some type of format to your show or new material, talent or prep time or anything like that. No. He's crushing it. And he talks about how, yes, it's true, his computer freezes up every episode. And maybe, just maybe, he should get a new computer, but he actually has a better plan.
Somebody emailed me, and the person was right. Totally right. They said I should buy a new computer. Now, I can afford to buy a new computer, but this computer's not that old, because of this thing getting locked up. So what I'm going to do
I'm going to rent a new or a fairly new computer from the guy down the street. And we're going to do a show with the new computer. And if it doesn't lock up, then we know it's this computer. And then I'll take it to Maxwell one last time. And then if it's broken, then I'll fucking buy another computer. I don't care.
That's a lot of steps to this process. Shit. John, it is the computer. I'm not sure if it's the computer or not. It keeps locking up. It's the computer.
What else would be freezing up?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out here.
Yeah, but I saw Hulk Hogan on the TV, and he said that I can rent a computer for no money down and $9.99 a day at Rent-A-Center. So I'm going to go that route.
It's not even that, Tukey. He's borrowing someone else's computer who's not using their computer. Are you using that? Can I try it? He goes, I'm going to borrow a new computer. Well, it's just someone's computer. Probably like the iPad that he gave to the...
I was going to say, can I donate that?
Yeah. So he is going to he's going to grab that and test that out. And then if it proves that it doesn't freeze up with that computer, then he's going to take his current computer that keeps freezing up, bring it back to the Mac store again.
The scientific method.
And then if they tell him it's broken and they can't fix it, then he'll buy a new computer.
Also, sir, you're a loser.
He can easily afford. There's some process he's got ready to go.
Holy shit.
It's going to take months, I have a feeling.
Well, that's what he's hoping for.
Everything he does has a giant process. It's like the cancer charity thing or whatever donation.
Yeah, you give me money, and then I'll calculate the percentage that I need to take out of it, and then I will send that to this guy
who will write a check.
And then he'll write a check, and then he'll mail it.
This is more convoluted than suing Tukey.
Yes.
All right. So I wanted to play that first because it does set this up pretty well, as John is really calling me out good here.
Vince is a fucking genius. All right? Because obviously Vince is saying the same thing I'm saying. So, Carl, I know you're watching, so it's okay to fucking... There it is. I knew it was going to happen. But at least I was caught up with Super Chat.
He's a fucking idiot.
Whoopsie. Yeah. It's not the same effect when you freeze up in the middle of your rant.
Yeah.
And yelling at me directly. This is a crazy thing that happened last night. So Vince the lawyer is funding John's entire operation right now. And not just monetarily, although that's part of it. All of John's bits, all of his clips that he's playing, he's getting all of them from Vince the loser now. And at a certain point, John is running out of beer. And he's very concerned that he's going to run out of beer. Because usually during the show, someone delivers beer to him from Vince the loser. So John's panicking, and he makes a phone call to Vince on his show.
Vince.
Yeah.
Come on the show.
I'm at the gym.
All right. Did you order me beer or not?
Yeah, they're supposed to be there by now.
All right, because I was going to go, because I'm about to call Postmates.
They're outside, I think.
Yeah, but they haven't knocked.
You didn't get a delivery like 20 minutes ago either?
No, nothing. Nada.
What the fuck? Check it. Maybe it's at the door.
Yeah, but they need my driver's license.
This guy has no shame at all.
No.
He's doing this. This is a conversation you should be having off air. Talking to your one friend who buys you beer every day and asking where the fuck is the beer.
Instead, he's really irritated.
Yeah.
It seems like Vince is fucking with him, too. Like, what? It didn't 20 minutes ago?
Does it seem that way, Steve?
Well, okay.
No. I have a great clip after this.
Yeah, like no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, I have a great clip for you after this one. But I love that John needs Vince to buy him beer and fight his battles now.
I know. Some of these guys are idiots.
Hey, Vince, listen. Can you just say, because I'm on the air, but can you just say one thing? Vince, I say you sue Carl, please.
Mm-hmm. Well, how much time did he have? He said he was going to prove to us that I was muttering Jay, or he just got to retract his false statement. One or the other.
All right. But I want, because look, he's got some money. Come on, Vince. Be a man.
Yeah, hey, John, don't fuck with his business or his show, please.
Well, he's trying to fuck with you, isn't he?
Yeah, but I don't want anyone to fuck with Carl or his business.
Okay.
Money.
All right, whatever.
You hear?
Yeah, I hear. All right, I'll see you later, you pussy.
All right.
Why aren't you suing Carl, you pussy? Is he going to bully him into suing me?
What is he suing you for?
So we'll get into it here. I've been claiming that Muttering Jay on Twitter is Vince the lawyer. Now, I believe this to be true. I have a lot of evidence that would back that up. However, I will say this. There's got to be more than one person managing that account. Because this week, Muttering Jay tweeted at me 214 times in the span of about 24 hours. So I can't imagine that's all Vince the loser. There has to be someone else or a team of people manning this account. And it's weird because Muttering Jay, who's British, never spells any words the way the British people spell words. And also has very different styles depending on the day and the week and the time of when they're tweeting. So there's a lot of evidence to say that maybe it's not all Vince the Lord. Maybe the Muttering Jay that tried to get John fired was a different person using that account at that time.
Sounds like a good gig. I want to work for Muttering Jay.
Right? I know, it's fun.
It's a conglomerate.
Go on and troll people all day, and then your shift's over, and you get to move on with your life. Let someone else
Morning, Ralph.
No, it's brilliant, though. If someone tries to sue you for restraint of trade for, say, tweeting to your employer and you lose your job, they can just say, well, that wasn't me. There's 6 of us. We don't know which one.
I can't remember who posted that one.
It's genius.
Yeah, we talked about it in the break room, but that was months ago.
Who could possibly know?
Yeah, right.
Does that mean you are giving Vince traction? Are you giving him traction right now and saying he is not necessarily Muttering Jay?
You know what? Thank you for asking that, Vince. Mm-hmm. If you're listening to this, you can go ahead and sue me. Now, this is hilarious. This is a great clip right here from John. This is from Thursday's show.
No, he wasn't. Why do you think Muttering Jay is Vince? Look, Vince is not going to lie to me about this.
I think John believes that to be true. I think he really thinks that Vince is not going to lie to him about something.
He's upstanding.
I don't know what evidence there is of that would back that up. Vince lies about everything all the time. That's his shtick. That's his thing.
It's just getting sad.
I know.
Friend. He really needs a real friend.
Well, speaking of needing a friend, we broke it wide open yesterday on Point Dabble Point that our boy Tim Duransky once again catfishing John. And the way he did it was brilliant. He set up this account on Twitter with just an average attractive woman. Yeah. And just commented on Brian Karem's post. Never contacted John at all.
No, John reached out to him.
John found her, went right to her page and started looking to meet people, and reached out, and within 48 hours was inviting her to Atlantic City.
They were already divorced within 48 hours.
I'm a horny guy. Is that so bad?
Yeah,
he's not so bad.
So she claimed to be living in Rhode Island. He's like, well, do you ever come to LA? You want to go out to dinner? You want to get some drinks? Like, he's moving in really quickly with
want to go Dutch on this?
So this is Tim Duransky super chatting John Friday night.
Oh, yeah. Tim Duransky's Florida Fit Girl. Hi, John. Why don't you talk about me? I still have your pics. Wink. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Like, I'm never going to do that. I was on to you right from the get-go. Trust me. I made a video that day. Yeah. I said, here it is. They're trying again.
You reached out to her.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's why you reach out to a total stranger, because you're on to them.
Because you're on to them.
Yeah.
That's why you spent all that time going back and forth with these private correspondents. Yeah. Because you're on to them.
Did Tim say that he sent him pics? I missed that. Tim said that.
He didn't say that. I have a feeling that John would know better than to do that. Unless it's Turbo Melendez, if he's sending those pics.
Oh, I would.
Yeah.
I have no idea who that is. I don't know.
I have a clip of that. He has no idea. Actually, maybe I should get to that now because there's a super chat that comes in, and John obviously does not know who Turbo Melendez is.
Oh, my God.
Oh, this is funny, too. So he's trying to make fun of my wife. And so he found a video of her singing karaoke at DabbleCon.
At DabbleCon.
Yeah. And my wife has like an amazing voice. She's crushing it. And John's going, she can't even dance. What is she doing? It's a karaoke thing. It's he's like, her moves are off.
Oh my God. What is she wearing? Pants? She wears pants? Oh, you see how stupid this is? She's wearing pants.
Oh, It's Lady K's mommy. Oh my God. Dude. I've never met who has a bigger piece, you or Turbo. I don't have. Oh, you mean cock? Because I don't wear any hairpiece. You know,
who has a bigger piece? You mean hairpiece?
Gun.
Big giant hairpiece.
Holy shit! All right, I gotta watch that again. Who has a bigger piece, you or Turbo? Is the question from Mensa International.
Never met who has a bigger piece, you or Turbo. I don't have. Oh, you mean cock? Because I don't wear any hairpiece. You know,
pieces.
I don't
pounds,
know.
baby, pounds.
I don't know. Look, I'm 6 inches, bro.
Okay. Well, how big is Turbo? Do you know, Tukey?
Oh, I mean, at least 8 or 9.
Okay, so Turbo definitely has a bigger piece.
Yes.
Than John. That's unfortunate. I guess it's not hereditary then.
No, it is not.
You ever thought about the volume of knowledge you have to have to understand jokes in this insular universe? Just who has a bigger piece, you or Turbo? We all know what that means.
Yes,
and then the song is in our head right now.
Yeah.
You know, I want to feel you deep inside.
Got stuff.
Oh, I think I have to re-record that song. Dr. Steve, you just got yourself a new gig.
Dr. Steve should definitely be the singer of Guy Stuff.
It just amazes me.
For sure.
The level of just symbolism and stuff that's just there, just like a language or an alphabet or anything. Sorry, I'm waxing philosophical.
No, honestly, Steve, I think about this too, because we want to welcome new people into WATP and the Dabbleverse, and sometimes we get to a point where there's no way anyone's going to know what the fuck anyone's talking about.
Try explaining this to someone.
Right, yeah, it gets to be a bit much. Which is why I don't want to spend all day, every day trying to decipher this. But I do want to point out that John does not get jokes. It's hilarious, these super chats.
Nice place, fan for a long time. New LA migrant, can't afford the longer texts. Oldest use, men, women, restroom. What?
Oldest use men or women restroom is the question. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
John has no idea what this person's talking about.
I have my own bathroom, dude. I even cleaned the tub this morning.
Ew.
Man, I buy this shit. Tub cleaner. You know, you fucking spray it all over the tub. All right.
Now he's bragging.
Yo, he really is new to this.
Yeah, I buy this stuff. It's called tub cleaner.
I didn't know it existed.
told me there was going to be posting.
I am the tub scrubber.
But that's where his mind went to. When someone's asking if his trans son sits or stands when they pee, he's like, I don't know, but I just washed my tub today.
He just immediately starts flexing.
Patting himself on the back.
I also bought a bar of body cleaner.
I wiped myself until the toilet paper was clean this time. I'm learning. Yeah, shitware, I can do that too.
Next week, I'm going to start washing my hands afterwards.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
All right. So I was explaining that John was taking his victory laps this week. This is a clip that I'm definitely going to keep around for a while. I think we'll want to revisit it in a few weeks, few months.
Tomorrow.
It's over. It is over. It's over, Carla.
First off, I have to point out, because John does this to me, over ends in ER. Susanna ends in A. He says Ova and Susanna. What is with the Long Island where they swap those two things out? It's weird.
No, we do that down here too.
Do you? It doesn't make fucking sense.
Turlet, Earl.
Well,
Put Earl in your car.
Everyone knows Southerners talk like idiots, but I'm just saying John talks like an idiot. That's the point that I'm trying to make. It's over. It's over.
Get to the pernt.
Yeah.
He's white trash.
Oh, wait,
He's
actually,
Long Island white trash, and he'll always be Long Island white trash. That's why he fucked up the move to California so bad. He bought a house he couldn't afford because he is Long Island white trash, and that's what you'll always be, John.
He tells the story about how, I guess Susanna was driving kind of a shitty car, and they bought that mansion in Calabasas, and someone commented to Susanna, like, you got the wrong car for that house or this neighborhood or something like that, like trying to help her out. Like, it's not a good look. You shouldn't have a big, $2 million mansion and driving around a 10-year-old Subaru or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And John's like, that's how snobby they are in California. It's like, you're the one who fucking bought the house in that neighborhood, asshole. What you think was going to happen?
What's the big idea? What big deal? It's a 2010 Corolla. It's only got 105,000 miles on it, Susanna.
Those things go for 200,000 easy.
We can flip that right now. I can make money off this car.
But you're right. I mean, that's what I mean when you say he's white trash. Yes, that's a specific example where I'm not one of these people who's going to shame someone for their fucking car, but you have to understand why that's happening where you are.
Yeah. It's a kid with nothing with $200 sneakers.
Correct. Yes, it's Vinny Paulino. You said Ray DeVito. I said Vinny Paulino at the exact same time. And we were both right.
Yes. I got a gold chain and some Air Jordans, and this is all the stuff I'll be buried in. So
it's brilliant.
All right, so John goes on and on about how much my show sucks, how much WATP sucks. Terrible. And then he gets distracted. This is John at his finest.
All right, here we go.
Threatened to sue El Harible.
Hi.
Hi, sir.
Who are you with? Are you Postmates?
No.
Yeah, people are just walking into his shitty studio apartment. Are you Postmates or Grandma? Okay, that's on the approved list.
Hola, is this the janitor's closet?
Where you from? Russia. Oh, okay, cool.
Russia.
Yeah, listen to this follow-up question. He goes, where are you from? He goes, Russia. Now, did you hear a thick Russian accent there? Because I didn't. It just sounded like he just said Russia. Listen to John's, listen to his follow-up question on this.
Did you get out of there after the war started?
Did you get out of there after the war started? It's a 2-year-old war. Yeah. You think this guy's been living in the States for a year?
Yeah, I ran for Canoga Park.
Also, yeah, no one's fleeing Russia. That's not where the war is.
Dummy.
Oh, we invaded Ukraine. I'm out of here. He's so stupid. Whenever he tries to talk about geopolitical anything, it really shows how unlearned he is.
He makes me feel smart.
Right.
Yeah, here we go again.
Oh, and his ID never works for some reason. It's got to be covered in
That's his Mensa card.
It's got to be covered in so much crap. They can never scan it.
Boogers.
It never works.
Boogers and cum. You got that on the board? No! How do you not have boogers and cum on the board?
I'm an idiot.
It worked. Thank God. All right. Thanks, buddy. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Holy shit. Oh. It's fucking nonstop here.
He's all worn out.
Fucking hell, I can't catch a break.
That was a lot. I can't catch a break. You just got a free meal.
What an asshole.
And I love that he's just like, I can't believe every time these delivery people come while I'm doing a show. What are the chances of that?
He's complaining when they're not
They
walking
never come
in.
any other time.
Yeah, I know exactly. Vince the loser is not sending you shit when no one's watching you. It would be a waste of money.
That's the show.
That's the point. He's Perry Caravello and he doesn't understand it. Like, this is the whole thing that we're doing. We're watching you get fucked with.
Thank God.
That's the entertaining part about your show now. So John is trying to scrub through my video here. I'm not going to play it for you. He's scrubbing back and forth and looking all around. This is, by the way, this week he's been bragging more than ever how much prep he puts into a show and yelling at Kevin Brennan for not prepping, and he puts all the prep in and he cannot find the spot.
Vince, what is the time code?
He needs Vince.
That would help me.
He needs his producer Vince to tell him what the time code is.
But I can't find a goddamn time code.
It's almost like you should have written it down or something.
I'm sorry.
Doesn't stop him from trying.
So here we go.
We got it. All right, here it is.
This gets crazy right
So
now.
he's collecting super chats.
All right, so now Vince is messaging him.
Right on schedule.
Yep.
Hold on.
This is what John's upset about, though. Right? We got super chats. But watch this. Now, Steve, I want you to watch this closely and tell me if we should be worried about this gentleman.
Okay.
Okay?
Should we?
This guy knows a webcam is staring at him right now.
Who?
You.
You.
Who? I don't know. Show's episode.
Oh, no. Wendy the slow adult puts on
What
a
is
better
he
show.
doing?
What is he
I
doing?
don't understand
right
what
now?
he's doing.
All right.
It's
Well,
like when you go to the zoo and you just look at the orangutan, the old orangutan.
yeah, the old one. Yeah, it was just like
Yeah, and it's just like playing with its blanket that it thinks is his baby. It's just so
Throwing
focused on it.
it's waiting out the
feces
days.
around.
Yeah, it doesn't even realize all these people are watching it.
So I think what's happening is John just said on his show, and of course Vince the Loser's watching. So John just said on the show, "Hey, what's the timestamp? I can't find it, Vince." So Vince texts him, and I bet what Vince said was not Carl's show. You got to pull up my episode watching Carl's show, because that's how Vince wants to get his stuff up there.
That's why he's
obviously.
asking
Yeah.
who.
Yeah, right. He's like, who? What?
Duh. Yeah, I'm cool.
So
Come on.
cool.
Look at all the money he's collecting.
Aw.
What?
Aw, that's what he's upset about. That's what it all comes down to out here.
Oh,
no. He put out a shitty tweet that people didn't like.
Mm-hmm.
People gave him a lot of shit for it. And then he watched us do a show talking about it where people supported us and gave us super chats. That's what really he's upset about. Why don't I get? I'm the one who wrote the shitty tweet. Why don't I get the super chat money?
I'm way more likable.
And actually, and Dr. Steve, props to you because you reached out to me once you saw this tweet and you're like, okay, this is a new low for this asshole. Fuck this guy. And now he's been vindicated. For whatever reason, Vince the Loser has convinced him that he's in the right. So now he's just doing the joke.
Yeah, Carl's dad is recovering. I don't do good accents. I'll try Australian. I'm not gonna fucking. This is Australian British. Carl's dad is recovering, not from the embarrassment of his loser son, but from cancer. Sorry, I don't do impressions, but I don't do fucking
Or jokes.
accents.
You don't do impressions, accents, jokes,
shows.
You don't do anything. It's very obvious. But it's so easy to get him to just do these things and embarrass himself. He just reads a super chat. They're like, hey, can you do that in a German accent? I could do Australian British. he
My
said.
kids love you.
You could tell he's also very frustrated and confused because that one day he got so many super chats, and now everything has dwindled back down to his average, like $100 or less.
This is why John's an idiot, because he saw the money that he made on that Monday show, but it only came from 3 people. It was like Broccoli, Leo Gunn, and one other person gave like big dollar amounts. And so John goes, I'm on Easy Street now. This is my life now. Yeah, this is my life. $500 a day. That's fucking holy shit. I can't believe it.
I'm going after everyone's sick parents.
Don't tell Susanna. Yeah, right. Who else has cancer out there? I gotta do bits. Yes. He thought he was making his big comeback with that. So the other big thing that John's big gotcha this week, and we talked about it yesterday on Point Dabble Point. Andy was here, and we were talking about Vince the Warrior's kids enjoying Stuttering John's program. And he goes, those kids sound like losers. And I repeated, they do sound like losers. If they enjoy Stuttering John as an entertainer, they must be losers. And Vince the Warrior played that on his show, and then John played it on his show a bunch of times. And I made this point yesterday, but here's how I know that it's not actually offensive. These guys keep playing it over and over again. Taylor Swift is suing a company for making AI nudes of her. She's not posting the AI nudes on her Twitter. See this? Look how terrible this is. The point is. The point is, Carlbot AI decides to explain to John why that joke is a joke.
Carlbot. The joke is the idea that any child who watches a dripping, wet belligerent has been screaming the same idiot points over and over and must be a loser.
Yes.
You mean like Carl and Shuli doing a show on me every fucking day? You mean like that? The same show over and over again?
Do you think he gets the irony there?
No.
I think that's over his head, right? He's not understanding that that's precisely what he's doing.
It's anywhere but in his head.
Okay. That would make a lot more sense. So I love the fact that the guy has to explain it. Like, well, the joke is that, if someone enjoys your show, they're probably a loser. And I don't know if you heard about this, but yesterday I really stepped in it. I proclaimed that all children under 18 are losers.
Oh, no.
I know. It's a lot of minors. It's a lot of minors. I declared to be losers yesterday. I'm going to piss off a lot of people.
Oh, that'll be the new SJ Army. A bunch of minors.
Yay! All right, but the good news is, guys, and this is not a rerun. John is still excited to get me in trouble with the Jewish Defamation League.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he really thinks this is real.
So I'm gonna clip this, and you know what? You're fucked, because I'm gonna send this to the Jewish Defamation League, because you can't be making these fucking comments. Are you out of your mind?
He already did that. He already tagged them in something. They have bigger fish to fry at this point.
Yeah, they do not care. And John tries this. He tried it with Tukey too. He started tagging LGBTQ things, and no one cares, John.
Yeah, it's not. It's your fight. It's not their fight. They don't give a shit.
73 million people are under 18, Carl. So in the United
shit,
States.
that's a lot. Oh,
That's a lot.
How many of those
When you
people have
put-
parents? What percentage?
Well, at one point, they all did, but yeah.
I'm gonna have a lot of parents upset with me. Oh boy, I really stepped in it yesterday. Oh, there's a certain point. I might have already played the clip, but there's a certain point where John declares that Vince is a genius, and he goes, "He's saying what I'm saying. This guy's a genius." He's awesome. You gotta love this guy. I love that he believes everything that he reads. So people just send him super chats, and he believes them.
Carl Frost tips. I know. Carl Frost at his tips now. Does this guy realize he's the laughing stock of the Dabbleverse now?
Oh, Carl Frosted his tips now? Can you believe it? This guy? This Frosted Tips, who does he think he is?
And you nap.
Got me again, John.
And you nap and you play mandolin.
Wait till he finds that. That's going to be a whole thing.
It's crazy.
It is crazy. I love that Dr. Steve is just having a conversation with Eric Nagel in the chat. And if anyone's hearing typing on a keyboard, that is what's happening right now. They say that young people have a short attention span, but I don't think it's just the young people. All
I'm
right.
being held hostage.
Who's being held hostage?
I am. It's fine. It's totally fine.
Whose side are you on, Dr. Steve?
Cardiff's telling me to shut up.
See, Carl doesn't pay his guests, and then he makes them stay the whole time. Dr. Steve even said it.
All right, so now John is seeing that Broccoli's fed up with the same clips over and over again, and it's getting annoying for him. So he's explaining that, well, I know, I'm going to get off it, but this is just my big victory lap, and I got to go over it. And so he pulls up a video that no one can hear or see.
I've been saying that for fucking 30 years.
Well,
It's not
dead air.
frozen?
It's not frozen. This is John just staring at something and watching something, and no one else can hear or see it.
Oh yeah, you can see the scroll under there. It literally looks like it's frozen.
Yeah, no, this is the show. Dr. Steve gets paid in kisses from Carl. There you go.
We all do.
Doesn't have to be money.
Yeah. That's what's everybody knows that.
Oh my God.
That was all
He is so
real time.
lame.
This is all real time that we're watching. This is John's show. Tuki, can you give me a it's not a show?
This isn't a show. This is not a show.
Into the elephant and out.
Oh my God, how embarrassing.
You summed that up very well just now, John. Good
What is
job.
the elephant thing? I think I missed the beginning of the elephant thing, and now I
Yeah.
just see it all the time, and I don't know why he's doing that.
I don't know either. I saw the
Is it a
Uncle Rico
Vinny
guys.
reference?
No, is it because? How dare you?
Dr. Steve for the win right there.
Oh, doesn't he always say he has a mind like an elephant? He never forgets.
He does. Yeah, he does point to his brain a lot.
Was that it?
I don't know. Maybe. Although it wouldn't make sense there. Although we don't know what he was listening to.
I eat peanuts with my nose.
Yeah, I don't know what he was watching or listening to. So who knows?
I shit hay.
The good news is that Vince the Loser has put out some videos of me and my wife singing the Victory Lap song. And so John has now learned the victory lap song, and he's now showing off his chops.
Oh, no, this is so embarrassing.
Victory lap, victory lap. John is taking a victory lap. Victory lap, victory lap. John is not taking a fucking nap. Good, look out. John's taking a victory lap. I love it.
Yeah.
It was only a matter of time before you all realize this guy is a loser. Skull.
He's amazing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder who Steve's typing to now. Let me see. Is it Squirrel Watcher? Is it Forced to Join? Oh, it's both. Okay.
I think Steve is muttering Jay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, could you imagine? That'd be a twist, wouldn't it?
What?
Dr. Steve's like, oh, I retired years ago, guys. I don't have a real job. You guys thought I was a doctor? No.
Yeah.
Definitely not. I'm on Twitter all day long. You kidding me?
Dr. Steve, could John be drowning internally?
No, I don't know what that means.
He always sounds like he has liquid in his lungs.
There's a lot of liquid. He has to get through.
Well, he could have,
can he dry drown from drinking too much beer?
Not really. What can happen
drown
is if, which, listen, I've never examined John, but just take someone, a hypothetical, if someone is drinking and they have cirrhosis, they can actually exude fluid from their liver. It's called ascites, and they get a big distended abdomen. It pushes up on the the chest wall. It can cause problems with breathing. I don't think John has any of that.
No, I think he's doing great.
He has Aphrodite?
Never seen any evidence of that.
Yeah, no, he's doing great. He's killing it.
And he just drinks to hydrate anyway. He said so many times.
That's true. Yeah, Coors Light and Michelob Ultra is just water. Right. That's why when he was almost out of it, he started panicking, and not only had to call Vince, but after that he ordered it himself from Postmates or whatever, just in case Vince was fucking with him and he wasn't going to get. Not that Vince lies to him, but just in case something were to happen, he needed to make sure the beer was going to be there.
How I used to get about Coke, but I've never seen anyone with a Coors Light addiction.
Right.
Like this.
Yeah, I've never seen someone like sucking on the carpet. Oh, I think I spilled a beer last night.
Right.
Oh, gross. No. But so you just heard John's victory lap song, which he nailed. That was good.
Well, he is a writer in the Writers Guild.
That's true.
So,
yep, and the pension.
That's
yep, all that stuff. So this is John singing another song for us because in John's mind, and this is very similar to Chad Zumach when he discovered like an Isotopes video or something, and he's just like, "It's over for Carl. It's over. Everything." Mm-hmm. He saw one subreddit or a post somewhere on a subreddit. It's over. This guy, it's done. I saw 3 comments who all agreed with me on this Reddit thread. And so this is where John's at right now.
It's past his name.
Hold on, I got to back this up a second.
Oh, this is funny.
Look at the face of dejection. Look.
This is similar to Kevin Brennan's breakdowns of me lately, where he's just making shit up. He just is grasping at straws here. And so, John, I'm looking over at my other monitor. I have this monitor here with my notes, and then this monitor over here is where I see Tukey and Steve and the chat and the Discord. So when I'm on with, hey, what's up? So when I'm on with Ray, I'll be looking straight ahead at him, and then I'll be looking over here. I'll be doing different things.
But to them, this is you contemplating suicide.
Yeah, but watch the analysis of this.
Face of dejection. Look, right there.
Yep, it's over.
Look at that face.
That is the moment I realized my career in podcasting is over. I started working my resume right after that.
That is the face of a guy. I know, I don't know how to turn it. This is as loud as it goes. That is the face of a guy who realizes it's all crumbling.
That's the face of a guy on the Ray DeVito Rock Bottom podcast. It's like, we got another hour and a half of this shit? Okay, whatever.
Must be so bored.
That's when you start messaging Eric Nagel.
Yeah, I wish I was texting with Eric Nagel. Jesus Christ.
Of a guy who realizes it's all crumbling. It's all when the walls are crumbling and down, when the walls are crumbling, when the paneled walls are crumbling down, when the paneled walls are crumbling. You dick.
He never loses his comedic instinct. Because even though he's angry, and comedy doesn't come from an angry place, he's still killing it. It's amazing. Only Stuttering John can pull that off. He's
It was
very
a good tag at the end. Dick.
Well, Tom Myers is not great at comedy, but you know who is amazing at comedy? I gotta be honest. I can't do a lot of Stuttering John. It's all getting so silly and stupid right now. Because I literally saw John did a video this week where his big brag was he put 44% down in his house and Shuley put 10% down on his house. Has this all jumped the shark?
Well,
is this really what we're debating now right now, is what percentage people put down on their houses before they purchase them?
I mean, it's pathetic to try and turn that into a brag. That doesn't make any sense. When you consider the cost of real estate around the country. I mean, I don't want to get into it.
No,
but
it's all so ridiculous. And I think what it comes down to is John's insecurity. John's so insecure about the fact that it came out he didn't pay child support for 6 or 7 or 8 months. And even when he finally did, he could only pay so much because he's poor. John's poor. He doesn't have a lot of money. He has no money. He can't afford a new computer. He said he could easily afford a new computer. And then immediately when he discovered he needed to buy a new computer, he started telling people to super chat him for the new computer fund. Like, he's a poor person. And it's fine. It's fine to be the announcer for the Tonight Show and a writer on the Tonight Show and make all this money and have a mansion in Calabasas and then become poor if you admit it. Then it's fine. Then we feel bad for you. But when it's fine. But when you're, well, no, it's actually pathetic. But when you're braggadocious about being rich, right? You think that's fine? No, I don't. I think it's awful, which is why John's ashamed of it, which is why he's so fucking ashamed. And I have to say, John is hanging on our every word because I've been pointing this out recently. The fact that if anybody in show business was looking up on what Stuttering John has been up to, and they're like, hey, we should probably hire the Stuttering John guy, or hey, he auditioned for a part, or he wrote a sitcom, we should take a look at it. What they're going to do is they're going to go to his social media. They're going to be like, what's he been up to? And they're going to see that on Twitter, all he's doing is posting photos of Lady Kmart's third cousin and calling him an idiot. And you're like, wait,
wiping his face with his shirt.
Right. People are going to be looking at what he's doing on Twitter and go, what is this fucking lunatic doing? He used to be I remember Stuttering John. He was on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. We all loved him. What is he doing now? He's dealing with the shitware and Barbara.
But sir, look at the chat. They love him.
But I think that John, because he's listening to us and he's realizing, he's like, oh yeah, this is not a good strategy for getting my career back together. Let's look at this tweet he just put out. For all you non-Dabbleverse people. So now he heard us say, like, by the way, you're not going to get a job in Hollywood with the way that you use Twitter. It's ridiculous that you're on there posting photos of my dad and rooting for cancer, whatever the fuck you're doing. Like, it makes you look like an asshole. So John writes, for all you non-Dabbleverse people, a bunch of untalented losers decided to make money off of my celebrity. They stoked hate on me and my family. They get my gigs canceled, get me fired, harass my elderly mother, and much more. I tried leaving, yet it didn't stop. Now it's war. So now this executive at CBS, who's considering whether to hire Stuttering John or not, is going, oh, well, I guess I didn't consider why he was posting photos of Lady Kmart's brother. And calling him a loser. And what was he calling him? A douche? Because he's got the Mountain Dew room. He's a Mountain douche.
I'm not in the Dabbleverse, so silly me.
Yeah, right. No, I get it. Now it's all making sense to me.
Now it all makes sense. You're hired.
Fucking idiot.
Right.
John is the dumbest guy to ever exist. And we've been talking about this a lot lately. I don't like to cover all the clips of Stuttering John because he's being performative now and he wants us to clip it and cover it. This is what he's looking for. He's looking for the attention, and he's getting all these people watching his show and they're super chatting him and they're goofing on him, but he doesn't care because he's making money and he's bragging about $5,000 a month, which is pathetic, and he's a loser. But I'm getting annoyed with all of this. I'm getting bored with it. I will say this. John, the thing that I find fascinating is how hard up he is for friendship, relationships, and any type of woman to pay any type of attention to him. So we've had this Kate Meany saga that's been going on. And this is really one of the saddest things that has happened to John in the last couple of months. Because how many times have you heard John say he doesn't want to fuck Kate Meany? How many times?
Like 1,000.
Yeah.
1,000.
Yeah, at least twice.
She's too young.
She's too young. Why would I want to fuck her? And, even Vince the loser is just like, well, John, I mean, if she approached you and wanted to have sex, you would. That's not a thing. Like, no guy wants to fuck a hot 24-year-old.
Yeah, John, if you didn't jizz in your pants, you would have sex.
Right. Yes, precisely. So, of course, they've been going back and forth. It started with her calling John a buffoon with one F, which really set John off. And he's just like, I sent her a ring light. I've been sticking up for her. I've been nothing but nice to her. How could she do this to me? So the other day, John gets a text from Kate or something. He sends her the link, and she pops on his show. And I'm not going to play that for you because this is embarrassing. They're literally going back and forth like children. Yeah, but you started it. No, you started it. No, you started it. You were bad-mouthing me. No, you trashed me first. No, you trashed me first. Blah, blah, blah. They're trying to debate why they're mad at each other. Like, what?
It was fun for like 10 minutes, and then
for 10 minutes. It goes on and on. And it's hilarious because John literally forgot that this all started with her calling him a buffoon on Twitter. She's like, well, I called you a buffoon. He's like, oh, yeah, that's right. I am mad at you. Like, he's so out of it. He doesn't even know why he's mad at people and what the problem is. Anyway, the reason
that was like a week ago.
It wasn't that long ago. I know. The problem with John is he's doing a podcast every day of the week now for hours a day. So he's losing the thread. He's losing the plot. He's not even sure who he's mad at anymore, why he's mad at them. He's so confused. So Barnes and Noobs on the Dabblers Anonymous subreddit put this video together, and I just want to play this for you because it's brilliant. It perfectly sums up what happened to John this week. He has Kate Meany on his show. He's all happy with himself. Oh, Kate Meany and I are friends. We're going to hang out in Atlantic City. This weird fucking, what Tukey calls the meet and beat, where everyone's fighting with each other and everyone's going to join in their different cliques. And it's going to be this whole thing that's going on in Atlantic City for the Super Bowl. So John's going to be there. Kate Meany's going to be there. And he's all excited because they're friends again. And then the next day, Kate Meany goes on Misery Loves Company. And does that throw John off? Again, this is a video that was put together by Barnes and Noobs, who does an excellent job. And so there's some production here, but this is fantastic.
All right. And again, if you ever need to talk, you need a friend, you just call me, all right?
Right. Ciao, Bella.
So that's how things ended with John and Kate when he had Kate on his show just the other day. All right. It's all lovey-dovey. They're blowing kisses. Sweetie. Let's not forget. I did a whole video about John slut-shaming Kate Meany over and over again. Like, that was the whole thing with John. He's just like, this woman needs to slow down. She's fucking everyone. She's a whore. What's her problem? These are things you don't usually come back from. You know what I mean? It's just like, you're kind of irredeemable, unredeemable, whatever the word is. When it comes to that. All right.
All right, you're the best.
You too. All right, everybody, what a great show.
24 hours later.
That I do Kevin Brennan.
John who?
Stuttering John.
He said nothing. He don't
I
pay
know,
you.
I know he's a nothing.
John, you make 200. He said nothing. He don't pay you.
I know he's a nothing.
John, you make.
Look at Kate Meany, which I've proclaimed many times is not right for this world. She sucks. She brings nothing to the table. Kevin bullies her. She immediately, I know. I'm sorry, Kevin. You're right. I don't like Stuttering John either. We all don't like Stuttering John. I'm sorry. Like, she could have literally just been like, I don't give a fuck what you think about John. I go on his show. I go on your show too. Who gives a shit? Yeah. It's very easy to navigate these roads, but nobody could seem to handle it around KB.
Why can't she do what she's supposed to do and just be like, oh yeah, I went on Stuttering John's show. I don't care. Care. Why did she just start doing that?
I don't get it.
So much funnier.
I don't get this thing where everyone's afraid of upsetting KB. By the way, newsflash for you. KB will hate you. It happens to every single fucking person except for Adam Hineker, who's ever crossed paths with KB. I could write a list, but I can't write that much of the people that KB hates. It's everyone. It's every single fucking person. He even shit on producer Chris recently. Like, what the fuck did producer Chris ever do to you? Jesus.
More people know who Stuttering John is than Kevin Brennan. That's a fact.
Yes, that is a fact. That is true.
All right, Carl, I promise, I'm going to bring a better podcast next week. That's my fear.
Yeah. What the fuck, Lucy? And you better not go on Stuttering John's show either. Could you imagine having that thought in your head that, like, I paid you $125 to be on my show. Why would you go on John's show? Because he sent me the link and I was bored. Who cares? The fuck's the difference? Stop giving me $125, Kevin. That's the answer. That's what every fucking person on his show should say. Just like Tukey has said, just like I have said, like Patrick Melton has said. We don't want your fucking money, loser. We'll do whatever the fuck we want. You don't control us. You're not our boss. Speaking of people who can't be controlled by Kevin Brennan, Cardiff is here.
Hey.
Yeah. Hi.
What's up, Cardiff?
Hello.
How's it going?
Hi, Brennan. I felt like I was late on that one.
You are
good. How are you?
You are loud as shit again. I'm going to turn you down on my end.
For Christ's sake.
I'm turning you down on my end. It's all good.
I was later.
That I do Kevin Brennan.
John who?
Stuttering John.
He said nothing. He don't
I
pay
know,
you.
I know he's a nothing.
God, you make 200. He said nothing. He don't pay you.
I know he's a nothing.
God, you make.
You know, once again, I am burned. And I'm so over it. What's that saying that George Bush Jr. fucked up? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
You won't get fooled again.
Yeah, so get fooled again. And it's not George Bush Jr., you idiot. George W. Bush. His father had a different name. He's such a moron. So I just want to get your guys' take on this before we play the rest of this video. It does go on for a minute. But there's performative John that I don't like. I don't like to play that because I find it annoying. I don't think this is that because it's too embarrassing. Card, if you've seen this before, would you agree?
Yeah, he's hurt.
He's hurt. He's literally hurt about. Okay, good. I agree. All right, let's see.
I just can't. And you know what, man? That's it. Here's my phone, and I'm hitting block, and I'm out of the Kate Meany fucking business. You fucking do a show for 2 hours with a chick.
Why were you in the Kate Meany business? What is a Kate Meany? What does she mean to you? Why is she in any of this? I don't understand it at all. John's so distraught. He wanted to fuck her. Yeah. Let's be honest. He wanted to fuck her. There's no other reason.
He's picking up his phone right now to unfollow her on Twitter.
Yes, I'll show
what's
her.
Happening right now.
I'll block her and she'll see that I blocked. I'll text her first and tell her I'm blocking her, and then I'll block her, and then she'll know.
She's a human NFT. It's like perceived value, but really worthless.
She's an NPC, and they should have kept her as an NPC all along. I don't get it. Like I said, I think I might have sat at the same table with her at Chrissy Mayer's wedding. I don't remember. She's nothing.
Did you smell Alex's finger?
I did. And then we high-fived.
She got big timed by Carl Hamburger.
I wasn't big timing. She's just nothing. She brings no presence. She's not interesting in any way.
Even her scent is nondescript.
And then I just happen to turn on Brennan before I go live, and guess what happens? Kate Meany's trashing me. So now, she is now done. No more. I don't want to hear from you. Don't text me. Don't. Do not text me back.
Imagine being a 58-year-old broke alcoholic and yelling at an attractive 24-year-old girl, "Don't text me!" She's like, "Yeah, no, I wasn't planning on it. It's fine."
And having your voice crack in the middle of the sentence also.
I don't even want to be friends with you.
I'm watching this, saying the same thing. I can't believe this is a 58-year-old man. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, I wouldn't mind being a 58-year-old man that is having this much fun in his life.
What?
This was adventure.
Yeah, what a journey.
Yeah, he's texting Kate Meany and Tim Dransky at the same time.
I still got a chance with Tim.
All right, Cardiff, I'm trying to adjust your level and you're still overmodulated. Can you do something on your end? I'm sorry.
How's that?
Much better. There you go.
Yeah. These meters mean nothing.
I know. I'm noticing the same thing. All right.
Kate, that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to trash your looks. I'm not going to trash your fucking guys you bang. Nothing.
Your giant butthole.
He goes, I'm not going to trash your looks. I'm not going to trash the guys you bang. Isn't saying those two things doing those two things? I'm going to stop talking about how you're a whore. I'm going to stop talking about how you're ugly. I'm going to stop all of these things. Don't you worry.
Starting right.
I'm not threatening you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like that.
Fucking leave my fucking name out of your mouth. You know, I had no intention of talking about Kate Meany in a bad way. But then I fucking turn on 2 seconds. I'm about to go live.
He's done an hour on what a whore she is. Yeah. And he has the balls to say, I wasn't even going to badmouth her this time. Okay, good.
But she started it, Carl.
Yeah, well, right. Yes, back to that again.
Kate, do you find Stuttering John attractive? No. Okay, I don't give a fuck about that. Then, Stuttering John's a nothing. And she goes, yeah, I know.
That's being polite.
Stuttering John's not winning. Yeah, I know he's not winning. This is Kate fucking Meany, who was on this show yesterday. Oh, all in love with Stuttering John.
She's a better actor than we thought.
Yeah.
You fell for that, idiot. You moron. It's funny how, and I still have the clip. I have it saved in my folder when John was saying that our show's over just last week. It's funny how things have changed so much already.
All in love with Stuttering John. I love you. I love you. Right? Right, Kate?
I think John was saying that to her. I don't think she was saying that to him. This reminds me of when he used to interview former Tonight Show writers and other comics that he used to know. And they'd be saying something that wasn't funny or interesting. He'd be laughing. And then at the end of the show, he'd be like, wow, that was a lot of fun, wasn't it? We laughed a lot.
This is the process of him gaslighting himself.
Yeah, you're right. He's the only guy who's gaslighting himself in real time. He's like, remember you said you loved me and you wanted to taste my balls? Remember that? Like, no, none of this happened. What do you mean?
Yeah, if he does it on the internet, it's true.
Must be, yeah.
You're not going to last long in this business if you continue.
In what business? What business
if you continue to not fuck me.
You're not going to last long in the being on Kevin's show once a week business? What are you talking about?
It's a living.
No, it's not.
The Bizarro Kate or the Bizarro Lana Rhodes business where she fucks nobody.
Yeah, right.
Fucking shitting on the people that actually fucking try and help you.
John, Kevin said you were a loser and she agreed. All of us would. This is the thing that John doesn't understand. He goes, no, she's making lies that I'm a loser and I've got nothing going on in my life. No, these are not lies. This is all true.
Would a loser re-gift a ring light?
Yeah, would a loser send you a ring light that Alex Stein sent me so I didn't look like I was dying on my show?
Oh, wait. Can I take that
I'm
back?
fucking over it.
He seems like it.
Fuck Kate Meany now. I mean, so what? Who cares? I want to get laid, right? I like pretty girls. I'm excellent. Well, listen, Kate is done. Fucking, I don't care. Done. She got to kiss her daddy, Kevin Brennan's ass. Oh, Brennan. Oh, yeah, John's a nothing. Oh, yeah, Brennan. Yeah. Yeah, John's not winning. Yeah. You know what? Shut the fuck up, Kate.
I got to say that Kevin Brennan doesn't say a lot of things that are true. He lies all the time. But in this particular occurrence, he might be onto something. John, you are a loser.
A broken clock, Carl.
Correct.
This is also funny because John's been trying to leech his way back into KB's good graces and be on his show.
And that's over, at least for a couple weeks.
Yeah, at least for now. None of these people are real. This is the thing that we all learned is, Kevin Brennan went off on Chad Zumach for months and what a piece of shit he is, and he'll never work with him ever again. And now Chad Zumach's a regular on his show again. And it's amazing how Bob Levy was a great stand-up comic when Bob Levy was the second mic on MLC. And then as soon as he left that show, he's terrible and no one likes him and he's not funny. These people are all phonies.
Idea what I make. You have no. I'll tell you who I am. Winning over. I mean, I'll tell you, I'm making more money than you. That's a fact.
And again, I've pointed this out a number of times. Kevin Brennan talks about this. Stuttering John talks about this. No one in the Dabbleverse is making real money. No one is making real money. No one's making Howard Stern money. No one's making Smartless money. SiriusXM is not looking to buy my show for $100 million over the next 3 years. So
not with that attitude, Carl.
No, not with that attitude. So the idea that these idiots talk about making more money and Kevin Brennan wants to see my bank account statements, it's insane. These people are losers.
Jack. I'm making more money than your mother.
That's a new one. I'm making more money than your mother. That's a weird your mama joke right there. I never heard that
really
one
is.
before.
So desperate.
No, what he's saying is I can take better care of you.
Is that what he's saying? Because he's literally talking about a widow.
Jesus.
Fucking idiots.
So it's just enough. I'm so over fucking getting burned by all these fucking losers. It's just like, so now I'm getting trashed by Kate Meany. Great! She was just on my show yesterday. Fucking hell.
Well, Lucy, you just took a sip with John just now.
It's fucking
that's impressive.
I didn't like it.
You guys are in sync right now.
Take it back. Take it back.
I just want to say, Lucy Tightbox and I obviously have a lot in common.
I can't wait for my ring light, dude.
Okay.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah, you could use it.
I wonder if the menstrual cycles have lined up.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's it. I am done. No more Kate Meany. I don't want anything to do with her. She's a fucking loser who doesn't know how to fucking treat people that treat her well.
Is that true? Her mother is literally a TV executive? I don't know anything about Kate Meany because I don't give a shit. Okay. That'd be funny if that's true. If she makes 20 times as much as Stuttering John does.
She raises
things
zilch.
I was saying, they were nefarious, and I would like to apply for a job.
Yeah, right. Exactly. If you need a showrunner or even a warm-up guy. I used to be the warm-up guy for Jay Leno. I would do that.
Host for a sitcom.
Cooking the bear.
If people are on our Patreon, you have to check out this episode that we did with producer Chris and Tukey, where we went through John's emails to executives at CBS saying that he was looking for anything. I mean, these are not good emails. If you're looking for employment. I'll do whatever you need, whether you need like a host or a guest spot for a sitcom.
Whether you need it or not.
Host of a sitcom.
I know. What does that mean?
He has to ask
It's like
his own
Ron
mother.
Sterling.
He wants to be the voiceover of the Wonder Years.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, maybe it's How I Met Your Gross Father Who I Divorced is the name of the new sitcom.
The Dunder Years.
But he also felt he was at a level where he was above casting.
Yes.
Like they would put a project together for him. They would an executive would want him.
He still thinks that. He still thinks that everybody's going to do everything for him.
Send my reel to the head writer. He knows me. Yeah. He knows. He hired a guy who I'm friends with, so he knows.
I don't need to audition.
Used to it. From what I hear, she had an abusive fucking mother, and now here she is, fucking trashing me on Brennan because
Here we
Brennan's
go.
her fucking daddy. Now I'm all pissed off.
Yes, you are.
Because you don't care.
No, I know, Yamix. She stabbed me right in the back. Kate Meany just stabbed me right in the back. I don't want to fuck her. I don't want to date her. I made that clear this whole time.
I don't want to go down on her. I don't want to put my tongue in a butthole. I don't want to motorboat her luscious tits. Let me go through all the things I don't want to do with Kate Meany. I'll tell you right now. Don't want to finish in a mouth. I don't want it to snowball me after I do that. That actually is true. That last one actually is true.
All I was nice to her, as I was yesterday. And now she's on Brennan trashing me.
This is yeah. Go on.
This motherfucker has, he's been bothering her to come on his show for weeks to months.
Yep.
She finally says yes. He has her on. She plays nice. Then she goes on Brennan, and Brennan's like, he's a loser. Why'd you do that? And she's like, yeah, I don't know. Because he wouldn't leave me alone until I did.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
He's badgering her.
Yes. Like he does everybody. Fucking sucks.
But could you imagine, John could have handled this, and this is the MO of Stuttering John. It's why he is where he is in life. He could have handled this so much better. This could have been handled so much
Could
better.
he have?
He should have.
Well, okay. Somebody else could have handled this so much better.
Yes.
He could not have.
But again, he goes back to the fact that he goes, she goes on, we were getting along, and she goes on Kevin's show and trashes me. What she actually said is that you have nothing going on. You're a nobody. And that's true. I don't know. Jen, you're not in show business anymore. You're the laughing stock of the Dabbleverse. I don't know what you think she's going to say. I mean, these are the facts. What do you want?
Fucking hell. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, John's a nobody. Oh, really? Really, Kate?
Oh, no.
I'm a nobody.
Oh, no.
Really?
Oh, no.
Let's see, Kate.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Fucking idiot.
Oh, no, don't do it, John. Don't go through your resume. You can't go through your resume, John. Don't do it.
Fucking asshole. And what happened? Kate fucking Meany. Kate Meany. That's what happened. Kate fucking Meany decides, well, Brennan pays me, and I'm a slut.
Back to slut shaming.
That didn't take long.
I've never been this upset about a girl who I didn't want to fuck and I wanted nothing to do with not liking me. This is bizarre behavior because he doesn't care.
I only get this upset about women that don't want to fuck me.
And I don't like the fact that he's implying that being a slut is a choice.
Right.
You're born with that.
That's right. Precisely. Just like how your firstborn was a boy, Kate Meany was born a slut. What are you going to do?
I'm a whore. Yeah, I'll trash John if you're paying me.
I'll trash John for free. What does that make me?
You fucking grunt. Right. Hey, Kate, I'm a nobody, right?
Oh no! Oh no!
Nobody.
Don't do it, John! Don't do it!
Yeah.
No, he's doing it!
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh no!
Number one son. He was on that. Why am I seeing number one son?
This is Kevin Brennan.
This is Kevin
IMDb.
Brennan's. I mean, yeah, because it's got crashing on there. Yeah, he wasn't on any of these things.
Yeah, he's showing her that there's nothing there.
Oh no, John, what are you doing?
Okay, well, there's some credits, huh?
Look at this. I was in Castaway and Forrest Gump.
No, I just fucking drives you nuts. Fucking drives you nuts. Fucking Kate fucking
Oh, he's so upset. I think he just got dumped.
You fucking.
All right, so what's the scenario here? Because this is a crazy reaction to this. I have to think, after Kate Meany came on his show, and he's at the end of it, he's like, "Love you, sweetie. Hey, you guys are great." Blah blah blah. He had these fantasies in his head. He's fast forwarding a month or two from now, where him and Kate Meany are dating, and they're the hot celeb couple. TMZ is following them around. John is throwing it in all of our faces. Instead of doing that finger thing where his finger's just like crooked, he's just like, "Yeah, I'm smelling it right now." And it's like, and we're all like, "Damn it, we won. He got over on all of us." Because otherwise, why would you react like this? This is insane.
I think he's just super hurt because he thinks of her as such a gigantic slut, and yet he can't get any from her. So, like, based on what he has to say, she is the biggest slut in the world, and still she's not fucking him.
She'll fuck anyone, even Alex Stein.
Yeah.
But I do think for one second that night, he pictured their wedding.
Yes. I guarantee it. He started writing his vows.
Yeah.
And he's tearing them up right now. He's like, "Fucking bitch.
I vow to lick your butthole.
Piss in your mouth and your ass." I don't think that it's that he thinks that she's a slut. I think he thinks that he's so far above her.
Yes.
That she should be clamoring to just be in his world.
Well,
and she doesn't care about that.
Good point. Where John is correct is thinking that it's ridiculous to kiss up to Kevin Brennan. People, for whatever reason, Chad had this perception. A lot of people have this perception the Kevin Brennan show is so big. It's not. And Patrick Melton breaks this down. I have a couple clips that we'll play in a second. Patrick Melton breaks this down perfectly, where he goes, let's say Kevin Brennan has 2,000 viewers to his show. Generously, over the course of his show, 2,000 people tune in. And then it goes behind the paywall, and his 800 Patreon subscribers all watch it. That's 2,800 viewers. Patrick Melton breaks down. He goes, that means that Tukey is more popular. The Potato is more popular. He's more popular. Who are these podcasts is way more popular. Like, all of these shows are bigger than Kevin Brennan's show. Even Stuttering John's show is now getting 4,000 views, 3,000 views after the fact because he's starting to leave them up now. He's finally figured that fucking out. And the fact that everyone acts like Kevin Brennan's like the pinnacle. Oh my gosh, if we can just get on Kevin Brennan's show. It's not a big show. It's got this audience of losers who connect with this guy who's angry all the time, who's mad at everybody. But it's not like the biggest show in the Dabbleverse, not even close. So when he sees like Kate Meany going, well, you're taking his side, I kind of get it. He's going, what the fuck? You like Kevin over me? No, everyone likes Kevin over you, obviously. That's not up for debate. But it just shows what a loser you are.
Fucking asshole. Can't fucking deal. I just can't. It's just, you try and do something nice, and then they fucking just trash it. It's just, I can't deal with it anymore. I'm done. No more. Why do I care? Because I don't like getting burned. That's why I care. I don't give a fuck. But Kate,
I don't give a fuck.
Just on my show yesterday. I'm going to tell her right now, please do not respond.
That's the most childish thing ever. He's sending a note to her and saying, you're out of my life, and don't even try to respond. It's over. I'm blocking you.
So in his mind, she wanted to respond.
Yes, right. She wanted to plead for his forgiveness, but he's not even going to hear that. Nope. He's been burned too many times by this slut.
Yeah, he said, I'm tired of getting burned by you losers initially there.
Yeah.
But he's such a smart guy. How are you getting burned by losers?
That's a good point. The one thing I've never said on WATP is like, you losers keep burning me over and over again.
Stepping on rakes.
Oh, shit. Fucking hell. Just fucking out of nowhere. Just out of nowhere, you just get burned. And I was in a good mood. In a fucking good mood. I'm like, all right.
Of course you're in a good mood. You thought you and Kate were going to get married.
I feel like I'm overhearing a woman's conversation at brunch about her fourth date. Like, oh, I thought he was the one. Shut up already.
You know what this reminds me of? I've never talked about this before. It's a stupid anecdote. I used to work at this restaurant, and I was in the kitchen, and there was a girl who I had gone out with for dinner or something, and I thought maybe we were going to get something going. And we weren't fucking. But I thought maybe something was going to happen there. And I remember we had back in the back room, we had video cameras that were watching, the front of the house. And I look back there, she's making out with some guy in a booth during her shift. And I'm like, what the fuck? This is what John just went through. He's all on fucking cloud nine. He's like, she was on my show. This is going great. She loves me. And then he flips on MLC. She's like, yeah, John's a loser. He's like, what?
Yeah. Just moments before he's like, do. Let's see what's happening
Skipping
at MLC.
Skipping over Coors cans in his house.
Yeah. Looks like Carl's bringing out a dessert to her.
Yeah.
Sorry. Carl's bringing out a free dessert that's pube free to his friend out there.
Where is the fucking whore? Fucking trashing me. Yes,
the whore.
I could say whore.
I mean, you can, but you shouldn't. Makes you look bad.
Turncoat biatch.
Can I just point this out to John, because he's not understanding this? When he calls Kate Meany a whore, or he makes jokes about people in my family having really terrible diseases, it makes him look bad. He's not burning these people. He's making everyone turn on him, anyone who would like him. I've talked about this with numerous people. I'm starting to feel bad for John, and then he did this, and then he said that, and now I don't feel bad for him anymore. He does this over and over again. He cannot figure out a way to get any sympathy going for him.
All right.
Oh.
Fucking hell.
Exasperated.
So fucking angry.
Yeah,
I gotta get in a better mood.
All right, let's drink. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, dickhead. Hey, John, would it bother you if I went out with Kate? Not at all. She asked. I know she's kind of like your ex, and I don't want any friction between you. No. Go ahead. She deserves a creep like you, in fact.
People in the chat are fucking with them.
All right, bro. Oh, Kate Meany just fucked me again, Stevie.
Oh, now he's talking to Stevie Lou. Oh, this is funny.
Stevie's like, yeah, she's here. She's telling me all about it.
All right, bro. Oh, Kate Meany just fucked me again, Stevie.
I heard.
I mean, after she does my show yesterday and she turns on me again?
Yeah, I don't know at this point there.
She didn't sleep over, John.
Usually when she turns on a guy, she's presenting. Not for John, though.
Well, that bitch is... I'm done with that bitch. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you dumped her. You got it.
You guys are so entangled.
You can't mutual. You can't fire me. I quit. Okay.
All right, buddy. So, I'm glad Stevie Lou fucking heard fucking Kate fucking Meany fucking just turn on me. For no
Fucking
reason. For no fucking reason.
Oh, my God.
I didn't do shit to her.
No, people just think you're a loser. I keep explaining this to John. I know he watches the show, so I'll explain it again. It's not that you're not doing anything. It's just that people are observing you and coming to the same conclusion that we all do, that you're a pathetic loser. That's all. Kate Meany didn't say that she hates your guts. She just goes, yeah, he's a loser. He's got nothing going on in life. She's correct. That's all.
Also, anytime somebody screams in my face for no reason, that's the reason. That's the reason. That's the reason.
Correct. You acting like this is the reason why we hate you. Yeah. And Annie is cheering you backstage right now, Lucy, as you explain this.
Yeah, I know. John's a nothing. Yeah, John's not winning. You are a fucking backstabbing crunt.
What's a crunt? I mean, I can guess.
And I text you.
It's a safe word.
Okay. Okay, fair enough.
Don't text me. Don't. I don't want to fucking hear from you.
I don't think you have to worry about that.
Right.
It's the least of your concerns. I hope this hot chick doesn't start texting me over and over again.
Don't send me beer.
And if I see you in Atlantic City, definitely don't blow me in my hotel room. Because if you do that...
I'll show you.
He's like Chris D'Elia with none of the pull. None of the opportunity.
That's the worst thing you could say.
Phantom Denny. She turned on you because she's with me. And I'm good. We get it. We get it. Take her out. Fuck her in the ass. Who cares? No one cares, Denny.
No one cares.
Nobody cares. And I do mean nobody.
No, you do, John. It's obvious. What are you talking
Don't
about?
watch me anymore, fucking Kate.
Oh, you're not allowed to watch him anymore either.
Don't.
Oh, no.
It's over. We're done. We're done. Capiche? Good. I'm going to extend like that, you know, and be totally cool. And then the fucking whore trashing me. Well, John, I was with Kevin. Fucking.
He's taking this well.
You think?
Hey,
Take
Gino.
my name out of your eyes.
Now he's calling Gino Bisconti, a guy who he's hated forever. And now he's talking to Gino about this. That's what I mean. I'm done with this world.
The
I'm out of
enemy
it.
of my enemy
Guys,
is my friend.
Potato soup. Watch it on Sunday nights. I'm tapping out. I can't do this anymore. This is insane.
Carl.
This is so stupid.
You had a good run, man.
It's fine. It's good. I'm happy with it. But I'd rather watch that gambling addict that Tuki's talking about because this is getting nuts right now. So stupid.
You'll be back.
I know. I can't quit you, John.
Yeah, just like Kate Meany.
How am I supposed to live without you? What's that?
I was gonna say just this video, the music, the cuts. It's so,
great.
It's Oscar worthy.
Parts and Noobs rules. This is why it's a 13-minute video. I'm playing all of it. It's fantastic.
All right. This guy put that together because he must have put Kevin Brennan's IMDb there and instead, right? Because
maybe
that's a bit, yeah. Because if John pulled up Kevin's IMDb, that's embarrassing. But if somebody did it in there, that's comedy genius.
Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't even pay attention to that. All right,
It's
good call.
kind of comedy gold either way.
Yes.
Fucking sorry. Say I'm fucking right.
Yes, you were right, Gino. You were right.
Someone spliced together Gino making a racial joke with John yelling, "Gino, you were right." That'd be fun.
She rated you a 4 and Chad a 5.5. Good, good, good.
Great comeback. Kate Meany just said that Chad's hotter than you. Good. Good. I don't care. I don't care. What part of I don't care are you not getting?
I don't care.
I didn't even know he was going there. I'm sorry. It's too predictable.
Good. I'm a 4. But you're broke. You live off your mommy. Phantom Danny, I told Kate that you need eggplant pills, and we laughed all night long. And she said you're a gross old creep. Eggplant pills. That's a good one, Denny. Fucking hell.
Right all the time. I'm tired of telling, like, John, I'm going to tell you something, John, and I like you, buddy. Grow the fuck up, John. If you want to do a podcast, do a podcast. Don't let... See, that's funny.
Gino, well said. Grow the fuck up, John. What are you doing? You are a loser bitch boy on the internet right now.
I'll tell you something, John, and I like you, buddy. Grow the fuck up, John. If you want to do a podcast, do a podcast. Don't let... See, that's funny. I was kidding, John.
I will have sex with Keanu. I will marry Kristen Carney. And I'll kill Kate Meany. That's... So let's play... Fucking...
Hell. Wow. Well done, Barnes and Noobs. Brilliant video.
A sad Stuttering John.
Skull. Unfortunately, producer Chris doesn't have a soundboard today, or else we'd get the solemn skull. Although Cardiff might have it. Actually, now I think about it.
Oh, I don't have somber skull.
Somber skull. All right.
Juicy.
That's not even close, Andy. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think we just figured it out.
No shit.
I'm just really, truly thankful there couldn't possibly be anything more disgusting than this woman.
Oh, you think that that's the case, do you? Cardiff Electric joining the show. What's happening, Cardiff?
Oh, hello. Welcome back.
Hello. How you
Enjoy
feeling?
your naps.
Oh my God, it was naptacular. So Cardiff, I'm sure you've been following a little bit of what Stuttering John's been up to this week. The big news is that he has a new computer with a very good camera, and now we can all see what he looks like in great detail.
3 large,
which is not great.
3 large.
So his computer cost him $2,000. He keeps bragging about how he dropped $2,000 on a computer.
18 gigs, Carl.
18 gigs of RAM. Yep, he's mentioned that many times. He's very proud of himself.
I think that's the lowest you can get on a MacBook Pro.
Do you think MacBook Pros that's not an expensive computer.
Do you think his kids will think it's cool? You think maybe they'll come by to see it?
I was going to say, how would they know?
Exactly.
How would they know he got a computer?
Yeah, what a thing to be excited about when your life is in ruins.
But it's so weird because John thinks like a poor person, which is surprising because he used to have money for a brief period of time, but there was a period of time when John was making big paychecks. And the fact that he's bragging about a $2,000 computer, these fucking people in the Dabbleverse bragging about having money and making money and spending money is crazy to me. And
you're right. You know how you know he has a poor person's mentality with money? Because he has none left.
Yeah. No, it's obvious.
Yeah.
It's very obvious. He's like, would a poor person buy a new computer? Yes. It's the only thing you do for a living is use your computer. You've had the same over 4 years and it stopped working 8 months ago.
Yeah.
That is how a poor person would do it, idiot.
Yeah. You wait for your car to break down before you replace it. Yeah.
Right. So you run out of duct tape. You're finally like, I guess I got to fucking buy a new car now because there's no other way to keep it together.
Yes, a poor person would have something break down and they would complain about it on the internet for weeks.
Yes!
Until they could possibly afford to get it fixed. Yes, that's exactly how that would go.
Demand that beer be delivered.
Do you think a poor person would say something like he said today, my brand new 2005 Harley?
Oh, no, he did not say that.
Yes, he did. So is he bragging that he bought it brand new in 2005?
Sounds like it.
Or is he forgetting that it's not brand new and the year slipped? So.
All right, it's new to him.
Yeah. All right. Well, John has declared war on Pat Dixon. And this is nuts because for a long time John was going, who the fuck is Pat Dixon? Who the fuck knows who Pat Dixon is? Nobody knows who this guy is. And then like everyone else in the Dabbleverse, John's just like, oh, I'm going to get Pat on the show. Pat's a cool guy. Yeah, we're going to hang out in AC. I'm going to get him on the show. So then he reaches out to Pat Dixon to book him on the show. And Pat is reluctant and eventually says, I'm going to hold off because it's just everyone's watching your show and scrutinizing it. It's weird. I don't know if I want to be a part of a show that like all these other shows are playing clips of and goofing on.
The entire internet says you're a scumbag.
Which is the right instinct. Pat's a smart guy. That's the right instinct on this one. So,
and it was the nice, I mean,
yeah, the way he did it was very
Most
nice.
people just don't respond.
Correct.
So it is nice of him, and for him to explain it in such a polite way, I think is great.
So I'm playing this off of John's channel just to show you this is still up on the internet. This is John's anger issues on full display. And he takes a lot of his videos down. I have one that we're going to play in a little bit that he took down immediately because it's definitely against YouTube's terms of service. So we'll get into that. But a lot of these videos John takes down.
Carl, if you play that video, I will give you $100.
Yeah, I will definitely play that video for you.
Oh, man, I just saw your messages here. I mentioned to Brennan, he doesn't care. You're just at the center of something, a phenomenon I don't quite understand. The subject of intense, all caps, focus. And I'm not sure I'm ready to step into that. I mean, you have, all caps, multiple shows dedicated to watching, all caps, you, exclusively. Something about that spooks me a little. I've never seen anything like that. When something feels weird to me, I hold off. Sorry to bitch out or whatever, but your status in this community is off-putting to me at this time. Sorry to have wasted any of your time, and I'm right back.
All right, so all of that was polite, I would say, reasonable.
I'm going to tell you right now,
accurate.
Off-putting was the nicest description I've heard anyone use to describe him in a long time.
I find your aroma off-putting.
So
I find the fact that this room is filled with stray cats and roaches off-putting, John.
Yeah. It's not my cup of tea.
Can I just ask where that level-headed Pat Dixon was when he was punching Gino Bisconte in the face?
I think he's being level-headed.
Yeah, that's a little. That would have been boiling over a little bit longer than Pat.
The sanest thing he ever
He
did.
actually said, I'm putting my fist off of your face.
Yes. John's now going to type back to Pat. We just heard what Pat wrote to him. You might think he'd be like, listen, man, I get it. I know there's a lot of people making fun of me. It sucks because I'm trying to do a show here and I want to be legit and I want to get good guests. I think you'd be great on the show. If anything changes, I'd love to have you on. This is how I would respond to something like this.
Yeah, but
let's watch how Anger Issues Melendez deals with this.
Yeah. This
Jesus
is
Christ,
you're watching the process right now.
You think this computer's going to last long with thunder thumbs over there?
He's drilling a hole in his keyboard.
Losers process, winners react.
Have you guys seen on Uncle Rico? They have the video of him typing and like a piano plays like fucking hilarious.
Beep, burp, burp.
All right, first I write, you're such a pussy. Just because I'm the only real celebrity in the Dabbleverse.
Well, that took him that long to write. You're such a pussy.
I know.
It took him that long.
Chapter 1.
What a response that is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. I don't know what's going on with you. I don't want to be a part of it. You fucking pussy. I'm a celebrity. You're a loser.
It's almost like John's a bad guy or something.
Yeah. It sounds like it's hard to deal with.
Yeah. Difficult
But
even.
if you keep watching this, he starts saying way more words than he could have possibly
Yes,
typed.
that's
So,
true.
he's just really embellishing the whole entire thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which explains why they all watch me.
Can you pause it for 1 second?
Of course.
Typing one-handed like that, how has he possibly got one capital letter starting a sentence? And he's Captain English.
Grammar.
Captain
Yeah.
Graham.
I worked with a guy.
Has 2 Z's on the end of it.
I worked with a guy, Cardiff, who never used the shift key. He would type the caps lock, type in the first letter of the sentence, then type the caps lock again and keep typing. John might be doing that. It's very possible.
It's his OCD.
Okay, let's see. What a fucking wuss. Pat Dixon, you are a pussy. You are a true Barahawissa. Holy shit. You're such a pussy. Just because I'm the only real celebrity in Dabbleverse, which explains why they all watch me, gives you the reason.
And furthermore,
what's great is that after Pat gets this back, he's just like, oh, I made the right decision.
Yeah, completely.
That's the only way you could respond is just be like, yeah, this is what I thought. Okay, this is why I don't want to go on your show.
He thanks him.
To wuss out.
Wuss out.
I have lost all
of your money, of your fame, of your friends. You've lost all of your dignity. You've lost all of your what, John?
I lost a ring light as well recently.
You're not the only one.
If any respect
you just found out about
once
him
had for you.
Yeah, I lost all respect for you. It was a very respectful no from Pat.
Oh, I'm just saying he claims he didn't know who he was.
Correct. He went from who the fuck is this guy to I used to respect
you let me down, Pat.
I always know the people who, when people post things about something they don't like that I've done, the phonies are always go, I used to love this guy. I used to support this guy. I used to love WATP, but after the nap video, I'll never watch again. I was like, those people are just like, no, you never watched this show. No one's buying that.
Right.
I've lost all this respect that I had for you. Why? Because you saw him on Kevin Brennan's show 3 times?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Stay irrelevant.
The only way to get relevant is to be on the Stuttering John podcast.
Insincerely yours, Stuttering John.
Actually, Vinny, you were on, and so was Cardiff. Let me ask you first. Vinny, you were on the Stuttering John podcast a couple of times back when you guys were pals.
Yeah.
What kind of bump did you get from that? Do you see the numbers skyrocket after that?
No, I received numerous death threats.
And that's not a lie.
I think I won the creep off like 40 weeks in a row after you appeared on a show.
The bump is just finally subsiding, actually. In fact, you know what? I'll take this moment to just apologize to everyone for ever helping this fucking guy. I'm sorry. I really don't know what got into me. Sorry, everybody.
I would be approaching 10,000 subs on YouTube if I didn't get involved with him.
Yes, I think that's
He
right.
set me back about a year.
I do remember there was a moment, I think we were doing some bonus thing for Creep Off, and we were just hanging outside the Carlson, and you're like, I have Stuttering John's number, and I don't know what to do with it. And I go, you get him here. That's the end game.
You and me did have this conversation,
yeah,
didn't we?
I said we gotta figure out a way to get him here to clown him, and I feel like it's my fault because I was just like, because then you went down this path of like trying to get him here. So
you know, I'll tell some stories again at the Tampa show that I haven't told yet. I'll save them for that, but. That was a real fucking nightmare, man. People were really fucking mad at me, and I get it.
Well, yeah, and I remember when we were driving back from Detroit. It was just beginning,
yeah.
And you were even when it was just minutes into you interacting with them, you're like, I don't know how long I can keep this up.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because like the whole point of it to begin with was to fucking goof on Carl, was to give him the fucking cow bikini picture, to have a fuck with Carl when they were doing the shows together.
Yeah.
And then shit got so goddamn sad.
Yeah.
Well, it went from you sharing some things that John could goof on me for.
Yep.
To him going, I don't know why you're friends with this guy, Vinny. You shouldn't be friends with him anymore. It's like, dude, we're just busting balls.
Hey, you think maybe I could come up there and do something at that club of yours? Come on, maybe I could do something.
Do you guys need a janitor? How are the floors at that club?
I just want to be very clear. I never said, hey, John, come and do something.
No, I know.
He
begged
fucking
you.
asked.
He begged you. I know.
Subreddit Surfing Live, March 9th.
But also, we get the full reveal March 22nd, WATPlive.com.
Yeah.
No, the full reveal will be in March 9th.
Okay. And March 2nd.
Yeah. I will say this. Here's a teaser. He did at one point say to me, when did I ever ask you for a favor, Moonhead? Which was the moment I about coughed up blood, everybody.
Dude, literally, I don't think I'm speaking out of school. I think we've already talked about this. Literally, he wanted to come in December, and you go, well, that's going to be during football season. You sure you want to do a show on a Sunday night when they're up against Sunday Night Football? And he goes, oh, yeah, that's right. No, the Giants might be playing. All right.
Yeah.
Let's do March.
Yeah, that's why it was so far out. And there's a specific reason why he was coming to New York State in March. There was a reason he was going to be here.
On a Sunday.
It wasn't like an arbitrary date that we picked. I would have done it much closer. I would have gotten it out of the way, and it could have probably been fun, maybe.
He was coming up for the reading of the will from his mom. And so it just
coming up for Mike Morris and his mom's wedding.
You know, he probably would have sold a lot of tickets if he was just watching a Giants game with everybody.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
So John gets very angry with Pat Dixon, as you just saw, and he types back and he calls him out and all this kind of shit. So this was on Sunday.
And that's his new laptop. Boom, 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 boom.
A couple of days go by, and now John has resorted to, of course, weaponizing the texts. Of course. So now this conversation that he's reading out loud, now he's showing it on the screen in order to get back at Pat.
There is one condition. There's one condition on my end.
Now, I just want to point out, and I'm friendly with Pat and Gino. I don't think I'm doing anything to harm either party here. But as we all know, Pat assaulted Gino, and there's still pending charges if Pat were to ever go back to New York City. So what Pat is saying to John here is, if I come on, this is back when he's tinkering with going on John's show. Here's the things that are off limits. All right. You can't bring Gino on the show or Keanu on the show while I'm on there, or take a call from, I can't interact with the guy in any way. Okay. So John's now, he's got this information. He's going to weaponize it against Pat Dixon.
And it's to protect myself
Charles,
legally.
Yeah.
Due to it.
It says right in there, I'd prefer not to talk about any of this.
Yes, correct. That's why John's using it.
Jesus Christ.
He's such an asshole.
He's a garbage human being.
And John, you'll never get a good guest ever again, because this is all out there. This is how you treat people. No one's going to ever trust you with their information. Because he puts in there, he's just like, hey, don't read this. And John started reading it on the show before he was really mad at Pat. He's like, oh, I can't read that. And then 2 days go by, and now he's right on here. Check this out, everyone.
Dick.
In order of protection, I cannot have any contact with Gino Bisconti. And I'm advised to avoid his girlfriend also. If there is any chance he can get the link and appear on the show, or would you be taking his phone call, either of them, I prefer, in fact, not to talk about any of this, Gino or any of it. All right, well, too bad, because now I wasn't going to show that. But now you fucking doxed my phone number.
He did? Yeah, so Pat on his show was showing these messages, and John's phone number showed up on the screen. Yeah.
Oh, a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, it's a bunch of boomers fighting on the internet. What do you expect?
Pat didn't do it like on purpose, though.
No, he didn't do it on purpose.
Pat wasn't just like, it's 5, 4, 6.
No, he did not.
That would have been great.
But does John ever come off as likable in any single way? And I've said this about Chad Zumach, too. The one thing you have to do as a comedian is be likable. Nobody goes to a comedy show, I hate this motherfucker, but goddamn, he makes me laugh. Yeah. You know, you gotta be pleasant and fun and interesting. And John just comes off as a bitter fucking asshole. Also, just to back up, so this is the text messages that were coming through from Pat after he says, I can't talk about Gino, just FYI. Then he goes, it's a big deal to me meeting you and getting to do your show.
Polite, complimentary.
I'm sorry, I don't want to rush into it without getting your thoughts on this. I was hoping to confirm it last night because I got to go to sleep now. This is like at 3 a.m. So he's basically saying, I'm not going to do your show tomorrow because I didn't hear back from you. Hours have passed at this point. But he's saying in that same thing, like, dude, I'm really excited to talk to you. This is really cool. It's a big deal for me. Like, this is very polite from Pat. And John's response.
All right, well, too bad, because now I wasn't going to show that. But now you fucking doxed my phone number.
I wasn't going to show that, but it turns out I'm an asshole. I almost forgot for a second there. Look at this prick.
Hey, ugly. I thought fucking pencils had erasers.
Yeah, right.
I thought pencils had erasers, Johnny. Little Johnny cries a lot.
There's a reason why John only has
pussy.
John has one friend in the entire Dabbleverse, and it's this midget who is fucking with everyone, who cannot tell a truth. Is his only friend in the entire Dabbleverse.
Rumpelstiltskin.
I'm 12 fucking footed, you asswipe.
So now game on, brah.
What game?
Now, first of all, what a pussy.
Okay, and then he goes back into what a pussy is over and over again. Tony Michaels gets brought up here. Let me just play. This is going to be a quick package today. We're not going to do too much.
Was he delivering Uber? Did he bring the food?
Well, so
Tony Michaels here.
No sauce for your nuggies.
A super chatter comes in and was just like, "Hey, man, why not get Tony Michaels on the show again? We all enjoy the drive-through videos." So then we find out
funnels, man.
Then we find out that Tony Michaels has gone the same way as Hal Sparks and everyone else in John's life.
John, get Tony Michaels on drive-through. Tony Michaels, I don't have a problem with him, but I think he got too big for his britches. I don't some of these guys, like, I'm not going to mention names, but they start getting some steam, and then I don't hear from them anymore. And I used to hate, every time I called Tony Michaels, he would go, "What do you want?" And I know he's being funny, but it's fucking annoying. Nobody knows who the fuck you are, Tony. I don't want to argue with Tony.
You're not. You're not arguing with Tony. You're yelling at your computer screen as usual.
It's got to be John is so radioactive that just being associated with him, the heat that Tony took from this show because he was associated with John just drove him away.
Drive in, drive out, drive through.
A lot of the heat that Muttering Jay created.
No,
John's buddy.
He literally had to take all of his videos down off of YouTube. Tony Michaels did, because he was associated with John for a little while. And so was his buddy Gabe. Remember when Gabe and Tony would both come on their show and talk about the shitotopes and whatever else?
Oh, that hilarious
That was
banter.
good stuff.
Pretty good stuff, right?
Do you remember when John was like, "They can't be serious with this"? That was so good.
Yeah, it was good stuff.
It was great.
Oh, I have some other examples. of
Fucking
John
hell.
Hilarious when it comes to roasting people. But John starts singing a song here. I don't know this song.
Okay.
But I assume it is a song. Maybe he's making this up. I don't know.
Do I ever hear from him again? No. Fake friends. You don't lose when you lose. Fake friends. Fake friends.
Okay.
So his fingers do move. He can type with multiple hands.
I never hear from him anymore. You don't lose when you lose. Fake friends.
Is that a G
Fake
chord?
friends.
Man,
Solo.
You are one pathetic loser.
Was that a song? Is anyone familiar with Fake Friends?
Nope.
Did you just come up with that?
Could it possibly be Gucci Mane?
Well, I don't know. I looked up. There are songs called Fake Friends, but I can't imagine John knows a lot of Gucci Mane. But I don't know. Maybe it is. But anyway, how pathetic is that John's going on his show now, and he's like, "Well, I don't want to mention any names, but Hal Sparks and Gabe and Tony Michaels, and none of them will get back to me anymore."
Yeah. Let's go through the list of the body count of friends you don't have anymore.
All right. Before I get to the real damning evidence that John's probably broken the terms of service against YouTube here, John starts talking about his IQ and how it has gone up over time, because the first number he threw out was 136 back when he was on the Howard Stern show. And that was like some internet IQ test thing that he took. And now, of course, he claims 160 or 165. I get confused. Really doesn't matter. I mean, you might as well say a billion. You know, when you're Stuttering John, you say 160 or 165. Just say infinity. My IQ is infinity. Like, okay.
The question was, how many beers did you have today?
Yeah, infinity. Right. Exactly.
165.
Okay. So this is John explaining how IQ works to us dummies.
Oh, sorry. There it is. If 136 was right, you've lost several IQ points. No. In fact, I've gained them. Last time I took the test, I got a 160. So you got to understand something.
Okay.
And I know that some scientists will argue that this is not the case, but it is.
He's smarter than some scientists. Not all.
I took the test. It was on that Denny's placemat.
Yes.
Some scientists would argue I shouldn't be alive still.
Yes, but I am, so they're idiots.
Winning, I'm by winning. I win here and I win there.
Now, they say your IQ doesn't change, but it does. It does.
Yes.
Your IQ changes.
Explain, John.
Even that assessment is ridiculous.
Okay.
Because when I was talking to Scott DeBase, and he said he took the most, the most legitimate IQ test in the world. And it's funny because Scott DeBase is going, "Yeah, John, some of these questions ask me, like, who wrote Moby Dick?" And I'm like, "Oh, you mean Herman Melville?" And he goes,
"Herman Munster."
Yeah, I didn't get that one. And I'm like,
okay. So I just want to point out, as he's doing his De Niro impression right there, that IQ tests don't have like random trivial facts on there.
No.
It doesn't make any fucking sense.
There's no double jeopardy.
Name the roommates on Three's Company. Is that on?
Right. So I looked this up, and from what I found, it says a typical IQ test consists of taking various tests measuring intelligence, including spatial recognition, short-term memory, mathematical ability, and analytical thinking. commonly misunderstood as something that tests all the knowledge you have acquired over the years. The IQ test is actually testing your capacity to learn. And that's the thing, like, just having knowledge in your head does not make you smart. This is the thing that Patrick Michael thinks too. He's just like, hey, I got a fun fact for you. Now you're smarter. Like, no, that's not how intelligence works.
Right.
Fucking moron.
And John's insistent to refuse to learn fucking anything.
But even when
it's not gonna help his credibility of his argument.
When he explains that he's smart, it shows how stupid he is. He's the only guy I know that can be like, I'll prove I'm smart, and then say some of the dumbest shit you've ever heard.
His De Niro faces his "I'm lording this over you" face.
Yes, yeah.
That's the same look he makes when his landlord asks for the rent.
Yeah. Give me a break.
Every month. Every month.
Yeah. But I'm smart.
So how do they say your IQ doesn't change?
All right, so now he's already come up with this idea that there's a question in the IQ test about who wrote Moby Dick. So based on that, he's going to prove that your IQ does change over time.
If when you're in junior high and you haven't read Moby Dick yet, and then you're in college and you have, and then you could answer that correctly. By the way, Samuel Clemens is Mark Twain.
Oh my God.
Or vice versa. Yeah.
Always doxing.
It's just look.
Cardiff. You're the Zing King now.
So I just want to point out that we just watched him call Pat Dixon a pussy over and over again, and a wuss and everything else. This is the only guy who pussies out of challenges that he makes.
Yeah, right.
He challenged Blind Mike to an IQ test and then decided to back out of that. He challenged producer Joe to a boxing match and has backed out of that. I mean, there's been a ton of different examples of this. I want an IQ test from Stuttering John. I know we could raise a lot of money for it.
You owe it to us, John.
I remember when we challenged Anthony Cumia to an IQ test, and my buddy Drew Lane was like, I got $2,500 for that right now. Let's go. And then other people were like, yeah, I'll throw it $1,000. Like, we could definitely raise a lot of money to prove you're a fucking moron, John. You won't do it because you're a pussy.
So do you have any more on him talking about the IQ test?
No. What do you have?
Oh, well, because he went on a rant today about it.
Oh, okay.
And he started bringing up the Baltimore Sun article. It's documented in the Baltimore Sun article. He kept saying that over and over again.
Okay.
I've pulled up that Baltimore Sun article. I paid the 99 cents to have the Baltimore Sun for 6 months.
The fucking newspaper from The Wire he's citing?
Yes.
Great.
Because he makes this claim that it's documented there, the one he took on the Stern Show. Here's the paragraph.
Okay.
In his best-selling book, Private Parts, Mr. Stern has a chapter called Stuttering John, Hero of the Stupid. On the air, Mr. Stern sometimes puts the man to shame, calling him stupid and making him publicly take an IQ test. Now, in parentheses, Mr. Melendez says he scored 136.
Yes.
Mr. Stern says he cheated. That's it. That's
that
how it's documented.
That was in the article that John is citing?
That's the documentation that he got 136 IQ.
Well, also
a quote of him saying he did it.
Lie, a quoted lie.
Also, you fucking moron.
I'm gonna get this
all of this to yourself, you fucking idiot.
I'm gonna get this wrong, but when John took that IQ test back when he was on the Stern Show, I think it was like Will Murray or one of the other guys also took a test, and then John left the show, and then the whole IQ thing with the later cast, and the guy that he took the test with scored much lower on the real test. That wasn't just an online thing they took. Which also proves that John's 136, if that's true, is bullshit. Because these little online IQ tests is not a real IQ test. Probably wants to be you to feel like you're smart so that you'll pay money for it or whatever the fuck you want. Also, Hugh S.A. is correct. The IQ test is always measured relative to people your age to ensure it doesn't change as you age. Correct. They look at it. That's why 100 is kind of the baseline. And then are you smarter than most people in your peer group or are you dumber? And that's why it goes up and down from 100. Mm-hmm. But that's hilarious. That's what he's citing today on the show. He doesn't realize that even on there, Howard's going, he's full of shit.
April 29th, 1994. Anybody wants to get that?
Wow. 94?
94.
I think that's probably before Will Murray's time. I don't even know that.
He has the memory and smell of an elephant.
It's very impressive. Okay. Let's watch as John decides to... People are calling this extortion. I don't know if extortion is the right term, but John is out there striking channels. And one of the channels he's striking is our buddy Doom, who his channel is Doom's Paya. So it's DOOMSPAYA. Doom's Paya on YouTube and Twitter. And he does the no context Stuttering John Melendez videos that John has been striking lately. And so people in the chat are saying, John, you got to remove these strikes. You can't go around striking these people. We all love Doom and what he's doing.
Well, I like this guy.
I think he also struck Tukey again, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he's got strikes.
He didn't?
No, he didn't?
No, it was a fake, John.
Oh, all right. Plot thickens. Very good.
Well, I like this guy. But $2 ain't going to do it. Stuttering John, cut Doom some slack. He's a good fella. He spelled that wrong. Just a fan.
Good fella's not a word. He spelled that slang wrong. Whatever.
What a fucking douche.
All right. Super chat me $100 and I'll lift one of the strikes. Then super chat me another 100 and I'll lift another one.
Terrorism.
So what that proves is that John's not putting these strikes in good faith. And that's one of the things they ask you when you're putting in a copyright claim is this in good faith? And the fact that he's going, well, I'll take the strikes away if you give me $100 on YouTube through their system is definitely against the terms of service for YouTube.
It's another one of those classy Melendez moves that you never see coming. It's one of those things where you're like, oh, just when you thought he could be a little shittier.
It's unbelievable.
Here we go.
It's unbelievable to me that he's this stupid.
$100? You need $100 that bad, John?
160 IQ Melendez over here just fucking admitted that if you paid him some money, he'll make the strike go away.
Well, maybe he'll win big in Atlantic City this weekend.
Vinny, you were on Blind Mike Project.
I was.
I listened to that episode, and you had Hackride on there too. And I liked what Hackride said about the Dabbleverse.
Yes.
What Hackride said, he goes, the reason why the Dabbleverse is doing so well is because all of these creators are coming together. And you have guys like Hackride and like Doom and My Lost Interest, which we'll get into. You have all these people who are starting these channels, Cardiff, Electric, Bedabbler, all these people who are creating content, and they're good at it. And they create great content.
Yeah.
And it's actually impressive. They're all building up audiences and starting channels. I should mention ADQ Public over here.
He saw a tear welling up in my eye.
No, sorry. What's over with Kaylee? That's not the point. The point is, I liked what Hackride had to say about that. And it's guys like fucking John who can't wrap their dumb heads around it. That, yeah, buddy, these things are going to exist. People are going to put together clip shows and pull out Stuttering John out of context and make videos about it.
You know, it's the fact of the matter is, if you guys don't realize by now that this is all for the drips and drabs of super chats that he gets, he's putting himself through this because this is all there is.
He's all he's got.
And that's what makes it like heartbreaking. Like you kind of look at him and you go, I'm just kidding. I don't give a fuck.
I have a clip in a second where he's being interviewed. He's being interviewed. I believe it's an exclusive clip. I don't know what's out there. The interviewer sent it to me, and where he explains how much money he's making off of this this new career that he has. But let's watch a little bit more of this clip.
The same $160,000 he got as a substitute teacher.
106 was the number he threw out as a substitute. But I didn't even edit any of this. This is just going straight through from after saying, give me $200 and I'll get rid of 2 of the strikes.
Got it.
Capiche?
Rick from New York, thanks for the fiber. Congrats on the new computer. Is the picture quality better? Yeah. Hope so. Just wait till you see the video of Mike Morse creaming your mom's face. Isn't it sad that these, what I would assume are grown men,
they're little kids,
think it's okay
it's Vince's
to
kids
goof on an 86-year-old woman?
Oh, they're not goofing on your mom,
dude. And I saw him in another clip recently say, my mom doesn't want a photo of him on the internet, because, you know, there's a photo of his mom behind Mike Morse now and Uncle Rico. And I'm like, oh, that's rich. This is a guy who posted a photo of my parents. He's posted multiple photos of my family, my sister, my parents, goofing on all of them nonstop, my sister-in-law, my brother. And he's like, they don't want that photo on the internet. What did my dad DM you a photo of himself and say, here you go, John, post it on Twitter, get some yucks out of it.
Yeah, same guy can't stop yelling Shuli's mom's name out. Right. Like, fucking dickhead.
He explained this hypocrisy on today's show, so it's okay.
Please tell us, Cardiff. What's the update on this?
You posted his audiobook on your Patreon.
Duh.
I love that. I made a joke that his kids sounded like they were losers. And that justifies anything he wants to do ever again. He's like, well, yeah, I set his house on fire. He called my kids losers. Fucking idiots.
Yes, and just for normal reasons, I don't think that was Vince's kid super chatting that in. I just want to make sure everybody knows that was a joke.
It's what you call a joke.
They enjoy John's show quite a bit, I hear.
Yeah, he's such a fucking asshole. So let's find out, why is John putting himself through this? Because as we just saw, he's reading these $5 super chats that talk about Mike Morris creaming on his mom's face, and it's just nonstop people fucking with him. And it seems like this is a bad way to go about life.
For fucking nickels on the internet.
But hold on, though. Hold
That
on.
blows my goddamn mind.
Hold on, though, because Will Heron, friend of the show, who actually got a news story on the air that included Stuttering John clips, had a longer interview with him, and this is from that interview.
No, I just, I think it's time that all of this goes away, although I don't anticipate it will, unless I decide to walk away again. But quite frankly, Will, it's become very profitable for me.
Good.
Yes, I'm talking very profitable. So it doesn't make sense for me to walk away, and because I'm making really good money.
That's fantastic.
Yes, I mean, let's say 6-figure money. So it doesn't make sense for me.
Yes.
Let's say 6-figure money.
Okay, we'll say it.
Making really good money. Let's say
Does that
6-figure
include
money.
the decimal points?
Well, you're going to find out what it includes in a second. But I just want to point this out because my buddy Dick Masterson has said this many times. Whenever someone says they make 6 figures, that first figure is a 1.
Yeah.
No one who makes real significant money in show business, or in any business that they're in, says 6 figures if the first number isn't a 1 and the next number is probably a 0.
Fun fact, most people in show business don't go running around screaming about how much they're getting paid either.
Correct. Although John does, and so does Kevin Brennan, which we're going to find out in a second here. It's incredible to me. These guys think they're killing it. And actually, Ethan Ralph's the other asshole. I was on the Dick Show debating with him, and he's like, I make so much money. And then it all came out where he gets his money from. And he's got like 10 pay pigs. It's like if your entire income is relying on David Chandler, guess what? David Chandler went away. So I got news flash for you. Maybe not the best business model right there. It's just hoping that like 4 people, like if John didn't have Leo Gunn and Brock Lee, which after this weekend he probably won't.
Yeah.
If he didn't have those two, he's got no money coming in.
Is just waiting to fucking fall.
I know. He needs.
They're gonna fuck with you, John. You dumb idiot.
You dumb idiot. Brock Lee even went on Kevin's show, which we're gonna see in a minute, and explained to Kevin, he's just like, yeah, trust me, this is a goof. We're going to get over on John. I'm a KB guy. He even said that. And John's so stupid. He's just like, yeah, but he gave me $300.
Anybody who would give me money is a good guy.
Good guy. Yeah, I like this guy. Brock Lee, he's a good guy. I have no idea what he looks like. I have no idea who he is. Brock Lee even said to John, dude, when you find out who I am, you're not going to want to have a beer with me. He's made it very clear, but John just can't see it. Brock Lee's going to pay for him to fly out there, and he just thinks that he's a great guy. Because seriously, who would fuck with Stuttering John for fun?
Are there odds?
I don't know anyone.
Are there odds that he doesn't make it? Do we know what the odds are?
That John won't make it to AC?
That he won't go?
Most people think he won't.
No chance.
Cardiff, you say no?
No chance. Especially with a flight through fucking Tampa?
Fort Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale?
He's flying from L.A. to Atlantic City via Fort Lauderdale.
I'm sure he's going to have to change planes. There's no way he's making it on that second plane.
Oh, my God.
Fuck.
I've never heard of that.
No, it doesn't make any sense. It has to be Spirit Airlines or Frontier, like one of these things.
Or just someone using creative routing to fuck with them.
Yeah, very possible. Very possible.
Yeah. Might be part of the joke, stupid.
But for the record, too, this interview that he's doing is one of the TV appearances he brags about that he's done this year.
That's true.
One
You're
of
right.
2.
Yes.
I booked this for him. So I've booked 50% of his television work this year. I just want that on the record,
Very
John.
good.
Did he give you 25% of his empties as a fee?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Super chats?
Just YouTube and my pension, and Patreon.
Wow. He includes his pension second. He's like, well, you're making a lot of money doing this? He's like, oh, yeah, I get super chats and then my pension.
Oh, yeah, and Patreon.
My mom gave me some money.
When you're making a ton of money, you don't really bring up your pension.
No.
You're talking about how much money you're making.
Dude, when you're 58, you don't collect on your pension unless you're poor.
My
Only
nest egg.
Poor people would do that.
Yes. I would do that.
Yes.
Did you hear him bragging about his pension?
I hear it all the time. What was it this time?
But this week where I ranted about this on Potato Soup, but he went on a rant about how his apartment is free because his pension covers it.
Dude, he told me that on a phone conversation I had with him. He goes, yeah, I got the apartment in Canoga because, with my pension, that covers the whole cost of it. It's like, no, but that money you could be using for something else, dummy. It's your money.
You don't have to spend it.
You don't have to spend it on rent for a second place, idiot.
And, like everything, if you add everything up, I'm doing fine. So that's why I don't need to work in the middle of winter in a shithole known as Rochester. I don't want to work a shithole.
Principality of the matter.
Huh?
No, go in the principality of the matter. Get in there and be like, hey,
principality is Vince.
I got a show. What do you got to say? I'm here. I'm not backing down. I'm not running away.
Look,
Come and get it.
I apologize to my fans. But
all right.
Well, it's about time.
Who are they?
Yeah, right.
I have one more thing to play from Stuttering John because John did this thing. He likes to go to Hackverse Anonymous and just scroll through and find things to play on his show. And on Hackverse Anonymous, there's a photo of my wife. Kevin Brennan's been making fun of this photo too. We'll talk about that in a moment. But we were at the Content House a couple of years ago with Chrissy Mayer and company, and we had a costume day. My wife dressed up as Stuttering John. So back then, it was still the cockroach thing. She was wearing a polo shirt inside out because remember John was wearing a shirt inside out that one time. Who will ever forget? She had like a thing on her finger for a stink finger. She's holding a Coors Light can. It's all like this pose thing. It's like, look at, I'm dressed like Stuttering John Melendez. So John finds that photo and he pulls it up. Now, how many times has John told us he's very good at roasting people on the fly? He could look you up and down and come up with 5 jokes immediately.
What he doesn't realize is that she's roasting him as he's looking at it.
Hold on a second. Yeah, well, right. That's a good point. But what I'm going to play for you right now, and the only thing I edited out of this clip was when John started reading the comments on the Reddit thread. Because this is what he came up with, looking at my wife and goofing on her.
No. Oh, my God. Is that Lady Kmart's wife?
So far, so good.
Oh, no. Mm-hmm. Oh, my Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
Okay. What else?
Holy fuck.
Is Jen okay?
What else you got, John? Come on. Keep going, buddy. You got this.
Holy shit. Fucking hell.
Are you guys not getting the jokes?
You would think I'm doctoring this like Vince the Loser would. I am not. This is what John thought was roasting my wife. It still goes. Let's keep going here. Let's see what else he's got.
Oh, my Lord. Fucking hell. You gotta be fucking with me.
Uh-huh.
She was,
shit.
yes.
Yes, she was fucking with you, yes.
Wow. Holy crap.
And that's it. That was what John came up with. I mean, you can't make that up. That's someone devoid of talent and humor in their life.
Or a thought.
Or a thought in their fucking head.
Yeah. There's the word holy followed by a bunch of nouns.
Oh, he's so stupid.
Wow.
Speaking of people speaking of people who cannot have fun with this shit, let's check in on Kevin Brennan. And I want to thank our friends over at My Lost Interest, which is a YouTube channel you should definitely subscribe to. They do a fantastic job, or he does a fantastic job of kind of putting together little clips from around the Dabbleverse to keep people up to date on what's going on in the Dabbleverse. And this is Kevin Brennan finding out that Brock Lee, who was the guy who was super chatting Kevin for all that time, is now paying for John to go to Atlantic City and sending him super chats.
Did it cut into Kevin's end, do you think?
Oh, I think Kevin thinks that because Kevin gets very upset. Remember, this is the Kevin Brennan who recently, I think, threw out a number of how much money he made last year, thinking it was impressive. He's very braggadocious about money. And it's weird when it just comes from, like I said earlier, a few people. When there's a handful of people who give you most of your money, that's fleeting. It's a bad business model.
This is the man who invented 4 p.m. on a Friday.
That's true. You're right. So, no one else even thought of it.
I mean, that's pretty inventive.
Wait, when did we get one? I
can't
thought it was
listen
3
to
to
this.
5.
Anyway, I'm watching John because somebody said John's not going to Atlantic City. How is that my business? I don't know. How's that my business? I don't know. Anyway, so I go to watch John's show because I'm doing my prep for today's show. And I see Brock Lee gave John $100. And I'm like, wait, Brock Lee, wasn't he coming to the show? What, wasn't it me and Brock Lee supposed to? That was why Atlantic City got started?
If this is a bit, I don't get it. And I usually get Kevin's jokes. I'm usually in on it with him. If this is like a bit where he's pretending to be upset, then okay, so be it. I hope it is. Otherwise, this is the saddest thing I've ever seen, is an adult man, and this goes on for a while, we're going to play it, an adult man going, but that was supposed to be my pay pig, and now he's that guy's pay pig, but what happened to me? Being the guy who takes your money that you're just randomly giving away to people. What the fuck?
Spoiler alert.
I have lost all respect for you, Brock Lee.
Me and Brock Lee? So now John, with all his crying, now Brock Lee is giving John $100 super chats, because John used to cry that he only gave John $1 or $2. He would give me $100. So now, with all John's crying,
wait, is that why you're crying, Kevin? Are you seeing the strategy is working for him? So you're just like, I can also bitch about Brock Lee not giving me as much money as he gives to other people.
He won Brock Lee over. So I'm not going. How about that? I'm not fucking going. Bye.
No, Kevin. No! I don't care about the Super Bowl. I wanted to watch you play poker. No! Please go to Atlantic City.
Why would I fucking go? It was supposed to be me and Brock Lee and whoever.
You don't even
and
know
now
who he
it's like,
is.
hey, John, I'm Brock Lee. Fuck that. So why am I going? You got John. You got who you wanted, Brock Lee, right?
Cardiff, I know you're not a huge Brennan guy, but am I misunderstanding what's going on here?
No, he's jealous.
He's having a temper tantrum. This is the guy who makes fun of me for needing a nap.
Yeah.
Like, Kevin, do you watch yourself on these things? Like, you need to calm down. This guy a binky.
You got who you wanted, but I was supposed to. Right. Got it. I mean, it's unfucking believable. Unfucking believable.
Well,
yeah, so I'll see everybody there.
Pause it real quick.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about begging Brock Lee to pay your way to Atlantic City? Because that's what John does.
Well,
tell him that you're not going to go unless he pays for you to go.
He's doing it in a passive-aggressive way, and
Well,
we're going to see it's going to pay off for him. And I have to say that Kevin's turning into Stuttering John in multiple ways, because Kevin was also goofing on the picture of my wife that showed up in the Hackverse Anonymous subreddit, and he was making fun of the way my wife was dressed with cockroaches on an inside-out shirt, and he's making fun of her socks and stuff. I was just like, well, this is obviously not how she usually dresses. Yeah. It's similar to like Stuttering John making fun of me for wearing the cow bikini. Like, this is what he likes to wear when he goes out.
Do they think it's like her wedding picture that they're looking at?
It's so insane. It's like, are you this stupid, or do you think everyone else is this stupid? Like, you're turning into an idiot. You're an adult the way you're goofing on this person.
Right, like you said, if it's a bit, it sucks.
If it's a bit,
and if it's really how you feel,
lame.
It sucks.
Yes, it's lame either way.
If it's real, it's pathetic.
Oh, and then John,
you want to be lame or pathetic, Kevin?
John had Vince the Loser on his show, and it was showing Vince the photo of my wife, and Vince goes, hey, what's that on her shirt? And John goes, oh, it's like, the design of the shirt. Anyway, and he takes it off. People are all fucking phonies.
There. I'll see everybody there. Why the fuck should I go? Who am I going to see? Melton? That fat fuck? Melton has a hunchback. Bet me he doesn't. When I saw him in Atlantic City, I'm like, why does he have a hunchback? So, I didn't really care. He's unattractive. He's physically unattractive, but he literally has a hunchback. Bet me he doesn't.
Well, this guy is a supermodel, so I can understand why he'd goof on other people's looks.
Bet me he doesn't have a hunchback. Bet me he doesn't.
He's John. This is
so John,
incredible.
with all his crying, John won. With all his crying, Brock Lee's like, "Yep."
That's how you win in this world? You get a super chatter to give you more money than another guy? Okay. Wow, okay.
Yep. That's what we're doing. Brock Lee's got to pay John. So who's paying me? Who's paying me? Who's paying me?
The other thing that's crazy
Cash in
about
your
this-
pension. I don't fucking know.
The other thing that's crazy, but yeah, you did a year and a half on SNL. You probably got a lot of money. This is the other thing that I don't understand at all is that you could have a guy like Brock Lee who's given Kevin thousands of dollars probably over the last few months, and he's still having a fit over the fact that he's not still giving him as much money, or he probably is.
What have you done for me lately?
But yeah, he's also giving money to John. I would never have the balls to act like this to someone who supported the show and supported what we did here. I'm always appreciative. It's insane.
So I'm supposed to show up. Why? So Levy can beat me half to death? I can play poker with Mountain? I'm not interested in any of this.
And then we'll just see, and then I'll finally end up picking a time that will work for me. Thank you all for the very generous super chats from all of you.
This is another thing that Kevin used to make fun of, is watching clips of Stuttering John. Is that what you guys do? You just watch clips of Stuttering John? Oh, look at he stuttered. And now this is what Kevin's saying.
Lee and Leo Gunn.
Did you hear him say Brock Lee?
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
He says it all the time.
I heard it. Oh.
Okay, so now Brock Lee's giving Kevin $100.
Adam, read this. I'm kidding. Adam's on here. I can't. I like doing shows by myself when I'm this mad or this depressed because it's like nobody knows how to handle it. Brock Lee, $100. Thank you. So I'll give it back to you. I mean, this is not a I'm not grift.
No, you won't. I gave you back the $400 you paid me last year. Give Brock Lee back the money he paid you. You won't.
I'm not grifting Brock Lee, but it's like, but John used to. I didn't read the super chat yet. I didn't even read ahead, so I'm just going from. John was like, "Why don't I get the money?" Literally begging Brock Lee to give him money, and mad that he would give me money and give John $2. So, and then I'm watching today. I'm like, holy shit, Brock Lee. But it's like, and then John still thinks he's special because Brock Lee's going to pay for him to come there. Or
this is more embarrassing than owning a mandolin. I'm sorry. I have to tell you.
Let's
Kevin.
not go crazy.
This is way more.
But a mandolin and an app?
Way more embarrassing.
Someone's going to get him a hotel. And then John will be like, I'm doing better than Kevin because no one got Kevin a hotel. And this is how fucking stupid these people are.
This is how stupid they are.
Who are these people?
This is so pathetic.
This is the lamest pissing contest I've ever seen in my fucking life.
They're all pining for Brock Lee's affection.
But he's worried about what John's going to say? Fucking hell.
I know. Who cares? We've all won versus Stuttering John, Kevin Brennan. Yeah. We're all winners in that game. Don't worry about it.
Brock Lee asked me to the Sadie Hawkins dance. The fuck is this?
You know, watching this, there's one thing that John said. One of the pinky, the bicycle, one of the little things that John picks on is affecting him.
Yes, you're right.
I don't know which one we got to find out which one
Probably
it is.
The yellow helmet. Probably the yellow helmet. John brings it up a lot. Kevin's like, damn it, my wife got me that. Shouldn't have let her buy me my helmet.
Make any money. He's turning it about my money because he doesn't make dick. Watch his show, count his super chats, and get back to me. I'll pay you to count his super chats every day. It's a 4-hour fucking slog. I get it. But he don't make any money. I send him a super chat. He reads it immediately. But he's worried about my money. And he has a hunchback. I don't know if it's a humpback, like a humpback whale, or a hunchback. I don't know what's the proper terminology. He can't stand straight up ever. So I don't know if that's 20 years of podcasting. So for the 20 years of podcasting, what does he have to show for it? A curvature of the spine. He don't have any money. He doesn't have a fucking career. And he's coming down there to hobnob with the high rollers that show up.
You gonna read the super chat, Kevin? I feel like you should read the super chat.
I would love
Brock
to see.
Lee.
Okay, here we go.
Listen, I didn't want to mention it, Brock Lee, but again, I'm sick of everyone saying. I know John's gonna be like, I'm winning because now Brock Lee's on my team.
He really is turning into John. John, I know what Lady Kmott's going to say. Oh, he's wiping his snot on his shirt. Like, he's doing the exact same shit that John does. I know what everyone's going to say. They're going to make fun of me.
But who's everyone? His chat?
Dude, who fucking knows?
I would love
What
to
is
see.
his world? He has no friends or
Who
family.
are these high rollers?
I want to see these two go and try to hang out in the VIP section of the Bogota. They'll both get fucking thrown out.
Yes, no shit.
And he don't even watch.
I'm meeting my friend Brock Lee's a little Chinese man. He'll be here any minute now.
I hope whoever Broccoli is shows up dressed like Mickey Rooney at Breakfast at Tiffany's. Shows up.
There he is.
Doing the whole thing.
This is insane. There's been so much speculation about who Brock. All right, let's get to the fucking super chats. We can figure out what Brock Lee's trying to communicate to Kevin, who's still ranting about this.
Brennan's show. He told me he don't even watch Brennan's show, and he's paying me. So it's like, so that's what they do. That's what they do. Melton's like, I'm winning because why? Because I bet Kevin a bet that made no sense and he couldn't prove, and there was no consequences. But Kevin wouldn't take the bet, so I won. Watch his show and let me know how much he makes.
Who cares? Why do you care?
You could go back. Doesn't he leave them up? Can you just scroll? Maybe I'll do it. You can just, the ones he leave up on YouTube, scroll through them.
Good, do it. I'm going to go count someone else's money, says the millionaire.
Yeah.
Never once. As a person who's successful, cared about what someone else fucking makes, you idiots.
I'm not a successful person and I don't give a
right.
fuck.
No shit.
Super chat, add it up in the calculator. I'll do it myself. I don't need anybody to do it. I'll watch today's show. I'll scroll ahead. I'll count up as.
Yeah, maybe try doing something productive with your time.
Yeah.
Instead of adding up somebody else's money.
Don't make your show better. Don't learn about production or get a fucking real microphone.
Or read a super chat. Don't do anything.
No, just fucking watch Melton's show and count up how much money he made.
Again, the same thing John does. Kevin's losing because he makes so much he has to pay people and taxes. So Kevin's losing. John's winning because he makes so little he doesn't have to give any money to his kids or the government or anybody, and he doesn't have to pay for gas.
That's true. That's a good point.
He doesn't have to pay for food.
Wow.
See, Kevin, goofing on John's easy. Get back to that. What are you doing?
You're shredding right now.
What the fuck, KB? You're not coming to AC this weekend is all. Yeah, that's what I thought. But now it's like about Brock. I mean, it's about
let me just fucking read this for people who are listening to the show. It says, what the fuck, KB? You're not coming to Atlantic City now? This weekend is all about you. Trust me. Follow my lead. It's all going to work out. SJ coming to AC was very last minute. So Brock Lee's got a plan. He's got something up his sleeve for this.
Don't fuck this up.
He wants to drop the pig's blood on Stuttering John as he's like, hey, there's all my friends. And Kevin's fucking it up.
Melton and his fucking hunchback. And do I want to watch? Do I want to like? And I know he's gonna come up to me like, "Hey, man, it's not a work. Like you're not. You really don't like me. I really don't like you."
I love that in Kevin's mind, we're all seeking his approval.
Yeah.
I got to go up to Kevin and ask if this is all just a joke and he really does like me. No one gives a fuck.
Yeah.
No one cares. You're not that important.
Not a great personality trait.
No, it's not.
You fat fuck. You fucking humpback whale. I don't like you. You're a lying piece of shit. And whatever they do, it's always a win. Shuley won last week because he was like, that was going bankrupt was the best thing that ever happened to me. And somebody was like, yeah, Joe Matarese. Yeah, I heard it's good when you file for bankruptcy. Is it, Joe? Is it? That's how you show you're doing well? KB, what the fuck? You're not coming to AC this weekend. It's all about you. Just trust me. Just follow my lead. It's all going to work out. Stuttering John coming to AC was very last minute. You're dyslexic? You went to this because it looks like he's coming to California. Like that,
you dumb fuck.
That Zeppelin song. Anyway, Broccoli, I apologize. I apologize for dragging you into it.
After all that, it's like, oh, now he gave me $100. All right, now we're good.
Andy, you have a new episode.
Yeah.
Wow. And I want to give Kevin the benefit of the doubt because I do think that he's a funny comic and it has entertained me over the years, but it just seems like he's gotten to a point where it's so pathetic. He doesn't even realize what a loser he looks like now. Does he know how he's coming off? And he brags about how much money he's making, but then someone gives money to someone else and not as much to him, and he throws a fucking fit on the internet like that?
Not a good look, but
so bad.
And where's his crew? I thought misery loved company.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. Meanwhile, his family is tucked him away in some part of the house where he has to put up dividers behind
the
him.
rubber room.
Yeah. All right.
Misery loves money is what I got from this.
Yeah. There's no good-natured ribbing going on over there. All right, let's get into it. Stuttering John made it to Atlantic City. He finally made it in yesterday. Before we get into the Atlantic City stuff, on Thursday, John did a show. He was very drunk, and he was very upset with Kevin Brennan. The same episode I was just talking about where Kevin talked about me for 2 hours, he made one offhand remark about Stuttering John's plane going badly, which is John's word, not Kevin's. Kevin knows how to talk. And John got very upset about this. And we talked about it on the Point Dabble Point yesterday. John got very upset that Kevin Brennan would put a hex on his plane.
Yeah.
Hope something bad happens. And John's outraged by this. He's going, it's not just me. There's 200 people on that plane. There's children on that plane, Kevin. You want the children to die? And then he turned it into, and if I die, then my kids will be sad. You want my kids to be sad? It's like, John, what are you talking about right now? You laugh about Shuli's dead mother 1 second, and then the next, you're clutching your pearls over someone making a joke.
Right.
You know, he doesn't actually have magical powers.
Professional comedians, everyone.
He's just making a fucking joke.
He is Irish, Carl.
So then somebody, that's true. So then somebody reminds John that he's kind of a hypocrite because he once told Artie Lang to kill himself and be successful next time.
You wished Artie would end himself, hypocrite. Artie and I were having a brutal Twitter war. Brutal. We were fucking nonstop attacking each other. But at least it was just Artie. I didn't wish badly on a whole fucking plane.
He wins again. He justifies all of his shitty behavior in the most ridiculous way possible. It's ludicrous. So I would think that telling one person who's already attempted suicide to kill themselves would be worse than just making a joke about a plane having issues.
Yeah, a very vague joke. Like, I hope something bad happens.
It's not like Kevin went through and read the list of passengers on that plane. And Susie McGee in seat 4A, she dies. And what the fuck?
Carl, you've never served. You don't know what it's like in war.
Yeah, well, right.
He was in a battle.
He was in a Twitter war with Artie Lang. It was getting nuts. I think Artie said something like his movie wasn't very good. And then John goes, kill yourself, drink bleach. He always escalates it.
The jugular.
Immediately.
Jugular John.
Oh, he's such an asshole. And I love that people are pointing out his hypocrisy right to his face. Yeah. And never once, the guy who claims to apologize all the time and admit mistakes, never once goes, oh, yeah, good point. I probably shouldn't be calling out KB for such a lame thing. Considering
you owe me an apology.
Right. It never happens that way. So the other fun thing is, I think we've all realized that John's not a 160 IQ. Right? I think we're all on the same card. Are you on the same page as me on this one?
I'm still investigating.
Okay.
Still investigating.
But I love when super chatters send in questions and quiz him.
Please answer my questions and prove your genius. What's an adverb? What's a radius? What's a cap of hungry? Don't ignore the quiz, Mensa man. Yeah, I ain't taking any quizzes. And no, I'm not answering any of it. I know all of it, but I'm not fucking gonna fucking answer it.
My favorite is I know those answers, but why don't you tell me what they are? I know what they are.
Yeah, let's see if you're right.
Let's see if you know what an adverb is.
I want Carl to answer.
These are not even difficult questions.
Actually, badly is an adverb.
Yeah, very good. I use adverbs all the time at the end of the sentence because I'm an idiot.
Retardedly.
All right. So John's not playing along with that, unfortunately. It's crazy because he gets every question right on Jeopardy because he's a Mensa man, and that's what Mensa means. You could do well at Jeopardy, but for some reason he couldn't answer what's a radius. It just fucking put it to bed.
I guess not for 800 yen.
Yes, 800 yen wasn't enough for him. All right, so this is where Stuttering John gets caught in a lie, and I love this because this is a terrible defense, and you could tell he had to think about it and think about what his defense would be, and then come up with it. So basically, John said on this show that he didn't draw first blood. He didn't even know who Shuli was. He goes, I knew he was like a whack packer I put through on the phones from time to time. I didn't know who Shuli was, which is a dumb thing to say because all of this is documented and we all know what your relationship was. Because John came out on his show back when Shuli was working for Howard Stern and said that Shuli's my mole and he's leaking this information to me. And when you do that sort of thing with a guy like Howard Stern, Howard's not going to want to work with people who are moles. He's not going to want people in the inner circle working for the show who are giving information to people who are using it nefariously.
That's an adverb.
So let's see him get caught in a lie here.
Lie, try and get Shuli fired by saying he was your mom. Nope.
All right. Let's see why. Well, take a swig. Think about it. Try to get Shuli
Look at the
fired.
You think Howard is reading what I tweet?
You thought so.
Or caring?
You thought Gary Delabate
You
was.
fucking mind.
Yeah, Gary did it.
Yeah, Howard's got. Oh, I'm gonna fire Shuli because John said something. Fucking Howard, you kidding me?
So according to John, yeah, I mean, definitely if Howard had heard that information, he might want to fire Shuli, but he wasn't going to hear that information. Even if he did, he wouldn't believe me. So how was I trying to get him fired?
So in this case, he's small potatoes.
Correct. Yes. Depending on the scenario.
Yeah.
Because at the same time, he used to brag that Howard was stealing his show format. He's like, I know Gary listens to every episode, and that's why they're doing this bit and that bit because they're just stealing it from me. But then at the same time, he's just like, and when I was saying that Shuli's my mole and that he's the one who leaked the Pelican Brief video, I mean, no one's going to believe me. I'm just this guy over here just ranting into the fucking ether.
And I thought he was a star.
I mean,
the inner circle. The inner circle.
Way to get fucking caught in a lie right there and not know how to get yourself out of it at all. And speaking of which, John's talking about how he was never making fun of people with cancer when he posted that tweet with my dad's photo in it and his name, doxing my father, and then took it down before I said anything about it because of all the backlash he got from everyone else. So now John's going to explain that that was not making fun of cancer. And also, this thing with Artie, he's actually the hero. I don't know if you realize this, but John's actually the hero in this scenario.
It wasn't making fun of anybody with cancer. These guys bring, and then they bring up the Artie thing. That was fucking what, 10 years ago?
All right, excuse number one. He told Artie to kill himself, but that was 10 years ago. He was only 48 back then. He's a naive young kid. What are you going to do?
Obama said it was okay still.
Yeah. It's 10 years ago. What an asshole.
Artie and I love Artie Lang. I do. I wish him well.
I got a question for you, producer Chris. I'm sure there's people that you consider loved ones in your life.
Absolutely.
How many of them have you told them to kill themselves to their face or through a tweet? Yeah, keep
0.
Oh, Cardiff, same question.
7.
And that's a fact, Jack. And you can talk to Dan Filato.
I did.
He'll tell you the same thing.
He didn't.
I wish Artie well. We all love Artie. And Artie knows that.
Okay.
And I've been there for Artie quite a few times.
Oh, he's drowning.
Who knows? I might even saved Artie's life.
Oh, here we go. Look at the look on his face.
I was waiting when he said, and Artie knows that. I was waiting for him to say, and that's how he made it through.
Right.
All this because of his love and support.
Yeah, that would have been even funnier. But look at how John has now turned this around in his head. He went from defensive to offensive. Look at his face. He's just like, and you guys don't even realize I saved his life once. Let's find out how he did that.
One time after Howard's party, he was so fucking inebriated. I had his keys. I took his keys.
and I wouldn't let him drive. And he fucking wanted to punch me. It's like, give me my fucking keys. I'm like, no. And I did not let him drive. That's what a friend does. That's a person who really cares about Artie.
You gotta love the way he's reenacting this too. Yeah. And I was like, fuck you! Yeah. I want you to live, man! I'm doing this for you!
Yes, a totally sober John.
Yes, after Howard party,
I simply refuse.
It's just not gonna happen.
I guarantee it was a drunk John stole Artie's keys. I'm taking your Mercedes, Artie.
That's what I picture. Gary's probably taking the keys away from John. No one's driving Artie's Mercedes.
It's probably close to the truth.
Unbelievable, this fucking guy. The way he can turn these things around in his head, it really is a skill. It's an art form to be able to do this.
You can see it in his eyes when he thinks he's got a leg to stand on.
Yep.
He's like, I spun it. Yep. Here we go.
And that's when he starts pointing to his head, explaining that's how smart he is.
I'll yell it a few times.
All right. So John starts yelling at Kevin Brennan. Kevin Brennan, I don't know if this is the real Kevin Brennan or not, but he super chats John. And so anytime he sees a photo of Kevin Brennan, he assumes he's in a conversation with him, obviously.
It's just like Gina Bobina.
like anybody would.
You're a dick, Brennan. You're a fucking dick. I didn't do shit to you. Nothing. In fact, when you were asking for fucking Carl's wife's wedding picture, I texted to you.
What a guy. What a guy.
I've been wrong about him all this time. He is a hero.
So this is what happened. I was on that video that Kevin was watching on his show. I go, Kevin's turning into Stuttering John. He's making fun of what my wife's wearing. She's dressed up in a inside-out polo shirt with cockroaches on it. It's obviously a Stuttering John costume. It's a joke. She doesn't dress like that. And I think you made the jokes like they're acting like it's her wedding photo or something.
Right.
And so then Kevin on the show is like, oh, I'd like to see that wedding photo. He doesn't actually want to see it. She looks beautiful at her wedding. That's not something you goof on. John's an idiot. He doesn't understand. So he's got that photo. He's just like, oh, you want to see it? I'll send it to you. Oh, it's crazy. She's all dialed up and looks beautiful. Wow, check this out. So not only does he send it to both Kevin Brennan and Adam Hineker, he also called them afterwards. Kevin's doing a show, and John's calling him. Hey, I just sent that to you. Make sure you put it on your show. He's such a moron. And now he also wants credit for it. And like, aren't I a good friend? I was going to pile on Carl with you. What's going on over here? But that's the only way he could get friendship.
Yeah.
I texted to you 10 minutes later. You wish something happens to my plane. 10 minutes later.
After all I've done for you.
Hineker. I text him the wedding picture too to help you out. And then you fucking act like the widow girl that you are. And by the way, look, no broccoli. Are you happy, Kev? No broccoli.
You know he is. Why would you say that? Yeah. You know he's cackling about that. Totally. Idiot.
This made his night.
Fucking moron. So obviously he stopped himself from saying what he wanted to say to Kevin Brennan. So about 20 minutes later, Kevin Brennan, or someone pretending to be Kevin Brennan, pops on again with another super chat. And John doesn't know what to say. This is so embarrassing.
Kev, you can fucking laugh all you want. I'll get into it in the second hour. Ha, ha, ha. Yeah, ha, ha, ha. The second hour, you dumb fuck. What? You don't know what that means? You pinky, fucking yellow helmet, lady shoed, fucking dickhead. It was something I was going to say, but I'm not going to.
Was it an F slur, John? I know what you were going to say. You pink lady shoe wearing,
you fucking dickhead.
We all know what you wanted to say, John. What a fucking failure that is. Let's watch that again. Yeah. That's fun. I love the way he revs up for it too, and then he's got nothing. It's like the Millennium Falcon trying to take off into hyperspace or hyperspeed in Empire Strikes Back, right, Chris?
Yeah.
Just trying to get Kindy excited for coming on the show.
Fuck.
They had a faulty
what?
Google Chrome.
It was a faulty Google Chrome.
You don't know what that means? You pinky, fucking yellow helmet, lady shoed, fucking Dickhead. It was something I was going to say, but I'm not going to.
I was close to dick.
Yeah. Hot dog is the appropriate answer. We were looking for hot dog. Stuttering John. Good try, though. Oh, God. I should have played this when I played him getting caught in the lie, which I enjoyed very much because later on in the show, someone says, you know, John, you're the one who's honest with us. And his response is very telling.
Ace, realize you're the only one who tells the truth. I try to. I do not want to lie to you people.
So instead of saying, yeah, I know, I am the only one who's honest and truthful with you guys, everyone else is out there lying, he goes, I do try to not lie. I don't want to. I don't want to lie to you.
Oh, right.
The fact he couldn't bring himself to just say, yeah, I'm truthful. I tell the truth. I'm an honest guy. Is very telling. Even a dumb guy like John just like can't say those words. He knows how ridiculous that is. All right. Let's get into it. On Thursday's show, John is talking about making up with everyone in Atlantic City. He's going to make up with Cardiff Electric, and they're going to be buds. And he's going to make up with KB, and they're going to be buds. And everything ends with getting a beer and everything. And he's actually playing out the scenarios of how it's going to go. I'll walk up to him and be like, hey, everything cool? Yeah, everything's cool. And we'll hang out. It'll be good. It's like he's practicing this in the mirror, it seems like.
So, yeah, he's throwing beers to everyone, like the commercial.
Yeah, like Peyton Manning. And the commercial, he's chucking Bud Lights around the bar. Oh,
you're great.
It's on Vince. Here's a round on Vince and Brock Lee. Oh, that was the other thing. I'm sorry, getting distracted. Someone was telling John that the Brock Lee avatar is racist. He goes, how was that racist? He's so stupid. All right. So anyway, this is
Can't be racist against Chinese.
Yeah, right. This is John explaining that when he meets Patrick Melton, this is how it's going to go down. It's going to be smooth. It's going to be great.
To see Fatty Patty. Hey, can you apologize about what you... Yeah, okay, okay. Hey, how you doing? Let's have a beer. That's it.
All right. Easy enough. So you would think that John's going to run into Patrick Melton and he's going to say, do you apologize for what you said about my kids? Pat's going to go, oh, yeah, of course, man. I'm sorry about that. And then they're going to sit down and have a couple beers together.
You didn't get my letter and the flowers?
Let's find out how things really went down because someone captured this. This is the big video. I wasn't even going to play this, but it's such an important part of understanding who Stuttering John is and how all of this is playing out. I realize this isn't a podcast per se.
This is our Zapruder film.
Yes, this was in public. This is how John behaves. So they were observing John sitting by himself. And I'm going to play the video of Patrick Melton giving his side of the story. I'll tell you John's side of the story too. But basically, John gets to the Borgata, goes to the center bar there, and is kind of like drinking by himself and walking around, hoping people recognize him, just looking for fans to come out to him and be like, hey, it's Stuttering John Melendez. And so they're observing this from afar. And so Patrick Melton decides to come over and talk to him. And I wish I had this video. There's another video that exists that I don't have today, but it's 9 seconds long. I'll explain it. Basically, you walk up 3 steps to get to the bar area. So John's up 3 steps on this bar area, and then there's a guardrail, and then Patrick Melton standing down below on the other side of it. So John's actually half a foot taller than Melton in this scenario because he's up 3 feet. And John's going, hey, you going to apologize? And Patrick's just like, yeah, man, I apologized on my show. No hard feelings, whatever. And so then they walk their separate ways. And so Patrick and his buddies are just standing around drinking drinks, smoking cigarettes, having some laughs. And John comes back and confronts him. And according to Patrick Melton, which I'll play, John is just like looking over at him and stewing and just thinking about it and stewing and getting more and more angry. Talking about my kids, that kind of thing. So this is how this played out. All right, so if you're just listening to this, what's happening here is, I think it's a Gin Blossom song. It's not great. No, the point is, John's coming right up to Patrick Melton and saying, apologize. Why don't you apologize? And a couple of Melton's crew is now getting in between them and going, hey, back up, buddy. Relax. Yeah, and he's telling him a fat fuck and telling him to apologize. And Melton's like, I did. I don't know what else you want. So I can't make out everything that's being said, but John's going, "Oh, come on, you're going to goof on my kids?" And Patrick Melone's going, "I'm not doing anything. I'm just standing here." John came up to him. This isn't this bizarre, this confrontation. Because remember, in John's world, he's going to apologize. They were going to be best buds. So I don't know why it didn't play out that way.
Apparently, one of these guys is Leo Gunn, too.
Oh, for real?
He did. Yeah, that's what he said on his show today. Leo Gunn was in this. He didn't say who he was, but he named off. He kind of talked about all the other people there, and I'm thinking it's that guy with the bag.
Okay,
Leo Gunn. Someone
told John that you were in the mix in this too. I won't give away your identity. Don't worry.
Thank you.
All right, so now we see security has been alerted. I think the guy just got spit on by John. He's wiping his face off after John spit on him. So now security is walking up, and it's a female security officer. She's getting on her walkie-talkie calling in help. So he just told security. So Patrick Melton looks over at the guy filming and smiles. And John just told security, that guy's trashing my kids.
Yes, I caught that. That's amazing.
He just told security, this is the world John lives in. I'm going to tell security you're trashing my kids. What do you think they're going to do about that, John? What's going to happen there?
Carl, listen, I know you're on a roll, man, but
please.
When I just wanted to see if Tukey was reporting this morning, and then I see Stutjo's live.
Mm-hmm.
And when I heard his account of this would be Friday night, I believe.
Yeah, last night.
Yep. Yeah, last night.
That's when it all hit home to me. You've been asking, is John this stupid? Is he this delusional?
Yes.
And we've been oscillating a little.
Right, he's performative. He's acting like he's all upset about this or that.
He's removed any doubt in your mind?
Yes. Today was the day that hit. What did he hope to achieve? And
By
him
going?
Yeah.
Oh.
What, he thought everyone was going to fucking applaud him?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's the biggest celebrity in the Dabbleverse. See, producer Chris, in John's mind, his resume is the only thing that matters.
Yes.
So when he was talking to Vince the lawyer before he went to AC, he goes, "Now, who are the other celebrities that are going to be there? No one else. I'm the only celebrity." So in his mind, this is going to be this huge celebration. They're picking him up on their shoulders. "John, you're our guy. Thank you, John." Yeah. They don't realize that no one has any respect for him at all. No one.
So I think this is not just about Patrick. I think it's dawning on him that he's not getting the applause or any recognition.
Right.
Someone was like, hey, can you get out of the way? I want to see what's on tap.
Yeah, right.
I want to go back home where all the Uber drivers know my name.
Yeah, right. Stevie Tomatoes.
Did he just say this guy's trashing my kids to another security guard?
Yeah, this guy trashed my kids.
Oh, my God. So now another, security comes up.
I don't think he said it before. I think before he was just telling the woman, this guy's recording, this guy's recording, this guy's recording.
I heard trashing my kids, I swear to God.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I need to enhance the audio a little bit.
But yeah, when this other security guard comes over, he points right to me. This guy trashes my kids.
Okay, I'm backing it up a little bit. I want to see this. This is nuts. I definitely heard him say trash my kids.
Yeah.
And now he's getting in my face. Here comes the other guy. Yeah, so the other security guy walks up. "Hey, what's going on over here, guys?" And John goes, "This guy right here trashed my children." Yeah. In other words, them fighting words, I guess, right?
Always take the side of someone pointing at everybody and being belligerent.
Right. John's the one who's acting up in all of this. Patrick is just standing there.
He's literally just standing
He's literally just standing there. Wow. Running to the authorities.
Oh, he really is short.
Yeah, he looks terrible. He's
taping.
Yeah, he's pointing at everyone who's filming him on their phones.
That guy's got
Seeing John's legs. Seeing John's legs and feet were the best part of this video.
Yeah, right.
He calls everybody else out. It's so ridiculous to me that he thinks he's better than everyone. Such a tiny little man. And let's play Melton's recap of this, because he went back into his room afterwards and got online and gave us his perspective. Again, my lost interest, go to their YouTube channel, subscribe. They're awesome, or he's awesome. My lost interest is always updating us on the important clips from all these shows.
All right. But shout out to Flimsy Greenberg for bringing us that one.
Oh, who was that? Who brought that?
Flimsy Greenberg.
Thank you, Flimsy Greenberg.
Yeah, we've always wanted to see John IRL, and that's pretty close.
Yeah, that was good.
What up? All right, this was a wild one. So everybody's gone. I'm dead tired, so I'm going to bed shortly. This will be a short stream, but I thought it'd be good to talk about what the fuck just happened. So we go down stairs. Me, Mario, movie star, fingernails. You've all seen the tweets by now. If you haven't, oh boy, go check Twitter. So we walk downstairs, me, Mario, Flimsy, Rob, and we meet up with another fan down there who's got a location on John. And he's in the B bar, the center bar in the Borgata. And we're kind of hanging back, just talking and laughing. We're watching him wander around the bar. He was wandering around the center bar. So finally, we're like, all right, we're going to do this. Let's do it. So I just walk up, and John's there. And John's walking around the bar trying to get noticed. This is literally what he's trying to do. We watched him for several minutes before he went over. He's circling the bar.
So sad.
Phone up. Elbow up, guys who talk like this on the phone, their elbows way up. And so I walk up and I see him and I just go, John, what's up, baby? And he walks away and he comes back and he goes, are you going to apologize? He comes right up to me. We're reaching distance. It's just me and him. Everybody else is kind of standing back.
Do you have John's rebuttal to this, though?
I have a couple clips from John's show this morning. I wasn't able to get his full rebuttal, but I did watch it. So do you want to fill in any gaps?
Well, just the phone call I thought was interesting, where he said, I was pretending I was on the phone with my ex-wife.
Yes, that was interesting. So he's just like, I'm talking to my ex, in order to make it seem like he had an important call. And he goes, I wasn't talking to my ex. It's like, no, you're always lying. We know that. I love when he admits that he's lying. We're just like, no, we knew.
It's not even a real phone. It's filled with candy.
Got out of a claw machine 20 minutes earlier. What the fuck?
And he's like, are you going to apologize for what you said to my kids? And I keep saying to him, I'm sorry you got hurt. They're jokes. It's a podcast. You say a lot of shit on your podcast you don't mean.
Yeah, I did hear him say in that other video I can't find, the first initial interaction, I did hear Patrick Brown say, yeah, they were jokes, John. Dude, fucking get over. I'm not physically going to their school and tripping them on their way into class. Jesus Christ.
This is funny. Uncle Christian in the Discord says, how many comeback lines did John think up after they went their ways?
Oh, you're right. That's what he was doing back at the bar, just going, and I should have said this and then that.
Jerk store.
You say a lot of shit on your podcast you don't know. You're just talking shit. And he goes, are you going to apologize for what you said to my kids? He's not even hearing the words that I'm saying. And I said, I'm sorry you got upset, but John, and he just walks away. He storms off. And he goes to the far side of the bar and sits down. Now he sits down where he can see us. So we all get a drink, and we're standing there. And some of us are smoking, we're laughing. He's over there at the bar drinking, seething. You see him just watching us laughing.
That's another thing that happened on the show this morning when I was watching John. I didn't get a chance to watch all of it because I was prepping for the show. But John was saying how he didn't even have any beers. He goes, I had one beer. I wasn't drunk. I didn't even get a chance to drink. But then later in the show, or maybe it was earlier in the show because that's how dumb he is, he said he got a martini when he first got there. A strong martini, I think is what he said.
Oh.
Followed by 2 beers. And then he started walking around. Oh, then he went to the blackjack table and he lost his money quicker than one of the servers came over to get him a free beer. So he was all pissed off about that. I've been there.
No,
he's been there.
he broke down the math even further, where it was 1 martini, 1 beer. Then I got 1 beer to go.
Yes.
So that was a different beer. That doesn't count. I wasn't sitting down drinking. That was to-go beer.
Yeah, he's working it off while he's walking.
Let's see. So Christina Marie, my sister-in-law, is with Melton in AC right now and asking to send the link. I will do that. Let me play the rest of this video and I'll send the link.
Having fun. There's 5 or 6 of us at this point. Laughing, having fun, joking around. 10 minutes, 15 minutes. We're all just standing there having fun. John's watching us. Everyone keeps going. It's uncomfortable. Everyone keeps going. He's just staring at us and you just see him over there drinking. Just getting angrier. Just getting angrier. He stands up and he comes over. He walks down the steps over to our group. There is 1 female security guard at the entrance to the bar by the steps. So John comes up right to me and he goes, "Are you going to apologize for what you said to my children?" And I tried the thing again. Like, John, I apologized on your stream. And I'm here to say I'm sorry. I'm here to squash this. I'm here to make peace. I'm sorry that I offended you. I'm sorry that I hurt you, but I'm not saying it right. You hear what I'm saying? I'm apologizing for the wrong thing.
But also, Patrick Melton had reached out to John before this even happened, hoping to squash the argument. I don't know what his angle is. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe he'll pop on in a minute. But this has been in the works. So I think John feels like he has the upper hand because of this.
Oh.
I mean, John's talked shit about Patrick Melton, as we know, and vice versa. So it's one of these things where it's just like, John, what's an apology going to do? Who gives a shit? Either move on or don't. Pick one. Yeah. What are these magic words you need to hear in order for the fucking beanstalk to grow? Who gives a shit?
Yeah, whatever offended you has already been said.
Right.
It's
and he's saying he's not going to say it anymore. So I don't know what else you want.
Right.
But it goes back to John still thinks the only reason Melton said anything about his kids, is trashing him at all, is because of that brutal song that John wrote. All I ever did was Fatty Patty. He thinks he hurt him so much with that song that's why he's going after.
Well, also, I've brought up to John many times. I go, you talk about me talking about your kids all the time. You never say anything about Patrick Melton doing it. I don't care. I don't care about Patrick Melton. I don't even know who he is. He's forgotten the reason he's mad at Patrick Melton is because Patrick Melton put the StreamYard link to John's show in his Discord, and that's when the shit porn happened on John's show to get a cover. Right. That's why he's mad at Patrick Melton. He doesn't even fucking remember that. I have to remember that for him. That's why you're mad at him, not because of the kid thing. You told me you're not mad at him about that.
It's
now
just
he is.
Easier for him to remember one thing.
He has to generate something in his mind that he's angry about, and that's his go-to. And it's like, you're in the wrong. I'm in the right. Okay.
I'm apologizing for his interpretation of, and you can tell he's very drunk. He's having trouble walking down the steps. He's wearing a blazer, and he's all, and you. Now, a couple of people said that his breath was, I didn't know that this was a thing, John's smell. But a couple people said his breath could take the paint off a Chrysler. As he's in my face yelling, "You better apologize. You never talk about my kids again. You better apologize." Of course, I'm not. I'm trying to say, I'm here to say I'm sorry that you got upset. I keep saying that, and I'm not apologizing correctly for him, and it's making him angry. And we're all laughing and just having fun. Everyone's in a good mood, and this is getting him very, very upset. And he goes to do a 2-finger on as high up as he can reach on my chest. He goes to you better apologize. And I just kind of I had my hand up, and I kind of I don't even think it was on purpose. I think I kind of knocked it out of the way, just kind of talking with my hands. And I've got a cigarette in one hand, and I'm not in a fighting stance. And at that point I realized he's going to swing. I knew he was going to swing. He's drunk. He's angry, and he wanted to fight. Another fan stepped in named Sean and tried to, who originally started as a SJ fan, and tried to tell him "Yo, Stuttering John, I like you. I've loved you forever. I want to buy you a beer." He looking past that. He's not even hearing that. I think he said to him, actually, after he said that, I think he said, like, get out of my fucking face. He's talking to, like, strangers like this. He was incensed. He was
fired up.
Eye of the tiger.
For sure.
I was kind of turned, and I was ready for him to, like, hit me. And I knew he was drunk. I'd watched him stumble down the stairs. So I'm going, if he hits me, I know he's not going to land it effectively. I know it's not going to hurt. I know it's not going to...
Sure.
Before it could escalate, Peter...
Trained boxer,
Sky Parker, David Skywalker... got right in between us. That's what you see on the video, and started like pushing him back. I'm genuinely trying to de-escalate this. You know, in my best bitchy.
Sorry, those noises are on Patrick Melton's video, in case people are wondering why that's happening.
Effeminate voice. John, calm down, balance yourself. You know, I'm saying all this stuff, and he's just not. None of it's landing. And so Peter, Sky Parker, and Sean, and a couple of the other guys start, like, pushing him back. And he starts screaming, like, you talking about my children, you fat fuck? You better never talk about my children again. You better say you're sorry about my children. And it's just, again, he's not getting the apology he wants. I think he really thought he was going to, like, bully me into an apology, like, well, yeah, that's what I thought. John appears to just be hanging out alone. Yeah, he's not allowed to be near me. He's not allowed to approach me. So we just kept hanging out at the B bar because he wanted to hang out at the B bar, and they made him leave. And they're like, you can't go near him again. Don't go near him.
So you got like a warning from security, it sounds like, and there's like, all right, you can't be around this guy. We don't want any fights breaking out.
So, yeah, John's hanging out alone. I'll tell you what happened after he left, because we had some spies, and it's worse than you think. Before you know it, this female security guard, I guess she called for people. And before you know it, there's 9 security guards there. I know that because I counted them. I was like, there are 9 security guards here all of a sudden. And I mean, like ninjas out of nowhere. And he just starts, Stuttering John starts justifying his behavior. And he's like, he talked about my kids. So he's like fighting security guards at this point, like trying to get to me. Like, not fighting, but like, you know, like push, like, he starts yelling in that video, like, these guys are following me around. They won't leave me alone. I walked up to you because we knew where you were. I tried to have a conversation. You walked away. And then we just went back to our group. And then you went over and had
He made a spectacle of going to Vegas.
Yes.
And then is upset
Atlantic
that people
City.
are following him around. Or, sorry, Atlantic City. Shit.
No, I'll go through some of the tweets he put out there because he was pretty much like he always does. Meet me at Pickwick, 3 p.m. anytime you want. And then someone showed up at Pickwick Pub looking for me. Can you believe this? He loves to be the victim, but he's setting it up for all of this to happen. He wants this to happen, and then he does it as soon as it starts to happen.
Right.
And, we'll show where he was antagonizing people.
Oh,
even
yeah.
on Twitter.
Just after saying, I come in peace.
Yeah.
a drink and just got in your own fucking feelings and seethed about it. And then came over to start a fight. So all the security guards come over. They split us up. They take John over. John starts, I'm not kidding you. Ask Peter Sky Parker. This comes out of John's mouth. I'm a celebrity. He says it. I wish I had my scream echo voice.
Oh, no.
I'm a celebrity. I'm Stuttering John. To which everybody went, What's that now?
Hysterical.
Holy shit.
All right, so let's talk about John's side of the story.
Okay.
Because we did get some of that today. John claims he wasn't drunk.
But wait, he spit in that guy's face.
He did spit in that guy's face. I don't think on purpose. I think he's just spitting.
I think it was just drool, yeah.
All right.
Like it just came out.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah.
That happens. Sorry to interrupt.
See, John, we defended you.
That's correct. I just think you're a gross person that has saliva flying out of your mouth at all times.
It's incidental.
Yeah.
But I'm starting to think the whole standing there yelling, he's trashing my kids, was John feeling he's on home turf. You know, Jersey's like Long Island.
Right.
If these people hear
God.
somebody was trashing someone's kids, everyone's going to stop playing the slots.
Wow,
and
you're
join
right.
me.
You're right about that. He's like, this is East Coast. You don't belong here, Melton.
Yeah, he was talking about how he wasn't sure if he was going to go or not, but it'd be fun for the fans.
Yes.
I didn't see any fans in that video.
No, I didn't either. So let's see what
they arrived Saturday.
Oh, okay. All right.
John is not having a good time. Let's look through his recent Twitter feed. Hey, Dabbleverse people, I came here for fun, but so far it has been nonstop incitement. I'm not a violent person, but it's getting close to outright harassment. This whole thing has been a debacle from the start. And then this one, hey, Fatty Patty, email me. I'll give you my room number. Then we can talk. So that right there is tough guy talk.
It's a tough guy email.
Yeah. And John even said on the show this morning that he called Patrick Michael's room at 3 a.m. to wake him up or something like that. What did I say?
Patrick Michael.
Patrick Melton. God damn it. It's too many people with similar names. And then he says, hey, man, Vince the lawyer is a legitimate asshole that I could single-handedly get him disbarred for playing my message without consent. California is a two-party state. Stay tuned. John got very upset with Vince the lawyer for a number of reasons. One of them being he didn't realize that John left a voicemail for Vince, and Vince sent it to Shuley, and Shuley played it on the BS show yesterday morning. And John didn't realize that happened. He got very upset about that. But that was just the beginning of what he's mad about Vince for. The other thing is Vince gave out the room number to Atlantic City on his show. So as soon as John checked in and got in the room, the phone starts ringing.
Yes.
Off the hook, which is hilarious.
It is hilarious.
Even after it's unplugged.
Yeah.
Yep. But the other thing is, and this is the thing that I've been trying to tell John this, he wouldn't listen to me. Vince is trolling you. He's not your friend. No, he's my friend, Carl. He literally said that. He's more my friend than he is your friend. It's all you, buddy.
That's what this is about.
So there was a guy who called into Vince's show who said, because Vince convinced John to fly to Philadelphia, still Spirit Airlines for some reason, but okay. LAX to Philadelphia and then take the train from Philly to Atlantic City. But then a fan called into Vince's show and says, John, I'll pick you up from the Philly airport and drive you there. Where are you going to be? What terminal? So Vince photoshopped the terminal that John was going to land at to send this guy to the wrong place. This is how John described, or the airport, yeah.
You said to Newark, he said.
Oh, right. He sent the guy to Newark to go pick John up, and John was flying into Philly. So Vince has been fucking with John nonstop since he's been there. And none of this actually helps Vince out yet. Vince should be waiting until he gets there with his camera guy to be doing all of this shit, in my opinion. But I don't know how to troll John. What do I know?
I have a theory if Vince is there, and that's who plugged the phone back in.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah.
I actually have that clip, and then we'll get back to this. This is from this morning's show, John from his hotel room.
Not.
Look at his look.
Yes.
There's no video.
You know, I unplugged every phone. I don't even know how it could ring.
Christmas morning all over again.
It's unbelievable.
Hello?
My refrigerator is running. Why?
Yes.
So it's tonight that he has the suite, I guess.
Yes. He had to move out of this place.
Just have to unplug it again. I thought I unplugged the thing, but I guess I did.
Someone must have plugged it back in, according to Cardiff's theory there. Thank you, Christian Black, for sending me over a couple clips from this morning's show. I appreciate it. So, so John's now mad at Vince. That didn't go well today. Then he says, a guy from Maryland said he traveled all the way to see me, got here, and called me a has-been. Then why come?
Because it's satisfying.
Because you didn't read the super chats I sent you that said the same thing.
Right.
Oh, this is funny. This is a tweet from John. Hey, man, I'm here alone. Where are all these tough guys? This is the same guy who also posted, it's been nothing but people trying to incite me, and I'm not violent. Like, which is it? Which do you want to have happen here?
Carl, you know I'm not one to butter your buns.
Yes.
Ever. But I was listening, it was probably a week or two ago you were doing the show, and I was listening, and you started talking about, can you imagine some director in Hollywood, some writer is like, hey, we should get John for this project. Let's see what he's up to. And you start scrolling through this Twitter feed. And again, it's every fucking day. It's the same. He has no good day that they could look at his Twitter feed and think,
he did that
let's hire this guy.
He did that one tweet where he's just like, for people who don't know about the Dabbleverse, I have these people who are fucking with me.
Yeah.
As if people are going to be scrolling through this and be like, oh, okay, that justifies all of this. All right, now I get it.
I texted you Thursday when you were just getting done with socials. I'm like, are you watching John?
Yeah.
And you're like, not yet. I'm like, I feel like it's all going down, but I say that every day. you
Right.
know?
Yeah, it seemed like the beginning of the end for sure.
Every fucking day.
Unbelievable. So then he writes down here, by the way, make no mistake, I never called for security. I wanted to beat his ass right there. More tough guy, John. I'm sure you'll get another chance at it if you really want to. He talked to security immediately. I'm not saying that he ran over to the security desk, but as soon as security got there, because he's the one, and someone made this point, and they're spot on. John is making a big spectacle of himself.
Sure.
He's yelling, he's pointing, he's jumping around. He's going to bring security over. He knows that.
He wants it to get shut down before he gets his ass kicked.
Correct. The guy was holding him back.
Yeah.
The guy's half-heartedly like putting his hand up.
Yeah.
If this guy wasn't here,
Right.
Patrick Melton.
Yeah.
Patrick Melton towers over him.
It's all a show.
Patrick Melton must have $150 on John. And John's not a skinny guy.
Just in his back. There's $150 on John.
Although I gotta say, as much as everyone's making fun of Patrick Melton and being fat and bad posture, he kind of looked like a slim Tim Dillon to me. I don't know. I'm watching this video. I'm like, it's not that bad. What are you guys talking about?
So Vinny Paulino, but whatever.
So then he says, so a whole altercation just transpired. Fatty Patty had 5 other fat fucks tried intimidating me. Did I back down like the shit, Waya? No. This is a big victory for John in his mind.
Of course.
This whole altercation. The other thing, too, he's so stupid. And I only point this out because he loves to... Go ahead, Cardiff.
But again, he kept making the comparison, and he played the video over and over again of him going after Shuley.
Yeah.
In the hotel there. Shuley didn't want to talk to you because he would get fired.
Right.
For talking to you.
Right.
That was his job. He was protecting.
Shuley talking to John in that scenario would do nothing positive for Shuley. It could only do negative things for him.
Yes.
Could you imagine, Howard gets the tape, the first question is, isn't it ironic that John Hine now works for the show that jumped the shark? If Shuley would have even acknowledged that, Howard would have lost his mind. Mm-hmm. Shuley, you think this show jumped the shark? You know, it's like you can't win with that. So he didn't respond. And now John, like he always does, picks one thing that happened in history and uses that forever. He's like a chick. It's like arguing with a chick. Yeah, but you remember on our third date when you said that my ass didn't look great, or whatever stupid thing they hold on to for fucking ever? Let go, John. Move on. Where everyone's moving on with their lives now. So John was tweeting at Spirit Airlines too. He was very upset about this.
He's just swinging at anything.
Flight. And he wrote this. And the reason why I point this out is because he loves to correct everyone for being, stupid and grammar and everything else. 37,000 miles in the air after Spirit Airlines delayed my flight from the last night so bad that I could never get my connecting. Mm-hmm. 2 problems with that sentence.
Yes.
I could never get my connecting. Connecting what? Also, probably 37,000 feet.
Yeah.
37,000 miles is
to the moon,
out of the atmosphere. Yeah, that'd be impressive. So,
yeah, 13 times across the country.
Yeah, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about with that. And then he writes, I ended up going home from LAX. Today the flight was delayed an hour. I'm so pissed.
An hour's not that bad. Really.
And then Spirit responded, they're like, can we help you? And they gave him like $100 voucher or something. Here's your fucking Uber fare. Get over it. Fucking asshole. He really is just the worst. So let's talk about this falling out with Vince the loser, because John was very upset that he betrayed his trust, and John just can't believe that he left this private voicemail for Vince, and Vince would just share that with his arch nemesis, his enemy, Shuley, like that. I mean, I wasn't surprised, but for some reason, Stuttering John, who's a Mensa member and a 160 IQ, was. He didn't think that was going to happen. I can't believe it. So somebody super chats him and says, maybe you should apologize to Carl, who told you that Vince is trolling you all along.
Mr. Sprinkles, thanks for the 5. Carl from WATP tried to warn you about Vince the lawyer. Carl was trying to help you. You should apologize, Lady K. Seriously, no. I don't need Lady K to tell me that Vince the lawyer is a troll. I mean, it doesn't take anyone with even below average intelligence to know, like Carl has, to know that Vince Loy is a troll. We all know Vince Loy is a troll.
Well, then how come I'm not the one getting duped by him and you are? You realize that this isn't a good argument when you're sitting there in the hotel room that he paid for, getting the phone being ringing off the hook that he leaked out so people would fuck with you. He put out the room number. He put out, obviously, what floor he was on. He was doing all this shit knowing people were going to fuck with John when he got there. Oh, and that was the other thing, too, that John was really upset about. We talked about it on Point Dabble Point yesterday, is Vince, when John called into Vince's show from LAX, and Vince is going, Shuli keeps texting me. He doesn't believe you're at LAX. He thinks you're lying. You got to take a photo of your receipt and the menu. And so John outed himself on all these different things that Vince immediately shared to everyone. He's like, and that Shuli wasn't even texting him. Like, yeah, no shit. We all knew that. You're the only one who did, you moron.
Meanwhile,
He's
you're the
fucking
guy
with you.
ad nauseum has been saying, do not fuck with him. Just let him out himself as the boob that he is.
You don't have to control the situation. He will humiliate himself.
He will fuck everything
He always does.
Yes.
Such a moron.
But at this point, it's what can I get from him?
Oh,
and that's what.
That's a terrible way to think, John. Okay, let me correct you right there.
Again, like a chick.
But this is crazy. He's like, man, this guy, he's like fucking Wile E. Coyote. He's like, I'm pot committed at this point. I'm going to catch that goddamn Roadrunner whether it fucking kills me. It's like, no, stop. Change course. It's not working out. You're losing. You lose every fucking time.
Yeah. Anyone with even below average intelligence to know, like Carl has, to know that Vince Loy is a troll. We all know Vince Loy is a troll. But at this point, it's what can I get from him? And that's what it's all about to me. You all say I'm too cheap to buy for a room. No, let's see how much I can get Vince to spend. So the troll is me trolling him.
This is a miracle. This guy can turn, I haven't watched this clip yet. This guy can turn anything around so that he's the winner. Yeah. He was just complaining on this episode about how much Vince was trolling him and how upset he was about it. Someone's like, see, it should have learned from Carl. And he's like, no, I'm winning though. I'm still winning.
I'm the Roadrunner. Meep, meep.
In all actuality, because I ain't paying for shit.
Yeah, no shit. Why start now?
CMOC says that Vince blocked room service. LOL. That's right. I did hear him talk about that too. He's trying to get food sent up to the room, and that's not happening either. And then one more clip from today. Christian Blatt sent me over, and John mentioned, because he's such a class act, that Stuttering John Melendez. He goes, "Oh yeah, I've been to AC a few times, memorable times. In fact, I think we conceived one of my kids here in Atlantic City, me and Susanna." So someone asked him about that. And of course, he has to talk about gross sex story stuff.
James, what position you conceiving? I can't remember. I think it was missionary or doggy style. I know we had sex. She was at the sink.
Doing dishes.
And that was one, I believe that was one orgasm. And then we went to the bed and had, sex on the bed. So it could have been either one.
What a class act, huh?
If you want more of that, easy for you to say. Now available in paperback.
We had pussy sex.
I polluted a pussy, in case you wanted to know how that works. This has been up here for a while. I'm sorry. But Kinky Loco, member for 10 months, thank you, Kinky Loco, says, congratulations on your first WATP Cardiff.
Thank you, Kinky Loco.
That was a big deal for sure. And before I can't get enough dicks in my butt. Before we get off of the Stuttering John saga, I did want to play this video from Baloney Factory, who has been creating just the greatest videos. And everyone should check out Baloney Factory on YouTube, because he's been putting together more videos with Carl from Aquatine. And I'm just going to let this one breathe, because the pauses he puts in it are perfect. It really does fit the feel of Aquatine Hunger Force. And the female voice here is Keanu, Gino's fiance.
Strikes
and
are
I don't
coming.
think Kevin.
You think Baloney Factory is going to be upset with me?
No, I'm saying from John, he's going to strike.
John, yeah.
It's not
And I don't
transformative
think
at all.
Kevin is going to have anyone's back. So
No. Oh, trust me. When he sees me in AC, He's not going to be the tough guy that he is on the air. Trust me.
Oh no.
Trust me. He will walk away from me. Yeah.
He's not like he is behind a screen with his fast food microphone.
I like Vinnie Paulino, who just laughed at one of my jokes.
It's so perfect.
Even the detail, the Lawrence Taylor helmet in the background at the lamp.
What is a manga? Kim Kardashian is with Pete Davidson because he's the new flavor of SNL. The new face of SNL, Pete Davidson. With his beanpole body. Please, people, subscribe to my buddy. I was in the commissary. That's like the cafeteria at NBC. Where I ate for free.
All right. Great job, Bologna Factory. People should definitely check that out. So I guess everyone's in Atlantic City now. I've heard from my brother and sister-in-law who have seen Chad, hung out with Patrick Melton. Everyone's out and about now. We get the big comedy show tonight.
Wait, Chad did go?
Chad's there. Oh, that was such a needy, bitchy tweet that he put out. Where I hate anyone who puts on social media like, well, I guess that's it for me. We'll see what happens. Just like these open-ended things where everyone's going to be like, oh, what happened, though? What's going on? Like, shut up. Get the fuck out of here. Get your shine box. But yeah, so everyone's there. So a lot's going to transpire over the next 2 days. We got the big
who's
Super
not
Bowl.
an AC?
Who's not an AC?
Stuttering John's new laptop.
That's true. He brought his old laptop with him. Why was that?
I think he just wanted to announce that his brand new MacBook Pro is sitting alone in Canoga Park because he cannot do one thing right in his life.
Don't worry, it's a gated community. It'll be fine.
Dummy.
What a fucking idiot. That's really funny. Okay, quick update on what's going on with SJ.
Capiche? Skull.
I want to point out how bad John looked on Tuesday. So Monday was a travel day.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, he's partying all weekend, nonstop. He was doing some late night streaming, so we got to see that. And Tuesday, he finally shows up on his show at 11 a.m. his time. And this is what a hangover looks like, all caps. If you saw all caps hangover and you needed a visual guide to go along with that.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? My throat is kind of shot from all the screaming at the casino. When you're trying to talk over music, the Super Bowl.
Look at the bags under his eyes and everything. Like, he never looks this bad.
Yeah.
Or rarely, I should say.
The 7 o'clock shadow.
Oof.
You just start. It's just, you're screaming nonstop.
Chug, chug, chug.
At
chug,
people
chug,
about your
chug,
kids.
Chug, chug,
Yeah,
chug,
right.
chug, 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 chug. Holy shit. Did you travel back home through the desert? Why are you so thirsty, sir?
He does look like he just got rescued off a desert island.
Yeah.
Where do we begin?
He's
Dusty.
so dehydrated.
Dusty.
Now, what's crazy to me is, Rocco got that awesome video. I played on the Creep Off. I played on Drew and Mike yesterday. Everyone's been seeing it.
Yeah.
We do have a video coming up that plays a clip of it where Rocco got an awesome question in on John, and a very Stuttering John-esque type of question, tricked John with it. And so John's big comeback is, because Rocco hadn't shown his face before this. He's Tukey,
Right.
He's El Horrible. We haven't seen Rocco before. So he finally revealed himself because he was dressed up as Gino Bisconti on Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday at Atlantic City. And so John's going to explain how ugly Rocco is.
He is ugly. And now it makes total sense why he's so angry. It makes total sense why he uses a puppet. And they tell in kindergarten.
All right, here comes a joke. Now, the other thing I want you to watch for is he has a new computer, and his new computer has these built-in things. If he makes certain hand gestures, balloons come up and different things happen. So watch this. He's going to do something where balloons are going to come up over his face during this.
They tell kids there are two things to be afraid of. A guy with a puppet and a guy with a white van. Thank you, Kate Meany, for that joke. Kate Meany gave me that joke. I thought it was very funny.
Did she? Because you said it wrong.
Yeah.
You don't say the puppet one first if you're goofing on the guy who has a puppet. So that was wrong. But also, how weird was that? All of a sudden, balloons come up over his face.
I love that.
That's his broadcasting.
That's my new favorite thing. I want him to do that all the time.
Do you kids like balloons?
I love that Kate Meany gave him that joke.
Yeah.
John, I've been writing some jokes. I'll give you a couple. Don't worry about it. You don't have to give me credit if you don't want to. So, yeah, John calling people ugly is the dumbest thing he does.
That's it. We were just talking about it before the show. That's his move now.
Yep.
Everybody is ugly. Anybody that's against him, hideous.
He had Hitman Dan's wife in their suite, and they were goofing on my wife. I was like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? People were comparing Hitman Dan's wife to the front cover of Black Sabbath's first album.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I've seen this one before. Jeez.
Yeah, the jokes were amazing. Check it out, Dabblers Anonymous.
Crushing his people.
It's what the fuck? Dan's wife, John, and Vince the Loser's hairdo in the same room.
Yeah.
And somehow your wife needs to be taken to task.
Dude, Vince does not like this that John pulled his hat off.
Oh, yeah.
Because you could
repeatedly.
You could tell finally, because Vince doesn't give a fuck about anything. He just likes trolling. He loves trolling. For the first time I heard him get defensive. He's just like, well, I got head hair. Yeah, it happens. Like, oh, is that head hair? Is that what that is? Okay.
That was the problem.
Okay. All right. So this is John's big comeback after he plays the video of Rocco goofing on him.
Look at that fucking face. Look at that face. Holy fucking shit.
All right. What else you got, John? First off, I just want to say that calling a guy ugly is gayer than mouth kissing a guy.
Yeah. Don't
Telling
start
a guy how ugly he is.
rating the appearance of men.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's the expression of complete victory over you. That's what that look is.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, I could see how that would appear to be ugly to John.
Yeah. It's Christmas morning joy.
But let's hear. Maybe he's got some good jokes for him.
I'm sure.
Because if you're going to make fun of someone's appearance, you should probably have like something witty to say.
He's a professional comedian, Carl.
That's correct.
Is that not the face? That's one ugly fucking motherfucker.
Is that not the? I got nothing for this. That's an ugly guy. He's ugly, guys. That I mentioned.
On the scale of guys I'd make out with.
Look at that guy.
Fucking guy. Guy stuff.
He's the worst.
Single mother of 5.
Then he goes to the chat.
Yeah,
oh, that's funny too.
I got nothing.
The first chat here is, did you meet any other millionaires on your Spirit Airlines flights? That's another thing people were pointing out. John complained about all of his flights getting to Atlantic City and back. The first one was canceled, supposed to go out Thursday night. Then he ended up going Friday, and that was delayed. And he was just so annoyed. And then flying back, it was delayed. And he missed his connection in Atlanta. He's just complaining about all these flights. Funny how when he went to Jamaica, no complaints about any flights, no commentary about flights.
Yeah, no tagging the airline.
Yeah, it's weird.
No, yeah.
It's almost like he never went to Jamaica.
Yeah.
And he made all of that up.
Did you meet any other millionaires on Spirit Airlines? I'm going to tell you about the flight. Hold on. Joseph Silva. You were going to beat up everyone, but you look like a real chicken when Bob tried to jump the rail. No, I didn't.
It's like a real chicken shit is what it said, John. All right. So I have to, I think I put in the description of this video. Feels like the Dabbleverse is really taking a turn right now because all of these guys are fake. This is never been more clear than in Atlantic City that everyone's fake. Like Kevin Brennan's now friends with Melton again, but then he says he's not. And then John just needed apologies from people, and then that fixed everything if he just said, sorry, I goofed on your kids. Chad Zumach's hanging out with Gino Bisconti and Stuttering John. Stuttering John was hanging out with Kevin Brennan, and then John was on Kevin Brennan's show today.
Oh.
Like, all of this is fake. And these people who get really fired up about Kevin Brennan's enemies, like, yeah, let's go get that guy. Kevin doesn't give a fuck. It's all fake. He needs drama. He's manufactured drama. That's what his show is. So he pretends he doesn't like people. He pretends to go after them. None of it's real.
Yeah, it's like they were on vacation from their jobs,
right?
And then they get back to it, and they're like, "Okay,
yeah." So
now I hate you again."
So Melton and Kevin Brennan are hanging out, and then Melton takes a photo of the two of them and tweets it out, and people are like, "What the fuck? I thought you hated Melton. We hate Melton. What are you doing? You're hanging out." So then Kevin has to go on a show with Damage Control immediately and go, "Yeah, he snuck that picture. I wasn't even hanging out with him. He just snuck it on me. I didn't know, and then I ran away because I don't like Melton." And then I'm watching Patrick Melton show, and he goes, "We were sitting together for hours hanging out. What's he talking about?" So it's just this manufactured outrage. But this is the best. This is the best thing to come out of the weekend, because Patrick Melton tweeted this out from Nobody Likes Onions. He says, "Exclusive. In a quiet, sincere conversation with Stuttering John this weekend, John told a big fan of my show and MLC that the reason he can't let anything go about his children and why he makes a giant deal of everything is if I stopped, it would kill my show. John doesn't care about his children at all. He knows what he's doing, and it's all for the money." And we knew that, but I love that he admitted it to somebody. I think that's very funny. Yeah. And of course, Kevin's the same way. Kevin pretends that someone wanted to take a nap or someone stepping on a mandolin is the craziest thing that's ever happened, and we got to talk about it for a month straight, because what else is he going to fucking talk about? He doesn't do any prep. There's nothing to talk about. There's nothing going on. He doesn't go out. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't go out to dinner with his wife. Like, what's he going to talk about? He's got nothing going on. So, of course, he has to manufacture all of this drama. And I have to point out, My Lost Interest has put together these videos. We've talked about him a lot recently. He does a great job putting together these compilations and things of other people's shows. And so this is the Tukey selfie video. And then John has a revelation here. This is a big announcement from one Stuttering John Melendez.
So then Rocco Burrow, he decides that he's gonna get a selfie with me, but he hits the video button. He makes a joke about my kid, a lame joke that everyone's made 1 billion times. Talking about my trans kid.
Has your son ever queefed in your face?
For anyone who missed it, John thought he was taking a selfie with Rocco.
Yeah.
And he didn't realize that he was actually video recording. And so when he came in for the selfie, Rocco dropped the "Has your son ever queefed in your face?" The reason why this is hilarious is not just because John's son has a vagina, but also because John's very famous for asking Ted Williams if he ever farted in a catcher's face. This was one of his lines, one of his famous lines that Fred or Jackie wrote for him that he still likes to talk about to this day. And so now John is going, "Oh, what a lame joke." Meanwhile, it's the greatest joke ever.
Yeah, it's better than fish sticks.
It's the most perfect, yes. It's better than the fish sticks joke. It's the most perfect thing he could have said right there.
And I just got out of frame. And this is where it's so funny how the idiots on Dabbles Anonymous try and paint a false narrative. They try and say, "Oh, why didn't John punch him right there?"
They try and say that, or they did? Was that typed by somebody? Maybe they tried to say this. All right, so John's going to explain that he is a tough guy, unless you think otherwise.
Are you guys stupid? First of all, he's on video. Imagine I did anything on video. He will.
Hold on a second. You're in a casino. It's not just that phone that you have to worry about.
Yeah.
Cameras everywhere. All he would have had to done was show that to security, and I would have been bumped, thrown out of there, just like Bob Levy the night before. So why the fuck am I going to be that stupid and start
throwing punches like Levy.
Yeah, you got to remember that John doesn't act emotionally. He's very rational in his actions, as we all know. So, of course, he quickly calculated in his head, I'm very upset and I want to defend my son's honor, but I'm not going to do that right now. It's not the time or the place for that.
I've got half a beer left.
At a casino where every foot of the wall is a camera.
Every foot of the wall
As
is a
soon
camera.
as he turned his
The
camera.
walls have feet.
What the fuck does that mean? Every foot of the wall is a camera. Fucking idiot.
He was standing next to Fatty Patty, and I said, come on, Rocco, let's go outside. Let's take this outside. Let's discuss this outside. Come on. Come on.
So Rocco's 15, 18 years younger. Patrick Melton's much younger than John. Patrick Melton probably has 250 pounds on John. And John's going, and I'm ready to fight both of them. Okay, sure.
And I went ballistic. True. Ask Brennan. And I was yelling. I said, come on, you can bring Fatty Patty. Both of you, come on out. Let's go outside. That's a fact. Sorry, shitware, but that's the truth. Sorry, Dabbles Anonymous, but that's the truth. Stuttering John don't lie, and I'm not lying.
All right, so you were going to fight these guys for having a joke at your expense, is what you're saying.
Yes.
And you're proud of that.
I believe you threw a temper tantrum.
Yeah,
like
I'm sure you freaked out. Well, this is the same thing you did with Patrick Melton, where you make a big commotion and you make sure security shows up and everyone's paying attention. Oh, I'm going to fight everyone. I'm so upset. Oh, security's here. Wow. How come?
I guess I can't do it.
Ah, geez, if they weren't holding me back.
If this pit boss wasn't standing behind me.
I know how things transpired. You could, and then, like, I remember, even when I was saying that, Fatty Patty kept calling me a violent drunk.
I talked to Rocco about this. What he's saying is true.
Yeah.
He totally freaked out and started acting like a complete asshole, like he was going to fight everyone. It's laughable. John, you're laughable. No one wants to fight you. You would get your ass kicked.
I was
You're a
watching
decrepit old man.
Rocco last night. He was saying he was having a cigarette outside.
Yeah.
Right next to Stuttering John, and nothing went down.
Exactly. John had plenty of chances if he really wanted to do something. They walked past each other multiple times throughout the weekend.
But I already know it's bullshit because he's explaining it.
Correct. Yeah.
We've studied this man.
Meanwhile, he's a chain-smoking fucking penguin. But it doesn't matter. But that's the facts. So all these idiots saying that somehow I backed down are just that, idiots. I was ready. I mean, I'm just not stupid.
Yes,
like Barbara. Barbara is just stupid.
Is he?
And I'm not. You're going to start trying to throw a punch over a banister 5 feet away and think you're going to land it, Bob.
Well, okay. I don't want to get into this whole thing. It's already been talked about to death, the stupid Atlantic City thing. Kevin Brennan went over to Bob looking to antagonize him and get into a fight. And Kevin Brennan was standing behind that railing and up away from where Bob could get to him. So Bob's not the pussy in this situation. No. And Kevin Brennan immediately walked away when Bob was ready to throw. So I'm sorry. This whole idea is just like, wow, what an idiot Bob is. What was he supposed to do? This guy came over and called him a bitch. And so he threw his drink at him and started throwing punches.
He was probably the least of the pussies.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's the only way you can see that.
Yeah. This freeze frame is fantastic, too.
Yeah, he's just getting it out. Yeah.
Stop it.
Actually, that's the same face he had in One Too Many, that horrible fucking stall.
Yeah.
He used the 20s to wipe his butt. And the handicap girl's slamming on the... It's the worst scene in a movie ever. We should do a 5-hour review just of that scene. Just break that scene down.
That's
it's so
worst.
terrible.
You know, shortly after you and I reviewed that movie, I think that I texted you. I was in the airport.
Yeah.
And all the stalls were taken. And so I had to go in the handicap stall. And a handicap lady came and banged on my door. And I was like, is this my penance? Like,
no shit, really? That's a real thing that happened?
Yeah.
Never mind, John. It was a great scene. He killed it.
Is he banging on the door?
I did not use 20s to wipe my ass. Or hundreds or whatever the fuck he was claiming.
Was she upset that there wasn't a wheelchair next to you?
I don't know.
Who bangs on fucking doors? What do you think? I'm just like, I wasn't doing anything in there. I'm just hanging out. Everyone wants to get the fuck out of there.
I don't hear any farts.
Yeah, right. I don't even understand that. All right.
Stop it. It's fucking pathetic. You're embarrassing yourself.
Oh, yeah.
And all of us.
Okay.
Yes. On our behalf.
I mean, he can't even spin things. He doesn't even know how to spin things. He just says shit. It's like, okay, sure.
So that's the thing, so now, but here's the best part about that with Rocco, the coward. He tells Stevie Lou, because I went nuts, and I knew he had the look of fear in his eyes.
Oh boy, here we go.
I could tell. I know, trust me. I know when somebody's afraid.
Dude, the only thing people are afraid of is that you might touch them. No one wants to shake your hand. I saw him hugging Kevin Brennan. There's video of that. Do you think Kevin wants to be hugged by this goblin?
He doesn't want to be hugged by anyone, but especially this guy.
Especially this fucking guy. I forgot who I was talking to. Someone was telling me that John reached out his hand to shake their hand. It's covered in scabs and shit. It's like, I don't want to touch that. Nope. It's a gross, dirty man.
I know when somebody's afraid, just like Fatty Patty was. Everybody who watched that video can only come away with the knowledge that Fatty Patty was afraid.
Why would you think that? He stood there stoically. He didn't move. What are you talking about?
It's whoever throws the bigger spaz, I think.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
He's afraid of getting banned from the Borgata. He's not afraid of you.
No one's afraid of you, John. I promise you that. In fact, I was listening to Patrick Melton and Rocco last night as well, and they want to pay for Chad Zumach to box Patrick Melton in Vegas. They're like, we'll fly out, we'll give you $500, all this stuff like this. No one's fighting. All right, this whole idea that everyone wants to fight each other, roast battles, do something that would make more sense in this world.
Mud wrestling.
Mud wrestling.
Dunk tank.
Yes.
He was. I don't blame him. I don't blame him, considering the fact that I'm a Melendez.
What does he think that means? So embarrassing. He gets winded walking up to the door that is 3 feet from his couch to grab the fucking takeout that Vince sent him.
Yeah.
That's what a Melendez does.
Yeah, right. When somebody walks into an apartment that's complete squalor, like that video that's all the Coors cans piled up, and the person that has to deal with that walks in and goes, it's a real Melendez.
Yeah, right.
That's what that means.
Yeah.
So El Horrible was afraid.
He's Puerto Rican. El Horrible. You're Puerto Rican, John.
That's why I said the El Horrible. That's called stuttering. So Rocco, now I hit it as soon as I get the flow going.
We don't care.
Yeah. He tells Steve, look, I'm not going to post it. Because he knows if he would have posted it that night.
Yeah, what would have happened?
He would have jeopardized. He would have been afraid. So he didn't post it. He waited until I was 3,000 miles away.
This is fucking look the other way, John, who is just looking for apologies from grown men all weekend, or just going up and hugging people and being their best friends immediately. Apologizing to my brother for the shit he said about my father over and over again. This guy is
really?
Oh, yeah. This guy, he's such a liar.
Well, yeah.
Oh, if you see me in AC, I swear to God. What are you going to do, John? You're not going to do anything. You make a big stink so security shows up. You don't have to do anything.
Literally.
And then you start pointing at people when security's there. It's like, I never talked to security. Yes, you did. It's on video.
It's
we all
very
saw
clear.
To post it. Abara Wissa. Abara Wissa.
Hey, John, if you're so tough, we'll be in Largo, Florida, March 22nd. Myself, we'll have, obviously, Rocco will be there.
Also, if he gives a fuck so much, fly the 5,000 miles over on Spirit Airlines. I'm sure your flight will only be delayed a little bit, and then you can go beat the shit out of him.
Well, actually, Rocco lives in Colorado, so that's not even a shorter
way closer.
flight. Yeah, I don't know if Spirit goes to that airport. But.
Vegas.
Well, I mean, he could afford another discount airline.
What is that? What is
Now,
he saying?
Who knows?
I've talked to my kids about this. They're like, Dad, you got to stop defending us. You have to stop worrying.
Okay, this is the crazy part that I wanted to get to. I've talked to my kids about this. They said, Dad, you have to stop. So I don't know if any of this is true. John is a pathological liar.
Yeah, he's making this up.
So I can't imagine if the kids did talk to him about this, then he's reporting back to the kids what was said about them. Because they're not following the AC adventure. If they are, that's even worse. Because John was bragging about drinking 25 beers in one night. And that's embarrassing. He's almost 60 years old. And he's partying like a frat boy who's, last day of college, last weekend with his frat bros. And so there's no way his children are watching this. His mom is. We'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
No way his children are watching this. So there's two things that could be happening here. One is that John's lying, that his children never said, Dad, stop defending us. We're good. That's what I'm thinking. This never happened. John's looking for an out. The other thing is that John's reporting back to his kids, and then he said this about you, and then he made a joke about you queefing. It's like, Jesus, I never would have known any of this, Dad.
Yeah, I know.
Why do you keep bringing us up? I can imagine his children just being like, stop bringing us up to people. What are you doing?
He's texting them at like 2:45 in the morning about what happened, and I stood up for you.
Yeah, right.
I was a big tough guy. You
Yep.
would have been proud of me.
Yep.
And they're like, it's 3 in the morning. Go to bed.
Go to
and
bed.
Stop drinking and gambling and embarrassing yourself in public.
The only thing that I can imagine his kids saying stop to is stop podcasting.
Yes.
Like
Stop
they are
texting
not.
me.
Yeah,
They
stop
did say
texting
that.
me.
He did
stop.
He said his youngest told him to stop podcasting.
Yeah, that it's not stop defending us. Stop telling
Well, listen to him elaborate on this.
No.
Don't let these guys try, because they know that they can't get you angry by calling you any name in the book. But they know that you're a good father.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, okay, that's a lie.
No, you're not.
That's
You're
a lie.
famously not.
You're famously not. You stopped giving them child support. You made their mom work 3 or 4 jobs to make ends meet. You're not a good father. This is proven. We have the documentation for it.
Yeah,
There's no way your kids go, now listen, Dad, you're a great father, and that's how they're going to get to you. You can't let that happen.
Yeah.
This didn't happen. This is a lie.
You're hiding your finances so you don't have to give it to your kids.
Correct.
That's not what a good father does.
No shit.
And they know that you're going to defend our honor. But don't. From now on, Dad, let them say whatever they want. If they want to be Neanderthals, they want to make fun of the trans community, the gay community, let them. Don't worry, Dad. It's really just showing their lack of intelligence. And you're too smart for it, and we're too smart for it. Don't let them get under your skin anymore.
Well, hold on a second. Didn't he just prove he's not too smart for that? This has been going on forever now. How many years have we been talking about? John continues to play audio that was behind my paywall about me calling his kids losers. He plays it over and over and over again. If anyone's going to be offended by that, it's going to be hearing it from John. His kids are never going to hear my show on Patreon. They're not on I checked. They're not on my Patreon. They're not supporters of the show. So John's a fucking liar. He's just like, so I talked to my kids. They said, John, or they said, Dad. They probably call him John. Yeah. Sir. They call Aaron Dad. They call John.
Right. Yeah.
Mr. Melendez.
They go Stutcho. Listen to me for a second, buddy.
Stuttering fuckface.
Yeah, stop over fucking reacting to this. You're too smart for that. And John goes, yeah, I am too smart for that. You're obviously not.
On our behalf. And you know what? My kids are smart. Suzanne and I raised them well.
Okay, if your kids did say this and you're saying they're smart, then I must be smart because I've been telling you this for years to stop reacting to this shit. Stop bringing your kids up. This is why this happens to you.
And I'm not going to do it anymore.
Okay.
So I don't give a fuck. Fatty Patty, go ahead. You want to trash my kids? Go ahead.
Interesting.
Dookie, go ahead. I don't give a fuck anymore.
Say Dookie?
Yeah. Sick burn.
Good.
I don't care.
All right, so there it is, everybody. John is now giving us the green light to trash his kids. He's decided that this is his new route. And frankly, he shouldn't have said it. Just don't say it, because now you're inviting it.
Right.
by saying, like, I'm not going to react anymore to you guys trashing my kids, like, well, let's see if that's true or not. We're all going to test it.
Let's watch him not react.
Dip my toe in this water.
Yeah, right. So that was the dumbest thing he could have done, was announcing that, because now everyone's going to see how far they can go before he reacts to it. What he should have done, if any of this happened, and it didn't, but if he actually had this conversation with his kids, he should have been like, all right, you know what? I've been a buffoon. I'm going to stop reacting because that's why this keeps escalating. That's why people keep talking about your kid or my kid, you guys. Yeah. I forget what conversation I'm in. He should have said to them right then and there, you're right. I'm done reacting to this. And once he stops reacting, people stop talking about it because they're not getting a reaction anymore. Instead, this guy, being the dumbest asshole on the internet, goes, all right, this does bother me a lot, but I'm going to stop reacting to it. Yeah. Jesus, you're so fucking stupid. Anyway, let's see.
So did his son ever queef in his face or not?
I never did answer that question.
Damn it.
So Rocco comes on his show last night as Gino Bisconti.
Yeah.
And it's fucking brilliant. I want to show you the beginning of this, and then we'll look at a couple other things. Gino was playing this on his show today.
Oh, really?
He was super chanting him. Gino loves this impression. It's fantastic. I was messaging with Gino about it as well. But this is, obviously this is Tukey. It's El Horrible. It's Rocco. But now his new character. What was the girl that he used to be?
Bedorable.
Bedorable.
Yeah.
Yes. So he was also Cordiff as well, the motionless potato.
Quite the resume.
He's got a lot of things going on, and now he's got a new one. Now he's a more likable Gino Bisconti. If this guy was co-hosting the show,
Cool Gino.
I don't think people would be as upset about it.
So I tell him, Garrett, Ivan said, catch the ball, Nick. Oh, hello, everybody. Daddy is home. Gino Bisconti is here for a fabulous episode of Be Dabbling Live with El Horrible. But I'm Gino Bisconti. How are you? Daddy is here. Who is making all this noise? One of you shut your mic. Jesus, Garrett. I told you got to shut your mic, Garrett. What are you doing? Oh, is OJ here?
All right, so later on, Gino, pseudo Gino, discusses the Stuttering John stuff.
But finally, OJ, finally, a little honesty came out of John today when he said, I hope Rocco's kids turn out gay.
I heard that.
Like a curse? Like it's a curse? Right? What's so bad about your kid being gay, Johnny boy? What is so bad about that? You don't understand, John. We don't make fun of you because your kids are gay. We make fun of your kids being gay because it makes you crazy. Oh, but I don't care anymore. I don't care. You can say whatever you want. So say whatever you want about Greta, Lily, and Oscar. It's like night and day out there in the world, Johnny boy. T-W-O. Oh. Let the memes fly. Johnny doesn't care anymore. So it's open season, right? It's open season. This is the new football season. Goofing on your kids. Because he doesn't care.
Does sound more fun.
OJ. He doesn't care. And if you tell Daddy that you don't care, then Daddy's gonna keep doing it.
So wait, is there a fantasy league for goofing on John's kids?
Yeah, this is the AFC East of goofing on John's kids,
right.
and Rocco's in the
I'm
NFC
actually drafting.
South.
I'm drafting Rocco for my fantasy team for goofing on John's kids. So John actually said, I hope that your kids turn out to be gay. It's like, do you not hear yourself, John? Do you understand what's going on here?
Yeah.
People, and I think I agree with this. John's genuinely upset that he has a trans son and a gay daughter.
So
it seems that way.
If that dialogue did happen between the kids, that's why they're saying, please don't defend us. You don't know what you're doing.
Right. You don't know how to
or
do
why
it.
you're doing it.
You're so right.
I hope you're burdened with the misery of having a trans kid.
Yeah, I know. That's what he's saying.
Just
right
wait
there.
until you have fucked up kids.
That's what he's saying. And the craziest thing that happened this weekend was as John is live streaming on one of the nights and he's wasted, he's been drinking all day. All of a sudden he brings up this chat from his mom so she's watching on Facebook. This isn't a super chat. There's no reason to bring this up except for he sees, oh, my mom's messaging me. I'll bring this up on the screen.
I'm sure it'll be good.
And his mom says, going to kill you, please stop. His mom is concerned. First time I've seen this. Seems like an enabler. Speaking of enablers, seems like his mom's the enabler. But first time she goes, you got to stop this. You're killing yourself. And John goes, what are you talking about? Oh, you mean the drinking? I don't drink that much.
Special occasion.
I don't drink that much, Mom. You drink every day on the internet. Yeah. How do you not know that?
It's hard to refute.
You fucking idiot.
It's been documented. It's
so,
well documented.
He's so stupid. In fact,
you're having beer delivered to your house during your show.
And yelling if it doesn't get delivered. Or if it's not the kind you like. And then he's hungover, so now he's doing morning shows again, probably because he doesn't want his mom seeing him drink.
Yeah.
And now we get to see how hungover he is when he goes on at 11 a.m. And not only that, but he's taking all of his prescription pills. And I'm sure you guys have seen this video.
Hold on, let me just take some of my Klonopin. Gotta.
Like Ethan Ralph.
Hold on, how about some Torvastatin?
Uh-huh. Okay. Is this like his cool guy move or something?
Yeah.
Toolbox to me.
Barely has the coordination to put a pill in his mouth. And then right there. Right there. He pulls the screen down. And I just have to point out, what is that on his coffee table? Is that mucus? Is he drooling onto his coffee table?
That's a
like
Coke
that.
booger. I'm saving it for later.
I hope it's mucus.
Yeah, I want to say that it is, but you know, it's like
also
you put something hot on a table, that happens.
That coffee table does not look it's
No.
in good shape.
That's a fucking
cheap as shit.
college dorm room
Yes.
coffee
That's-
table.
You saw that on the side of the road, and
Used.
you were like, "Oh, yoink!"
Used.
Yeah.
Yeah. So look at this.
Oh my god.
Everything's just
And
falling out of his
blood
face.
Dried up jizz.
Yeah. I'll have you know that's jizz. That was a fresh batch.
Oh,
I don't like the taste of water.
he has said that before. What a show,
Okay,
John. What
thanks.
a show. Good job, buddy.
So,
You're killing it. Oh, he's not long for this world. All right. I'm going to ask right now, and I don't say this because I think it's fun or funny. We just need to get to the bottom of it. Who dies first, Chad or John? Now, keep in mind, John's got 10 years on Chad.
Mm-hmm.
And they're both not living well. Lucy Tightbox, who do you got in the death pool?
Chad.
You got Chad? What do you think,
I don't like the death
Andy?
pool.
I know.
John.
All right. Producer Chris.
I'm going Chad, but because he gets murdered.
All right. What a
Chad with
twist.
a caveat.
What a twist. That's like, not only do you have to pick who's going to cover the spread, but the final score, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was impressive. That works out.
Double or nothing, if that's
That's impressive. I don't think either of them make it out of 2024 at this pace. At this pace. This is not good for either of them. They're not doing it right. They're not doing it well. All right, one more pathetic thing with John.
Oh god.
Sorry.
It's not fun or funny.
I told you this is going to be a short segment. But John needs friends so badly. When he was hanging out in his suite, and this again, I don't think we talked about it on this show, but it's been so well documented, I don't feel like I need to. Basically, what happened was John and Vince, and then Hitman Dan and Hitman Dan's wife are all up in the suite that Vince paid for. And it's pretty evident that there's blow and they're doing drugs and they're hanging out and they're all having so much fun and laughing. And this is the most pathetic thing. This is a 58-year-old man talking to a guy who financed his entire trip to Atlantic City because he trolls him. He brought him to Atlantic City because he wanted the content. Vince the lawyer trolls John on a daily basis. Sends shit to his house, fucks with them. When he's on the show, he fucks with them. And this is what John asks.
Yeah, but he always trolls, and then we make up. It's the same story. But wouldn't you say, Vince, that of all the guys in the Dabbleverse, I'm like your closest friend in the Dabbleverse?
No.
Who is?
Hell no. Well, Bob is.
Oh, okay. Waiver, thanks for the $1.
Could you imagine asking someone, wouldn't you say I'm your closest friend?
And clearly he's done this before. He was unfazed.
But also, this guy fucks with you every day. He realized it earlier this day. He knew that he was fucking with him. Then he made up with him that afternoon. He's just like, we're best friends, right? He's like, no, I'm not best friends with you at all. I troll everyone. But John needs that. He needs to have a friend in this world.
And the free shit.
He needs a friend. No, the free shit for sure. But I think the friendship he needs even more than that. It's something that we've talked about with Rocco a bunch of times, who recognize like a lot of these guys like Chad and John, they're just like lonely dudes. Kevin Brennan, they're just lonely guys who just need friends.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
I do want to see what would happen though if Vince just kind of turned off the revenue stream of like just slowly, just gradually dial it down to nothing.
Yeah.
And see where that leaves you with Stuttering John Melendez.
Yeah, well, he'll start begging for money from Broccoli and Leo Gahn and his other buddies.
All of his other best friends.
It's so funny. It's so telling that Kevin Brennan's the same way. Kevin Brennan and John are very similar people, where you can tell how much money someone gives them by how much they like that person. Oh, that's a great guy. Oh, he's a great guy. Yeah, no, I like that guy a lot. Oh, yeah, did he give you a lot of super chats? Did he buy you a drink at the Borgata? Did he pay for? Oh, what a great guy! Wow, he must be amazing.
Yeah,
what a cool hang that person is. All right, we got a song parody in from Ed the Editor.
Nice.
Hey.
And I got to be honest, I sent him a note. I asked him what song this is based on. I don't know the original, unfortunately, but you guys might.
I know.
Cottage cheese throat, an explosion, feel an earthquake, Patrick Melton, not one thing can be heard. What's this commotion? John's been saving up his batch just for this perfect moment. We got John's height wrong. He needs to stay strong. Could move to Hong Kong. John's reign will be long, just like his daughter's son's dog. His daughter's son's dog. John doesn't really care as long as nobody talks about his kids.
So, this is what's happening right now. I was just like, oh, you don't care? We talk? All right, cool. I guess it's officially on then.
Ed, you rule.
Guys, I'm excited to say Tukey is here. Tukey was in Atlantic City, but we have another guest here who is also in Atlantic City that we haven't seen in a minute. If she's ready to go, I see her scrambling here. Mary Beth, what's happening?
I'm here.
How you doing, Mary Beth?
Okay, there we go.
So I heard Tukey telling the story that you and your husband Brian thought that he was the real Gino Bisconti at one point.
Yeah, I saw him over in the casino, and I was like, is that Gino? Like, that guy looks like Gino. And then we go over a little closer, and I see he's wearing a Gino shirt. So I was like, it's Gino. I was like, wait a second. And then he started talking to him, and it's like, oh, it's definitely
hilarious.
not Gino.
Well done, Tukey.
Thank you.
So, Mary Beth, I brought you on because you probably weren't there for the brawl on Saturday night, right?
No, we only went down Sunday.
Okay. So I have a brand new angle of this that no one has seen yet. No. So I want to kind of analyze this with everyone and go through it. Obviously, this has been talked about to death. This is Kevin Brennan antagonizing Bob Levy. And there's all these different polls up on the various subreddits. Who's the pussy? Who's the asshole? Who's the winner? Who's the loser?
Who's the boss?
It's the boss. People want to know answers, and I have them. Eric Zane, have you seen this yet?
Again, I'm always the last to know. No, I'm anxious to see.
I love it, because now we're going to get your perspective. You don't know any of the backstory. You don't know what the fuck this is about.
Nope.
You're just going to see it for the first time and react.
Correct.
Well, this is fantastic. So let's start with the original video that everybody has seen. This is Kevin Brennan's video. So he's sitting at the bar, and he gets up with his phone and walks over to where Bob is and starts with him. There's Stuttering John. Standing there like a dope.
Stop it. These are my friends now.
Okay, all right, fair enough. All right, so now he sees Bob. Sorry, I have to turn up this stupid music.
You looking for me? You looking for me? You looking for me? You looking for me? You fucking bitch.
Good shot.
Yeah.
You fucking bitch. You fucking, come on, you fucking bitch. Come on, bitch. Come on, bitch. Come on, bitch. Come on, bitch. Come on. Come on.
So now Kevin is walking away. And, you know, let me let Eric explain what we just saw for the people who are listening to the show, maybe haven't seen this before. What did we just see there, Eric?
We saw Kevin Brennan walk up. You see Bob in his what he would see, and then Bob threw a right at him.
But what did Kevin do to deserve that? What would you
antagonized
say?
him? He antagonized him.
He walked up over to him and said, "You looking for me? You looking for me, bitch?" So people like to act like Bob just got aggressive out of nowhere. Like, oh, what's his problem? He's just trying to say hi to him.
Well, yeah. I mean, to me, it goes without saying. If Kevin's in a room and you see his face, it's antagonizing. He doesn't even have to fucking talk, you know? So the fact that he walked up and said that, Bob decided to hit him.
The other thing, too, that I want to point out is that Kevin picked a time when he has the higher ground and there's a railing in between the two of them.
And some dudes.
And guys, right. So as you can see here, Kevin walks over knowing that Bob can't get to him. Yeah. And Bob wants to. That's very clear.
Clearly.
We're going to find out more, but let me just finish this video.
Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up.
There's John.
Throw him out. Throw him out. You got to throw him out.
John's posture is very much, stop fighting.
Yeah. He's looked like a little kid who's just caught up in the action.
By the way, that cover band is brutal. They're playing the Hooters.
It's not great.
It's like a deleted scene from the last episode of Sopranos.
So bad. It sounds like shit.
All right, so this is John and Ray DeVito are both wasted later on this same night. And we get a glimpse into what's happening because this cover band's so loud, we can't hear the conversations that are happening very well. So we learn this.
So Brennan comes back after he left to go gamble. And he sees Bob again. And he goes, "Where's Bob?" And we showed him. And he said, "I'm going to go talk to Bob." And I said, "Do you need muscle?" And he goes, "Yes."
Yeah.
Yeah, because I respect Kevin. I love Kevin.
Yeah, we know. We know it's your boyfriend, Kevin. So John goes, "Do you need some muscle?"
Because Dan's here.
Yeah, maybe Dawn can help out with that. Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Okay.
He is like a mollusk.
Yes. So, like a muscle, right. Okay, so now let's see Gina's view, because after Kevin films what he filmed, and then he walks away, and then we don't know what happens after that. But Gina quickly pulls out her phone and starts filming to see the aftermath of what happened after that. Let's watch that real quick. So Bob's running around the side to get to Kevin as Kevin walked away. He's up on the railing. There's some idiot in between him. Look at John with his hands. Hold on. Look at John's got his hands up. Guys, stop it.
Clutching his pearls.
It's like a hole monitor.
Look at that gut hanging down. It looks like there's a baby in there. Jesus Christ.
Guys, stop. Be rational. They're going to cut off the beer.
Yeah, right. They're going to shut this bar down.
There's no doubt. He could easily fuck his belly button. Look at that. Jesus.
He has a joke about it. So, yeah, I think that's true. John looks like he's standing in the hallway in middle school going, slow down. Someone's going to get hurt in here. So Kevin came back, and then Bob just chucked some empty cups at him. And now right there, Bob gives us a smile to Gina holding the camera. He knows this is hilarious. Okay, what are your thoughts on this? I'll ask Mary Beth. Have you seen this yet?
I haven't seen that. I saw the original Kevin clip.
Okay.
But I hadn't seen the Gina version.
What do you think about Bob's reaction there?
I'm at a loss for words, really, because it's just a bunch of old men.
Yeah. I know.
It's insanity.
That is correct.
Getting banned from the freaking casino. Like, come on.
Eric Zane, AZ, any thoughts on that?
What was that an overreaction, do you think? I mean, I know these two have bad blood between them, but I mean, was that warranted, or could he have, if he played it cool, would he have been able to get more mileage out of this?
Well, Kevin owes Bob somewhere in the neighborhood of $4,000 or $6,000, because what Kevin does, he pulls this bitch move where he pays people to be on his show, and then if he doesn't want to pay them, he just doesn't talk to them anymore and says that we had a falling out, and therefore he no longer owes them the money he owes them.
Okay.
So they've been talking shit about each other for many months on each other's shows, and so there's a lot of bad blood to go around on this. Now, Bob has been known to react in a manner that probably isn't beneficial in the long term. He would tell you that. He is banned from SiriusXM. He's not allowed in that building. Yep. So, there's definitely some blame to go around.
If that's on brand, well, then I think that was an excellent move, because, I mean, that's what people are there for in the first place. And that probably will help him, because it's something interesting to talk about. We're talking about it right here.
Everyone's been talking about this, but this is the reason why I wouldn't bring this to the show, because we review podcasts on WATP. But this is the reason why I'm bringing it. I have an exclusive angle on this that no one has seen until right now. And this is from another angle. So this is after pretty much around the same time that Gina turned on her phone. But we're seeing this from behind Kevin Brennan. And let me just kill this music.
Finally,
so
someone does it in landscape mode.
I know. What fucking person knows how to film on their freaking phone? This is like the
Zapruder film.
All right, now first off, there's Vince. Right here is Stuttering John. They're the same height. I mean, if anything, John might have a half an inch on Vince. John got back from the doctor's office yesterday, and he said, and guess what, losers? They measured my height, and I'm 5'7.5".
Jeez, he sounded to say the half.
Oh, no.
Do they measure people's height after you're an adult? Is that a thing? I don't think my height's been measured since I was a teenager.
Yeah.
I think they do if you get a physical. Every year they're supposed to, because I know that because I'm shrinking. I'm old enough now that I'm starting to shrink. It's real annoying.
So is John.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want everyone to notice right here. Here's Kevin. Now, what Kevin is doing, he went over to get this footage of Bob, get a reaction out of him, and now he's going back and looking at his phone to review the footage to see if he got the right footage that he wanted to get. This is all a bitch move. He knew he was just going to run away and that other people would get in the way of them, but there's a bigger bitch move coming up in a second that I want to point out. So now Kevin is starting to walk back over. And this is the thing that I think is important. Where Kevin goes to walk over to talk to Bob, there's a trash can right there. So it adds another 2 feet that Bob cannot get to him. Not only is he behind the guardrail and up, but he's also behind a trash can to make sure that Bob can't get to him. And then immediately backs away. See where that trash can is right there? Mm-hmm. That's the thing that I didn't realize before, is that Kevin kind of started coming back, but only if he could be as far away from Bob as possible right here.
Back and to the left.
Back and to the left.
And to the left.
And then we can see John and his posture right here. Whoa, wow, let's not throw plastic cups. Ah!
Guys, seriously, they're going to shut off the beers. Calm down. So this could be horrible for everyone.
So now Kevin got his big W here, and he's going to turn around and walk away and act like, geez, that guy's so irrational. I don't know what his problem is. There's Mommy right here. So some of the chatters are there and involved. I heard that Mommy got the drink spilled on her the most, unfortunately.
And John stole 2 of her Coronas.
I know John stole her Corona. It's like, I just thought everyone was buying beer for me all night. I didn't know.
Puerto Rican Mommy had the worst trip of all.
All right. And so so there's Bob and there's John going, geez, what just happened? What a boob. Yeah. What an idiot he is.
Still drinking.
John is an NPC in this video. He's like, it's just another person there just to be there. He's got nothing to do with anything.
This is so awesome.
There's Keanu. What I found out today on Be Dabbling Live, the reason why Gino wasn't there is because people were buying him shots at the comedy show and he got too drunk.
He was wasted, apparently.
So he never made it over to the Borgata, unfortunately. But so that's it, man. That's the latest angle. And my assessment on this is that Kevin was a bitch this whole time. He did this knowing that he had the guardrail in between him. And then as soon as Bob got aggressive, he ran away. And the only way he came back at him was when there was even more division between him and Bob Levy. No, he couldn't get to him. Because I don't think he would have walked up to Bob if they had been on equal ground without something in between them or people in between them.
This is spectacular pro wrestling comedy, but with comedy in air quotes.
No, I'm with you on that. This is what the Devilverse has become. It's ridiculous.
This type of heat is it's just licensed to print money. And all he had to do was walk up and say, "Hey, you're talking shit." I'll say one thing, get the reaction you want, and then he's out. That's great. Yeah. Fantastic.
So this is why I'm out of the Dabbleverse officially. I can't hang with these fucking retards.
John did say that. John said that. He said you're out of the Dabbleverse.
Oh, that's right. He did.
It's very sad to hear.
He goes. Where's Carl been? I haven't seen him around. And then he claimed that I took my Discord down.
How do you make your money then?
I don't know. That's a good question. He's so stupid. He believes everything that people tell him because he's a moron. And I actually have some information about that here. So after John tells Vince the loser that ever since the Nap video came out, I've run away and I took my Discord down, which is a subreddit in his mind because he doesn't know what the fuck anything is. He's a moron. He believes everything people tell him. He then goes on and explains to me that I'm the idiot.
Oh, you're so ugly.
Are you ever going to be right about anything? You know how many times you've been wrong? Let's go through the list. Stuttering John really didn't beat Shaq in basketball. Oh, he didn't realize I had the tape. Yes, I did.
That's not how basketball works. No. John had this thing for the Tonight Show a bit where he had to get 1 point before Shaq got 5. He threw up a shot from behind the three-point line that Shaq didn't even contest, and it went in. He's like, I wanted basketball. That's not what basketball is, idiot. You can't just change the rules of basketball and call it winning. But okay. That's the first thing I'm wrong about. What else?
Stuttering John didn't really interview OJ. Oh, we found the tape. Yes, I did.
So I guess here we disagree on what the word interview means. Because OJ was in his limo with the door closed and the window up when you yelled things at the limo. You yelled at a car is what you did. But you call it interviewing OJ. Okay, if you say so. No, correct me if I'm wrong, Eric Zane. You've been in radio all your life. In interview, usually the interviewer asks a question, the interviewee answers, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I think you got it down. I think you've covered it.
Typically, that's the definition of an interview. Okay, I thought so.
Maybe not with Joe Matarese, but
John, I'm still waiting for the answer from our interview the other day.
Yeah, right. All right, what else was I wrong about here?
Stuttering John says I posted his MP3 on my Patreon. I never did. Oh, we found the screenshot. Yes, you did.
Where's the screenshot that I posted his entire audiobook on my Patreon? I definitely did not. But where is the screenshot he talks about? Yeah.
Show it.
He showed that one link that was in a Google Doc. He showed it to Vinny Paulino. I remember that. Yep. And it was literally called the name of our 5th episode. It was like episode 5 or whatever it was. Mm-hmm. And he goes, see, there it is right there. And Vinny goes, that looks like that's the podcast title. I was like, it's .mp3. Yes, the podcasts are all .mp3s. They're audio files, John.
What was that?
I can't tell if he's becoming Kevin Brennan or if Kevin Brennan is becoming him because he makes up these lies and he yells about him over and over again as if that's going to make it true. by just saying, I mean, Carl lies about how the fact that he put my audiobook up on a Patreon, even though I've never proven it and it's stupid and it makes no sense and I've changed my story 5 times. I just keep saying it, so it must be true.
Yeah, if he talks to somebody else about it.
Yes.
His buddy.
Right, his buddy agrees with him.
And that's...
Although his buddy was going to show the screenshot, but he was in Mexico.
Right, so it's impossible.
So he couldn't do it at the time. But his publisher, too, saw it, even though he doesn't talk to his publisher anymore because his publisher ripped him off, which he told who was it? That chick he was hitting on, who was all done with men, who used to date the guys in
Kermit and
Poison.
Friends? Oh.
No, not Elisa Jordana, although that's a good guess because she also is done with men. So, but John's going to explain more of my lies here, things I'm wrong about.
Vince the lawyer is muttering Jay. Oh, you had to backpedal on that, didn't you? Because he's not.
He is.
That fate.
He is. Muttering Jay. Vince the lawyer is definitely muttering Jay. I have the evidence. I'm not going to show it. I've showed it to Shuley. I've showed it to producer Joe. I don't need to show it to you assholes. But yes, it is. The only thing that I backpedaled on is that there's more than one person who has that account because I don't think Vince is such a loser that he could tweet at me 238 times in one day. So I'm sure there's another person or other people who also have access to it.
Holy shit. Stuttering John's not going to go to Atlantic City. Oh, I did.
Oh, that.
Okay. That's the funniest one. The only reason why he did is because Vince had to convince him to come and paid for everything. Every single thing was paid for, his travel, his drinks, his food, his gambling money. He was given money by Broccoli and Vince to take care of everything. Oh, and that's a funny thing, too, that I learned about when Vince called in to be Dabbling Live today. I discovered that John said that he was going to split the money they made when they were live casting from the suite. Mm-hmm. And it was $240 they made. He told Vince, yeah, I'll give you 120. And then he texted Vince later. He's like, that was a joke. I'm not really going to give you that money. He can't even give Vince the $120 he promised him when Vince spent how many thousands of dollars on John that last weekend?
So he steals beers and money.
Yes.
Wow. After everything's been paid for.
What a friend, huh?
It's survival mode. He's like a cockroach.
He really is, yes. All right. You guys ready for a sick burn, though? Because it's not just John making up these things that I said that are wrong that are actually right. It's also great jokes at my expense.
Holy fuck. You just nonstop. Dude, you know what? You need more naps. You need more naps.
Sickest burn ever right there. I might not recover from that one. Eric, thanks for doing my last show with me. Appreciate you being on here.
Go take a nap.
I can't wait to take a nap.
I have to say, guys, they're right before I spliced in that fun video clip. This is what John's face is. He just looks like a guy who's having fun. He's mentioned many times, and he loves doing this. He loves being in the Dabbleverse and podcasting. He's having a lot of fun doing it.
There's your Duke right there.
Wow.
Duke. Duke of Hurl.
Yeah, I get it. So I pulled this ISO that I think sums it up perfectly when talking about Stuttering John.
People are duping me with the wrong intel.
No, okay.
No.
Let me explain something.
No.
I took that out of context because he was saying, like, I would say that. Oh. Even though John would say that if he knew what the fuck was going on. Now, if I was Vince, I would take that clip and turn it into a 15-minute long bit where I explained that he actually admitted that he was being duped with the wrong information. But see, I don't do that here. I just play it because it's funny, and John's an idiot.
Oh, my God.
I have to play for you guys. John's writing his own bits now. You know, when John was at his peak, it was Fred and Jackie and sometimes Howard writing questions for him and telling him what to do. Well, now we're in a place where Stuttering John is coming up with his own bits. And this is amazing. This is how we started off his show yesterday. Guys, if you laugh too hard, please just mute your mics. I don't want this to be too loud for people to hear. So just watch for that. He's eating a chicken cutlet.
Oh, God, I hate that sound. Oh.
Looking around the room. Drinking his Mountain Dew. This is how normal people have lunch, right?
Yeah, but you don't know it's Mountain Dew. That's a sign. Oh, he's not wearing a bra.
He's not wearing his bra.
He looks like an old lesbian.
Yep.
The thing in his arm.
He's getting haircuts today. He said that.
What a look.
He knows his hair stinks.
Guys, this is a bit. Just so you know, he came up with this idea and then executed on it.
Oh.
Pinky out.
Yep. Pinky out. More Mountain Dew. Drinking. Now it's time for some pills.
All right, drug time.
Yeah. This will make the pain go away.
If you snort the Klonopin, it'll get to you faster, John. Tukey heard that before.
What is happening?
I don't know why you're not laughing right now, Eric.
What's
I
going
assumed that,
on?
I wasn't looking at you. I assumed you muted yourself. You haven't muted yourself? This is the bit.
Poor Maribeth. She's gagging. She's gagging.
Oh, it's so gross.
All right, so more pills.
Okay, yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Struggling
This is
with
a
the
guy
bottle.
who works out every day. Why does he need all these pills?
He goes to the gym every day.
We're watching him work out right now.
Yes, this is workout.
He literally said he goes to the gym every day.
The burps.
I go to Jim's Tavern every day.
Right.
Jim
Stakeout.
Oh.
All right, so now he's washing down the pills with his Mountain Dew.
More burps.
Yep.
He must be a treat to go out to eat with.
I mean, this is a bit though. See, he's giggling. Now he's realized that his green screen isn't where it should be.
Jesus. What the hell's going on? The fuck?
All right, now.
Holy shit.
This is where it gets really funny, guys.
Oh, I get it now.
Hold on. It's going to get really funny in a second here.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
There we go.
Well, take your Band-Aid off. You see that?
Let's go live.
See, guys.
All right, let me hit the live button.
Oh,
okay, yeah, he didn't know.
He didn't know he was live this whole time.
Live.
Oh my gosh. He goes, let's go live. I'm going to hit the live button because he doesn't think he's live yet. Isn't that great?
Oh, John.
Well, you would definitely tell yourself, okay, let's go live.
Yep. Especially when you're by yourself like you always are.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, so bad. This fucking thing. The fuck over there. Jesus Christ. Gonna get a fucking haircut.
Ah.
Fucking hell. The fuck?
Oh.
Scandal!
All right.
No.
Hey, we landed it. Well done, John Melendez, completing that bit flawlessly. You see, guys, the joke was, even though he had hit the intro music to his show and then was obviously on his show because he's looking at himself and adjusting the green screen, he didn't realize that he had started it yet. And so we got to catch him in his natural. I don't know why you're not finding this hilarious, producer Chris.
It's disturbing.
I'm in awe. How about that? This is how you do it, folks.
This guy has zero talent. He has no idea what he's doing.
Not only that, but that is true, but the whole, he took time to think that up. That wasn't on the fly. He prepared that.
Oh, no.
He had to have all that shit ready to go.
He had his chicken cutlet there. He had his pills all ready to go. He had his green screen fucked up. He's like, oh, this is going to kill. He's really going to get over.
Guild.
In his head, this is what's going on in his head, because I know this guy too well at this point. He's going, and then the Shuli Network is going to play this like I didn't know I was on, and the joke's on them. Because I did know. It's the same when he had a fucking half-shaven mustache. Like, no, John, we know. Fucking idiots. Anyway, you talked about, Eric, how he obviously had that bit prepared. Well, he came with more than one bit prepared for this show, which is very impressive. He's mad at Ray DeVito, and he's got a new nickname for him.
Come on. And then you got Ray DeVito, who I'm calling Raver, because he's my dog. Not Rover, Raver.
Oh,
yeah, we got it.
Well, how about just Ray DeVito? Ray DeVito.
Yeah, no, we did
better-
this like
better than-
6 months ago.
Better than Raver. I mean, that's bad even by his standards. Raver, it kind of sounds like Rover, and he's my dog. Wait, what? They're two different things. Talking about. But he obviously had that bit worked out because now he's going to go into his Raver jokes for Ray.
Because he's getting his daddy's attention. Here, Ray, let me throw you a biscuit. I'm going to talk about you, okay? Let me throw you a little biscuit. Okay, now sit, Ray. Sit, Raver. Fetch, Raver. Roll over, Raver. Play dead, Raver. Costume change.
Oh, that's the other thing, too. So John went on MLC this week and decided he's going to start piling on Ray DeVito. That's what you do when you go on MLC, is you goof on Ray or Chad, whoever's there. And John's big thing was that at halftime during the Super Bowl, Ray went up to his hotel room, took a shower, and then came back down with different clothes on. I don't know about you guys, but every time I've ever taken a shower, I put on different clothes afterwards. I don't put the same clothes on I was just wearing.
Right.
So it's very normal. But John acts like this is the craziest thing. It's similar to my wife asking if I had taken a nap. This guy changed clothes after a shower. We're going to be laughing about this for decades to come.
Tukey, time out. I do have to interject here.
Yes.
That was the third time Ray changed his clothes at the start of this. He had 3 different clothes changes at the start of the game by halftime. From the start of the game to halftime, Ray had 3 different outfits on, and I never heard that he took a shower. I don't know where the shower thing is coming from, but it was kind of hilarious because we have no idea why he was doing it.
Okay.
Well, it's very possible. Maybe you want to do 3 different podcast episodes and make it look like, like when you do a game show, you film 5 in a day.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he was doing that. All right. So costume change is hilarious, Tukey. Is that what you're telling me?
It kind of was because, we think he changed his first sweatshirt because Melton pointed out that it was still brand new and had the creases. So we were making fun of him for that. And he didn't like that. So the next time we saw him, he had his sweatshirt that is kind of pink, but it looks more like it was a gray sweatshirt that he threw a red hat in with us,
Yeah.
So we started making fun of him for that.
Maybe his comforter.
And that's when he came down in a third one.
In a robe.
But the third one was the one where he has 2 naked child angels feeling each other up for some reason. So it didn't matter what he wore. We made fun of everything. It didn't matter. It was the best weekend ever.
He was in his room. He's like, I'll show those fuckers. I'm putting on the angel shirt.
But again, I don't even think John noticed this. I think John heard this because Melton and I were talking about it on the show that night. Because I'm not sure if people were noticing that. We noticed it because we were just fixated on Ray. I don't know.
John takes things like that and turns it into comedy. That's the thing you're not understanding, Tukey. It's like you might have thought that was comical, but it wasn't until John went on MLC and used the words costume change. And that's what really gave this whole thing life. And that's why we're all talking about it nonstop now. So at this point in the show, someone asked him a question about Royce DeRazio, his first co-host on the Stuttering John podcast. And they had some type of falling out. Now, Royce owned an arcade and hired John to move arcade games for him. That was one of the jobs that John had after the Stephanie Miller show. And apparently they had this big falling out, and John claims a lot of things. I really want to get in touch with Royce. If anyone knows how to get in touch with him, doesn't look like he's been online in a while. I don't know what's going on, but he claims that Royce stole a bunch of equipment from some dude and then sold it all. He says that he struck John's channel for videos that Royce had put there himself. And he says he's a terrible temper and would scream at John all the time. It's funny to me that John talks about working with Stephanie Miller and Howard Stern and Royce. Everyone's always yelling at John. Is it because you're obnoxious and annoying? I don't yell at any of the people who work over here at WATP because everyone here is friendly and nice and easy to get along with.
Yeah, we do our job.
Blink twice, Chris. You're amongst friends here. This is a safe space.
Fucking blink twice, I swear to Christ.
Right. Sir, if you'll just stop yelling at me.
All right. So someone puts up a real question. Not goofing on his kids, not goofing on him, but just like a question that John answers. It's about Royce. And so, John, this is where you start to see the real John. This is the part that I enjoy seeing, where the real John comes out and he explains what he wants to have going on his show.
Tim's Totality, thanks for the $2. I asked a great question, Johnny Boy. Yes, you did. And I appreciate that. You know, if these trolls would actually super chat me and ask, like, I mean, I have so many stories from Stern, so many stories from Jay Leno that you guys would love, but you don't ask any questions like that. You're all just concerned with trashing my kids.
This is the thing. We don't care about your stories, Chow. We've heard your stories. They're boring.
And we're also concerned about trashing you.
Right.
Yes, it's such a cash cow for him. And I don't know, maybe he realizes that that's never going to stop. And if he keeps fighting it like that, it'll continue to support him. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe he knows more than we're giving him credit for.
See, Eric, you are in that naive stage that I've been there. We've all been in that stage. We're just like, well, John's not that stupid, right? I mean, no, he is.
Innocent Eric.
Yep. He really is. This stupid. He wants it to be like, guys, you guys love me from the Howard Stern show. Why not just ask me questions about the Howard Stern show? I can tell you about Baba Booey's teeth. We used to goof on him. I once taped down Scott Salem's phone receiver. You could be asking me questions about that. I got great stories.
Oh, my God.
It's so sad because that's the real John. That's what he wants to have happen. So then someone does ask him a question. They're like, well, who is the biggest dick? Who's the biggest asshole celebrity to go on the Howard Stern show? All right, great. This is the questions that John wants. Let's see how he does with it.
I know Howard didn't like the guys from Silverchair.
Okay. Little known band.
Biggest dick on Stern. I don't know. David Letterman went he didn't really say hi to anybody. Just walked in. That's all I can think of at this point.
Great stuff, John.
I thought they were close. Stern and that's bullshit. Those two were.
Well, David Letterman doesn't give a fuck about Stuttering John. He's just hi to him in the hallway.
Mm-hmm. John does not like to be snubbed.
That's the thing. And he's gone on and on about people who snubbed him at the Tonight Show. And Sacha Baron Cohen, he goes on and on. Chelsea Handler,
Triumph guy.
Yeah, exactly. So he goes off on these people who don't give him the respect he deserves as a stuttering moron, incompetent boob.
Right, but he wasn't saying that Stern thought David Letterman was an asshole, is he?
No, definitely not. No, he said that Stern didn't like the guys in Silverchair.
Right.
And then he didn't like Letterman.
Okay.
That was his big story. It's like, guys, just ask me questions. I got tons of stories. That was your story? All right, can we go back to goofing on you and your kids?
Next question.
That's so stupid. So I just have one more clip on here. And this is just to prove that of all these shows that have cropped up now in the Dabbleverse, John's is the worst. He's the worst of everyone at hosting a show because what he does zero prep. Well, except for the fact that bit he came up with and those hilarious jokes about Ray being a dog. Other than those things, he does nothing else. But he goes to these two different subreddits. He goes to Hackverse Anonymous and Shuli's Anonymous. And he just scrolls through and looks for videos and plays them. And when he can't find stuff, he gives up. This is unedited a portion of John's show from yesterday.
So that was me with the Nambla guy.
We sent John over. We kept quiet about it because we didn't want to we want to make sure he got in, but...
Let's see.
So when I had told Chad that
here is
downstairs in that cafeteria area,
no, that's
I didn't.
Not. Hold on.
By the way,
I don't know what
April Imhold. Everyone's talking about how she wore a bikini the other day. God damn. Well done, April. not bad. Jesus Christ.
I don't know where the fuck I saw this, but.
And now it's a violation, like a parking.
Like how they just start playing.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing. He's got everything on autoplay. So as he's scrolling through Reddit, you just hear videos just cropping up and playing. He's just scrolling.
And other hits like.
Let me see.
Chad's looking rough. Did you see that? Poor Chad.
Yeah. He's growing a beard. He's got a beard going now. We're entering the era of bearded Chad.
Remember, crazy. When he kept saying, "I'm getting ripped. I'm going to be so ripped for summer."
No, he's not.
No, he's not in good shape. He looked
Does
terrible.
That mean drunk too? Doesn't rip mean being drunk? Yeah, he's doing that.
Getting ripped on.
Yeah.
And now it's a violation, like a parking.
Now we know whose jaw is getting broken next.
All right.
That's kind of funny.
So let's see. Plague Rat, thanks for the $5. John, my kids keep having nightmares about Hitman Dan's wife. Can you please look into the camera and tell them that she isn't real?
This is what his show is. When he's not reading super chats that are goofing on him, he's scrolling through and not finding what he's looking for on subreddits.
Mary Beth, did you see Hitman Dan's wife?
Yes, yeah. Well, I saw her on the video. I don't know if I saw her actually in person.
Oh,
Well, you would
okay.
be stoned right now if you had.
Yeah.
So I'm sure
Yeah,
you just saw her.
You
the
would
video
definitely know if you had seen her in person. That's why I was
I
curious.
wish I had seen her in person because on screen
No,
she
keep your
didn't look too
innocence.
good.
No, keep your innocence. You're a sweet girl.
I would
so
hope
bad.
that maybe real life would be better. I'm guessing no. Then
Tukey?
What'd she say?
Well, I guess the question is, does she just not like photograph or videotape well,
Yeah.
or is she actually?
Oh, she does everything well. Like, unless Tukey's eyes have some kind of horror movie filter attached to them that Tukey does not know about. Holy shit. I have seen zombies are real, people. I've seen them. They're here. They're in Atlantic City. At least they were. And I think I tripped on one of their ears. I swear her ear fell off her head.
Well, I will say this. John's a class act, and he wants to stick up for his buddy, Hitman Dan. So as everyone's ripping on what his wife looks like, John fixes it all by going, "Oh, I used to beat off to her. She's pretty hot."
Oh.
He's amazing, isn't he?
I think before maybe they were allegedly snorting glass, that maybe she was a decent looking person, but your body can only take so much, and these people have tested the limits of their body.
They really have.
Holy shit.
They look like you sound.
Yes, thank you.
It's not good.
Thank you.
It's too much. Too much all the time, I would say.